Are you hearing this audio? You're not hearing any music, right? Son of a bitch. Thank you, Wes. We appreciate it. I always love those comments because it's like sometimes I think the show's running. So real quick. Let's try this again. I got a cool show for you. Not if you can hear this, Chris. All right.
Hello. It's Monday. You know what that means. It's another episode of Tales from the Dorkside, hosted by me, yours truly, Stupenzo. Welcome. Be sure to leave a comment, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Now, without any further ado, let's get this started.
Godzilla Extravaganza. We're going to talk about everything. And I just want you all to know how happy I am for you to be here. We're going to be having one of the most sacrilegious streams ever. Celebrating not the one true God, that one Japanese God made from Toho Company. The one, the only, Godzilla. My God. Yeah. Whoops. What is this? That's wrong. There you go. That's better. So how's everyone doing on Christmas? Chris is still here. You rocking out on that BioWar song, right?
That was the best opening ever I've ever fucking seen.
Like, okay, so let's just get into it. You know, we're not going to talk in any kind of. We're going to try to keep everything ordered, but if you know, if we jump out of order, like it doesn't matter. We're going to talk about everything.
Yeah, depends how drunk we get.
So I don't know. I just got the idea to do this like randomly, like around -1 came out, and I think it was like, look, I don't want to talk about it just yet because it's not out everywhere. A lot of people can't see it, and probably give it till Christmas. And I was like, wouldn't it be funny if we just did another Godzilla stream on Christmas? Because surprise, this is actually the second time I've done a Godzilla special, but the first one was on Easter in 2021, back when I used to do the show on Facebook. So, and that show was more about Godzilla himself, and it was me by myself. I talked for just like about 2 hours straight, just about Godzilla, and the chat's obviously in there. But I was saying this Christmas stream, I was like, look, I could talk about all 33 movies, or 35, I think, and then all the other shit by myself. So like, even if nobody came, if everyone was too busy on Christmas, like this is a show I could do. But I'm glad Blue Collar's here. I know we're going to have some very special guests popping in and out. It's going to be one of those rotating door kind of shows.
Yeah.
I don't expect anyone to come here and talk about Godzilla for 8 to 12 hours, but you could definitely pop in here like 2 or 3 times, an hour each.
You know,
over the course of the evening.
I did make you a full trailer. I put a lot of work into that.
Oh, I didn't see this.
You didn't?
No, I'll watch it. Let's watch it right now.
Yeah, the hardest part was me not laughing.
I'm sorry.
What
did you guys? Do you have COVID right now?
I mean, I figured I'm not going to test myself because even if it's positive, like, you know.
But you're sick, and so is everybody else in your family. And
everyone else is sick. I said, I'm so drunk, I don't have any symptoms. That's a problem. Like,
that's amazing. So you had like a headache the other day, and that was it.
Yeah, but I can talk like this right now.
Kind of got a little bit of the vocal fry.
Oh yeah,
it's not too bad. It's not too noticeable, honestly. It's not even that noticeable. Let's see here.
That's when you get to a microphone like this and shit's away.
Is it in your YouTube channel, your trailer?
I put it in our on the freaking the Facebook, our group mod team, and everyone was laughing their ass off.
Oh,
it's a group chat. I can send it to you right now if you want.
No, I got it. Is it a YouTube link?
No, it's just, I mean, it's an MP4 file. It's 30 seconds.
How long ago did you send that?
I'll send you a message.
I got it. My God, holy shit! I didn't see this. See, I was. What did you do earlier today for Christmas? I was at my Aunt Angie's with a bunch of family.
I spent 2.5 hours making this shit.
Wow.
Because the hardest part is
you neglected your own son.
Well, to anybody I did take my kid because theaters are open. We did see The Boy and the Heron.
Streams.
Whoa.
One channel.
That is a voice. All right, let's start this over. Hang on. I'm sorry, guys. This is unexpected. I had all my slides prepared. All right, let's see. You can hear this, obviously. All right, let's see.
In a world full of Christmas streams, one channel will break the mold. Join Stupenzo as he goes over every Godzilla film ever made. Because he's watched them all the past week, so we're sure he's legally insane. Prepare yourself, because on this Christmas day, Godzilla is the real Santa.
Hell
Tales from the Dorkside presents the Godzilla Christmas stream. Ask yourself, would you rather be anywhere else in a world full of Christmas?
Wonderful. Oh, God bless you, man. That was great.
The hardest part is fucking finding your face on that stupid LA Confidential when you're so
Oh, right.
disgusted by Wes.
You guys are talking about getting raped for honey buns again or whatever.
But it helped that you because still my funniest clip of you is that stupid Scruff McGruff. I mean, I've watched that the past day like 20 times so far. Oh my god.
Yeah, look at all these Nixes floating on the screen. These Nixes all up in the chat. Hell yeah, Nix. Let's see. I still didn't see it in the cinema. Problems here, but I did see it with my friend Jack. We'll go to the cinema soon for sure. Hell yeah. You promised a 30-hour. Yeah, sure. We could do 30 hours. We could. I mean, shit, dude. Wouldn't that be funny if I stream for 12 hours and we're like, honestly, we got to do a part 2. There's still so much to talk about.
Well, for next earlier, I finally popped in the first 2 hours of God of War Valhalla because everyone's talking about it, and man, just the fucking music. Like, I would never buy a video game soundtrack until that one. Like,
which game?
God of War Ragnarok, but the DLC is called Valhalla. But the music and tone, like, man, it's award winning. It's magical.
Yeah, so back to the BioWars song that we played at the beginning of this intro.
So perfect.
That was on the first one I decided to watch was out of nowhere. I was like, well, let's watch Biolante because I like that one a lot. I kind of watched them out of order because, the idea was I got this idea to do the stream, and it's like, well, I should start watching them. So I kind of started watching them like a good month early, like at the beginning of this month. And I randomly started with the ones that I could find English dubs of first. All the ones that were like English dubbed, I was like, okay, great, which is not a lot of them. I think it's like 10 out of like 30 something. They're so hard to find the English dubs now, which is not like, obviously subtitles are the way to go and original Japanese language. But for a Godzilla movie, especially like, the shittier ones, because let's be real here, folks. Godzilla, this is not something that is like, world renowned. This is a niche. Like people like Godzilla, but like the actual movies, this new one, -1, is kind of breaking the mold because it's the first time where like, chicks and normies and regular people are like really going to see this movie and enjoying it. Shin Godzilla, as much as I love it, in fact, I like it more than -1, didn't really do that for me. It didn't really do that for us, break the mold and get everybody out there, even though it won all these awards and stuff.
Yeah.
But like I said, I was watching Biolante, Godzilla versus Biolante, and that's the beginning of the movie. There's like a heist happening, and it's like this music's playing, and it's like this rockin', like prog rock Japanese, those Japanese insane jazz fusion bands.
Yep.
Like that's the kind of shit they do, man. Insane guitar licks and just real tight drumming and real tight rhythm section, just wailing on the Godzilla theme. And I was like, what is this song? Immediately found it, downloaded it, and then thought of this like intro video. And what did I do? I pre-made it in Premiere, and then I uploaded it to make sure that it wouldn't get because this stream could possibly get flagged or stopped showing. I'm trying not to show too much footage just tonight because Toho,
boy, we saw that.
Yeah, that was before Critical Drinker. Even before the Critical Drinker getting banned. Drink, by the way, because I brought up Critical Drinker.
Oh,
damn,
I'm about to get to that. I was going to show you my setup, but whenever you're ready.
Yeah, do it right now.
Well, obviously, so I got the Godzilla shirt. It's the 1954 2024, officially 70 years of Godzilla.
70 years, baby.
But I bought this for you yesterday. I drank some with Wes on the stream, but Midnight Moonshine.
Is it actual? Brownie. Good God, is it actual moonshine?
It says it's made in South Carolina, so it can't.
Right, but when I say moonshine, it's like corn alcohol. Like, is it like Everclear?
I don't know.
Like, what's the percentage there?
It's 17%. Yeah.
17%?
Yeah,
bro, it's like a glass of wine.
It's chocolate brownie though. That's why I got it.
Yeah, I'm sure it tastes delicious, by the way, but it's probably good for you.
There you go. I bought this for you yesterday, so for me, but yeah.
Blue collar loser sick voice make me feel things in places I didn't know existed.
So we're gonna open up a brand new fucking fresh bottle of Jack and this brand new Jack cup because they had a sip, but I want to get this one. So, and my mother got me the we got the margarita glasses.
Hey, finally, margaritas. I mean, I don't know where. I mean, maybe they're not as popular here in Texas, out in New York, but here in Texas,
4 of these too. So.
What? Are those little shooters?
Yeah, my cousin got me that.
Those are like double shots.
Yeah. But this is we're opening this right now for you. So right here.
Oh,
Jack Old 7.
Hell yeah. So what did your kid do? Hang out with his mom or something?
What's it? Because I'm not contagious, so I took him to see The Boy and the Heron, and it was a movie. We'll say that.
That's the other thing is like I could tell you right now, like the English versions. So it's just from watching these Godzilla movies. Like, if there was a dubbed version and you put the subtitles on, the subtitles are totally different. So like, there's definitely like something happening, like the American Studio Ghibli versions are probably way different dialogue
Jesus Christ,
wise.
look at that monster, fucking A.
Yeah, it's a big bottle.
Yeah.
It's all frosty. Is that what I'm seeing?
Fresh out the freezer, yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah. Well, I got a little cooler of ice. I actually have 2 energy drinks and a bunch of tequila and ranch water. I'm drinking ranch water tonight. You guys don't know what ranch water is. It's basically Topo Chico and tequila. So
Nice.
it's pretty good.
I know Nick's bust my balls. It said, look, it was chocolate brownie. I had to get chocolate.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. We're totally different. Like, I'd rather just drink like hard alcohol and like and cut it with water. You know, that's what I do. I just dilute I drink like a grog. You understand? Every time I'm on one of these shows, I'm drinking like it's not really a grog because it is pretty alcoholic. I put like 4 or 5 shots in this thing of tequila, and then I just top it off with either seltzer or like sometimes I'll top it off with a hard seltzer if I'm feeling randy. But Nick's calling you out 17%.
Trust me, dude. This will be gone. I'm gonna finish the Jack, but I'm also.
Well, here's the thing. I have seen blue collar drink whole bottles of like 35% vodka. So I mean, just those slight flavored vodkas, those are still pretty strong, and they're all sugary. So it's like double not good for you.
Well, I'm pissed off because hopefully you get it, but for Stupenzo for the stream, I bought him an authentic Kick-Ass Godzilla t-shirt.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything because you were saying last stream, like, hey, you're going to get something. And I was like, cool. And I was checking the mail. I was like, didn't get it yet, but I was afraid that you got the wrong address. And so, I got a package pirate.
Yeah, I got to love the holiday shippings, right? You know?
So check it out. I've got my Godzilla shirt on, but also I kind of put some LED lights in my little Godzilla doll back there. He's all colored. Light up my movies a tiny bit. I'm gonna have one of those dumb streamer backgrounds. You know, all the streamers have the same background. You know, it's like random memorabilia and cool LED lights and shit. It's so stupid. All that crap is in the wall because it doesn't fit in the house. It's all over here because it's like I don't have anywhere to put it in the actual house. This is actually like a storage shed I'm in, but it's cool because like I think I'm gonna start doing like some solo streams next year, like on another day, kind of randomly. And Wes also didn't get his shirt either. Sorry.
You can guess what I told him what happened. They fucking froze my account after no bullshit. After I bought your shirt, they froze my shit.
Your bank?
Somebody hacked into my fucking debit card.
God.
But your order already went through. So I went to go buy Wes's shirt and somebody hacked my account. So I'm like, maybe it was karma or God telling me don't buy Wes anything.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I would not be surprised at all if God was like, "Don't do that." He's not. I'm just kidding.
You'll see it as well this week. I bought Godzilla whiskey again. I paid for fucking express shipping. I ordered it 9 days ago. It still hasn't come in the mail. What is up with this express? I know it's Christmas, but this is what you pay the express shipping.
You know what the thing is? It's like they're probably overwhelmed. With all these same, everyone's doing express delivery Christmas shopping. I don't really order stuff on the mail unless it's like the only place I can get something. And even then it's like, I'm half expecting to not get what I ordered. I mean, how many times have you seen like, especially like women's clothing? If I was a woman, I would never fucking order a dress online. How many times have you seen it where like, it's like modeled totally different. And then when they finally see the fucking, when they get it, it's like, it's cut incredibly, just doesn't fit the way it's supposed to. Wes has been good, hasn't he? Well, that's why we're going to do your Quentin Januarantino next month. That was a good idea for Losers Lounge. All January, we're going to watch a bunch of Quentin Tarantino written movies and little lesser appreciated Tarantino movies. But anyway, right now it's all about Godzilla. So let's try to keep I'm down doing tangents as long as they're somewhat Godzilla related. But Chris, I think we're going to have Adam and Barb show up at some point. They're already popping in and out. I think Uninspired said he might pop in. I know Wes wants to come in here.
Nice.
Wes, I want Wes. I kind of wanted Wes in here because he hates the Japanese and Godzilla and doesn't like it very much.
Yeah.
He's a racist.
That's what I got. It should be here. It's 18-year-old. It's actually made in Scotland. It's fucking Godzilla.
Tell me about that. Now this delicious. We'll talk about Godzilla versus Destroya eventually, but you've seen this one, right? Where he goes into meltdown mode.
Yeah.
what's your yeah, let's talk about like your experience with Godzilla. Like how much
I mean,
do you
it's
know
weird.
about it? How
Yeah,
much do you
it's like,
like it?
well, Godzilla is one of the things where it's just you, as a kid, you grow up and you watch the old, obviously guy in a suit and stuff. And I remember Godzilla, the little son at one point. I remember being a teenager. I was in the library reading this old like Hollywood book, and I never knew about, because we didn't have access to the internet back then. Obviously, in libraries were different, but I never knew
Wait,
1950.
where?
Like, I was in a library
No.
and I was reading.
I thought you said
Sorry,
library for a
sorry, yeah,
second
it's
there. I
for
was like,
alcohol, but
excuse me.
it was a library. But I was reading this old like a Hollywood book, and they're going through the history of Hollywood. And at the time, I never knew that Godzilla was made in 1954 because I grew up with Godzilla being a good guy. He had a son. He wasn't a rampaging monster. Coming to find out, he was a big allegory to fucking World War II and the infamous Hiroshima bombings.
Nuclear bombs. Yeah, he's
Mhm.
pretty heavy subject matter, which is kind of why I thought it was funny to talk. Another reason why I thought it'd be funny to talk about Godzilla, because like you said in your video, it's like, yeah, I mean, we could do another fucking top 3 Christmas movies, street. We could talk about Die Hard like everyone else is. It's like, no, let's do Godzilla, man, because it's my Christmas present to myself.
Not to mention, I mean, it's a milestone. He's coming up on 70 fucking years, and
70
it's just
years, right?
people are so laughing. Like you're mentioning, some different generations could be Shin Godzilla, could be the legendary, but Godzilla minus one, right? A 70-year-old fucking nuclear lizard is breaking records
Well,
70 years later. Like,
technically,
dude.
it's not 70, it's 69, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the anniversaries go, like I felt like the last time I was doing one of these streams was Easter 2021, and we were talking about King Kong versus Godzilla, which had just come out, and it was very you know, the stream I did previously was like 2 hours long, and it was mostly just talking about like the physiology and background of Godzilla himself, not necessarily like dissecting all the movies really. And I imagine we're going to repeat a lot of that info from that last stream too. So
Yeah.
who knows?
I'll
You have
make
to
a rule.
understand, I did a research paper on Godzilla when I
I
was
believe it.
going to college, and they said it wasn't allowed, and I did it anyway, and I still made an A. I was like, fuck y'all. I was like, I want to do a research paper on Godzilla. They're like, no, that's not allowed. I was like, okay. And I turned in a fucking 12-page single spaced essay, and I got like a 98 or something. They're like, you know what? It's very good. And I was like, cool. I discovered a whole new shit that I never thought of, and then watching since then, like Shin Godzilla, that was
Hmm.
before, the legendary Godzilla had come out.
Yeah.
So since then, Shin Godzilla and Legendary Godzilla and Minus One came out, and I gotta say, they took a lot of stuff from my paper. So I expect
Nice.
royalties. I expect credit. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'll make a rule for you whenever a new guest comes on. I'll let them pick one out and just pick which one. I'll just down it and shit. So
Yeah.
we got 4 of them.
Yeah. Well, I'd say pace yourself, son. That's what I
Yeah.
plan to do. It's gonna be a long night. I can't have, I think you're gonna be the only guy that's like in it to win it for the long run
Well, like,
tonight.
I said, I'm happy. I joke, but not joke that, everyone is, got COVID and shit. I'm sitting here home playing some God of War. And you know what? Why not hang with a friend, get drunk, talk about a
Yeah.
character? But yeah, I
It's
mean,
Christmas.
I think everybody's grown up with.
If
I mean,
Chris had
even,
called me up and was like, hey, let's go to a bar and just drink and talk about Godzilla all night, I'd be like, yeah,
yeah.
sure. Let's do it. I
Well,
love
even
it.
like, Lord Toxic isn't the biggest Godzilla fan, but like Star Wars, you don't have to like Star Wars, but you know who Darth Vader is. You know who
Well,
Luke
here's the thing.
Skywalker is.
I was hoping, even if Wes isn't here the whole time, even if he has to watch some of this on YouTube like he is right now, I'm hoping that if you're not a big Godzilla fan, after this stream, if you listen to the whole thing, you'll be like, God damn, I never really knew that. I didn't really think about it like that. Damn, that's pretty cool. I would like to see that updated in a movie. Because here's the thing. I will say this. When we start dissecting the movies, when we start getting into the nitty-gritty of it, you got to be harder on the newer movies. The newer movies will be great. I'm less hard on the Showa movies, Showa series, the early ones, because of the special effects are so campy and weird.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just like that's kind of the problem with the Millennium series. These early 2000s ones, they were still doing the guy in costume Power Ranger suit, and it's like you got to get with the big leagues. So these newer movies, Shin Godzilla and Minus One, and even the legendary movies, it's like, yeah, I gotta dissect them a little more crucially in terms of like silly plot points. Because when
Yeah.
we get into King Ghidorah, King of the Monsters, and the second King Kong versus Godzilla, there's some silliness in there, and it
Yeah.
works.
Since
But
that's
well, someone's here. Someone there.
my boiler.
Oh, go
No
get
one's
your
here.
tea.
No, it's actually the boiler in the basement goes every half hour.
Oh,
It's
you got like a haunted boiler, like in
I'm telling you.
in Home Alone.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't need to mute it. I want to hear what that sounds
All
like.
right. Hey, I'll keep it on then.
It's very
Um,
Daikaiju, and that's
no,
another thing, guys.
yeah, actually,
I
right. That's not Godzilla.
I hate. It sounded more like Ghidorah. You know what I hate? Or Mothra. That's kind of what it sounded like. I hate how Pacific Rim came out
Yeah.
and popularized the word kaiju, because
You know
here's
what?
the
You're
thing.
right. I never thought about that.
Here's the thing. It's
Wow.
actually not kaiju. It's daikaiju.
Huh.
Godzilla is a daikaiju, which means giant, strange beast. Kaiju is just a strange beast. So like fucking Frankenstein's monster is a kaiju if he was made in Japan, you know?
No,
The Power
that's
Rangers
crazy.
fight kaiju. And then
Yeah.
when they get in the Megazords and they get big, they become daikaiju.
Sure. Wow.
So yeah, it's one of those nerd things that bothers me that it shouldn't, and I'm the only motherfucker, you know, that it bothers. You know, I'll be like, God, he said kaiju and he meant daikaiju, and
I
everyone's
know.
like, what?
Like we were joking about that
How
with
old
even
are you?
in Reacher, dude. Reacher, fucking the one character Neely, she calls Reacher a kaiju. I'm like, even in Jack Reacher, they're saying the word kaiju now.
Well, see, Jack Reacher, it works for him because I mean he is a large man, but he is not technically the like the megafauna, dude.
Yeah.
First of all, that's a great band name, and it's already a band, by the way. Check them out. But megafauna, like these large animals, you know, especially back in the day, dinosaurs, they're so big. But I understand we get into the laws of like the weights of averages or whatever, where like a certain animal can't be a certain size. But that's why Godzilla has to be like so huge and invulnerable. You know, he has to be so like damage resistant.
I got you,
Because
Wes.
it's got to be a you know, it's a double-edged sword. It's a catch-22. Like Godzilla is so big because he's invulnerable, and he's invulnerable because he's so big. There's no way an animal can be that big unless he was, you know, defying the laws of nature and being very practically like, you know, impervious to all weapons, like they say.
Oh, definitely.
Pacific Rim tried. The second one is so bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
I agree.
that second one was fucking
Jack Reacher has been described as a kaiju, yeah, and Blue beat me to it, yeah. Pacific Rim, what Pacific Rim did get right, and I guess in the beginning part of this stream we'll talk about just like the general, all-encompassing giant monster Godzilla stuff. But yeah, Pacific Rim got right the speed, and I'm sure they fucked this up in the sequels, because everything has to move super fast. But you have to understand, like, giant animals would move so slow, it would look like an optical illusion. It would look like they're in slow motion to us, because they are. Because you have to understand, an animal that big, like we're looking at the end of the trailer for the new King Kong versus Godzilla, where Godzilla's like sprinting.
I know. Everyone's been talking about that.
And it's like, okay, you have to understand Godzilla, especially the legendary Godzilla. He's almost 400 feet tall now. That's how big he's gotten.
They've proven that. Remember, they had the meter out there that the legendary Godzilla so far is the biggest one to date. That fucker's so big.
Well, there's been the legendary Godzilla keeps growing too, because like he was pretty big. Here, let's just pull up the size chart. I got it right here. Here. So, well, go ahead and just like I don't know. We got legendary Godzilla right here. You can see he started at 108 meters, and then Shin Godzilla topped it with 10 more meters.
Yeah.
And then, so then fucking these guys just topped him by 1 more meter with King Kong. I'm sorry. What's it called? King of the Monsters. There you go. Second Godzilla legendary one. And then I think he's even a little bit bigger in the King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
But then, as you can see back here, like he was 50 meters. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is huge. That's 150 feet. You know, massive.
Talk about how much he fucking weighs too.
Right. And this is all the Showa era right here, because it's named after Emperor Showa.
Yeah.
These is you know, and we've got I love raids again. We've got so basically like we've got the first 2 movies, which are the origin duology, and then you've got the Resurrection series, which is like a handful of movies up until Destroy All Monsters, and this is where Godzilla comes back, you know. And then the Champion series is like everything after All Monsters Attack Destroy All Monsters was the end of the resurgence revival
What's funny right
series. That
there?
was cool.
He's holding the fucking Mecha Godzilla in his head. I mean,
Yeah,
the
he's got
head
a little
in his,
Mechagodzilla's head. Yeah, Terror of Mechagodzilla. Yeah, this is kind of where the Showa era ended. Terror with Mechagodzilla. And then it gets into the Heisei era, which we'll talk about more. But this is the 80s to the 90s. It starts with Return of Godzilla, aka Godzilla 1985, and then you've got Godzilla versus Mothra, Godzilla. God, I got the list right here. Shit. Yeah, we'll get into it in a minute. But basically, up until Destroya.
As you look it up now, here's an interesting question. When Godzilla is a bad guy, is he small as a good guy and then bigger as a bad guy? It makes you wonder.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so cool is he goes back and forth.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like, it's funny because like we'll get into it more because like basically, I guess right now we're going to talk about just all of Godzilla, and then we'll start breaking down the eras, and then we'll start breaking down the individual films. And so we got a long night ahead of us. But yeah, like what's funny is like with the Japanese movies, I don't know if I could sum it up quickly. It's like, you know, like I said, in the Champion era, this is where he straight up becomes a good guy. Once all monsters attack, it's like straight into kitty territory. And there's like a specific movie. I want to say it's like which one is it? It's after once the three Ghidorah shows up. Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. This is where he starts pivoting hard into hero mode because like I think Godzilla versus King Kong, which we watched by the way, which is so fun. That was the third one.
It really was. So.
And I think they wanted him to be, you know, they wanted him to remain a bad guy, but everyone loves him. You know, I think people like him more than King Kong. So I think after that, that was why it was like a hard pivot to all the movies are Godzilla versus blank.
Now, what do you think that is for?
What do you think? Why
do you think Godzilla is more popular than King Kong? I mean, I think because he's got more powers, he's more abilities. I mean, King Kong's just a big ape. You know, Godzilla's he's a nuclear lizard. Like,
yeah, I mean, King Kong's got the props with the age because he came around first. You know, he was like one of the first big monster. He was the first big monster movie, right? One of them.
I mean, yeah, like you said, he's older than Godzilla, which I forgot that because back in the 30s, that King Kong was created.
He's like almost 20 years older than Godzilla. No, yeah. And what's funny is like the thing about Godzilla that's so badass is just how heavy he is. You know, like not literally, he is literally heavy, but also like figuratively, like Marty McFly says. Like, you know how ballsy it is to make a Japanese movie about the nuclear, you know, bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki less than 10 years after the incidents actually happened. Like, that's fucking hardcore, dude.
So as premise, what do you think Godzilla is, besides him being an allegory to nuclear war? He's basically a T-Rex mixed with a fucking Stegosaurus.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Godzilla is he has many different origins. Like in the Showa series, he's basically like a prehistoric beast. And that's why there's tons of these like mythical prehistoric or some of them are otherworldly, or like Mothra is a deity. Mothra is literally like connected to like the heavens and God and shit. But like they're all from all over the place. And the idea is our experiments with nature, like nuclear weapons and pollution and whatever, they are awakening these strange beasts.
So back to the original Godzilla of 1954. So was it that the nuclear bombs created him, or was he already there, but it just woke him up?
Well, yeah, like with Godzilla in 54, he is basically a prehistoric monster that was awakened from the hydrogen bombs, and I presume mutated. It was definitely confirmed that he is a you know, very radioactive. And that's the other thing is like rewatching the first one, especially both versions, like, yeah, it's so much heavier than all the other ones in the Showa series anyway. And it was only until like 1985.
It's pretty fucking dark.
Yeah, 1985 was where they started going dark again, like real dark. And we'll get into that more. But it's like, again, he kind of, the Heisei series is probably everyone's favorite series, which is, it starts with 1985 and ends with Godzilla vs. Destroya. So it's 7 films. The Showa series is 15 films over the course of 20 years. and the Heisei series is 7 films over 10 years or 11 years. So it's less movies, less time. But what's crazy about the Heisei series is there is like a connecting through plot. The movies are pretty well connected, and they seem to be, they keep building and building up until like Godzilla's like meltdown, you know, at the end of Destroya. And there are recurring characters and recurring agencies and recurring actors. In the Showa series, there's tons of recurring actors, but they all play different roles in different movies. And with the Showa early 70s, 60s, and 50s movies, they kind of were just like, whatever worked in the last movie, we're going to do again in the next movie. And whatever didn't work in the last movie, we're not going to do again. So they were kind of doing a lot of like throwing, you know, shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
And there is like a loose connection between the movies. But like what happens is Godzilla starts out as a metaphor for like the atomic bomb, right? And, you know, our you know, man's folly with destruction of nature. And, you know, Godzilla shows up and just starts destroying shit right at the beginning of the movie in the first one. Like it's a fishing boat and there's like a weird glow in the ocean and it just gets vaporized. And then they send a search boat out for them, and that too goes missing and sinks. And then like survivors from the second boat like wash up on shore talking about a giant fucking monster. And, you know, it's kind of a big deal. And then before you know it, the motherfucker shows up on land, trashes a village. You got people showing up saying, hey, all these animals and livestock were destroyed. 6 houses were trampled, like crushed. It wasn't a typhoon, you know, something stepped on them. You know, people died. I think it's like a couple hundred people die or 30 something people die in the first Godzilla attack. And yeah, I don't know. You there's this like raising, like this building, it's escalation. That's the word I'm looking for. This escalation towards like Godzilla comes up, destroys most of Tokyo. And it's fucked up, dude, because like you're literally showing like Hiroshima, Nagasaki levels of destruction with all these Japanese people all bleeding and shit and faces bandaged up, covered with radiation burns. And it's like people were saying like the first Godzilla movie was kind of panned at first. It was too serious. And that's why when Raids Again, the second one came out, the critics actually liked it more because it was a little sillier. And they're like, yeah, this is kind of what we want with our monster movies. Thank you. And it's just kind of silly because over time, like we realize like, well, he's better.
Now getting back to the first film, people tend to forget the first film he does die at the end of the first
totally.
film. And I forgot what wasn't it a fucking hydrogen bomb that kills him to the face or some shit? Or
no. You didn't do your homework, did you? Okay, so
I'm joking,
joking, dude. Well, yeah. What happens is, meanwhile, there's like a crazy scientist who has like developed a weapon called an oxygen destroyer.
Okay.
And this one woman knows the secret. He has like a secret weapon that he doesn't want anyone to know about it because he says it's more powerful than the fucking hydrogen bomb. Like a little ball like this big can like turn all of Tokyo Bay into a graveyard. It'll just like suck all the oxygen out of the water and kill anything that's in there and strip them of their flesh, liquidize them basically.
Damn.
But what's crazy is like he doesn't tell anyone about this device he's invented because he knows it's super powerful and in the wrong hands it can kill people, but he's trying to figure out a positive use for it, you know. But he tells his one assistant who tells somebody else like, hey, I know someone who could destroy this Godzilla thing, you know, this doctor with the eye patch. He told me about this thing he has. So they confront him and they're like, hey, you have an oxygen destroyer. She told us about it. Like, you need to give it to us. And he's like, freaks out, runs into his lab and tries to destroy it. And they're like, no. He's like, don't you understand? Like, we need this. So like he like reluctantly agrees. And then what's crazy is kind of, you know, obviously Godzilla comes back again, but like when they decide to take him out, they go to the ocean and they drop this they have these 2 little marionette men, you know, underwater, like little puppets, like holding the oxygen destroyer, like walking up to Godzilla as he's sleeping. And the idea is like drop us bomb and like leave it, but the guy who invented it decides to stay behind and like detonate himself, so that way A, kills Godzilla, and B, kills himself so nobody else can replicate the oxygen destroyer. And the idea is the oxygen destroyer is like even more dangerous than the hydrogen bomb, which is crazy to think of. But then the oxygen destroyer comes back in a few movies, like this Destroya. Destroya is the result of the oxygen destroyer. just like how Godzilla is the result of the atomic bomb, and he's got all the powers of the thermonuclear bomb. Same thing with Destroya. He is a creature from the oxygen destroyer, a side effect, some kind of bastard of science and nature, and he has the powers of the oxygen destroyer. So it's like Destroya is one of those characters that I think everyone wants to come back, because he's only been in the one movie.
Yeah.
With Meltdown Godzilla, and this is back. This is 100-meter Godzilla, like I said.
So with Godzilla dying in the first film, so does that mean is every film after that considered a sequel, or is it like a reboot because he died?
So the continuity is pretty fun. This is where it gets pretty interesting. So, I guess this works. This chart still works, but so the first Godzilla shows up and he dies, and then when Godzilla Raids Again shows up, they say it's just a second Godzilla, another Godzilla created from atomic bombs. But I like to think, because later when we get to Godzilla versus all giant monsters all out attack, we realize that Godzilla can be reduced to just like a beating heart, and he can slowly grow back, over years. So that is possible.
I mean, obviously, that was the premise of -1 was that, because -1 is a retread of the first film. They didn't have CGI back then to show him, regenerating.
Yeah, but also that's the thing, is it's a pretty different take. I want to talk about -1 later when Adam gets here, but -1's crazy because -1, first of all, -1 is 50 meters. So they brought him back to normal size. He's -1 is back with these guys. He's this big. And then on top of that, it takes place before, during World War II. And Godzilla previously takes place 5 to 10 years after World War II is over, The idea is it's after the Nagasaki Hiroshima bombings, also after the first hydrogen bomb test was held in 1946.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what everyone describes as the incident that awoke Godzilla out in Bikini Atoll. But what's even crazier is in 1954, I think a few months, or was it 1951? There was the Bikini Atoll bombing incident where some Japanese fishermen were irradiated by a hydrogen bomb test that they didn't know they didn't realize there was a hydrogen bomb test happening, because obviously there was a secret, and the military didn't realize there was a fishing boat within the vicinity of the blast. So they you have to understand, you don't need to be destroyed by the blast wave. If you can see the flash of the hydrogen bomb go off, you're absorbing radiation. It's going right through you like an X-ray. So if you can see the flash, that's not good. If the flash is lighting your body up, you're absorbing fucking gamma rays, just like that. And obviously, if you're far away, you'll probably survive, but getting burns and stuff, that's how hot this explosion is. You have to understand, there's an explosion fucking several miles that way, and it's so big it burns you from there. Terminator 2 is the best description of a atomic bomb going off. The light goes off and instantly everything's on fire. And then the shockwave comes and destroys everything. Yo, Jay's here. How's it going, buddy? I was showing Jay. I showed all of y'all guys this funny video, but where was it? It was where I was talking about how I was gonna binge these movies. I might as well just play it. Let's just play it.
All right, guys, I took an Adderall so I can watch all these movies, and I think it's starting to have an effect because A, this booze isn't working at all, and B, I'm now watching the movies at quadruple speed. I'm able to read subtitles, and I'm following the plot perfectly. I'm now able to watch an entire Godzilla film in 20 minutes. Unlimited power!
Fucking Final Wars.
I was watching that driving. Oh my god.
Final Wars is so nuts.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, look at my meth eyes.
I made the comment. It's like John Wick 2. He's a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will.
Yep. I had some people saying dude, don't you this guy's taking stimulants and is wondering why his alcohol's not working. It's dude, it's a joke. It's a
Yeah.
joke, buddy.
I mean, I don't joke about that. I'll take Adderall and drink.
Yeah. I mean, one's
I've done-
better. Yeah, but it's like cocaine and drinking, right? Everyone loves it.
Of course.
Yeah,
We're not live, are we?
of course. Oh wait, we're not live. I haven't been
Nope.
streaming this whole time. No, that'd be
Exactly.
funny. That'd be so hilarious.
Hey, James,
how many? So, Nix, how many Godzilla movies are there? He's not good, bad hero, but just acts of God,
Good
force
question.
of nature. So it's like debatable because, like, my favorite movies are the ones where it's just Godzilla versus the army versus the military. Yeah. So that would be the original Godzilla 1985, and
because there's
fucking shit Godzilla
yeah.
and Godzilla -1.
Okay.
I think those are the only 4.
He's considered a villain. The rest, he's just a force of nature. He's a villain.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a villain. And that's the thing is, like, he doesn't work as a hero. He does work as like a kind of an antagonist or not an antagonist, but I'm sorry, an anti-hero. Because there's one thing Godzilla loves more than anything. It's it's destroying Tokyo. But when someone else is destroying Tokyo, he gets all pissed off. He doesn't like that at all. You're
saying with the whole 1980s vibe, they're making him kid friendly. To make him kid friendly, he's got to be more of a hero. But then with American,
that's the 70s vibe. The 80s, he went back to dark. But yeah,
okay, so either he's a villain, he's a hero, but then when he's a force of nature, he's kind of basically fucking like a anti-hero. Like, he's not destroying shit, but he's also like he's not helping the human race. He's just balancing out the equation of like alpha predators, apex predators. That's what I think people tend to forget with the legendary films. He's not really a good guy. It's just that he's stopping the other apex predators from destroying the planet.
Yeah, and no worries. Adam and Babs are dealing with in-law stuff. Hey, man, no sweat. We'll be here.
We have no friends.
We'll be here. All right. Yeah. As far as like, he's also a malevolent, like a force of nature in Godzilla 2000. That's the thing that's interesting because, like, back with the continuity you were asking about, what's interesting is, like, he's basically like kind of resurrected Godzilla after part 2, and then he gets trapped in an iceberg, and then he gets trapped in keeps getting trapped here and there, and it's only until 1985 basically is just treated as a direct sequel to the first one, right? And he gets trapped, he gets killed in a volcano, aka trapped in a volcano, and he shows up out of the volcano in the next one, and then he basically goes into meltdown mode at the end of that one. But there is a mini Godzilla Jr., who kind of takes the mantle. So it's presumed that, all the other Godzillas are kind of that. But that's the thing is, like, after that, there is no continuity. Godzilla 2000 what's interesting about the Millennial movies is none of them are really related to any of them. Like, they're all kind of standalone movies. Like, they all kind of start over. Like, same thing with Final Wars. It's weird. They have little continuity, whereas like the Heisei era has like a lot of continuity, and the Showa era has like, vague continuity with like, repeat monsters here and there and repeat actors, but nothing really solidified. But what's interesting is Godzilla's like image does change gradually, and it is kind of audience capture, where it's like the kids want him to be, more on their side. They want him to be less scary. And that kind of reflects with their face designs too. Like, they purposely make Godzilla kind of more kid friendly looking. I got a cool chart here of all the costumes and shit.
We break it down. It's hard to sell kids toys when the character is scaring the shit out of your kids.
Yeah, like, this is like this frog face, like this is King Kong versus Godzilla right here. But once they start giving him like the cheeks and the bigger eyes, he starts like getting more friendly, and he starts getting the frog face, the gecko face.
I mean, because you figure, like, if a kid sees like fucking more closed, slanted eyes and bigger, sharper teeth, it's more scary. They want to see like big, wide eyes, friendly and smiling almost,
Yeah. And then like we get the kind of back to the scary stuff with Godzilla 85, and he's kind of a little cross-eyed and he's got these Dracula fangs. But then after that, they kind of in the 80s, they kind of switch it back to they kind of keep refining the Heisei vision, which is little pointed ears, kind of more feline facial features, and definitely like more muscular. And yeah, Destroy, like the eyes get more and more hardcore. And then like, yeah, I think in Godzilla 2000, we start seeing like these ridiculous like paint. This is the first time Godzilla's green, by the way, in Godzilla 2000.
Really?
And they start and then in
Wow.
the second one,
Yeah,
Godzilla
he's
versus
always
Megaguirus, he's always
yeah.
charcoal. We call him he's charcoal color.
You're right. Yeah, come and think about it.
And it's like a misconception that he's green, but it was only until 2000 and the one after that he's actually green with
Well,
purple spines.
Yeah, but technically with the 1998 one, with the American one, he's a fucking iguana. So what color is he then? He's technically green.
Yeah, this is Zilla. This is just Zilla. This is a totally different monster right here. Kind of like how Shin Godzilla.
I love that movie.
I mean, yeah, no, we're going to talk about 98 for sure. 98 was so cool or so bad. I'm sorry. It was so poorly received by the Japanese Toho people.
Oh yeah.
That they, you have to understand, they didn't want to they wanted these movies not to exist. They didn't want to make any movies until Final Wars. They were going to make Destroya and take a 10-year break, kind of like they had a 10-year break between these two movies.
Yeah.
But then TriStar came out with the Zilla 98 version, and they're like, we got to do something. But what's funny is their response was like going back to the guys in suits, the 50-meter tall Godzilla, and like in the Godzilla 2000, he's kind of just treated like a force of nature, like I said. And there's like a couple, a father and daughter duo, and they're kind of like storm chasers, and they treat Godzilla like this tornado. They're constantly looking for him.
I have to check your homework now, how much you know this, because you're saying like, okay, America did the whole Zilla one and Toho didn't like it, but okay, DC owns Superman, so fucking Marvel can't make a Superman film. So if Toho didn't want that, could Toho don't they own Godzilla? It's like
So what happened was they're Japanese, right? Toho, believe it or not, they're Japanese. So they wanted to do an American Godzilla movie back in the 80s. Before 85 came out. In 1984, Steve Miner, the director of Friday the 13th Part 2, and Fred Decker, the guy who wrote and directed Monster Squad, they wanted to bring up do a American Godzilla movie with stop motion Godzilla, and they had like a cool design for him too that was pretty faithful. Let me see if I can pull that up. 1980s US Godzilla. But they were in the process of doing that, and it just didn't, it kind of fell through because it was too expensive. So they were like, well, I guess we're not going to make the movie. But you have to understand, Toho was already like well in the paint to make their 80s Godzilla movie that was supposed to like kind of coincide with the release of the big US version, because once it comes out to Hollywood, that's it. It's you're the big times. And this was the design they had for the stop motion Godzilla.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's still better than the legendary one, even though it's pretty radically different.
Well, I would say, but doesn't Toho own the licensing and rights to Godzilla? So like Legendary can't make a film without Toho's permission then.
Right. So what happened was after the Destroya came out, they were like, all right, well, let's try again to do an American Godzilla movie. So they sold the rights to Sony, who owned TriStar Pictures.
Gotcha.
So they were like, you have to understand, this was like all in the family, kind of, another Japanese company, kind of middlemanning it to the American audiences, But yeah, it was a huge disappointment because it wasn't Godzilla. Like, that's the thing. The whole point of Godzilla is missiles don't fucking do shit to him. If the whole point is like, oh, the missiles just can't lock onto him, and we gotta have it lock onto him, and that's it. Now we can kill him easily. That's not Godzilla, man.
Well, maybe we'll get into that later, because I am curious. Like, as a kid, I was just happy to see like this was the first time we've seen a CGI Godzilla, because CGI was coming to its own. But like, it's weird how like Godzilla in the American one, he's just a mutated iguana. He doesn't have any powers. He's not invulnerable. He's just he's actually by all accounts a big lizard. He's not a force of nature. He's not supernatural. He's just a big iguana that can be killed like any other creature. Like,
oh, you think I'm pretty, Nix? Thank you, buddy.
We all do.
Prettier than John Wick. Yeah, I definitely have to wash my hair every other day, or it gets like John Wick's hair, all greasy. Tardzilla 98. Yep. And someone did say cocaine. We're gonna
Yes.
say the word Godzilla tonight 50 fucking thousand times. So
everyone do a bump. I mean, everyone
be
drink.
prepared for that. Let's see. I got a couple of funny memes here. Let's see here. Yeah, like this is a good thing talking about like the designs of these Godzillas and
Yeah.
also kind of funny. But like here's like a little chart of the Godzillas. We've got
He's like
angelic, huh?
No, this is himbo.
Right, yeah. So the handsome ones, you know, this is Godzilla -1, 2000, and legendary Godzilla. He's a himbo, and we've got angelic, sad, and feral. And then, like, of course, disaster, feral, Shin Godzilla. Disaster, sad, original Godzilla.
Get my screen. I can't see the bottom left.
Oh, sorry. It's because I'm
blocking.
in the wrong. I'm doing too many things here. Oh, sorry. It says angelic. Don't worry. And this is the layout there.
Yeah.
This is the
which one is that?
This is the animated Netflix show Godzilla Earth, which we'll also get into.
It was weird.
That was
I watched that too.
My favorite part of that whole show. Man, I was gonna get away with trying to show it, but I don't think so. But it's the space travel part where they go into hyperspace. That was one of the coolest depictions of hyperspace I've ever seen. Because let's see if I can find it here. The Planet Eater. Now I remember I had to get it on Netflix. Let's see. Yeah, it was just funny because like it's like the stars just kind of go all trippy and get all long, but they're not moving fast. You know, they just kind of move real slowly. And
yeah,
let me see here.
But then the one on the bottom right, isn't that his kid? That's not him, is it? The one with the big eyes and stuff.
Yeah, that's little Godzilla Jr. No, little Godzilla they call him.
Oh yeah,
Godzilla Jr. is basically like when he gets bigger. Is this it? Planet of the Monsters. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Hell yeah. Let's see. I think I found it. All right. I'm gonna mute it and we'll see if the stream gets taken down.
Jesus Christ.
Also, I'm gonna speed it up. Just so that also helps.
Well, actually, what I should before, if you just hit the 10-second skip right there, you won't get flagged. They never flag you for that.
Yeah, but it's kind of gonna miss the appeal here.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, at least that's a guarantee not to get your shit taken down. That's so.
I don't like guarantees.
Trying to help you, buddy.
So we're gonna launch into hyperspace. Make sure everything's all locked up, right? Good to go. Breaking through subspace, and it just kind of fades in and gets all long, and then the stars just kind of slow down, and bam, you're on the other side of the galaxy. Nice. It's crazy how like it just kind of looks all trippy like this. I don't know. I highly recommend watching it for that one part.
Yeah.
But other than that,
those Netflix ones were scary. That fucker was like just monster. He was a monster. He was just like slaughtering so many tens of millions of people.
But also, that was one of the few times where I was like, this Godzilla's too big. This Godzilla's the size of a mountain. Adam Gray with the in-laws. The in-laws won't leave. It's okay. Like I said, this stream might be like kind of a revolving door stream anyway. It'll probably just be me and Blue Collar for the majority of it. And whoever wants to pop in, whoever is whenever you're free. Little Zilla. Ruining Earth like 90s rap songs.
But he sold a lot of toys for kids, okay? That's what he's there for.
Speaking of rap songs, let's see here.
Oh my god, there probably is a damn Godzilla rap, isn't there?
No. So
really?
One.
I'm shocked.
No, there probably is. That's not what I was going to show you. It's all about the hey say Shawa said bullshit. Right. What else we got? We got some other funny memes here. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds cool.
What the fuck?
Dude, the AI art is getting out of hand. Here's Godzilla +1. This is cute. I think you've seen that around.
There you go, Nick. I'm popping this open at the 1 hour mark for you, buddy. It's fresh, a fresh bottle.
This is also an old one, Titanic.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah, greatest crossover ever. But yeah, that is about how big Godzilla should be. He's massive. Conservative estimate is 60,000 tons. So that's when he gets to be 300 feet tall. But yeah, I think like I said earlier, it's like
respect my transition.
respect my transition. How do you do it? Let's see. It's like the way it's just sounds like if I were to play it on a keyboard.
Actually, I
It's
remember
like-
that. So, do you know what Godzilla's roar comes from?
Yeah, it's like a leather glove being rubbed on a bass cello with like loosened strings.
Really? See, I always read that it was initially it was a rusty fence.
No, hell no.
Really? I'm gonna look
they-
that fucker.
No. So what's crazy about the sound
I read
effect?
that.
So what's cool about the sound effect is so Ishiro Hondo, he's the guy who made the movie, right?
Okay.
And it was all his idea. He was like he was inspired by two things: King Kong
Okay.
and like a nuclear war.
Yeah.
He was like, I want to make a big monster movie like King Kong, but make it about nukes, because he was very freaked out about nukes because, hey, he was a Japanese soldier. He actually got captured by the Chinese. And, he was not there, but he was serving when Hiroshima got bombed. And he said they went to, I think it was Hiroshima or Nagasaki afterwards. And they were told, like, there won't be a blade of grass growing here for 70 years, and he was like outraged by that, which obviously that's not true. Like, the radiation isn't that bad, but still, like, fucking total destruction, Leonardo DiCaprio was eaten by Godzilla. Oh, yeah. What's interesting about Godzilla is he's never ever really, well, has he ever really eaten anybody? I don't think he has.
I mean,
I don't think Godzilla has actively ever eaten anybody.
He's too busy fucking stepping on people.
Yeah, but there was a funny joke here. Oh yeah, what does a porn star and Godzilla have in common? They both swallowed boatloads of semen.
Jesus Christ!
There you go.
Yeah, right. I had to Google, you prick.
It was a boating accident, which was depicted in the movie. Let's see.
Yeah. A resin-coated leather glove along the loosened strings of a double bass. God damn.
Yeah. So what's cool is like the composer, he already did the theme song, right? That we hear all the time. Dun, 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 dun,
Yes.
dun, dun, dun. And then also bum, 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 bum.
Damn it. Yeah.
Bum,
What's weird, you said the first one, the first theme song, initially that's considered a horror element, but then the legendary, you play that, it gets you amped up to like, oh shit, Godzilla's about to kick some ass.
So in the original movie, that hero theme is for the humans, like we're gonna go take on Godzilla,
right.
Shit. Yeah, it's like the triumphant music. And there's also like the triumph theme, which you hear a lot in Shin Godzilla. But it's like the I can't remember that one. It's on the tip of my tongue. It might come to me later. But what's crazy is like, they were trying to come up with the sound of the Godzilla, and the composer is like, I got an idea, So he's not only responsible for the cool theme song, he's also responsible for the fucking sound effect. So props to him. What's his name again? I got everything in here. Let's see. History. Where is he? I think it's Fukundo, something or other.
Why don't try saying those names.
Raymond Burr. This is gonna be one of these fun streams where I'm like, I was hoping that we'd have like a bunch of people here, so I could like be reading and talking and finding slides and stuff. But I don't mind. Ishiro Hondo, though, that guy's a legit filmmaker, and he still came back for many Godzilla movies. I think he made like 5 of them. I don't know. 7 something. He made like
it's scary what Ziggs just said. I just seen that post a week ago. Some asshole on fucking Facebook was talking about on Twitter, if Godzilla was non-binary, like, oh, just go fuck yourself, please. Oh,
I was close. His name is Akira Ifukubi. Akira Ifukubi. Yeah. So yeah, but he's great. The sound effect is so awesome. Like, try to do your impression of the Godzilla roar.
I'm not drunk enough, but it's like, well.
Yeah, it goes like this. It's like my favorite is when he does like the high pitch, like terror scream, like it hurts almost. Like it's like
There we go.
Drunk dudes doing Godzilla impressions. There you go.
Also, we'll start doing some Godzilla karaoke. They say he's got to go.
Yeah, what's funny is it wasn't until Legendary's King of the Monsters, the 2018 movie, that they finally put that damn song at the end of a Godzilla movie. That was the first time.
What was the origin? Do you know the history of the Godzilla? I mean, because I grew up as a kid hearing that song so many fucking times. You know, go Godzilla.
Um,
Oh no, they say he's got to go.
by Blue Oyster Cult, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's I assume the song's just about Godzilla, right? Right?
fucking Adam. Yeah.
Are you asking because like you know the
I
answer, or are
no,
you
I thought
legit asking?
I'm kind of a little bit of both, but yeah, I want to see
Oh.
your knowledge on it.
Well, all I know is it's just a clever
I'll look it up for you.
clever little rocker theme. Sometimes bands just want to make a silly song,
Yeah.
you know. I'm not gonna come on if you keep making that sound. Yeah, you guys sound like cats having sex. You know, cats have barbed wire penises. They have barbed
God,
penises,
I found that out, so it's
so
scary.
that they have thorns on their penises. That's why the cats are shrieking and howling when they do the deed. Isn't that romantic? All right, let me try to do a sound. Let me try to do the Godzilla sound one more time. Here we go. That's pretty good. I did it. So as far as like my iterations with Godzilla, my experience with Godzilla, like Godzilla's just always been there, like my whole life. You have to understand, I was born in 1985, so
Yeah.
like that movie came out like a couple months before I was born, and that was the scary Godzilla.
Hmm.
That was like, so that's the thing is like Godzilla wasn't always a hero for me.
Yeah,
And then
dude, that song came out in 1977. Holy shit.
Blue
The fuck?
Oyster, they're a
Yeah.
70s rock band.
I know. I'm just saying, but I didn't realize it was that fucking old, man. Holy crap.
50 years. Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Star Wars is almost 50 years old, folks. Prepare your anus.
Yep.
But yeah, like I don't know, like I said, Godzilla's just always been there. And then like I think after 85, I think it was like Godzilla versus King Kong was a big one we'd watch a lot, and then Mothra. What's funny is like Toho had been around for I think when they made Destroy All Monsters, that was the 9th Godzilla movie, 1968, but it was like the 20th Toho monster movie, because you have to understand like Rodan and Mothra and some of these other asshole monsters, they had their own solo movies, you know. So that's why it was like confusing. Also, when you look up the list of Godzilla movies,
Godzilla verse.
Yeah, this is what also fucked me up when I was rewatching all the movies. You know, like I said, I was watching all the English ones in order or out of order, and then I started just burning through the subtitled ones in order. But then I realized, like, oh, there's like several of them I missed because not all of them have Godzilla in the title. Some of them are like, you know, Invasion of the Astro Monster and All Monsters Attack and Destroy All Monsters and shit like that. And you're like, oh, damn. Dracula and Frankenstein were almost 100 years old
shit,
now.
Really? Yeah. Wow. God damn.
Are they in the public domain, right? I hope so. I'm sure they are.
Someone's got to own
them. Yeah, I can't wait till Godzilla comes into public domain. Shit. They probably won't, though. And plus, it's like easy to do like a, you know, some kind of a knockoff Godzilla. It's like giant monster destroys the city.
1931.
Damn, that means King Kong is almost King Kong's like almost there too. 100 years of giant monsters. It's insane. Yeah, I don't know. I just always like Godzilla because, like I said on previous streams, like it's like Godzilla and Superman. It's like the yin and yang of like indestructible pop culture icons. The only Godzilla movies I've seen, are Shin Godzilla and the 3 MonsterVerse movies. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you got some catching up to do, son. I would recommend, you know, here's the thing. If you're going to watch any of the old ones, just watch the Heisei series first.
Yeah.
Watch those 80s ones, because here's the thing. They're so congruent and cohesive and fun and a great mix of the Showa and the Shin, the recent stuff, you know, the overly serious stuff. I'd recommend watching those because it's also only 7 movies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like I said earlier with like sitcoms. Like if you want to get into a sitcom, watch season 3. Start with season 3 and work your way towards like the end, because like season 3, 4, or 5 are always the best. And it starts tapering in quality after that. And then eventually gets canceled. And then if you really liked it all the way to the end, then you could go back and watch the earlier ones. So I'd say like, yeah, start at the Heisei series. If you like those, continue with the Millennium ones all the way up to the Legendary ones, and then if you really like those, then go back and watch the first 15. Definitely watch the first movie and the Heisei series. That's what I mean to say.
To what Ziggs was saying, since you recently watched everything, are you fine with? Because I've seen some people online, big fans of Godzilla. They're happy the fact that we don't just get one version. They like the fact that we get the serious Toho version, the kind of goofy legendary version. We get the kids cartoon version. Some people just they want all Godzilla. Because sometimes you feel like you're a snob where it's like I just want one version, but it's kind of fun where we get different versions of the same character, but he's still a badass.
He's flexible. That's the thing. That's one thing we've learned over the past 70 years with Godzilla. Like his identity is evolving, because like I said, he used to be a metaphor for the atomic bomb. Now he's a metaphor for Japan itself. Like now he represents just Japan, basically. He's very nationalistic symbol.
Almost certain comic book characters. Like, said, I love Eddie Brock, I love Venom. The Tom Hardy films, they're comic book shit, but like they're fun for what they are. I'm fine with them existing. So like I get some people say like oh, Godzilla -1 is so much better than the Legendary films because he's a bad guy and stuff. But you know what? The Legendary films, they have their place and they're fun for what they are, and it's still Godzilla though.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like, there's definitely like less and less suspension of disbelief that you need as the movies progress. Like, the earlier ones, especially like the campier ones, you really just need to, it's so hard not to see those, especially in the days of HD transfers. It's so hard not to look at the 70s and 60s Godzilla movies and not see a bunch of goofy dudes in suits that are normal size.
You start seeing the fucking zippers on the back of their neck and shit, like the crinkles in the costume.
Yeah, well, like I was talking about and also like when they do the shots of the tanks and the little cars, you could tell they're little micro machines on, like what I said last time with King Kong versus Godzilla on the We Watch. Like if they just did like a tilt shift filter, made everything look like it's actually big and we're just like high up in the sky, it just doesn't look like that, and it just gets progressively better with special effects. Let's see, we got CLS Studios in here, hell yeah, and
hey, buddy.
King of the Presents. We also got Ziggs. Thanks for being here, buddy. I wouldn't mind if they turned Hello Kitty into Godzilla as long as they do it right. Some human elements deserve to be eaten. Adam, I see Godzilla now as being a manifestation of the Earth protecting itself. Yeah.
Adam, he's not wrong in the sense that, people can shit on the Legendary films, but Godzilla was a defender against fucking King Ghidorah, who was, even in the back in the 60s, he was an alien. Like, that's a representation of Godzilla and the Earth defending itself against an alien threat.
Extraterrestrial threats, yeah. And King Ghidorah, like I said, we brought up King Ghidorah because, like I said, we needed a much harder pivot into hero mode. And this is kind of where we get the Champion series of the Showa era, which is where he's basically like, here to save the day. Because that's the thing, is it's funny when like Godzilla, like you kind of reluctantly need Godzilla to help you save the day from a bigger threat, and then he kills the other monster, and then there's like kind of like a mutual agreement, and then he just kind of leaves. I don't like it when Godzilla's like, glad to help you until you need me again. Bye. He like goes off in the ocean, like, see you later, kids. It's silly. Let's see. We're getting more updates from B.
Yeah.
B-roll.
Well, it's like Ziggs, I'm reading your thing. It's saying I really hated the stupid anti-hero protector of Earth monsterverse angle. I think, I guess my only defense with that is when you first watch the Legendary films, like Enzo would say, when you first see how fucking big he is, at that point, humanity, come on, with the Monarch TV show, we hit him with a fucking nuke. We just pissed him off. At that point, you understand the fact that like part of me loves the fact that he's so powerful that humanity, if he wanted to, he could take over the planet and we couldn't do shit to stop him. So it's like, I like the fact that he's literally invincible at that point. Yeah. So we're using him as allegory to like, he's balancing out nature. You could think about it as like, it's like humanity can't stop, volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes. Godzilla is a force of nature. It's just, you can't stop it, just accept it.
I'm so stupid. I just realized Ziggs is Hostman. Damn. That's probably why I haven't seen this guy around anywhere. Hostman, you changed your name. I didn't realize that. Hello, Hostman. Ziggs, it shall be called. Yeah, I have to agree with Ziggs, man. I prefer when Godzilla's a big bad, a big bad.
Yeah.
A big bad, you know?
But like you're saying, the problem is, but then if he's a big bad all the time, how do you defeat him? That's what I said. I kind of
Yeah.
like when he's the anti-hero, or at least we accept the fact that humans can't hurt him. That's like you
Well,
said, when you're having a being that's 200 meters tall, weighing 60,000 fucking tons, nothing we can do. Like machine guns ain't gonna dent him.
right.
Come on.
So there's like, I guess if we talk about the entire continuity of the Godzilla verse, like the things you would do, first of all, there's like we treat Godzilla like a hurricane, like a storm coming. There's a warning system, you know. There's a whole branch of the government of the there's a whole branch, a private security branch, that their whole job is to just monitor Godzilla and keep alerting people. It's like a task force, you know. So like it's like kind of like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, like a first encounter, like G level warning. It's like a storm advisory.
Yeah.
You know, there may be a Godzilla was sighted, or there's evidence of Godzilla nearby. Radiation, destruction, someone heard the sound. Godzilla advisory would be like, Godzilla warning would be someone saw Godzilla, and maybe Godzilla's like on a trajectory somewhere. He's being plotted somewhere where he's on the move. And then a Godzilla alert is like, you know, Godzilla is now making landfall. And what's so fucked up is like, it's not like a hurricane. It's where you can see a hurricane forming like a couple weeks in advance. They're able to like sometimes predict them. A volcano, you know, sometimes it could just go off. An earthquake can happen at any moment. That's kind of what happens with Godzilla. Like you could be driving somewhere and, you know, you have big plans. It's Christmas. We got the in-laws to entertain, you know, who cares? Doesn't matter. All that's on hold now because the fucking Godzilla alarm went off. And everyone in the city is just like, motherfucker, again. And it's not a joke, you know, everyone's afraid of Godzilla. So it's not like, okay, well, darn, I guess I won't listen. It's like, no, Godzilla's coming for real.
Yeah.
This is the worst timing. It's like, doesn't matter. Traffic's at a standstill. And I guess what you would do in this real situation, assuming Godzilla is indestructible, it would be this constant, like, Godzilla comes to shore, turn off all the fucking power to the buildings and shit.
Yeah.
Especially if it's night, like black out the city, and then using the military, not really to attack him and destroy him, but to kind of lure him back in the ocean.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the way. And then the idea is Godzilla comes, he walks around on land for a little while, and then he leaves. And I think the big problem is when we start shooting shit at him, that's when he starts busting out his radioactive fucking fire breath and trampling shit on purpose. But you have to understand, an animal that big cannot coexist with Earthlings. Like him coming on dry land is so like physically impossible. Because if you see a giant fucking animal like that and he lives in the ocean, it's like, okay, that's fine. I can believe it. But once he hops up on fucking dry land and stands upright, like all scientific shit that we think we know about him is kind of out the window. Because like you have to understand, the cubic law is like he should crush under his own weight.
Yeah.
But because I give credit to his huge thunder thighs. I think that's why he must be designed with these gigantic feet, you know. And also it's better when he has huge I like when he has 4 toes, which is something they started doing in the Heisei series. I think the Heisei Godzilla is like I said with -1, I love cat-faced Godzilla. And also, I don't know, he just has such a distinct like this like, I don't know, muscular build. He's like much stronger looking. He's just got this big fucking, and you know, there's little changes here and there between the Heisei movies. Like in Godzilla 85, he looks the most different because he's got those big goofy eyes and these huge fangs. But then they eventually like gave him smaller eyes, hit him back a little bit. He's got his little ears, and then they gave him like double 2 rows of fangs. I don't know if you could tell. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. You can see he's got like 2 rows of fangs, like a little shark. But he's got like these giant jumbo thighs, you know, and his tail. His tail should be on the ground at all times because it works as a tripod to support this massive fucking tower of flesh and bone. And also, here's the other thing about Godzilla. He would have to have he has multiple hearts, or he doesn't have a heart. It's like a fucking, we establish and destroy it. It's like a nuclear reactor basically powering him. Okay. He has an ocean, a literal ocean of blood pumping through his veins. Okay. He has to have another heart like somewhere, like maybe even in his fucking elbows for all we know, or in his big thighs. He could have 2 hearts right here helping circulate all the blood.
You want to assume it's his chest, because he's standing upright. So
yeah, he could have 3 hearts. He definitely has 2 brains, at least. He probably has a Stegosaurus brain in his tail, and that's definitely prevalent in Shin Godzilla.
Yeah.
But like, here's what's really interesting about Godzilla. And this is something I talked about in my paper. Let me pull this out actually, so I can just read it. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find this. I got all these cool little shit. Full screen me. Just for a little bit. I made this book. It's an essay called Godzilla Fuck Yeah! Godzilla Fuck Yeah! And I read this thing in its entirety on that Godzilla Easter stream. But let's see here. Yeah, the surface of Godzilla. The surface. Oh, that's the other thing about Godzilla. He produces enormous amounts of heat. Just by existing. Let's see here. Holy crap.
Break it down, Enzo. Show me the science. I need to know the science behind this big lizard.
All right, let me just read it here. All right, not only is he a lone abomination, a bastard child of science and war, destined to walk the earth forever, shunned by all those who have forsaken him into being, but he's also really big. How big? Ridiculously big. He's so big that the very sight of him would make you soil your pants until you reach panic, madness, or spiritual enlightenment. He's so big, his vast size defies most scientific logic. He's 100 meters tall. This paper's outdated. Godzilla. Oh, yeah. You like this illustration, by the way?
Oh, it's awesome. That's so cool.
Now he's actually 120 meters tall. So assuming that it's 300 feet, 30 stories, weighing at a conservative estimate of 60,000 tons, clearly making him the largest creature on Earth that's ever existed. To put things in simpler terms, he's a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty and a little bit shorter than Austin's Frost Tower. Dr. Hayashida in Godzilla 85 says he's impervious to all weapons. This sounds hard to believe. Being completely impervious and indestructible is the only way Godzilla could scientifically work. Godzilla would need an intricate and unbreakable skeleton just to support his enormous body mass, let alone allow him to stand upright and walk on dry land. Simply moving his body, this is cool. Simply moving his body would require epic amounts of strength, and yet he's able to fist fight. However, due to his enormous size, Godzilla would move very slowly. His poor reflexes is the reason why his skin would have to be impenetrable. But since he's still mobile, his hide is like millions of boulder caliber scales, I'm paraphrasing. I'm just like jumping ahead. His circulatory system would have to be insanely complicated to keep his massive heart or hearts pumping through the sea of blood that would need to supply oxygen into his body and brain. Furthermore, his gigantic body volume would cause regular muscle contractions to produce overwhelming amounts of body heat. He would probably store this abundance of heat in his Stegosaurus-like dorsal plates to prevent overheating, and later he can release that heat via his atomic breath. So that's kind of like a ventilation system. Yeah. Something that I want to talk about, there's something that I noticed in Godzilla King of the Monsters when fucking what's his name, Watanabe sacrifices himself.
Yeah,
he goes up to Godzilla and touches him with his bare hand. Touching Godzilla would burn you. He's that. Yeah. He's like that because he's that big.
You see in
and he's radioactive.
You see in chat we have the Outcast Creatives here, Lance.
Oh my god!
I'm so happy he's doing well.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Yeah, let's catch up to the chat.
I'm here for.
No. Yeah, so Earth is Godzilla's home. We are intruders.
I mean, it's not wrong.
CLS Studios, Hostman, you changed your name. Yeah, that fooled me too. Once you put children in a franchise, it's over. You can't take it seriously. I agree. Yeah,
Adam's right. Yeah.
Once the kids started getting actual speaking parts, that was where it began. I put formerly Hostman in brackets. Yes. That was that. Thank you. And even with your avatar, the same. I was like, oh, by the way, now that Christmas is over and this Godzilla stream is over, I can do that thing you asked me to, Hostman.
That beautiful cat.
Stupenzo's the kind of cat character I wanted. I had DMs you about. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna work on that after this. I was kind of busy watching all these dumb Godzilla movies the past few days. I wish he'd show up here. Yes, we did have a good Christmas, CLS Studios. Thank you. CLS Studios, I thought my former name was a little too convoluted. Let's all get back into this Hostman controversy. I'm going to watch -1 Thursday. Hell yeah. Check it out. And also, we probably won't get into the spoiler stuff for that until like the end of the stream, or at least when Adam gets in here. CLS Studio as well.
Definitely, Lance. I'd love to have you on, dude. You're awesome.
I think -1 might be my favorite design. I do like Shin Godzilla a lot, but definitely in terms of traditional, it looks great. -1. Too bad. Good gravy. All right, let's see. Where's Outcast? Here we go. Evening.
He wants
Outcast. Lance, you want the link? My God, I'm sorry, buddy.
You
should have said that from the very beginning.
Lance, it's out of my control, man. I'm your friend.
Oh, whoops! I gave him the YouTube link. Hang on. Copy. Here we go. All right. Hey guys,
I'm the one who's drunk. Fuck.
I don't have a Jamie from Joe Rogan to help me do these things. All right.
You got me. Come on.
Yeah.
Poor you.
Right. Let's see. I do like catching up to the chat. Hostman, maybe a video's name, blah blah blah. But just sorry. This is all banter about Hostman's name.
Go ahead.
All right. Chuck me the link. I hate it when people say chunk me that. Can you
chuck me the link?
Chunk it?
That's a British thing, okay?
British? Chucking it. Yeah,
God,
I like
damn
it.
Brits. Jesus Christ.
All right. So anyway,
I do respect the science of it, but like you said, like a Fast and Furious film, the first Fast and Furious film was pretty believable. By the time you hit part 5, just stop thinking. Okay, just go with it.
Here's the other thing that's pretty interesting. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Jesus. Having poor reflexes. Okay, check this out. Simply moving his body, right? He produces huge, enormous amounts of heat due to his enormous size. Check this out. Neural impulses travel through nerve fibers at about 100 meters per second. So Godzilla, that's what I'm saying. Like he's 100 meters tall. So it could take him up to 100 seconds to react to something. That's how big he is,
dude.
Yeah. And obviously that doesn't make good movie, right?
Yeah,
an animal moving that slow.
Imagine him swinging his tail and like you see 90 seconds of like this.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I mean, that's kind of
that's a Zack Snyder film, okay?
Yeah. It would look he's in slow motion. You'd be like, he doesn't look that scary, but then like his tail would just like rest on something and just crush anything under it.
And so I figured out Zack Snyder is the perfect director for Godzilla. Holy shit.
Yeah, maybe that's where his maybe that'll be his strong point suit.
Zack Snyder presents Godzilla.
Because that is something Pacific Rim kind of got right, is how slow the monsters move. Hey, Barbara's here. Are the in-laws gone? Cool.
Barbara
I'm
Lawrence
assuming they aren't.
stream.
That's why you're still on mute. All right, people.
Barbara's still muted.
Gotta go. Merry Christmas. Yes.
Hey, buddy, no problem. Catch the stream. We'll be here all fucking night. Trust me.
Hello?
Hey.
How's it going, Babs?
Hey.
Oh my God.
No sweat. You guys, we've barely scratched the surface here.
Okay.
Oh, the Godzilla.
All right. I'm here for it.
So how'd you get into Godzilla? How big of a Godzilla fan are you? You told me you were.
I'm not the detail person, but man, I have been watching these since I was a kid. Like, I have Saturdays at my grandma's house, and I'd be sucked into whatever old movie channel was playing, and if Godzilla was on, I was there for it. And I was always fascinated by the miniatures, the guy in the suit, all of it. I just thought it was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah. And what was like some of the first ones you watched, and what are some of your favorites?
I want to say Mothra was probably the first one I remember watching.
All the ladies love Mothra.
That was, I think, the first one I remember watching. It is still a favorite, but Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, Yeah, all of them. Just love them.
Oh,
Lance.
Hey, Lance, how are you
Hey.
feeling?
still pretty rough.
Oh, damn.
So you
Oh.
didn't get COVID. But
No,
you got...
I don't have COVID. Why? Who's got COVID?
No. I think Chris does actually. Blue
I
collar
may
has
have
it.
COVID, but hey, Lance and Barbara. So, all right, pick one. We have fire, honey, apple, or whiskey, regular. I
Oh.
promised Enzo I'd pick one for a new guess.
Let's say fire for last.
Okay.
Uh,
So you'll be
Apple
good
honey is
drunk.
a nice, easy starter.
Yeah.
Do you want apple? All right, fuck it.
Like a Mothra to the
are
flame.
you drinking that on behalf of
Hey,
us?
Postman.
Yes, for you, Lance, especially.
Okay.
We'll
It's
go
funny
with
how his
apple.
name's
All right.
Ziggs now, and we're all still going to keep calling him Postman forever.
So
Yeah. I'm going to try to just keep calling him Ziggs. Go ahead, Lance.
when I joined your stream, you were kind of breaking down his physicality, the kind of bone structure he'd have to.
Yeah, dude.
do and
So
everything.
he
But
either
he-
has like gigantic bones or like crazy like nets, weaves of bones, like hundreds of thousands of bones. I don't know.
We haven't got on to Godzilla's genitalia yet, which obviously needs to be
No.
discussed.
Christ.
No,
And,
no, this is all fascinating. Let's do it.
You know,
For
because
you, Babs.
if he's a big radiated monster that's grown to huge size because of radiation, then he'd also have like freakishly large
Yeah.
balls and
You'd have an enormous Schwansticker.
some kind of Godzilla Schwang peni, the likes of which
I assume he's got some kind of
world has never
cloaca,
seen.
like most. He's got a cloaca, like most birds or lizards would. I'd imagine. He's got an innie, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, right, okay.
Kind of like a
Why do
red
you-
rocket type thing.
I
I was
guess
gonna
I'm
say,
not
do you think it
as
pops out
familiar
like
with.
a red lipstick, like a dog's or something.
Yeah, man. How do lizards do it? Yeah, whatever lizards do, they've got like
Ah.
an innie. Yeah. You know what's
Not
cool
as-
about?
I'll look it up for you, buddy.
I'm not as
Yeah.
familiar with their genitalia as
Don't
you.
look at
obviously.
my fucking Google account. Holy shit, lizard penis.
But
Yeah.
so
You know what's cool about
you-
Godzilla sex, though, right? You could see it coming a mile away.
How long you been streaming for?
About an hour
Listen,
and a half.
man, I just left a room full of dad jokes. Please.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah. How's that going? Are they still there?
Oh God, no, they left. Thank God.
No.
Yeah, my friend's just gone home. Everybody was asking where I've been. I got messages, and I'm like, I've been doing real shit, like cooking
Yeah.
Christmas dinner
How did
and
that go?
watching the original Star Wars trilogy.
So was that
So well, original special editions, unfortunately.
But you had a good Christmas dinner. What'd you guys eat?
Yeah, I cooked a cracker. It was good. It was good.
Cool.
Um,
There
so-
goes your Google search history. Yeah.
So is this Santa Claus Godzilla movie crossover?
Yep. I don't know. I just thought it's kind of like sacrilegious, I guess. Here we should be talking about our one true Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But instead, we're over here paying worship to a false idol known as Godzilla and made by Japanese people to add insult to injury
How
to
dare
our
you.
United States forefathers. Gah. I don't know. I just
I'm
like
okay
Godzilla.
with that.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Nobody wants to go. That's the other thing. I was joking earlier about how like there's like a dozen Christmas streams happening, like this weekend and this week. I think we're doing one tomorrow. It's gonna be fun.
We're not.
But-
I'm looking at lizard penises. Okay.
We're doing one tomorrow.
I know, Lance, you jerk.
Yeah. We're doing one at 10 p.m. my time.
Right.
I put you in my post, buddy. I'm happy. I'm happy
What are
you're
you
doing
finding?
good.
What are you finding on lizard penises, blue collar?
You want to see?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
Or yeah. What's it?
Yeah, blue collar. If you're free tomorrow, you're welcome to come on, man.
Oh, thank you, man. I'm honored. Here you go, man. There you go, Enzo.
Yeah, you
look
can
at
come
that.
on as well, Barbara, if you want.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God!
Man.
It comes out two ways.
Can I turn my camera off for a second?
What? No, you can't.
That's
Not
that was
allowed.
pretty scary right there.
It was.
Yeah, weird. Sorry, I asked. All right. Well, Lance, how about you? What was your experience with Godzilla?
See Lord Toxic?
Yes.
I still haven't seen
-1.
I still haven't seen -1 yet.
Really? Shit.
Oh
that's
man,
right.
it is so
So my-
good.
My first experience of Godzilla was probably in the I want to say late 70s. Around that kind of time, in the summer holidays or the children's half term, what they would try and do is one of the channels would always try and schedule a kids movie around kind of 2:00, because they knew they'd get good viewing figures because the kids are off school. So that was when they started showing things like Flash Gordon Conquers the Martians or whatever, and Buck Rogers, all those old serials, the black and white ones that they used to show at the cinemas. They would stitch them all together into a feature film, and we get a lot of those. And the other thing that we got was some of the original Japanese Godzilla movies, but with
Dubs.
those weird versions with the kind of American scientists edited in, where they have their scene where they sort of summarize the plot, and then they say, okay, let's cut back to
I love it.
Godzilla and see how he's getting on in the big fish tank with all the remote controlled boats.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, I watched both versions of Gojira, and it's so funny because, like, later on we just took the movies and dubbed them, but yeah, in those first couple movies, we literally had to add scenes of, like, in 1954 and 1984 version, we had to like add scenes of white people talking about what's happening, and in the Raymond Burr one, they literally,
that's how you get Raymond Burr.
Raymond Burr, like, they'll have like
those
the scenes of like all the people planning and doing a lot of the instead it's like in Japanese, not dubbed, and then it'll just cut to like Raymond Burr and another Japanese dude on like another corner of the room, which is like obviously like on the other side of the world in California in a movie set, and they're just like, I'm not fresh up on my Japanese, what's he saying? And he's just like, oh, he's saying, we need to go do this and that.
I can't tell you which one I saw first, but I remember that I think it was probably about 3 or 4 films in a single week. One of them was definitely King Kong versus Godzilla. One of them was definitely Mothra versus Godzilla. One was definitely Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. And then I think the fourth one was Abira, Terror of the Deep.
I like Abira. Abira, the Showa era, especially in the Champion series, when he starts becoming a good guy, that was a common thing they started doing, was like the whole movie takes place on an island or monster island, so far away from cities, no one's getting destroyed. In fact, I was shocked that it was only until which one? Godzilla destroys Tokyo in the first one, and then he doesn't destroy Tokyo again until Gigan.
Really? Is that right?
Or it's several because like he destroys like Osaka in one of them, and what's the other city? Hokkaido. She almost gets to Tokyo in King Kong versus Godzilla. Let me look this up and confirm. Second movie, Godzilla destroys Tokyo.
I think the movie that was released in 1985. I want to say that I rented that.
Oh yeah, 85 was great. That was like probably the first one I saw, and that was back to like serious, scary Godzilla. And it had even though Akira Ifukube or whatever, the guy who did the music, he didn't do the music for that one. But I actually love the theme for 85. It's very like intense.
There's a still of it for you.
Oh,
sweet. Show it.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that was the cool thing about the Heisei era. That's why I was saying, if you haven't watched any of these, like, start with the Heisei series. Start with the original, do the Heisei series. And then, the new ones are great too, though.
Yeah.
I think the new ones are like the best ones, Shin and -1. I mean, the original one still has a lot of weight, especially when you're older. Because, like, I think it's mostly about that the heroic sacrifice of the main doctor is what kind of really gives the movie that emotional catharsis that none of the other movies really have. Because like they do defeat Godzilla in the first one, which is cool. It's a good thing. The idea that like it's like a gigantic, like he's Jason Voorhees, he's just always going to be there, coming back and destroying shit.
Hmm.
It's weird.
Yeah, Raymond Burr's in the 85 version, isn't he? Or
Yeah,
one version.
they worked him
or-
back in. They worked him back in it just in honor of the first one. And what's funny is like they thought how like Raymond Burr was kind of like embarrassed about it, but that's actually the exact opposite is true. Also, what size jacket do you wear, Lance?
Probably an XL.
An XL. All right.
Why
So-
am I getting a Godzilla jacket?
Now,
Maybe.
yeah. So 85 Godzilla, he's kind of got these like weird kind of cross eyes, and his eyes are a
Right.
little too big, and he's got these ridiculous Dracula fangs.
Yeah, those teeth are weird.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I
make
never
him
liked
scary
the
again.
teeth on that one.
Yeah.
They improved it though in the later designs. Oh yeah, you go back. There's like a. That's the cool thing about Godzilla is like some of the evidence of Godzilla in both the 54 and the 85 version. It's kind of like a detective movie where it's like, all right, something's been destroyed. There's like a boat full of dead people, or there's like a village that's been trampled. And then they find like a big footprint that's radioactive, and then they'll find like a huge like sea louse that's like this big, and it gets that big from like sucking on Godzilla's like radioactive blood. So that guy that was a mummy, like yeah, those sea lice are like sucking all those dead dudes dry, like arachnophobia style. And then Godzilla passed out on a building.
That's
Yeah.
pretty. The size of those model buildings is pretty impressive, especially if that's a guy in a suit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when we get really into Godzilla 85, what's so great about it was like, yeah, I mean, like in the 50s, he's 50 meters tall. In the 80s, he's 80 meters tall. And now he's like 100 plus meters tall. He's like 120 meters tall almost. He just keeps
he's
growing.
huge.
But what's great about with the 80s, when they decided to make him bigger again, they were like, he needs to, because it's been 10 years, you know, it was 20 years, 15 movies, and Terror of Mechagodzilla was like a huge financial bust. I think it's still to this day like the lowest grossing Godzilla movie ever in Japan. Which is a shame because the first Mechagodzilla movie was great. And then the sequel to that, it's like nobody cared.
This
But,
Godzilla looks like he's been eating too many Happy Meals.
yeah. They did do the animatronic Godzilla for 85, which was weird. And it was like kind of almost to scale. It was a little, it was like, go ahead.
You know, Enzo, I never thought to ask you. These guys are all wearing suits, right? Where the fuck are they seeing from? Like, I'm assuming that Godzilla right here is their chest, and like the top half is the head. But like, where are they seeing from to move around with this freaking big rubber suit on?
Right?
I think in some suits, I think in most of the suits, the head is in the chest.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
like the
There you go,
head
there's
is
the
on.
guy getting in.
So
Yeah.
what's crazy is the guy who was the second suit actor, and he was the suit actor in all the 80s movies. He actually just died a few days ago.
Oh my god.
He played some of the monsters, the side monsters in the early Showa movies. And
Oh yeah, December 16th. There you go.
passed away. I think his last movie was Destroy All Monsters. Shit, sorry. But yeah, I think when he passed away, the original suit guy passed away. That what's the word?
That's nuts.
Supporting monster actor. He took the reins and became the main Godzilla for a long time.
That's nuts that he died just recently.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. He also was he was the first returning guy from the Showa series, like a legacy type personality. And then also because like what's crazy is the Shiro Hondo, his last movie was, I think, Terror of Mechagodzilla, which is a shame. Let me make sure. Let me look that up. Because so his last film was a big box office failure. And he went on to become Akira Kurosawa's DP for his last films. So that's why Ron and some of those like better like colored Akira Kurosawa movies, they look so great. Like that was all Ishiro Hondo. So that's pretty interesting. And what's cool about Toho, or not cool, depending on who you ask, and around the time, especially in the Showa era, they were like the type of studio where it was like recycling the same crew and actors. They owned like the actors, they had contracts with these actors. So like you see the same guy from the eye patch dude, the main doctor who builds the oxygen destroyer. He's in like every Godzilla movie in the 70s and 60s, playing like random bad guy here, random good guy there. And they never play the same character twice. It's kind of like the Kids in the Hall or something, like sketch comedy. They're always like just like being recycled in different movies. And like the guys from King Kong versus Godzilla, those two funny Japanese dudes, they keep appearing in some of those 60s and 70s ones also. Philly Phil's here. Hey, Merry Christmas, buddy. Glad to have you.
Merry Christmas, Phil.
Oh yeah, buddy.
So, what else you got planned, Lance? Is it fucking 4 a.m. where you're at?
Yeah, I won't stay on too much longer.
No
I just
sweat,
wanted
buddy.
to kind of come on and wish you guys happy Christmas.
Well, what were your thoughts on Shin Godzilla?
It's 2:45 a.m. now here, so
Nice.
I'll be heading off to bed pretty soon. I mean, of the more, let me get my Godzilla list back up. When you say the Shin Godzilla, which one's that?
Godzilla Resurgence, aka Shin Godzilla, the Godzilla movie from 2016, Japanese.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen the 2016 movie.
I watched that one.
It's good.
It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I really liked Shin Godzilla as well.
I'm gonna try to debate with Adam and maybe Barbara when Adam gets here, like towards the end of the night. Like, I want to talk. I want to try to present an argument that I think Shin Godzilla is a little better.
Is that version of Godzilla on any platforms right now?
Of course, I bought it on Vudu. It was on sale for $5. So I bought it brand new for 4K for $5.
Okay, so the last version of Godzilla that I saw was the Bryan Cranston.
But that's a legendary one. Yeah.
Directed by Gareth Edwards.
Yep.
I was very disappointed by that one. Oh, really? Who did he play?
I didn't rate it. I just didn't rate it as a movie. I just didn't think the script was very good.
Yeah, I think I had a little bit more appreciation of it this newest time around watching it. But yeah, it's just like the bait and switch with Bryan Cranston is
definitely.
It's like almost like a betrayal. It's almost like, why would you do that? Like, we're all here to see this motherfucker from fucking Breaking Bad star in a Godzilla movie. That's what we're here for. And you cheated us out of that. And he was the one with the emotional,
range.
Yeah, he was the one with the emotional backstory. And
he had the reason. And I hated how it was also like his wife doesn't get killed by Godzilla. His wife gets killed by a Muto. And it's like, no, dude. And this idea, like, that's something that Ziggs was talking about, is like, I don't like it when Godzilla is like automatically presented as this heroic figure. Like, sure, over the course of several movies, he could work his way to like anti-hero. But like, first and foremost, he's got to be big and bad, and he's got to go up against the military. We got to see, because that's the thing about the -1 and Shin Godzilla. They're a great, I think, double feature. Not necessarily like a prequel to each other, but it's like the same story in two different eras. I
might watch Shin Godzilla tomorrow.
Dude, check it out, dude. It's great because it's all about like bureaucratic red tape and just overzealous like committees and also like the idea is there's not really like a hero in the movie. It's like it's all about like teamwork makes the dream work. And that's have
you seen that there's another Godzilla coming out with Dan Stevens called Godzilla?
Oh, Kong,
the New Empire. That sounds cack.
Godzilla's pink.
Oh yeah.
I got this new image of pink Godzilla right here. Actually, it's pretty cool.
Rise together or fall alone. So Kong and Godzilla are going to team up, are they?
Of course. I mean, they already teamed up at the end of the first one.
They're good guys now.
Mecha Godzilla.
They're friends.
So it's like super best friends kind of thing.
Super best friends.
Yes.
Super huge best friends.
I'm not sure I'm going to watch that one. Did you guys see? I think I saw Godzilla versus Kong, the 2021.
I liked it.
I was bored.
We were all like locked down in pandemic still and shit.
Yeah, I was bored. It was just too much CGI and monsters throwing each
Yeah.
other around the room.
Yeah. Millie Bobby Brown running around.
Yeah, the humans were unbearable, but like something about Godzilla and King Kong fighting Mecha Godzilla together, I was just like, you know, the 10-year-old me is like, oh my god, this is awesome.
Did
Well,
you
what's cool about
did you
Godzilla
see
is,
the
like,
animated ones that came between Shin and that one? So
No, I
Godzilla
didn't.
Planet of Monsters.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Godzilla's just a gigantic monster, like mountain-sized creature. Just a bit much.
City on the Edge of Battle, and then Godzilla the Planet Eater.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he eats planets in that one.
It's
I've
the
not
Planet
seen any
Eater.
of those. I don't know if they're any good. Are they any good?
Well, what's cool about them is, like, yeah, they take place in the far, far distant future. Godzilla's like taking over the planet thousands of years from now. What's cool about, like, all the Godzilla movies is, like, Godzilla's very versatile, and you can change, like, sometimes, like, Godzilla's the good guy. Sometimes Mechagodzilla's the good guy. Sometimes Mechagodzilla's the bad guy. Sometimes Ghidorah is the good guy. It's like, what the hell, dude? It doesn't matter. Like, you can try different things. Sometimes Mothra and Godzilla are friends. Sometimes Mothra and Godzilla are enemies. Sometimes, like, you know, Mothra is like Godzilla's queen or something. That's kind of what they did with the legendary stuff. But, like, what's interesting about these animated ones is, like, yeah, it's super heavy sci-fi, like a lot of space, planet, astronauts, recolonizing Earth type stuff.
Right.
But Mechagodzilla is, for instance, like, everything's like totally like redesigned. Like, Godzilla's the size of a mountain, and he kind of looks more like the legendary Godzilla. And also, Mechagodzilla is basically like a giant, like, city. Like, it doesn't move. It's weird. And then Ghidorah shows up, and he's like basically like big lightning storm that just looks like lightning shaped like a dragon. It's weird. But I think the problem with it is it's just too long. There's like 3 movies or some shit.
Yeah.
And it's pretty far out there. And I don't know. A lot of weirdness in them. But I don't know. You kind of used to getting weirdness in these Godzilla films. You know, it's not unheard of.
This is a bit off topic, but I've just seen it's been posted that the role of Sauron in Lord of the Rings Season 2 has been recast
Yeah.
as someone from a different racial background.
It's an Indian guy.
Yeah, what are they doing with that show?
Indian guys are all over England, so that makes sense, right? I don't know.
I mean, there's no reason why he couldn't.
Sauron can be any ethnicity, dude.
Yeah, there's no reason why he couldn't appear as multiple forms and different people. But I thought we kind of had established in season 1, hey, he's this guy and he's going to be this guy for a bit. But I guess not then.
Yeah, well, I mean, he got found out, so he needs to change his disguise, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I got a cool new image of the pink Godzilla in the new one. So there's like a controversy because Godzilla, he's going to eventually become pink at the end of it. He's going to mutate. He's probably going to get bigger. Be aware of that. But he's also going to get pink scales. So this is a cool exclusive breaking news image of Godzilla. Pink Godzilla in the yeah. I'm just kidding. I honestly don't mind the pink. It reminds me of Godzilla 2000, even though it's a bad movie. I mean, to me, like nuclear, the what's it called? The little nuclear light. It's blue. It's always blue. So, like, it makes sense that his fins and his atomic breath should be blue. But fuck, I loved it when it was purple and Shin Godzilla. It was badass. You know?
Yeah, I don't have a real big issue with the pink scales. I don't care. My biggest issue was that little thumbnail that little GIF or whatever that they had released
him
that
running
had him look like he was rollerblading. I was like, what the
really?
hell?
Rollerblades would make more sense than how he's moving that fast. I was telling Chris, like,
Right?
Godzilla's so big. If he were to move that fast, he would light on fire. He would just ignite the atmosphere. You know, it's like that much air resistance coming off of him. He's so big. You have to understand, like him, like I was just saying earlier, like him just sitting immobile. He should be like, you should be able to like roast marshmallows off of his ambient heat. Like that's how hot he is. And that's what I loved in Legendary King of the Monsters when he becomes thermonuclear.
That was
walking through the city, and all the fucking buildings around him are just like melting. That's what I'm talking about. Like he's gone extra hot. But like him normally, like, yeah, you'd be like standing next to an active volcano, you know, it'd be standing next to like a huge bonfire, but like emitting radiation. It's not good for you. And then like him moving, like you create you know, kinetic energy just from moving. But he's so big, like you would be able to like obviously like detect that kinetic energy. And that's what I loved about another thing I loved in Legendary King of the Monsters was King Ghidorah. Dude, an animal that big, like flying, like, yeah, he just creates a giant hurricane anytime he gets airborne, because like flapping the wings would just like create a gigantic storm just from him being in the atmosphere. He's like 500 meters tall in that one. It's insane. So yeah, all that stuff is cool. Like the scientific, you know, all the sci-fi stuff about Godzilla is so fun, you know, because it's different from movie to movie, you know, like, what was it? I think it's in the 90s King Ghidorah movie from the Heisei era. We realized that, you know, this new Godzilla is like a result of time travel meddling from the Futurians and shit. And he's like an extinct dinosaur called a Godzillasaurus. And he gets mutated. And that's kind of what happens in -1 too. There's like a dinosaur running around. He's like a folklore tale, a myth, you know, a superstitious like cryptozoology animal. And yeah, it's like a giant dinosaur that lives in the sea. And that enough is like crazy. But then on top of that, he gets mutated from hideous, you know, nuclear radiation. And I don't know. I like it better when it's like as a result of atomic bombs. Sometimes
Talking of radiation mutations, blue collar, have you had that flavored whiskey yet? And are you
He's drinking like s'mores flavored moonshine.
This is gone, Lance. The apple's gone. So
is it gone?
Yeah, this the whole bottle.
Show 'em your fucking candy drink.
The whole bottle's gone of the
you
moonshine.
Drank all of that moonshine?
Yes. Okay.
Did that change the color of your t-shirt, or was it that color?
17% alcohol, Barbara.
Now I'm working over here, the bottle of Jack.
Oh my God!
See, that's the real stuff. You're drinking real alcohol now. The moonshine, he said it was 17%.
Well, it's chocolate.
Pace yourself.
Yeah. Yes.
Right, well, guys, I'm going to head off to bed.
All right,
no worries, buddy.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Late. I'd love to stay on and talk
movies,
but
I'm glad you're feeling better. Honestly,
of course we all are.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm still not 100%. But look, I'll be on tomorrow at 10.
All right.
We probably won't go for mega length of time, but it's really your favorite top 3 shows that you saw this year. And we might talk about favorite Christmas movies as well.
Yeah, we should, I think, because everyone's going to be doing a top 3 stream at the end of the year. And also, there's so many movies I need to see. Well, I was like everyone's doing a top 3 stream like at the beginning of this year, and I was like, man, we gotta give me to like. I was thinking like probably be a better idea to do these top 3 streams in like February. Give us time to watch all this crap.
I saw a great movie last night, which is on Netflix called Malbarat, which is it's a Malaysian film. It's about the guys who drove the APCs to go in and rescue the Ranger guys in Mogadishu. So basically it's Black Hawk Down, but from the same battle, but from the point of view of the convoy that had to fight its way in to rescue those guys who were basically surrounded. And it's a really, really good film. It's almost on par with Black Hawk Down. So, and I also had no idea what those guys went through who went in to rescue the Americans, and it's a really interesting story. So I highly recommend it. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow.
All right. Well, I highly recommend Shin Godzilla. I highly recommend you watch that one.
Yeah, I'll probably try and watch that.
It won
I'll
the
probably
award
try and
for
watch
fucking
that
best
tomorrow
picture in
daytime.
Japan. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's a
if
good
I've
movie.
seen it, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow.
Sweet.
All right, guys.
All right, buddy.
Good night,
Take
man.
care,
Lovely to
Lance.
meet you, Barbara.
Feel better.
Get lots of sleep. Drink plenty of fluids.
Yeah,
yeah.
I've already
Precious fluids.
been doing that. I've drunk at least 2 bottles of prosecco today, so I've been doing well. All right.
God damn, dude. I went to my Aunt Angie's and there was like 7 desserts. Like everyone, like
Uh-huh.
I had to, last night I had to help my mother make this like 70s pineapple fluff salad with like lime jello and cream cheese and Cool Whip and 7-Up. And, you know, it's a good salad for sure. It's like you remember ambrosia salad and Edward Scissorhands?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that sounds good. That
It's the
sounds
same
like
thing, but green. I think ambrosia salad used strawberry jello.
right.
But we use lime jello
Not
for
my
ours.
mom's.
Yeah, we don't put marshmallows in ours, but we do put
No.
nuts and pineapple in it. And it was like a huge vat of this shit. And it was really easy to make. But we bring it over and fucking there's like a huge Italian cream cake. There's a earthquake cake. There's a fucking snickerdoodle cheesecake. It's like, why did you make me make this fucking 7-Up salad? Why did you make me do that if there's going to be so much cake here? And
well, save me some of that because I'm a big Jello fan.
oh yeah. I'll give
All
you
right,
the
guys.
recipe.
Listen, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Definitely.
Enjoy the
All right,
rest
buddy.
of your stream.
Will
Good
do.
night,
You
Lance.
too, buddy.
I'll be streaming up until it's time to go on tomorrow.
And and Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas to
Merry
you,
Christmas.
Lance.
everyone.
You too.
God bless you.
All right,
See you later, buddy.
tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
Man. Yeah, when's Adam coming in here? What's he doing?
He's making dinner.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I see what you mean. I thought you were eating dinner with the in-laws.
God.
No. My ex-husband came by to visit
I
with our
see.
son.
That's
And
why you don't like these people. I get it.
yeah,
I was like, man, you're kind of. I was like, I don't know whose parents they are. If it's your parents or
no,
Adam's parents, but you both don't seem to like them.
no, I really.
Okay.
So he married a very lovely woman that
don't
I
need
like
it.
so much. She is a very lovely stepmom to my son. I like her way better than I do my ex-husband. But yeah, it was
There you go.
it was kind of draining. It was
Of
a little
course.
draining.
Yeah, I was pretty worried on the drive home because I was up all night. First of all, I had to like prepare all this food for today and this week. And then I still had to watch 2 more Godzilla movies. You have to understand, I was up on Adderall the other day. Guys, get this. I watched 12 Godzilla movies in
Oh
like
my
6
God.
hours, which is only double speed, but I was watching them at quadruple speed and I was taking breaks. And I was literally, because it's subtitles in Japanese anyway, and I'm rewatching all of them because I have seen them all before. There was no new ones. I did get to see, I saved Legendary King of the Monsters and Legendary King Kong versus Godzilla for yesterday because both of those, that was my first time watching them the second time. And I gotta say, Legendary one, yeah, they got a lot of shit perfect with King of the Monsters. I gotta give Michael Dougherty some credit because he did good. He did really well for Krampus and Trick or Treat, and this Godzilla movie. He's really good at capturing the tone. And even though they went for the more heroic Godzilla, which I don't really like, I do love what they did with Mothra. Was badass with the God rays, like bioluminescence, like blinding, like heavenly light. Also the stuff with Ghidorah, like I said, with the hurricane force winds, just like from flying, and Rodan with his like magma blood. He has like lava coursing through his veins and stuff. Like that was probably the best incarnation of Rodan I think we've ever seen. Because how hard is it to make a big scary pterodactyl?
Rodan was never my favorite.
No, yeah, Rodan's yeah.
The weird part is out of all 3 of those films, could because of COVID, but like that made the least amount of money versus Legendary, King of Monsters, Godzilla versus Kong. It didn't bomb, but it didn't make what the other 2 films made.
Weird. You're talking about the second one or the third one?
The second one, King of Monsters. King of Monsters did the box office compared to Legendary and Godzilla versus Kong. The box office wasn't that good.
Can we talk about how awesome the second Legendary Godzilla movie, King of the Monsters, how awesome that trailer was, the one that played the Claire de
Yeah.
Lune music.
Yeah.
First of all, first time a trailer ever featured Claire de Lune, which is crazy to me. And secondly, yeah, that was one of those movies where I'd have to argue the trailer might be better than the goddamn movie. Like, definitely Godzilla, the first Godzilla movie, the trailer's better than the movie. I will say that.
You're not wrong.
When the trailer came out and it's like the red airplane and they jump out of the fucking airplane and the 2001 music's playing and like they have like the red smoke and they're flying through the fucking storm and you see like Godzilla.
Remember when you first see his foot, how big his foot was when he put his foot down and the whole fucking bottom of the building shattered. You're like, holy shit! Like this is.
I had a problem with Legendary Godzilla's feet. Legendary Godzilla's feet, especially in the first one, they're too small.
Yeah.
See if I can pull this
but just the whole but the whole size of how big he was at that point.
Right.
Like
massive.
Because at that point it was at the time the biggest Godzilla ever, and it's like this is a force of nature. This is like trying to land on any fucking tornado.
Okay, well, did you guys know that there's like names for every Godzilla, every suit, every design?
Really?
Yeah, it's all Japanese. So the Garagoji is Gareth Edwards Goji, and you know, he is a picture of his feet. Where are his feet? So these are like concepts. I need to see, legit feet. Oh my God, look at this fan art or this concept art. That's terrible. How is that allowed? If I was Gareth Edwards, I'd be like, okay, Christian, you're fired. I'd be like, Christian, get out. I'd be like, this is better, a little too big. I don't know. Where are the actual stamp pictures of him? Come on. Okay, here we go. These little feet. It's a problem. It's a problem because his legs are so huge, man. His legs are so massive that his feet need to come out to here. He has clown feet for a reason. Like, you know how his feet look ridiculously goofy big?
They look like how an elephant foot looks.
It's exactly like an elephant.
It's just sort of stumpy.
Yeah. And I will say the Gary Goji is good, but the Doge Goji, which is named after Doherty, Gary Goji is named after Gareth Edwards. But that one, it's the same thing, but improved. They did make his feet a little bit bigger, like believably bigger. And they also made his I already brought it up. The Doge Goji. I don't know. But you see he's got a little bit bigger toes, which makes a little bit sense. He's got cankles now. But I don't know. It's still also bigger spines, and I do love. This is not really accurate because it's a little curvy for my taste, but I love the classic Stegosaurus maple leaf shape on the spines, where they're almost kind of curvy. I love that. And this newer -1, you know, those spines were insane. They were like needles almost, like huge.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, Legendary just got a lot right, and a lot almost and Lost was the shorthand. That's so funny. I did make Ambrosia. Yep, I know. Fired for something. I'm sure I'm fired all the time. Kankle Goji. There you go. That's why I bet you Adam knows all these dumb these Goji names. Let's see. The first Goji is let's see. Does anyone know the name of the first Goji? It is I know this. First, Shodai. That's it. Shodai Goji. Shodai Goji. They all have names, dude. It's crazy. Like the Japanese, they love their Godzilla. He is a international symbol of Japan. I guess that's what's crazy is he used to be like I said, a representation of like nuclear war, and now he's just a movie star. That's the thing. That's the problem with the Millennium movies and these Legendary movies. Is they just kind of treat Godzilla like a rock star. And it's like, less of that and more of like the Shin Godzilla, the -1. Like Godzilla is like a fucking walking volcano coming right towards you. It's not cool. So yeah. What else? As far as Shodai. It means first, I think. Shodai Goji. let's see. There's guys, Wikizilla really helps with all this shit. It's so fascinating, like rewatching these movies and reading all this shit at the same time over the course of a few weeks. But yeah, Shodai Goji, it means first generation. Shodai, that's what that means. So weird. And I know Adam already missed my spiel where I was talking about Dai Kaiju versus Kaiju and how it annoys me when everyone calls them Kaiju. It's like, they're Dai Kaiju. It's different. So I don't know. What are you looking at, Chris, on your computer?
I'll just check emails real quick.
Any new emails?
Notification popped up, so yeah. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit.
I love this picture here of Godzilla just sitting. He's just chilling. He's just a guy chilling, man. Anyway.
Thinking about his choices in life.
Nice.
This is a good selection of weird Godzilla memes here.
Fuck.
Yeah, and of course we talked about this.
Yes, we did.
We talked about this on a previous episode. And apparently it's getting the plot has thickened.
Really?
It's like Supergirl and
yeah. I bought issue 3 when I was talking to Dark Hour down in New York City. I bought issue number 3. So yeah.
I think
Godzilla versus Superman. Yes, it is.
You're gonna be slurring hard at the end of this, buddy. Oh, here we go. There's so many of these bloopers, and that is something I do love about the Godzilla movies. I think that's what everyone loves about the Showa series, and definitely the Heisei series is like, it's literally dudes in rubber suits, like having their friends like throw fireworks at them, you know, while they're wearing like a rubber suit, and the suit gets caught on fire all the time, and the suit is like, clumsy, and it's hard to breathe in there, and it's all hot and sweaty. Like those actors, man. And it is this combination of like wrestling meets like ballet meets like, crazy comic book size characters and shit. It's just this fun. And I think that's what, when Power Rangers became super successful, I think that was another reason why it's like kind of keep pivoting towards these Heisei Godzilla movies with this, like, I don't know, bigger spectacle. Even though they're still using the guy in the rubber suit, it's like so much more intricate with like the model work and the big fireworks and the flames and all that stuff. It's so well done for what it is. But now, obviously, nowadays, it's like computers is the way to go. I mean, even if you do something kind of animatronic or a guy on the suit, it's still got to be like computer enhanced. Because, like,
God, Lord Toxic is talking.
Yeah. I want you to intro me. What?
I want to be in Ninja. What does that mean?
Oh.
Ninja song.
I want to be a ninja.
Ninja song?
I'm going to...
What the fuck?
I don't want to play any random songs.
Enzo, how drunk am I? What do you say? He's an Ninja song?
I think he's talking about the ninja rap song from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I have no idea.
Yeah.
The first suit was over 200 pounds.
200 pounds? Holy
That's
fuck.
why they chopped it in half and used the upper and lower half separately. Holy crap.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
That is stupid. Why would you do that? Let's see. I had I think I had a song set for Toxic. I was going to work on some intro videos for next year. Trying to step up the game. We're always trying to elevate here. We're always trying to do tiny little improvements on this show every day, every week. Definitely with the Wii watches. But let's see.
Godzilla's radioactive, so he's burning his pee, just like Lord Toxic.
Yeah, and I do prefer when Godzilla just eats like radiation. He doesn't actually eat things. It's weird. Let's see here. What's this song?
I don't know.
Oh, this isn't very toxic at all. Here's your new theme, more toxic.
God.
Just kidding.
He's
awesome.
a Ghost Rider Part 2. That scene when Ghost Rider's pissing.
I forgot about that.
Dude,
Oh, those are
such a
terrible.
bad movie. Holy shit, movie sucked.
And yet, still better than a lot of the crap that comes out today. I saw it again recently, and there's like a quaintness
It's
to
true.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, he sent me a link. Oh, I want to be ninja. Okay, here we go. Is this
What
30
the
Rock?
fuck?
Am I allowed to play this?
We'll find out.
Oh, it's Jennifer Murphy. Let's hear
Oh,
this.
God almighty. Play it. What the fuck are you watching?
All right.
Ninja? What the
It's going to be funny if this gets my stream taken down.
Jennifer Murphy? Yes.
I shut my Murphy bed, sat down with this day bring. It could be anything. I get the phone call. I gotta help them all. Go girl,
You
will
asked-
save the day. I will not get away. It didn't take me long to find the ticking bomb. He took off in my Jeep.
Dude, how drunk am I, Enzo? This ain't real, is it?
I gotta find a way.
I'm not drunk
What
enough.
the hell is this?
It got ninja move. It got me ooey.
Ask the chat. Is this for real?
I could be ninja.
How much have I drank? Holy Christ.
I want to be ninja. I want to chop, 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 chow down, take chow down to Chinatown. I want to be ninja.
The
I
ninjas
started
here.
training hard. I think I could go far. I hope the terminal
That is so horrible. I'm actually sobering up. Holy shit. Wow, I'm sober now. Thanks, Toxic.
You're welcome.
What the fuck is it?
With a go-go, I learned by ninja.
Look how she's doing it right in front of that Asian girl too. I love it.
Like on the big screen. And you guys, you know what? I might do it. I might be a ninja soon. I gonna be ninja. I gonna be ninja. I gonna chop,
Chop down.
Oh my
down to
God.
Chinatown.
I'm gonna be ninja.
Oh dear God!
Holy Christ.
4-minute song. This is a 4.5 minute long song.
You know I won't give up.
Look at the Asian lady's face. I
The
love
Asian.
it. Yeah,
Look,
They had no facial
I'm not gonna
expressions.
lie. That's a catchy song.
it is, isn't it? I sing it all day long at work.
Be ninja.
I gonna be ninja.
I was gonna- I was working on some videos, some intro videos for you guys. I made this one. I was thinking about doing let's see, this one for blue collar. Let me pull this up. First,
Sure,
let me
buddy.
mute it.
I can't
Let me
believe
mute it.
what you saw.
Pull it up. Let's go up here. Let's click to the right part.
Mhm.
Holy shit.
All right. This is for blue collar if he ever comes back on when we start doing the video intros. What do you guys think about? What do you think about this for your intro? Maybe put some music on it too. I don't know, but
Okay,
we'll do this one.
I don't want to be a loser
You're not a loser. What'd you get that day? You're a loser.
because Dad hates losers.
Whoa. Back up a minute. You know what a loser is? A real loser is somebody that's so afraid of not winning, they don't even try.
There you go. Don't be a loser. Chris isn't a real loser. That's what my point is.
Yes, I am.
I
I cried.
was falling
during
asleep
Rainfall.
because of blue collar loser's sexy voice. Lord of Toxic's intro song ruined it for me.
Hell yeah.
Sorry.
I
This song is
gonna
totally
be
Lord of
ninja.
Toxic.
Lord Toxic has entered the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited to have Toxic on because he's very indifferent towards Godzilla and
He's
very
something, all right.
anti Asians.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping we
Exactly.
keep the racism. to
Lord
a minimum.
Toxic and Godzilla have so much in common. Yeah, they hate Asians.
Yeah.
They piss fire. Come on, you know.
Right? Yeah, he is Godzilla. I see it. He doesn't like other Godzillas around.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
That's why he
I
doesn't
don't
like
like
Godzilla.
yeah, I like what Godzilla
But you don't
does.
like.
Yeah.
He's full of STDs, you know.
Now,
Oh
what's
my
also
God.
interesting? What's also interesting is 2 out of 10 on the blue collar intro. We can do it better. Okay.
All right, we'll figure it out.
So I was saying, yeah, one of the things that's interesting about Godzilla and other stuff in general is like with Japan. Now, this is a little controversial, but this was directly brought up in Godzilla, Ghidorah, Mothra, All Out Giant Monster Attack. But like the idea that like Japan is being punished, you know, for all the evil atrocities they've committed over, you know, the hundreds and hundreds of years they've been around.
Right.
It's pretty crazy.
Fucking Knicks.
Have you ever seen Lord of Toxic and Godzilla at the same place? No. I don't think anyone has, which is very convenient.
Our planet can't handle that. Yeah.
Dude, if it was like just a 300-foot tall Wes, just as scary.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no.
It's
like Attack on Titan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh Christ.
One thing I don't like about the Godzilla movies, the old ones, is when Godzilla is like standing up waist deep in the ocean.
Yeah.
And he's like clearly like standing on something.
Uh-huh.
How does that happen? Like,
I don't
Plus,
know.
too, I mean, Godzilla is hairless, just like Wes. Jesus Christ, man.
like even in my shirt, like how is he doing this? Like how is he like, you know, he's got to be, that means the water is like what, 30, 40, 100 feet deep tops?
Does he have some sort of webbing on his feet that allows him to get up higher in the water? Or
I don't. He does have a gigantic tail, but I like one of the great things about -1 was like perfect depiction of him in the water, like what he should look like in the water, like how it's only like his head and his back you can see, and when he does kind of stand up, he kind of gets only like above the chest, you know.
Yeah.
The water shouldn't really theoretically be this high, a little higher than here. So it's weird.
Are you not going to ask me the intro questions like you asked everybody else?
Hey Wes, pick one.
Yeah.
We have fire, honey, and regular. Which one do you want?
Honey might help your throat.
Okay. Well, I mean,
No,
Barbara
Nick
likes
likes his voice.
Oh, well,
yeah.
In the name, it's in the name, Lord of Toxicity, radiation.
Wes, we're going with honey, okay? So
okay, buddy. Well, it's your. It's your body. You do what you want.
I mean,
it's your body, your choice, buddy.
Yeah. My body, my choice.
Godzilla
your body, your
and
choice.
Toxic both have massive tails.
Also true.
It's your body, our choice, blue collar. And don't
Exactly.
you forget it.
Look at that Sprite too, mixing in.
Yeah, I mean that's better than some of the other hideous concoctions you've made on this on these shows.
Oh yeah, it's better than blue milk.
Just
Poor
thinking
Barbara.
about it makes me
She had
kind
to
of
see that shit.
Enzo, would you be surprised to know that I've seen most of the older Godzilla movies?
Yeah, because he was there. He was there. You know.
No, I wouldn't
Shut
be
up.
surprised, but I am delighted to hear that. I am.
Yeah, I grew up. They used to have a channel when I was a kid. It was called WFLX TV 29. It became Fox later, and they would have Kung Fu Theater Friday, and then they would have Godzilla Saturdays.
Back in the 50s.
They would have Godzilla all day long, and me and my dad would watch Godzilla together.
See, that's like what I had when I was a kid. But on the West Coast, it was KTUV, which became Fox. And they would show like all the Universal Studio monster movies, Godzilla, Kung Fu, all of that stuff. Man, I loved that.
What were some of your favorites that you remember? Or if not your favorite movies, like what were some of your favorite monsters?
I was a big her or me. I don't know. Who were you asking? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Ladies first. Ladies first, Babs.
The first monster movie I remember watching was The Wolfman. But I love Frankenstein, and Bride of Frankenstein is probably one of the best horror movies ever made. But I also liked all the old Dracula movies. I even like a lot of the sillier ones, like the Abbott and Costello stuff.
Oh yeah,
I love that stuff.
Yeah, I do love me the old Universal monsters. Now
Oh,
make them
yeah.
huge. That was what they wanted to do with King Kong versus Godzilla. They wanted King Kong versus Frankenstein. And they wanted it for some reason like a 300-foot tall version of Frankenstein the monster, which is so silly. But what's even funnier is they didn't even realize they had already worked a deal with Universal, right? And they had already planned to make this Frankenstein versus King Kong movie. But they didn't realize that they didn't own that Universal does not own the rights to Frankenstein. They were thinking of someone else. So they just went with Godzilla because they already own the rights to Godzilla.
I
so
would have
whatever.
thought Frankenstein would be one of those. What's that thing called when it's like fair game
Public
property?
domain.
Public domain. I would have thought it after
I'm sure
100 years or so.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
go ahead.
someone in the 1950s had the rights to the film adaptations, but who knows?
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I don't know.
what were you-
Universal's pretty tight with their
Yeah.
licensing. So none of it's public domain.
Huh. I didn't know that.
So what were your favorite big monsters, Wes, or your monster movies that you liked?
I had a real affinity for. They had this thing called Ultraman, and then they would have Ultraman team up and or fight Godzilla in a couple different movies. I like the fact that Ultraman was like a guy in a suit, and then he could like do this kung fu move and turn himself into a kaiju kind of situation type thing, and then he would do certain stuff, and then he could make himself really really small too, kind of like an Ant-Man before there was an Ant-Man. Or maybe there already was. I don't really know the timeline of stuff like that. That's actually how I cracked my head open, because I thought if I could do that move, that I could jump through this. You know, those like on the playground, those like horses that have the big metal spring.
Of course.
Yeah. I thought I could jump through the hole in the between the horse and the legs that attach to the spring, because I did the Ultraman kung fu move and I like ran head first into it and just knocked myself unconscious.
Wow.
So
you broke your brain. How old were you when that happened?
I know Ultraman.
7.
That explains so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like the Baby Godzilla one when he's trying to teach Baby Godzilla how to breathe fire, and he can't do it, so he steps on its tail to make him shoot the fire. Wow.
It's funny because that scene's in 2 movies, because they recycled a lot of footage in the 70s movies.
Oh, did they? Okay, well, fair enough.
It's fun and it's fun stuff. But yeah, Ultraman. Did Ultraman really fight Godzilla, or are you thinking of Jet Jaguar?
No, dude, this was back in 1966. Holy shit, dude!
Pretty sure he did.
No, it actually happened. I'm looking up. Oh, holy fuck! I didn't know that.
Oh, you found it already, Blue?
Yeah,
damn.
1966. That's before, when fucking West was,
Go fuck yourself.
It
was 12 years before my birth, dick.
Yeah. I think you're thinking of Jet Jaguar, who was actually kind of a failure, and he was similar to Ultraman.
No, Ultraman and Godzilla, something happened there. I can't be. Well, now maybe it was the massive head wound I received at 7.
Yeah.
Maybe that's messing up my mind. But
it is it could be like a Mandela type of thing where you're misremembering.
Oh God!
But the thing is, I didn't really remember it all until I rewatched them all recently, so it kind of cleared up a lot of stuff. But yeah, Jet Jaguar, he shows up in I want to say Godzilla versus let's see, let me pull up my list. Jet Jaguar is in
and so it was July 17th, 1966 in Japan. It was actually Ultraman versus Godzilla. Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
I never even heard of this. Wow.
Huh. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Well, I stand corrected then. I'm trying to get my monitor stuff.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe fucking Wes is actually out nerding us.
What do you thought about what are your thoughts on Mechagodzilla? Because I think what happened was because Jet Jaguar was like a failed attempt at like doing like a type of Ultraman character in the Godzilla universe.
Yeah.
And that was in Godzilla versus Gigan, or it was Godzilla versus Megalon, which was kind of not well received. And it's probably because Jet Jaguar. But right after Jet Jaguar, they tried a different pivot with Mechagodzilla, who I think everyone likes Mechagodzilla a little bit, right?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
And so what was Mechagodzilla's origins? Why did they first create
changes?
Him
it's different in every movie. But go ahead, West.
Okay.
I'll get into it later.
Is Ultraman in the same universe as Godzilla? Yes. While none of the Ultraman family has done battle with the prime hyper-evolved line of Godzilla that we're familiar with, they've encountered other branches of the same rooted I don't know how to say this word, phylogenetic tree that developed from the transitional
What the
theropod
fuck?
dinosaur Godzillaurus.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't even know.
How
So
drunk am I?
Ultraman is a Toho property, but they've never officially crossed. Why not? Because I understand when because everyone talks about Gamera versus Godzilla, but Gamera is a different company, right? So that's
I
kind of one of the things.
swear, listen, that I don't really feed into this Mandela effect bullshit, but I really do. That I remember Ultraman and Godzilla in the same thing. I know I do. So I don't know.
Let me pull
I
up
don't know
Jet
what to tell you.
Jaguar. Maybe Jet Jaguar is who you're thinking of, because Jet Jaguar
maybe.
has a very
Maybe.
very Ultraman appearance.
No,
He's kind of got like Ultraman
videos,
meets the Hobgoblin.
the videos are actually on YouTube. You can actually YouTube Ultraman versus Godzilla. It's up there. I'm looking at it right now.
Are they fan made?
No, they're from 1966. I mean, obviously YouTube has uploaded, but
What movie is it from?
Just type in Ultraman versus Godzilla 1966. It's I'm
is
looking
the
at
guy in the pictures here, Enzo? Is that
That's
Jack
Jet Jaguar? That's
okay?
Jet
That
Jaguar.
looks just like fucking Ultraman to me.
Ultraman,
I don't
yeah.
know.
I know for a fact Ultraman. Let's see here. Ultraman versus Godzilla. I know there's the new Shin Ultraman, which I need to see because I loved Shin Godzilla so much.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, it's in the Ultra. So Ultraman was a show. Oh, this makes sense.
Yeah,
Ultraman had a show, and Godzilla appeared on the show. I did not know this.
I'm sorry. Was I not clear about that, or
dude, Wes stumped us. Holy shit.
Well,
sorry.
Here's the thing. There's so many incarnations of Godzilla. I'm not surprised I missed one.
It's a
There's
Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle.
I got a couple Christmas.
God bless us all.
In a world.
Okay. Look, you know about Godzilla versus Ultraman.
You know about Godzilla versus Ultraman. Knows more about a Godzilla property.
Well, do you know about Godzilla versus Charles Barkley?
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
No.
In a world where Godzilla is racist.
Wow. Two of my least favorite ethnicities on screen at the same time.
Lizard's an ethnicity?
Exactly. What the fuck?
Asian lizard.
And black guys?
And basketball players.
Fun.
Oh, okay.
I have always wanted to know where that gif came from of Godzilla putting on the sunglasses, and now you know.
Holy shit.
The more you know.
Yeah. So who hasn't Godzilla fought, really,
I mean, pretty much
holy
everybody.
shit. I almost thank you, StreamYard, for giving me a I accidentally closed out my StreamYard tab and they were like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I was like, No, I'm not sure. Thank you. Thank you for not just closing. That happens sometimes. It's okay. It's not the end of the world if it does.
I've done it. I've done it.
Well, so let's just talk about the Showa era. Let's just break down these movies. The early ones. The beginning. We did talk about the original Godzilla and like definitely the differences between the American and the Japanese version. And yeah, I love how heavy the first one is. And if it's been a while, Wes, I mean, if you don't like the Japanese people, then you might enjoy the first Godzilla movie because it's.
I never said that. I never said that. When did I ever say I don't like Japanese people? When have I ever said that?
No, never.
Okay. I don't like Asians. Period. Don't bring it into just like one specific. That's not fair to the rest of the Asians that I dislike.
Jay, we're still going, dude. We've just scratched the surface. We're like barely breaking into the thick of it. Yeah, Jay was in here a minute ago. I'm glad you're back, Jay. Yeah, did anybody get snow this Christmas?
No, it's been pissing down
Not in
rain
San
though.
Diego.
Bummer. It was nice and sunny here where we're at, in like 60 degrees. Yeah, it's fun.
Freaking Texas. What part of Texas? What part of Texas are you in?
I'm near Houston. It did rain balls 2 days ago though. It rained for like 24 straight hours, which I love. So anyway, I guess we'll get into Godzilla Raids Again, which was also known as they didn't even call it Godzilla in America, the second one. They called him Gigantus. Because I guess the idea was Godzilla died in the first one, Yeah, it's funny. And what else is interesting is like it starts with like the idea is it's a second Godzilla, you know, and they don't really talk about why there's a second Godzilla. There just is. Just deal with it, you know. Let's see here. Oh, wait. I see. Where's my notes? Here we go. Well, Godzilla versus Godzilla Raids Again is where we get Anguirus. Anguirus was the first time we see another monster fight Godzilla, and it's this big Stegosaurus-like thing, right? Do we know Anguirus? Do you guys know?
Don't know.
Pull it up. I'm gonna pull him up. It's okay. I'm not expecting everyone to know. In fact, this is kind of part of the stream. It's like people who want to learn and want to drink.
A Godzilla-cation? A Godzilla-cation?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so Anguirus is this little fucker, and he's kind of starts out as Godzilla's foe. They eventually become buddies. In fact, the first time Godzilla talks is the one and only time Godzilla talks is in the English dub of Gigan. Or is it Megalon? It's very strange. Godzilla's like, come this way. Trouble, Anguirus. It's so bizarre. In fact, I think I have a clip actually of Godzilla talking. Or did I rightfully delete
the fuck? You better not delete that. I hear Godzilla talking.
It's right here. Yeah, it's super cringe.
God.
And keep in mind, it's not in the Japanese version. I was watching the Japanese version of this Godzilla versus Gigan. And I remember I was approaching the end, and I was like, "Doesn't Godzilla talk in this?"
I'm drinking Philly.
He does not talk in the Japanese version. Let's see here. Let's hear some of his voiceovers.
Why does he sound like that?
I think it's the music we're hearing, or something, some kind of signal. I don't remember.
What?
Yeah. And it gets worse. Right here. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Not good.
See, listen, I poured a Jack Honey with the Sprite, so it's Jack Honey and Sprite right now.
That'll help.
Yeah. So I guess the point of Raids Again is Godzilla shows up, he's back, and he's looking extra freaky in the second one. In fact, in the second one, his costume, it's got a great name. Oh God damn it! I've got so many tabs open. You guys don't understand.
Godzilla actually he spoke. Holy fuck!
Yeah, Blue Collar. What are you drinking? Yeah, you're drinking whiskey.
Yeah.
You're just drinking whiskey. You're gonna get so shit faced by the end of this.
It's Jack Honey.
He's shit faced already.
Exactly.
So bad. It's gonna be a nightmare.
Dude, I saw Godzilla speak. Okay, I gotta be fucking drunk.
Yeah, I mean,
dude,
why not?
I want to be ninja.
Come with us, Lord Toxic. Please stop lying to women.
So yeah, like I said, they call him Gigantus in this new one, and it's like a face-off between two Godzilla-like monsters. And what's funny is, like I said, the second one got actually better reviews originally than the first one because it had a lot better like reception from like audiences and stuff because American audiences didn't care for foreign films, and that's why they interspliced scenes of white guys in these movies, trying to explain. Yeah, really. And but what was funny was like with Raids Again, I don't know, the Godzilla shows up, right? And they have
two J's,
kind of
one stream.
Well, the Godzilla fights with this other monster, and everyone loved that. They thought that was kind of the campy vibe that we should have, and it's less heavy, less tonally drastic and dramatic, and not referencing like atomic war, So I kind of got better reviews initially, which is funny. And sure, Honda was kind of upset about that, rightfully so. Why does Godzilla sound like Blue Collar Loser on 17%? I don't know.
On 17%.
Shillings on the road. Oh my God. Jay is not going to be here. Sorry, Uncle Jay.
Damn it, Jay, you slacker.
Drive safe, Jay. 2 J's, 1 stream. Oh no. Crossing streams.
Don't
Yeah,
cross
we should.
the stream, Jay.
We should get 2 J's on the on the show one day. If that hasn't already happened. In the world. All right, Jay. Well, stop texting and driving. It's probably not a good idea.
I do that all the time. It's all right. It's fine. Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and drive like me.
But yeah, I mean, basically 2 monsters throw down and they destroy Osaka. Like I said, it's not Tokyo. And then after that, there's a good 7-year break. They don't have a Godzilla movie for 7 years, and that's something we were looking at when me and Blue Collar were watching the King Kong versus Godzilla we watch.
That was so.
I was sure Godzilla. It was like the 5th or 6th Godzilla movie because it was 1962. It's like surely there's a few others. It's like nope, it had been 7 years. And like I said, they kind of reluctantly brought Godzilla back because, like I said, they originally wanted to do Frankenstein.
Dude,
and
Godzilla was doing the Hulk Hogan the whole time, like against King Kong. It was so bad.
Yeah.
He's like,
oh my god, dude. Yeah, but like I said, I don't know. King Kong, he's supposed to be like the fan favorite, and Godzilla's supposed to be the bad guy. But people just love Godzilla so much, and that's why after that, they kind of pivot towards Mothra versus Godzilla, where Godzilla's like, he's a bad guy again, but I don't know. It ends with him getting like covered in the larva silk, and tucked away for later. But what's cool about the Mothra movie, that one's all about like crazy businessmen. Like they like a big Mothra egg washes up, right? And they're gonna go do scientific studies on the egg, but they find out that the villagers that the egg washed up on, they sold it to some guy. Some like billionaire who's like trying to, do something with the egg, make money or something somehow. And Godzilla meanwhile is coming, and Mothra also coming to the egg, and of course they fight over the egg, and Mothra gets killed, and the egg hatches, and it's 2 of the worms, and they show up and put Godzilla in a silk cocoon and tuck him away in the dirt, and that's kind of it. That's basically the movie. Adam, we already had chicken Alfredo. Yummy. We had some chicken Alfredo. We had a bunch of Italian food today.
Oh, did you? What a shocker.
I
wonder
know.
why.
Yep.
That's weird.
And like I said, we had like so many fucking desserts. Way too many desserts. It's like they made me bring.
I wonder if they had any Asian food over in Asia today. That seems weird. Maybe they did. I don't know. That's crazy.
I want to make some Chinese food soon. I got a cabbage and some noodles.
That's what we had last night. We had fried rice last night. It was so
fly
good.
lice.
Fried lice.
I heard on the new Christmas Story Live, they removed the big punchline at the end with them going to the Chinese restaurant and it being all.
Of course they did. Of course they fucking did. Because
apparently
snowflake little toddlers can't fucking have anything that might be. Oh my god! I can't wait till China fucking takes us over and just wipes out all the fucking snowflake. I mean, it's gonna suck being in a totalitarian fucking state and shit, but at least they'll just fucking wipe out all the fucking safe spaces and LGBTQ pronouns and all that shit. They'll just get marched off into the execution chambers. Ugh.
Okay. Well,
on that cheery note,
this was a good show, guys. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. Mothra shows up, and that's where I don't know. After that, 1964, we go to Ghidorah, the 3-headed monster, and like I said, this is where we start pivoting to Godzilla becoming a good guy. And it's funny is this is where this movie has the same lineup as Legendary's King of the Monsters, because it's Rodan, Mothra, Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and I do like it when it's like the Martians show up. There's like literal aliens involved. Like that's something else that's interesting with the Godzilla universe.
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
What? Go ahead.
Okay, because King Ghidorah wants to destroy the entire planet. Godzilla, he wants to just destroy Tokyo, so he's not a bad guy, Well,
right.
Exactly. He wants to kill the Asians. It's fine.
Back to the whole world of Godzilla. Like what's interesting is like if Godzilla actually did exist, and let alone if all these other monsters exist, why is it always Japan? Like, why is it always that one little island? Yeah.
Why would it not be?
After a certain point of like Godzilla or
they're
Mothra
inferior to us,
No, it's not that. It's like I said earlier, like they say in All Out Monsters Attack, it's like that they're being punished like karmically for like war crimes.
Hey, have you guys ever seen that Family Guy episode where It's fucking Godzilla attacks Haiti, and he like comes up and he's like marching towards it, and then he sees Haiti, and he's just like, oh jeez, somebody
like-
already got here first.
Godzilla -10, you know, like.
Godzilla's Darwinism. He wipes out the weakest race. So
Well, no.
okay.
Like I said, it's I think it's like also like it's either A, they're being karmically punished for like their atrocities over the past war, and not just in World War II. Like they were doing all kinds of crazy shit for 1,000 years, you know. Real fucking brutal people, and they're real, you know, hard fighters, and they got some sadistic ways to torture and kill people. The Japanese, dude, like ninja and all that stuff. It's like literally all about just murdering people.
Sorry, Jay. It's Wes talking.
Oh, yeah. Wes is Jake. Sometimes Blue Collar likes to impress Wes and say offensive shit, and he doesn't mean.
No, he's a bad influence.
Yeah. But also, it's either like they're being punished karmically for like war crimes, or it's like innocent injury to insult. Like the idea, like they just had atomic bombs dropped on them, and now a fucking monster on top of that. Like those poor bastards.
That's God.
I do like the 80s one, Return of Godzilla, 1985, because that one, Godzilla, rather than it being a reference to a metaphor for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in 1985, it's kind of more of a metaphor for like the arms race between Russia and America, the Cold War, nuclear war. And also Japan is like literally and figuratively in between these two superpowers that are like, look, you've got to destroy this giant monster or we're going to drop an atomic bomb on Tokyo. And they're like, give us a few more hours. And we have the Super X, like this big Godzilla fighting plane that's designed to fight Godzilla.
Right.
And,
except it's 1984, not 1985.
Yeah. Well, when I say 85, I mean the American version is called Godzilla 1985. The Japanese version is called Return of Godzilla. It came out in 84. So yes, there is confusion there. But yeah, the American version, I do like the American version of that one better because it's the same exact movie, except there are some added scenes of like U.S. people in a
U.S.
submarine.
people.
Yeah, like U.S. Navy people in a submarine dealing with generals and stuff, and having a lot of like talking
Americans, white people.
Yeah. Speaking.
There
English.
you go. That's what I want you to. That's what
There's
I wanted.
A lot of white people in there.
There you go. That's what I wanted.
But what's
just
also
give me
great
what
is,
I want, and
like
I'll go away.
Like I said earlier, Raymond Burr showed back up, and he's famous for Perry Mason. But he said that he was very proud of his work on Godzilla because Godzilla had such like a lasting effect on the zeitgeist. So he was happy to return in '84 for playing the same character, and his character's name is Steve Martin. So they call him Dr. Martin or Steve, but it's like, why don't they just call him Stephen Martin to avoid the 80s confusion with the famous actor, you know? Because there was no famous actor in the 50s named Steve Martin, obviously, but Stephen Martin, I don't know, simple fix. But
simple fix.
Anyway, like I said, once we start getting into like the hero mode Godzilla, like Godzilla Invasion of the Astro Monsters, where like there's like a lady there, a princess from like a Martian princess with amnesia, and she's having visions of like the world ending, and of course the Zillions. That's another thing that's like big with Godzilla's Planet X. The Zillions, like the idea of another planet that crosses into our solar system every once in a while, and they have like humanoid aliens that like don't like us very much, so they try to send giant kaiju at us and stuff. Yeah. That stuff's very cool, even though it's a little silly. I don't know. I like it. Where did I close my notes?
What about Godzilla versus Biollante?
Probably.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you missed my intro music.
That one's like really hard to find in the U.S.
It's super hard to find the English version too.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It's hard to find the Japanese version. I meant I found the English version. No problem.
Sorry. It was on Pluto TV, but it's got like a gazillion ads in it. So it's like, every 3 minutes there's an ad.
Pluto and a lot of those
really hard.
A lot of those free streaming services are really bad with the with the ads in it. Like they tout it, be like, oh, it's free, it's just a few. And like, dude, it's like an ad every like 90
Yeah.
seconds. It's not
Yeah.
it's not YouTube bad, but it's bad. Don't shut us down, YouTube. I'm sorry, blah blah blah. But still, it's like you're really and they're all the same commercial too. So it's just like,
right.
dude.
Hopefully, no ads on this channel for a while.
Well, eventually,
if ever.
eventually.
No,
Well,
maybe not.
eventually.
It might be easier to just start another channel, especially when they start reviewing what the hell we actually say on these shows. They'll be like, "Oh no, sorry."
Yeah, especially when the Chinese take over and they're like, "Who is this Lord of Toxicity who does not like Asians?" You're like, "Oh, that's Wes Kelly. I did his business card. This is his
Here's
address."
his address.
Yeah. Oh, I know you guys just sell me right out. Yeah, you're like, "Oh, no, please." So sorry.
What's it? So yeah, Invasion of the Astro Monster. Like I said, Ghidorah the three-headed monster and Invasion of the Astro Monster. This is like two of the first movies. It's like the four. What is it? The what number are we in? The fifth and sixth movie. I remember like I was going through them chronologically. The fifth, sixth, and seventh movie don't have Godzilla in the title. So when you look up all the movies with Godzilla in the title, like you're missing 3 or 4 or 5 of them actually. There's a handful of them that don't have it in the title. You're like, motherfuck. But yeah, the Astro Monster was fun because that's where we get into the Zillions and Planet X and like
what the fuck?
What's cool about Astro Monster was it's like I couldn't find the Japanese version because there's literally an American character in it, and it's very it's very about all the Godzilla movies. I think one thing they all have in common is this nationalist, like, let's get together and stop the problem. Let's all let's all pool in our forces and come together. And especially in these Showa era ones, a lot of this like hopeful vision of the future, of like peace and other nations getting along and stuff. A lot of that codependence and cooperation is a common theme with these, especially these later Godzilla movies. But like, yeah, it's like in the future we've got a Japanese American space mission that goes up behind Jupiter, and they discover Planet X, and it's like these Zillions are there, and of course, like the guy gets out of the ship, right? And the other dude, the American dude's like in the ship, and the Japanese guy's like surveying the planet. And he goes back, and his friend and the ship are gone. And then like a fucking cylinder comes up out of the ground, and it opens up, and it's like, get in the elevator. Your friend and his ship are down here. And it's like, okay, I don't really trust you, but sure. And of course you get down there, and they're like, oh yeah, we're your friends, and we want your help to stop King Ghidorah. We're gonna kidnap Godzilla and Rodan. 2 of your big Monster Zero is Ghidorah. Monster 01 is Godzilla. Monster 02 is Rodan. So they're gonna bring up Monster 01 and Monster 02 back on this Jupiter planet, so that way they can fight Ghidorah. But the truth is, they actually are bringing Ghidorah. They're actually leaving Earth undefended, so that way they can send Ghidorah over there. Rate of toxicity.
And so Jay talks about the applause.
Oh yeah.
You laugh now, but when I'm the only one that can take down Godzilla, you won't be laughing then.
Nice.
That's true.
The applause.
How many of these follow the idea that Godzilla is some sort of space creature bioweapon or whatever?
So far he's always been.
I've actually never heard that theory before.
He's always been part of Earth. Yeah,
he's always been from Earth. In fact, like I said, Ghidorah is the first one to have truly extraterrestrial origins, and I think the second one after that is Gigan, and I think most of them are Earth creatures. I'm sure there's Orga from Godzilla 2000. He's an extraterrestrial, but he infuses like with Godzilla's DNA. So that kind of, but as far as like being purely extraterrestrial, yeah, I think Gigan, Ghidorah, and I think that's it.
I actually like the idea that he would be like almost like the aliens were the the Prometheus bodybuilders sent the
Yeah.
the xenomorphs to come wipe us out. I like that
So,
idea.
In the 90s Ghidorah movie,
Yeah.
Godzilla is a result of aliens, future people from the future meddling with the past.
What the
And
fuck?
they accidentally create Godzilla and Mecha and King Ghidorah. So like that's what's funny is like we were asking about Mechagodzilla, like his origins are different in every movie. King Ghidorah's origins are different in every movie. Sometimes he's like an ancient dragon, sometimes he's an alien. It works better when he's an evil alien, obviously. But in All Out Monsters Attack, All Out Giant Monsters Attack, like he's kind of like Earth's savior. Him and Mothra team up to fight Godzilla, which is weird. I don't like that.
Well, it's kind of weird with Godzilla and King Kong being this whole like part of like the shared Earth thing, because we're constantly seeing like different bacteria and different creatures spawning from ancient fucking glaciers. So it makes you wonder.
Nice.
It's kind of interesting how many Godzilla movies are actually just called Godzilla.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Scream movies in that way.
Yeah.
Where they fucking there's like 3 movies that are just Godzilla.
3.
Which is kind of
sure. Well, we call the 98 one Zilla, or the TriStar Zilla, or
I don't. Why you'd call it that, or is somebody else call it that?
This is what most people call it.
Really?
People don't even call that creature Godzilla. They just call it Zilla or
Really?
Gino.
It
stands for Godzilla in name only.
It's a fucking iguana.
Yeah. We'll get into that. But Astro Monster, I want to say Astro Monster was one of the first movies that has this is where we start seeing like Godzilla like moving away from the cities. Same thing with Mothra. And then it's only until like the next movie, Ebirah, Horror of the Deep, where Ebirah is a giant crab. That's like the first one where it just takes place on these monster islands, so there's no destruction of the cities anymore. There's like less casualties when these monsters brawl out. But Ebirah actually has a really fun human plot, and it's about some like is everybody still here? Oh,
I'm here.
Okay. I was like, I can't tell if I'm frozen or not. It's got a cool plot about like it's like a crime caper with some dudes like on a boat, like fleeing with some money, and they just crash. They get their little ship gets attacked by that giant crab, and they get washed up on an island. And it turns out that there's a lot of movies with like islanders, like primal village people, not the band, but like villagers who do like worshiping and stuff. Because obviously
that would actually be pretty dope. The village people versus Godzilla.
Yeah, I'd see that. We need village people to summon Mothra. And it's like the 2 twins show up. It's like, no, we need like the village people. Like, okay. But yeah, Ebirah, I don't know, big crab. Also, I think Ebirah is where we don't get a Godzuki in Ebirah, right? We don't. Godzuki was the cartoon. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, then we've got Godzilla Son of Godzilla is next. And that's the one where you have scientists working on a weather control system, and they get the whole place. They accidentally raise the temperature and humidity to some crazy amount, and when the weather gets back to normal, they realize like all the wildlife is like mutated. So there's like a giant spider, and there's giant fucking mantis running around everywhere, and then Godzilla and Godzuki, or Minilla, they call him, not Godzuki. That's sorry. He's gets his first little thing, and this is the one you're thinking of where he gets his tail stepped on and does his atomic breath successfully.
Yeah.
And yeah, they kind of make Godzilla like have more of a fatherly face in this one. Yeah. Like which one is the one? His costume is the South Seas Godzilla, which is Shoshin. Oh no. Shoshingoji is
Shoshingoji.
No. That's too late. What? It's because they're all in Japanese. Damn it. Kayukushi Goji is part 2.
Kyokushi Goji.
Daisenjo Goji.
Daisenjo Goji.
Daisenjo Goji was the one who did the little dance, and he was in the Ghidorah movies.
Movies.
Yeah. Where? Oh boy. Shodai Tora.
Shodai Tora.
That's Tora Goji is the legendary Godzilla. I'm
Tora
just saying this
Goji.
all out loud because I got to remember it later when we bring it back.
I
up.
am just saying out loud.
Oh
so
my God.
I can mock
All right.
it.
The Musoko Goji. I'm sorry, Musoko Goji.
Mosoka Goji.
Which is from Son of Godzilla.
Son of Godzilla.
He's got these high set eyes. He's got this very almost a humanoid face, you know. They try to make him look very like I don't know, goofy. He starts looking really goofy in these movies, you know. I mean,
you think he looks goofy, but you don't think the little mini Godzilla looks goofy as fuck?
Mini La has always been pretty silly with his little smoke ring bubbles. And yeah, when he first hatches, he's like a weird little tadpole crawling around. But yeah, I think the other reason why they start setting these movies into islands and jungles and stuff is it's less stuff to build. You don't have to build all these high concept miniatures of buildings and cars and stuff.
But Enzo, where the hell does Mini Godzilla come from? Is he asexual? Is he laying eggs? Where the fuck? What the hell?
I don't know. Yeah, they don't really talk about it.
Exactly. Does he have a wife or something? Like,
I don't know. It's never really addressed.
Mrs. Godzilla.
The don't ask, don't tell era.
Godzilla. Godzilla and Godzilla.
Well, even in the legendary film, but they always call Godzilla a he. So he's like, you know, where's the baby coming from?
They were misgendering him. It was a problematic time.
Deviled eggs with mayo.
It was a problematic time.
Barbara, you're eating deviled eggs? You're holding out on us?
What do you want her to fucking send them to you or something? Or like, what do you?
No, Adam is making dinner and he made deviled eggs first, and now he's made. Yeah, he's made seared scallops and some couscous.
Oh, yes,
that's nice. Fucking delicious.
Couscous.
Couscous. The food's so nice they named it twice.
Probably gonna take out for a minute just so I can go finish eating.
No sweat. Hopefully, you and Adam can come back.
Oh yeah, we will.
We'll play some trivia games and get real into thick of -1 and stuff. Did you watch -1 yet, Wes? You didn't, right?
No, I've not watched -1. No. Why would I subject myself to that?
Well, it's gonna be on my. It's gonna be good. That's why. It's gonna be on. We're gonna talk about it on these top 3 streams.
Wes,
FYI,
it's Japanese people getting murdered. You should love it.
I mean, but also trying to emote and be actors, and it's just sickening to me. It's just
they don't say much. It's all this.
Their facial expressions don't change. How can you take that seriously? It's like watching. You know what it's like watching. You know what it's like watching to me, and I'm going to be really serious. I'm going to be 100% serious. You know what it is? It's like watching episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and when they have the fucking the fish people that are the what are they called? What are the fish people called? Not the Gungans, but the one. Yeah. No, not them. The other ones.
The Trade Federation dudes.
The Trade Federation people. It's like watching that. Those things can emote better. Like at least they look scared when the Jedi came in.
The Trade Federation.
That's the
what was the
stream's getting too racist sound.
You asked me to come on. Is it Nemodians?
All right, I'll be back.
No problem. Yes, feel free to pop in and out. I know several people have the link, so if anyone wants to come in, I didn't think we'd have a full panel all night. No way. So yeah, we'll see.
Okay, be back.
All right, no worries.
I didn't want to offend Lance, so I waited until Lance left so they could come on and be offensive.
All right. Yeah. Plus, it's like you don't want him like coughing and freaking out based on what you're saying.
Right.
You make him lose his shit.
Yeah.
So after this, we get the 20th. This is the 20th Toho movie, but the 9th Godzilla movie.
Oh my God.
Destroy All Monsters. And this one's actually great. Probably the second best of the Showa era. It is 11 monsters are in this movie. and it takes place in the 20th century, in the future, the early 20th century, and world peace has been achieved, and all the monsters live on Monster Island, and we kind of observe them, and they have a peaceful equilibrium. We supply them with food and water and everything they need, and they just live happily. And for some reason, they start attacking again. And this is actually the first time we see Godzilla destroy New York. And I think other cities are London and Beijing and Moscow.
I'm all for that. No,
yeah,
Godzilla, please destroy New York City, please.
Yeah, well, it's later revealed that there's more aliens involved, asshole aliens, and they are basically using some kind of kaiju controlling device to cause the monsters to attack. And of course, they have King Ghidorah up their sleeve. And it's kind of hardcore. It's pretty awesome, and it's like got a big awesome brawl at the end of it. And when I say awesome, I mean awesome for these 60s, 70s movies. But it's so funny because Destroy All Monsters is great. It's very fun, and then after that, we have All Monsters Attack, which is considered one of the worst movies of the Showa era, and this is the one with fucking Gabara, who's an ogre. He's an ogre, and he only exists in this one movie. And what's interesting is I didn't really pick this up the first time I saw this movie, but it was only until like recently that I realized like this movie takes place all in the head of a little kid. This kid is basically dealing with bullies and non-interested parents who are too busy to spend time with him. So he has these fantasies about hanging out with Minnie-La on Monster Island and observing Godzilla like having fun and beating up other monsters. And it's revealed that like Minnie-La talks in this one too, in his daydreams. Like literally they just have conversations to each other. And it's fun because when they first start out in the fantasy, they're both the same height. They're little boys size. And then the next time he goes into the daydream world, Minnie-La is like 20 feet tall. And he gets bigger and bigger. But what's funny is he tells Minnie-La that he gets bullied, he gets picked on. And it turns out that Minnie-La also has a bully. And it's this fucker, this green ogre named Gabara. And, Gabara.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, he's a pretty weird little guy. And this is the only movie he shows up in. And most of the movie is this little kid running away from bank robbers. Because this little kid has like in his little daydreams, he like walks into like an old abandoned shed and finds like a box and he finds like some fucking ID from one of the bank robbers. I don't remember. It's very convoluted. Bank robbers end up kidnapping this kid and he's having these fun little daydreams about him and Minnie-La running from these giant mantis and all these other animals, but it's all mostly recycled footage from the other movies. So you know how like every show will do like a recaps episode, a flashback episode where they do a lot of like highlights, a highlight reel from some of the best parts of the show that we've seen. Hey, remember that one episode where we did this? That's kind of what All Monsters Attack is. It's very strange, but heavy in the kid stuff. And this is where we pivot into the Champion era, where now Godzilla's just straight up like the fucking Power Rangers Megazord. He just shows up to beat up bad guys, and he's like totally the hero, like not even an anti-hero. So it's this is where we get into the silly territory. And I don't know. After that, we got Godzilla versus Hedorah, which I do love. Now, Hedorah, I don't know. The thing about Hedorah is Hedorah 1960 was it 1971? Okay. He's a giant octopus, a smog monster that looks like an octopus made out of pollution, basically. And I like Hedorah because we're back into like this whole like warning humans of their folly, this time instead of radiation and atomic bombs, it's pollution, specifically ocean pollution and how bad it is. And Hedorah does have the most psychedelic shit because it's very like groovy, man, flower power, save the earth, bro. Like all the
Psychedelic
Japanese dudes,
shit.
all the humans want to do is just play guitar and
the
sing
fuck?
hippie music next to lava lamps the whole movie. And they even find out that the world is ending because Hedorah is like a big deal. Dude, Hedorah flies over and like everything under it gets like poisoned. Like he kills a lot of people. It's fucked up. And also he can
Does he
like
kill the
change-
hippies? I hope at least.
Yeah, well, they're not really hippies as much as they are like they're just like Japanese, like environmentalists. They don't like have
Even
like, the
better.
look.
Even better.
What's crazy is like they think the world's ending, so they actually throw like a big end of the world party.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of dance scenes, a lot of partying by the fucking fire. That's what they do at the end. They just go party by a bonfire and wait for the world to end, and then they end up just watching Godzilla and Hedorah fight. They find out that Hedorah is vulnerable to I think it's dehydration. So they use some kind of like lightning electricity on him. And it starts getting fun. Also, the other thing I wanted to talk about was the maser cannons. I want to say the maser cannons are already a thing by Destroy All Monsters, even though they showed up in some that Frankenstein versus whatever movie. They did make a Frankenstein giant monster, but it wasn't versus King Kong. It was Frankenstein versus Baragon. And this is also a Toho movie from 1965. But the reason why it's so important is because we get the maser weapon, the maser cannon, which is kind of becomes a staple weapon when it comes to attacking Godzilla. Basically, it stands for what is it? Microwave amplification of stimulated emission of radiation. And the cannon looks like a big satellite dish on a tank, basically, and it fires electricity at them. And it seems to be one of the few weapons that actually, hurts these motherfuckers. So, Hedorah, I know, getting phased out by like electric towers was cool. And like I said, it's just got this cool like 70s vibe that's really not really captured in any of the other Godzilla movies as much as this one. In terms of like the hippie tone, which is so fun. But then Godzilla versus Gigan. This is the one that I showed you earlier where Godzilla talks in the American version. What's cool though is Gigan, the first motherfucker to make Godzilla bleed. Gigan shows up in space, out of space with King Ghidorah, and Gigan's got those big blade hands, he looks like a big bird creature with no wings, but he does fly. But he's just a big asshole from space, and he's got these big old what are they like? They're like hook blades. Here we go. Very Power Rangers-y. We're getting into Super Power Rangers territory now.
Yeah, Adam.
With all these dumb characters.
He's wearing a shirt right now. All right.
Yeah, what did he say? Oh, Gigan shirt. Hell yeah. Yeah, Gigan is a big favorite. I think my favorites are Rodan and Mechagodzilla. In terms of the rogues. Who's your favorite Godzilla enemy, Blue Collar?
Probably Ghidorah, just because he's so fucking hard for him to fight. There's three of them, and the fact that
you always gotta team up.
Yeah,
exactly. Buddy. And also Ghidorah is like straight up evil.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because Godzilla just wants to destroy Tokyo. Ghidorah wants to destroy the entire fucking planet. So
yeah, bueno.
Exactly.
Gigan though, they did kind of remodel Gigan in Final Wars, and nobody liked it. It's kind of weird. Dual chainsaws. Yeah, that's 80s Gigan. Pretty fun stuff. And then the Gigan plot, if I remember correctly, it's like the one with the big, they build a big base that is shaped like Godzilla, right? Am I mistaken, or is that Megalon? Yes. Yeah, these humans that are actually cockroaches, kind of similar to Team America, where it's revealed that Kim Jong-un is like a giant cockroach in disguise. It's the same thing. These aliens are just giant cockroaches in disguise, and we think they're humans. And he's hired as a concept artist. This one guy, the main guy, he's a manga artist. That's the other reason why I like Gigan, because it's got all these like cool like Japanese style illustrations and cartoon stuff in it. But he's like hired to like help this park build this giant like Godzilla tower. And it turns out the Godzilla tower, kind of a predecessor for Mechagodzilla. It's like a big fake Godzilla that doesn't move, but it shoots lasers out of its face. So it's kind of
Freaking
like
lasers out of its freaking face.
Freaking lasers. I know. Not cool, buddy.
Not cool. Hey, I'm going to have to go ahead and leave this fascinating and engaging trip down Godzilla Lane. I have to work both jobs tomorrow as I'm back to work after the holidays. I appreciate you guys having me on, and I look forward to tomorrow night's rewatch of Die Hard Part 2.
Die Harder.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see William Sadler's ass again.
Hell yeah. That's really, if I'm being honest, that's why I picked it. But thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for allowing me to take a trip down memory lane when I got my first concussion, but not my last.
Yeah.
And please take it easy tonight. I hope you feel better tomorrow, buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure.
Oh boy. All right. Well, all right. He needs an intervention, but
the night is young. It's only 3 hours in.
Oh boy. Godzilla!
Still got 5 to go.
Just remember, I want to be ninja.
Here's a message for Chris. Godzilla says drugs are the real monster. All right.
It said drugs, not alcohol. So
alcohol is a drug, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it's
alcohol. It's
coffee's a drug. So is chocolate. What else? Yeah, we got some memes here. Some more memes. This is good. I'll tread wherever I want. Godzilla. Yeah, let's close this. What else we got? We got some more memes. Here's some Vincent Van Gogh's Vincent Godzilla's Starry Night.
What the fuck is that?
Pretty good. Yeah, funny. It's a funny little meme. Funny little meme for you. Oh, this is funny. You'll like this. This is for me and Blue Collar. King Kong versus Godzilla joke. You were never a king. You were never even a monster. Save Mothra. Why'd you say that name? Who's Martha?
Exactly.
Mothra. Yeah.
Oh, fuck BBS.
Oh, you've heard of Elf on a Shelf. Get ready for Ghidorah in Sephora, right? I'm sorry. That was a bad one.
You can't make this shit up, dude. Holy shit.
Well, you can, you just shouldn't.
That's why Godzilla should destroy New York City. Shit.
What else? Let's see here. Back to these movies. We got Megalon next, which is not a good one. Gigan is everyone likes Gigan, but nobody likes Megalon. And I think a big reason is because of the whole Jet Jaguar thing. Also, Gigan does show up in this one also. That's what I said. It's like they'll say, hey, Godzilla versus Gigan. And this is another thing I noticed. Like the second one's called Godzilla Raids Again, and it's Godzilla versus Anguirus. But nobody really saw it. But then King Kong versus Godzilla made a shitload of money. And it was like everyone was there for the main attraction, this meta fight. So that's why every movie after that is Godzilla versus this, Godzilla versus that. And I don't know. It's just so funny because like they would say, okay, well, King Ghidorah, he's going to be in this new monster movie, Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. And we introduce this big Ghidorah monster. And if he's successful, then he's in the next movie. And that's kind of what they did with Gigan. It's like Gigan was a big hit. So let's bring him back for Godzilla versus Megalon. And it's just like, guys, there's no continuity here, really, you know, in terms of it's very loose, these early Showa movies. But yeah, I mean, what else? As far as Megalon goes, you've got this young guy who is this is the one with the fucking the sea Lantians, the sea worldians. What are they called? Oh, it takes place in 1970X.
Jesus Christ, man.
sometime in the future of 1970 something.
Sealandians. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's an underground civilization that's tired of all the atomic tests in the ocean. So they release Megalon onto society as punishment. Also, another thing I realized watching all these movies in a single sitting, so many Japanese people named Goro in these movies. I was confused thinking it was like a recurring character. It isn't. It's just every movie there's a guy named Goro. So it got confusing after a while because this one has an inventor named Goro Ibuki and his little brother Rokuro. And they developed this little robot guy named Jet Jaguar. And yeah, Megalon sucks. Yeah, exactly. Nobody likes him. Gigon.
Yeah, really.
Anguirus, King Ghidorah, Knifehead, King Caesar. Yep. See, Mosura. Who's Mosura? Do you know, Chris?
No, honestly, no.
It's Mothra. That's what
Holy
his
shit!
Japanese
Wow.
name is.
Damn it all, Mothra.
Masura.
Okay,
Masura.
so is Mothra a good guy or a bad guy?
He's always a good guy.
Okay.
And Mothra's a she as well.
Oh, nice.
Mothra is literally canonically a
Mothra.
female. And then we'll get into Batra later. But I mean, we're trying to burn through these movies. You guys understand? Like, I would see like little videos that were like a brief summary of all the Godzilla movies, and it's like 3 hours long. You know, so it's like it's gonna take some time to talk about all these. Like we're still rounding up the Showa era. And honestly, these are the movies we could talk about the least, you know. Because like some of these other movies, like especially down the line, like the legendary stuff and some of these others, like we're probably gonna talk about them more. But yeah, nobody likes Megalon. Rodan does make an appearance in this one too, but I don't know. Godzilla, he's definitely like in full hero mode in these ones. And then of course we get to I think my favorite villain. My favorite villain is, I think, Mechagodzilla. I know we talk about how like King Ghidorah.
Yeah, it's hard to fight that.
Here's the thing. Like King Ghidorah is like Superman's Apocalypse or Dorkside. But Mechagodzilla is like Godzilla's Lex Luthor, you know? Like he's always there. You know, Mechagodzilla is like Godzilla's or Batman's Joker, you know, like just like not really like the most dangerous, but like just the main one because he's and the plot's different each time. In this first time we see Mechagodzilla,
yeah,
he is Godzilla in disguise and he's destroying cities and shit. And everyone's like, dude, what's your deal? It's Anguirus. Anguirus shows up, his old buddy, and they get into a big fight. And even though Anguirus is destroyed, we see that Godzilla has this like metal underskin. And then the real Godzilla shows up, and this is where Godzilla has super goofy face in this one, by the way.
Yeah, really.
This costume is called the I'm gonna guess it's Japanese. What is the word for Magaru Godzilla, Magaru Goji. The Magaru Goji is very distinct because of this lip he has, this like duck bill, you know? He has almost like a duck faced and these huge like Daffy Duck style eyes.
Yeah.
Although his eyebrows are lower. And he's got this like kind of like angry face, but no baring teeth really. And I don't know. Point is, Mechagodzilla was built by aliens who are hell bent on destroying Earth, like they always are, because they're assholes.
Yeah, of course.
That's the other thing about these Godzilla movies. There's humans and aliens are living amongst us, and all the aliens, almost all of them are assholes. There's hardly any like peaceful aliens. And if they are, it's because they're like outliers. They're like they've betrayed their race, you know? They're not it's very weird. But also
yeah, really.
yeah, the American title was the Bionic Monster. for this one. But yeah, like these and they're always human like aliens. It's not like Godzilla versus Megalon, we've got or Gigan, we've got the cockroach people. So they're literal cockroaches, but a lot of times the aliens are just like Star Trek aliens, like they just look like us, but maybe with pointy ears or something. But anyway, Mechagodzilla is revealed to be like this giant alien super weapon. And they have to bring about King Caesar, who's a character I don't really like at all. But again, King Caesar helps Godzilla beat up this guy. And then, like Adam says, I always want Mechagodzilla to be cooler than he ends up. Yeah, I think a good thing about Mechagodzilla is like a combination of the Kiryu Godzilla, the King Kong versus Godzilla, Mechagodzilla. Like, I like that idea where it's like we build Godzilla, and then it goes haywire. And now Godzilla has to destroy the thing we built to destroy Godzilla. And it's like, dude, like we built this thing hoping that Mechagodzilla is going to destroy it, right? Mechagodzilla's finally going to destroy Godzilla. And then it goes evil for some reason. My favorite reason why it would go evil is like the King Ghidorah route. It's like it was actually built by aliens. But like, I don't like this idea, like, because I thought this was already in a movie, but I think I'm having a Mandela effect where I'm combining different movies in my head. But the idea that I always thought of was, because imagine this. It's like, hey, you guys got a Godzilla problem, huh? Well, we propose a weapon. We propose a weapon. It's a giant metal robotic Godzilla with missile launcher fingers and laser beam eyes, and it breathes fucking laser fire, maser cannons. It's very dangerous and huge, gigantic 300-foot tall robot. And whoever's hearing this, the president of Japan is like, well, no, thank you. We're not interested. Sounds like a terrible idea. And then the weird guy's like, well, we already built it. We already built it, I'm afraid. And they're like, wait, what? How? It's like secretly with funding from somewhere. And that's when we find out later, after the machine goes evil, that we realize like these dudes who built it are actually aliens. That has not happened in a movie. I'm, like I said, I'm crossing my streams where I'm thinking of King Ghidorah, and sometimes Mechagodzilla gets possessed because, like, in the 90s version, like Godzilla's built with the old Godzilla remains from 1954. And that old Godzilla is like awakened somehow. It's kind of like Noob Saibot, which I get. I get it. But yeah, I guess I just imagine that whole alien double cross plot. But no, I guess the plot was like Godzilla's like actually they were gonna build Godzilla, a metal Godzilla, but make him disguise as a regular Godzilla. It was strange.
Definitely a weird choice.
So Terror of Mechagodzilla. It's funny because Terror of Mechagodzilla is way better than Mechagodzilla versus Godzilla. But it's funny because it was the biggest bomb of all the movies. It made so little money.
Wow.
And it was the reason why they decided like we're gonna retire Godzilla for a while.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know, the last bunch of Godzilla movies, this one has first of all, they're looking for the Mechagodzilla wreckage from the last movie, and they're attacked by Titanosaurus, who is a giant sea monster built by a mad scientist. And it's kind of a bad situation because now you got oh god, not an actual Titanosaurus. Titanosaurus from Godzilla. This guy. This fruity looking dude. Here we go. So yeah, Titanosaurus is used by a mad scientist Japanese who wants to destroy mankind. And he's in cahoots with these black hole planet aliens who rebuilt Mechagodzilla and remodeled him.
Yep.
And again, they just unleashed Godzilla and Titanosaurus on society, and Godzilla has to kick everyone's ass. But like I said, this movie kind of made shit money. So
yeah,
I think after that, all we have after that is the Godzilla animated series from the 70s, the Hanna-Barbera show. Remember that shit?
God. I mean, that's before my time. So
300 stories tall. Godzilla, Godzilla, and
Jesus Christ.
Godzuki. Remember that shit?
Yeah, it was before my time, man. I didn't see that one.
Well, it's funny because according to the cartoon, 300 stories tall is like 500 feet tall or
Jesus.
six. It's like he's, according to the song, the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla is like one of the biggest versions of Godzilla ever.
Yeah.
But it's funny because his size constantly changes throughout the cartoon. And that's something that you notice with these, I'm noticing with these legendary movies is like size inconsistencies. Like 1 minute Godzilla is big enough. Like they were talking about how Godzilla is like bigger than those freighters, those naval ships. You know, his back ridges are like the size of the ship, you know? But then in King Kong versus Godzilla, they fight on top of one of those ships. So it's like strange. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, here's a good picture right here. This is fun. I hate how Reddit can't like open the image in a new tab.
What the
without
fuck?
just having all the Reddit shit. Anyway, doesn't matter. This is what I'm talking about. We've got, here he is. Here's Godzilla here next to this freighter. And then here they both are on top of the freighter. It's strange. It's a little weird. We'll allow it.
Yeah, the whole size difference.
But nothing is worse than the Hanna-Barbera show. The Hanna-Barbera show is like crazy. And also Godzuki, he's like kind of like a little winged dragon. It's very strange. I don't get it. Don't get it. But anyway, I guess now we're done with the Showa era, which is like the 70s and 60s and 50s movies. And this is like the end of the campiness. And yeah, like I said, we get to a 10-year break. And there's a plan to make an American Godzilla movie, and it fell through. So like I said earlier, they released Return of Godzilla, which was like the scary Godzilla's back. And I gotta say, the thing about Return of Godzilla is Godzilla's very stupid in this one. He's not very like, he's big and scary, but they easily kind of like lure him into a volcano and just drop him in there. But one of the things that's fucked up about the movie, though, that's so good about it is like, you know, Godzilla's like terrorizing Japan like he always does. And it's messed up because like the Russians and the United States are like arguing. Like the United States are like, dude, you got to let us drop a nuclear bomb on you so we can kill this thing. And Russia's like, no, we'll absorb the nuclear fallout. You should let us do it, you know, so we know what we're doing. And obviously, the Japanese are like, look, we have a device called the Super X. It's like a Japanese Godzilla fighting machine. And we're going to use it to, you just give us some time and we'll try to take down Godzilla ourselves. But what's cool is there's a great nuclear warhead scene going off. Like they accidentally fire a nuke from a satellite and they detonate it in orbit so it doesn't kill everybody. But it accidentally like rains radiation on Godzilla and like makes him like even more fucked up and stronger. It's cool. But yeah, I think the 85 version is just like, you know, people had forgotten the dangers of like nuclear war by the 80s.
Yeah, really.
You know? So
yeah, I mean, it was what, 3 decades? I mean, come on, people.
Yeah, people just weren't really afraid of like the power of a big nuclear bomb, like how crazy it is. And I don't know. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why they did that in the 80s. And I love it. I like how they were just like very, you know, still keeping Godzilla relevant with the times, you know. It's just, and it's also the 30th anniversary, you know. They keep doing these cool anniversary movies, you know. And it's like I said, it ignores all the other Godzillas except the first one. No sequels, no funny monsters, no Daikaiju running around. But yeah, it was good stuff. And it's 4 years go on until we get a sequel to that one. And it's Godzilla versus Biollante, which, like I said, that's the one that the intro music came from. And that one kicks off so awesome because it's like first thing you see is like a espionage There's some kind of dudes going around, like military looking dudes. Where did Chris go? Oh, well. Military guys running around stealing samples of DNA from the 1985 Godzilla attack. And there's guards, and there's a big shootout, and they're playing that awesome Bio Wars music. And it turns out some kind of nefarious plot. Hello, Cannoli. I was here with a few people. Chris left. Adam and Barbara are eating dinner. Chris just disappeared. I don't know where he went. He should pop in a second. I don't know. Or maybe he's too drunk. Maybe he had to pee and poop and puke. I don't know. But Biollante was great because it's actually a contest winner for original story. People were asking like viewers to submit their theory, their pitch for a new Godzilla movie, and somebody won that Biollante contest. And the idea is a mad scientist trying to do genetic experiments with flowers and Godzilla and his dead daughter's DNA, and he accidentally creates this huge perversion of science. And it starts out as a like a big plant growing out of the ocean, and for some reason Godzilla, he's not really directly involved. He's kind of more like a complicating matter in this one. Godzilla shows up, and what's funny about this one is this is the first time we get introduced to psychics. And more importantly, this one character, what's her name? Ooh, let's see here. I know her name. Miki Sagusa. God damn it. It's going to be a whole lot of this mispronouncing Japanese words. Miku Segusa. She's like our first really big recurring character in these movies. It's crazy. I didn't realize, like, watching these as a kid that these movies are so connected. Hey, Farrell's here. Merry Christmas. Also, yes, Blue Collar's modem died. He's resetting it. What the fuck? No worries. As long as you're not vomiting uncontrollably in a toilet somewhere. Actually, I guess that's the best place to vomit everywhere. Makes me think of Space Incest Baby from Rick and Morty. My face? I don't remember. So, Miki Sagosa, she is a psychic that works at a psychic school. She's 17, and she's the most talented member of the Japanese Psionic Center. Now, one of the cooler parts of Godzilla versus Biollante is when she goes to class the next day, and all the kids at the psychic school had a dream about Godzilla coming back. And it's very cool with all the kids like holding up like their little crayon and drawings of Godzilla of what they dreamed. And they're like, yeah, Godzilla. But of course, Godzilla has to fight this big plant monster because, of course, it mutates into a kind of a Little Shop of Horrors type creature, giant tentacle plant creature with Godzilla. It's very fast, scary. Also, the cool thing about this movie is like you start getting these horror elements with like human-sized monsters killing people, like a slasher film. That stuff's fun. I don't know. Biollante, baby. Biollante, probably second best of the Heisei series, I think. And like I've said before, like if you really are going to watch these, like, yeah, just start with the first one and then skip all the way to all the Heisei movies. Because they are a blast. And what's cool about the Heisei movies, they always have because the Showa series, there's always like the attacks are in broad daylight on like I said, often sometimes in a desert island, jungle somewhere. Other times they're like in the city, but it's always broad daylight. And what's cool about the Heisei movies is the first attack will be around daytime to kind of give you that throwback Showa vibe. But then the big big final showdown is held at night, usually bad weather. It's where you get your sparks, your smoke, your lights, your thunder, your rain, all that awesome stuff. It looks cool, and it's quite a spectacle. And you could tell that these guys just had fun just putting on suits and just like lighting off a bunch of fucking fireworks on their buddies, just like launching them at them. And, like I said, a lot of times the suits got caught fire. The suit has to constantly get repaired and remodeled between movies because of the wear and tear. The Godzilla suits. That's why there's so many different ones. They can't just like recycle them. But I guess after Biollante, I think we get Mothra, the 90s Mothra version, which is such a good one because Mothra. Oh no, wait, sorry. Godzilla versus King Ghidorah is next. My bad. This one is Wackyville. Godzilla versus King Ghidorah in 1991 is so bizarre because, like I said, we have the Futurians. The Futurians, they're from the future. The very, very far future, like the year 2400. Oh, 2200. 2204. They've traveled back to 1991. They call themselves the Futurians. And they claim that in their future, Japan has been completely destroyed. And they hatch a plan to take present-day scientists back to 1940s to stop Godzilla's creation in the first place. But it turns out that they are actually lying. They deliberately create King Ghidorah. There are these three cute little creatures on the spaceship. And one of the Futurians purposely leaves these creatures behind so that way they could be irradiated by nuclear tests and, cause King Ghidorah to show up. R.I.P. Blue Collar, by the way. R.I.P. his internet. Let's see. Yeah, one of the best parts about King Ghidorah, let's see here if I can pull this shit up, is this cyborg guy. He's so fun. They have a little cyborg guy. Also, the other thing about something that's common with the Godzilla movies, same thing with the Seatopians, and these Futurians. They're always portrayed by white people. So you got white American dudes speaking Japanese fluently, and just playing along in this movie. Let's see here, 1991. Wow. Merry Christmas, you guys. Yeah, I don't think I can show any of this shit. Never mind. Toho, damn you. But anyway, King Ghidorah, it's a very fun movie because we get to understand the origin. The origin of Godzilla is pretty well spelled out. And if you saw -1, it's very similar to that. They go back to 1940s and see there's a giant, it's a Godzillasaurus, and it's attacking American soldiers on this Japanese island. And the Japanese, the animal's horribly wounded by the U.S. soldiers, doesn't die. The Japanese soldiers kind of pay their respects and they leave. And I guess the animal is then transported by these Futurians to the middle of the sea, where it will later be irradiated. So they basically create like a second Godzilla on accident. It's very interesting. Godzilla's true origins kind of explained for the most part. But of course it's revealed that, of course, these Futurians were lying about Japan being destroyed. Japan's actually the number one superpower in the world, and the Futurians want it destroyed. So they basically create King Ghidorah, and Ghidorah is running around. But what's funny is Godzilla also shows up and beats Ghidorah. And then they turn Ghidorah into fucking cyborg, like Mecha Ghidorah. Where is Mecha King Ghidorah? Mecha King Ghidorah. This is something we could probably see in one of these other dumb legendary movies. But yeah, you replace the dominant second middle head with a cyborg. And there's actually someone inside of it that pilots it, which is crazy. Totally crazy. I don't know about that. I don't think it'd be safe to be inside these battle mechs. I think it's better to like pilot them remotely if possible. Like in Pacific Rim and these other battle mech movies, it's like getting inside the thing. It's pretty risky. Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, I don't know. One thing I liked about the King Ghidorah movie is just like so many elements crossing. And also we've got Homegirl, Psychic Girl. She comes back and she's on this crew that's being taken to the tour to the 40s and stuff. She's a big character in some of these movies. Very fun stuff. Let me close some of these tabs I don't need here. No. Nope. Nope. Shadow Shodai Goji. Let's see here. Close it all. Don't need any of this shit. Gareth Edwards Goji. All right. Okay. How else is things going for Christmas, guys? I'm wondering where Blue Collar is. It's okay. Adam and Barbara are eating. I got some leftover lasagna. I will probably eat soon. Okay. So basically, one of these Futurians betrays them and lets the humans know, hey, this is actually not good. And she betrays sides, and she's the one who gets into Mechagodzilla or Mechaghidorah. Interesting. Fighting UFOs, Godzilla, King Ghidorah. Anyway, Godzilla goes to the bottom of the ocean and swims away. We're getting some dead air here. I'm not used to being all the talking and the controlling. Maybe I could just go freeform for a while. But I guess we got Godzilla versus Mothra, which is the 90s Godzilla versus Mothra, which has this wonderful Indiana Jones kind of vibe to it. It's got like a guy named Takuya Fujitu. He's basically kind of like an Indiana Jones type character running around. And of course, there's another big fucking egg found like in all the Mothra movies. And, Mothra shows up. This one is the one where you get Batra, though. Batra is the male version of Mothra, and basically a big, scary looking Mothra. He's all black, looks like a bat. And you think he's a bad guy, but it turns out that they kind of got like a thing going. Kind of got like a mating thing going. It's kind of hot. It's kind of sexy. Mothras. And yeah, they reduced Godzilla's role a bit because I think the thing about 90s Godzilla Mothra movie is they wanted to get more, they wanted to get some ladies. They want to get more ladies in the audience. And Mothra is very popular with the women, little girls and stuff. So, I don't know. I liked it. I think this is one of the ones I'd seen the fewest times. But the following film, Mechagodzilla 2, now that was the one that was fun. In this one, we've got, this is where we get Baby Godzilla, who we see right here. Where's Baby Godzilla? This little guy. Here we go. Here's Baby Godzilla. Merry Christmas, all. Merry Christmas from Baby Godzilla. So this is the one where we find another egg. We think it's a Mothra egg, but it's actually a little baby Godzillasaurus. And the Psychics girl, what's her name? I just said it several times. Suzuki. I don't remember her name at all. Miki Segusa. She is the one who's like basically takes this little Godzilla in under her wing at the little psychic school. And yeah. Where was I? God damn it. It's a little guy. Little guy shows up. And basically this is where we built Mechagodzilla in this one. The origins of Mechagodzilla is we take the Mecha Ghidorah head that was destroyed, and we use that. And keep in mind, Mecha Ghidorah was made by evil aliens in the future, right? And that is now used to build Mechagodzilla. And of course, this is also where we get the G-Force. The G-Force is, the actual task force that's, tasked with Godzilla. Hence the name, G-Force. Anyway, I don't know. They're giant anti-Godzilla robot, Mechagodzilla. He should target this second brain in Godzilla's name. You see, Godzilla has two brains, like I've said before. And one of his brains is controls his lower motor functions. Like I said earlier, he has to have like a tail brain. So of course, there's a big Mechagodzilla fight. Is this the one where Mechagodzilla goes evil, or is this the one where Mechagodzilla is just a good guy? No, Mechagodzilla is a good guy. Yeah, I don't know. Guys, honestly, I'm not going to lie. These movies are all blending together in my brain. It's like I'm going crazy. Is this going to be the stream that breaks me? Is this going to be the stream where I have my psychotic snap? Could be. Point is, I thought I'd have my buddy Blue Collar here. And I have way too many tabs open. I'm trying to close some because it's getting confusing. This is gonna be one of those streams that makes me dizzy, makes my head hurt. Staring at this computer screen for too long. I guess we'll have a couple memes here. If you don't know what this is, we could still be friends, but you're just gonna get some points deducted. Got some fun. In case you don't know, that is the oxygen destroyer, guys. That is what it looks like. It's a little metal ball in a tube. Yeah, we've got King Kong versus Godzilla, Save Christmas. That'll be fun. That's a fun movie I'm looking forward to. We've got this Godzilla Power Zord art that I personally am quite fond of. I know Blue Collar likes it as well. And then we've got some more Godzilla with titties. These custom emojis you can do on Facebook, social, it's so fun. I can't wait till all the platforms start doing it. That being said, yeah, happy holidays. Let's put on some bloopers in the background while I keep talking. Yeah. Let's see here. Bring up more tabs. See what's going on in the chat. Hang in there, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Blue Collar went. His internet got turned off. He didn't pay his bill. Poor guy. But yeah, like I said, it's like a bunch of friends just shooting smoke grenades and bottle rockets at each other. It's pretty fun. Seems like a cool job to have for a young Japanese man in the 90s. Seems like quite a career choice. That being said, I know some other people are streaming right now, so I'm glad that you guys are spending the time here. It really warms the cockles of my heart. Let's see. Ooh, it's struggling. Okay. Yeah, and that's another thing that's common with Mechagodzilla. Getting his head taken off. Getting his head taken off like a little football. Oh, no. Are we gonna watch this guy fall over? It's a very wet suit. It's rubber and heavy. It's probably hard as hell to walk in it. Oh boy. That tail. I assume the tail moves because it's on a little string. They kind of just flip it around like a little whip. Is that Destroyer? Destroyer crashing into a crane? Oh, yep. Fun. Yeah. Just a few more seconds of bloopers. Godzilla's funniest home videos. Damn. Could he drown if that happens? Like if he falls over and like doesn't get lifted up in time, could he like suffocate in his rubber suit? It's possible. Doesn't sound like a good idea. Also, walking in the actual ocean also seems like a bad idea. Anyway, Super Mecha Godzilla. I think that's when Godzilla joins forces with Garuda. Yeah. So Super Mecha Godzilla is where Godzilla has his big fucking space cannons. He looks pretty cool. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. There he is. Who's a big boy? Mecha Godzilla becomes Super Mecha Godzilla with his giant shoulder guns. Pretty good. Pretty damn good looking dude. Also, like, yeah, I don't know. Building this thing sounds like such a terrible idea. It really does. I gotta, if this was real, this would be like one of the stupidest things to do. It's like the same thing with the Legendary movie. It's like, why? Why on earth would you build this giant Godzilla movie? If you play Godzilla backwards, it's about a benevolent monster that rebuilds Tokyo and moonwalks into the sea. Thank you, Barbara. That is true. Moonwalking's fun. I can't do it. It's actually called the what's it called? It's like a backwards slide or something. Standard moonwalking technique. Ooh. All right. So yeah. I guess we're going up to Godzilla versus Space Godzilla now. This is where Miki, Psychic Girl, receives a much larger role in this one. She also, that's another thing that's cool about this Miki Sagusa character, is she develops, like, through her, we start to understand Godzilla more and start to empathize with him more over the course of these like Heisei movies. Because like I said, he starts out as this big bad scary thing, but like he still is a big bad scary thing in this point. But it's like, I don't know, we kind of get more the fact that he has a little kid now, and he is just kind of an animal. He's just doing his thing. I can't do it either. Yeah, moonwalking is not that easy. I know a few people that can do it, and I'm jealous of them. I really am. Drummers don't dance. It's the way of the world. Just is. Yeah, Space Godzilla was great because that was, again, we're talking about the dangers of space pollution now. It's like to the point where like we can't even pollute space anymore without creating monsters. But Space Godzilla was very fun. What is the problem with Space Godzilla? It's Biollante. Yeah, Biollante and Mothra. There's like, so Biollante, at the end of Biollante, he gets thrown into space. He's basically a giant flower in space. And then Mothra, he's out in space, and they are both exposed to intense radiation from a black hole, and it results in the birth of Space Godzilla, who quickly makes his way to Earth. Now, Space Godzilla, in case you don't remember, he looks like Godzilla, but with huge tusks and gigantic crystals growing out of his shoulder. And he's kind of a dick. And honestly, if we were talking about bringing back some of these Godzilla creatures, these Toho monsters, for the legendary ones, I would not object to Space Godzilla. I really wouldn't. I mean, check out those heady crystals, dude. Far out, bro. Yeah, I love Biolante too. I think everyone loves Biolante and Destroya the most. But yeah, I'm on Team Biolante. Biolante was awesome because it's like, even without Godzilla, the Biolante movie would still be pretty fun. But you do need Godzilla to show up and kind of get rid of him. Or I guess you can kind of have some kind of human intervention that works too. Oh, the alcohol. It's starting to hit me. I wonder if Blue Collar is drinking, puking, drinking, and puking. I'm wondering if he puked all over his modem. No worries, man. I'm just vamping. Adam, I'm excited to have you on. And I think also, maybe Words of Paradise might pop in too. We'll see. But Space Godzilla. I saw this pretty recently, and I still don't remember much of it. Like I said, it's all blurring. It's all blurring. I think at the end of Space Godzilla, that's the one where we have Godzilla Jr. Or no, he's still little Godzilla, right? Little baby Godzilla. He's a grown-up baby. He still looks like little Godzilla, but he's much bigger. That's right. And they put a mind control device in Godzilla. So that way they can psychically kind of control him a little bit. But obviously that gets fucked up because Space Godzilla shows up, and Miki is also kidnapped by criminals. There's always like crime syndicates. If there aren't killer aliens, like zillions, there's always some kind of shady businessman running around. Yeah. Also, it's very rare when you see people get shot in these movies. I think you see a few get killed in Terror of Mechagodzilla. Like people getting gunned down by each other. It's very rare. And you also, like I said, you never see Godzilla eat anybody, or at least intentionally. It's strange. You'd think he'd have to eat a whole lot of people to stay alive, but he doesn't. So basically the idea is they're trying to use Godzilla as a mercenary monster. These evil people. And under pressure, Miki she uses telekinesis for the first time. She's trying to, I don't know, Space Godzilla. I don't remember anything he's doing other than just trying to be a dick to everybody. I really wish we could just like skim through these movies, but that would just take way too long. It really would. So, how does this movie end? If I remember correctly, Godzilla makes his way back to Birth Island. There's Birth Island, there's Infant Island, and then there's these are all the names for Monster Island or various Monster Islands. But yeah, Miki like uses her psychic powers to like remove the mind control device off of Godzilla after he does defeat Space Godzilla using a supercharged heat ray. Also, this is the one with Mogura, which is another G task force type flying battleship. It's pretty cool. Battle mechs. Also, I'm trying to get my monitor to stop doing its technical glitches. Anyway, come on, baby. Come back to daddy. Yep. Okay. So G-Force and Godzilla combined destroy Space Godzilla, and Godzilla goes back into the sea, and his little son follows him. And then after that, now we have Destroya. Godzilla versus Destroya is so fun. It's like literally a horror movie, which is why it's so cool. And it is like a fitting end they kind of tried to get Godzilla to push to like a climax, which I appreciated. It's they kind of did what the Dark Knight Rises did. It's like, let's try to give Godzilla like some kind of ending, a passing of the torch, if you will. So it kind of starts with like big problems. Godzilla shows up and he is like going thermonuclear. He's all red and glowing. Oh my God, turn the fuck on. I can't see what I'm doing. Let's see here. Please stay on, Mr. Monitor. Let's see. Let me pull up a picture of Distro Goji. Oh my God. I'm like literally pressing my finger at the bottom of the screen to keep it on. It's annoying. Why is it doing this now? And of all the times to be doing this, oh God. Really struggling here with the computer. Oh my God. This stream is becoming quite a challenge. Oh boy. Now it would be Megura, no. Kiru, no. Oh my God. Miri. Moji Goji. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. So yeah. Desugoji. Desugoji is the destroyer Godzilla, and he has atomic critical mass. He's reaching critical mass, and he's all burning up. Looks good. Let's see here. Fucking one picture of him. Also, my stupid monitor. I'm doing 5 things at once, guys. It sucks. I'm checking the chat. I'm wondering where Chris is. I'm talking about Godzilla. I'm skimming through tabs. And I'm also like having to fiddle with my computer so my stupid monitor stays on. Who is this? Barbara's back. Where did Chris go, Barbara? He disappeared. Well, I'm glad the family's coming back in. I'm sure everyone's tired of my voice. Please turn on. This is so bad. Barbara, are you there? We're about to talk about Destroya. Oh my God. I wish you guys could see what I'm doing right now. It's so stupid. Please stay on. Hello?
Hello.
How was dinner?
Dinner was wonderful.
What did
Adam
he make?
is a hell of a cook.
Did he make a chicken?
No.
He made deviled eggs.
He made seared scallops.
Ooh, yummy.
And it was delicious. So buttery good.
Gordon Ramsay would have been proud, eh?
Julia Child would have been proud. There was so much butter involved.
First you take a chicken. It's my favorite catchphrase of hers. So yeah. Thoughts on Destroya? Godzilla versus Destroya. Don't answer that. Don't worry about it. I'm wondering where Chris went. He said his modem died, and now he's gone eternally.
Oh no!
But I'm glad that you showed
Adam
up.
should be here in a few minutes.
No worries.
I'm
glad you.
I was going to tell you.
Go ahead.
My friend Dawn was in the 2014 Godzilla, and you started to ask me
who was
where. So he was an NPC. He was just an extra, but he shows up in a prominent spot on the screen. He's in the whatever that war room is where he stands. He's wearing a military uniform and he's standing like right next to Ken Watanabe.
All right. Army guy. Cool.
Yeah, the army guy. That's my friend
like-
Don, and
it's
I've
like
known him forever.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about being in a Godzilla movie. It's like all the cool tiny roles. Adam, hello.
Hola, mi aminos.
So now at the 4-hour mark, we can officially get started. I'm just joking.
I heard your stream was crashing. Did I come at the right time?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't my stream; it was my computer. But once Barbara came back in, my monitor kicked back on. She was a little force of light.
She has that effect on me too.
Oh,
So, do you like Biollante more, the movie Godzilla versus Biollante, or Godzilla versus Destroya?
I'd say Biollante.
I think I'm in that boat too. I know everyone likes Destroya a lot because Meltdown Godzilla is pretty badass, and also it is sad watching Godzilla die.
I'm not crazy about the Space Godzilla design, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, me neither. Destroya was cool though because he's like a bunch of little, like I said earlier, he's like the byproduct of the oxygen destroyer.
Yeah,
kind of like how Godzilla is the byproduct of the nuclear weapon.
yeah.
He's got all these like nuclear weapon powers. Destroya is like this oxygen destroyer monster, and
Which is super cool, and I love the oxygen destroyer concept from the very beginning. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it's scary. And then but what's cool about Destroya is like he's like a bunch of little dudes, and they come together and form into a bigger guy, and then there's like a bunch of like man-sized monsters that eat people, and it's a very horror movie. And then of course those two all converge, and then they become giant Destroya, who takes on Godzilla Jr., right? Who's now pretty big. And then that thing gets even bigger and takes on regular Godzilla, who's going thermonuclear. So like these humans, they have to do a couple things. They've got to A, figure out what Destroya is and get rid of it, and B, make sure Godzilla doesn't go thermonuclear and ignite the atmosphere, like Oppenheimer style.
Yeah, honestly, the 80s stuff is not my specialty. I'm more of a Showa guy,
Yeah.
early period, but yeah, this is like 88 is when I went to college, so I was busy with other things. I missed a lot.
So what are your favorite Showa ones?
Oh boy. Well, the original is still the best. I mean, flat out. But yeah, I gave you a list earlier. I'm a huge Mothra fan. Huge.
What are your favorite, back to the original, I mean, why do you think it still resonates so well?
Because it's a well-made film. But as somebody that has worked in the business a little bit, you can just scratch the surface of that production and find out that like all of these guys, none of them are filmmakers, from the top or below that. All the people that worked on this movie, the people that built the suit, the people that did the animation, that built the miniatures, they're just carpenters. They're just regular people. They have no idea what they're doing. All of it was made up right then and there. And they basically created this out of thin air. Monster movies weren't a thing back then. You had the creature from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or whatever, which is a beautiful animation and things like that. But there was nothing like this, certainly in Japan, and very few things like this in the West. The monster movie genre was just beginning to happen.
You mean giant monster movies or just monsters?
Yeah. I mean, obviously not universal monsters or whatever, but like when you think back,
monsters,
when you think about like giant praying mantises and ants and Gila monsters, and shit like that, none of that existed,
right?
Really, I mean, this thing was made by people that were just regular working people, and they were under incredible pressure, and pressure and lack of resources builds creativity. And they banged out one of the best horror movies ever made, ever.
What are some of your favorite just giant monster movies that aren't Godzilla related?
Oh,
I mean, I thought Cloverfield was pretty all right, and but the ones I do like, I like the old ones, like the Deadly Mantis. That was so fun.
Yeah, me and Barbara always go back to the older stuff because that's just what
They always start with like a guy narrating stock footage.
Anything with Peter Graves. right off the bat. Anything.
What was the one? Yeah, he's in one with the giant ants.
He's in
Day-
the one with a giant locust. The
giant grasshoppers. That's what I meant. The day the
Yeah.
world froze, or
the beginning of the end, or something like that.
Yeah, the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, they're all so good. I'm not picky, really,
Okay,
when it
let's-
comes to that genre. I mean, I love the Blob. I love the
Right.
Blob. That's
There's
fantastic.
like Lake Placid and Razorback. Those are some good giant monster movies, even though they're not that big.
More recent stuff is hard to say.
Oh yeah.
And the 80s is more recent to me, just in my head, because I'm an
Is
old
Lake Placid the one with Betty White?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Oh yeah,
Big
yeah.
old crocodile.
I mean, I love Alligator. I don't even remember if that was made for TV, but I always watched
Yeah.
it on commercial TV.
I love those movies. And
Yeah.
Godzilla definitely has like some alligator crocodile vibes. It's like that's the one thing, is like you don't want to deal with Godzilla in the ocean.
No, that's his home. That's
dry land.
That's his domain, really.
I was joking about how Godzilla's so big. All right. If he's walked, and they kind of showed this a little bit in -1, but I wanted to see more of it. But specifically, there's the shot where like his foot comes down and the ground in front of it like shoots up, like all the pavement. Like the idea is like the streets wouldn't be able to support like that weight. So not only would he like crush through the pavement, he would crush through all the sewer pipes and the gas,
subways, all the infrastructure.
So he would always be like knee deep in concrete. So he'd be like walking through deep snow when he's like walking through like civilized parts of the.
Yeah, he'd be wading through.
Yeah, I don't think any Godzilla, no Godzilla movie has done that accurately. I would love to see that.
That's expensive, eh?
Yeah. And I'm glad you're here too, because like I guess when we're wrapping up the Heisei series, I guess we'll get into the millennial stuff and then legendary. But as far as like you said, you like the Showa stuff better. So like
that's what I'm more familiar with.
Yeah, of course. What was your first Godzilla movie you saw, or what? Like, how long has Godzilla been around your whole life, like me?
Okay, so the first one I remember, and it may not be the first one that I saw, but I mean, I couldn't have been more than 6 years old. Was the Smog Monster, the American version of Hedorah. And it was this weird situation where, like, you know how your best friend always gets the better presents on Christmas. So like my mom's best friend's son and I are just a couple of years apart. And then I would go over there with her on the weekends to hang out. And they had the very early version of cable. And so we could get in all these like UHF channels and weird channels that would show this kind of stuff where I lived across the city, that we couldn't get them in on our rabbit ears or whatever. So I remember seeing a lot of amazing movies that like shaped my brain as like a 6-7-year-old. And the first one I remember is the Smog Monster.
Nice.
And then we'd watch all kinds of stuff. It wasn't always, old black and white stuff, but we would sit there and watch like The Changeling or The Omen or whatever nonstop as little kids. And those are pretty much my first memories. That and like the Wolfman and stuff for sure.
Yeah, I think for me with Godzilla, it was 1985 and King Kong versus Godzilla, like those two specifically. And the one that I rented the most was Terror of Mechagodzilla. And then it was funny because like it was like the thing is like it wasn't until like those movies were like 4 or 5 years old already that I started to realize that Biollante was a thing. And even though like it was like 1995, Biollante was like already like, I'm like I'm 10 years old now, and I'm like watching all these old 70s and 60s Godzilla movies still, not realizing there's a movie that came out after, there's a couple movies that came out after 85.
How did you watch them? Did you watch them on rentals or on?
Yeah, we'd go to Blockbuster and they'd always be in the special interest or the sci-fi section.
Cool.
But yeah, Biollante, like that cover art, it's like, dude, how do you not fucking rent that one, dude?
Yeah.
And that is the one thing I will, even if you don't like the Heisei series, they definitely have the best fucking poster art. It's so badass.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of cool like dioramas and miniatures, like fan art sculptures of Biollante, and those ones always impress me the most. It's a cool concept. It doesn't really make you think of like Little Shop of Horrors or anything. It's just its own thing. Biollante has a lot of presence.
Yeah, dude. Like these hand painted Yeah, what's it? This Mechagodzilla and here we
Ooh.
go. Here's all of them. Shit,
Nice.
without all of them naked too. So no title on them. But yeah, dude, Biolante, dude, like, yes, you're gonna rent this. This is like a video game art, you know. In fact, this one, Return of Godzilla. Oh, that one's not up here. Return of Godzilla was that famous Godzilla 2 art. But yeah, I guess you think they got the same artist that did all these.
They look
Sick.
very similar. I don't know who the artist would be.
But let's see.
Man, they're
Godzilla
gorgeous
2.
though.
Yeah, and then no, not 2000. Godzilla 2, the game, aka the movie. Oh wait, we're in a different time now. I gotta literally put Return of Godzilla because Godzilla 2 now means return means Godzilla legendary Godzilla 2. Shit. Didn't even think of that. Here we go. This piece right here. So badass.
Yeah.
And that was another thing about making Godzilla 80 meters tall now in the 80s.
Yeah, he
buildings are
scales
taller.
up. He scales up through history, and that just makes sense.
The buildings get bigger, so he needs to get
Right.
bigger too. And
Yeah.
that was something I didn't agree with. We'll get to that, I guess, right now. In a minute, we're gonna get into the Millennium phase. I guess we'll have to talk about 98 Godzilla first, which I was hoping Blue Collar would be here, or at least Wes, but neither of them were here. So whatever.
Ugh, 98 Godzilla.
Yeah, we got to
We
talk
have
about
to.
it in order
We
to get into the Millennium movies because of that, you know, I mean, this looks so amazing. And, you know, we got 7 solid movies in 10 years. And I think the Heisei, the entire series as a whole is great. Cause like watching the Showa series is daunting. That's 15 movies and they are camp, you know?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. There's the first 2, which are pretty good. I mean, the first one's amazing. The second one's in the same vein, a little less dapper, a little less dour.
I mean, admittedly, I went through a Godzilla snob phase where you know I poo-pooed the camp stuff, but I really grew to love it, and
I love it too.
If you think
love
about
the
it,
camp stuff.
a 70-year-old franchise is going to go through some different tone shifts. You know what I mean? It's like you can't just be the original Godzilla movie over and over and over and over. So kids started to latch onto it, and
I got upset that I couldn't find a easy copy of English copy of Hedorah to watch to riff. So we just did King Kong versus Godzilla instead.
Really, you couldn't get the Smog Monster? Huh?
Yeah, maybe I just look for the Smog Monster instead of Hedorah. There you go. I'm stupid.
Yeah, the English title is Smog Monster.
It's just called the Smog Monster or Godzilla versus
Godzilla versus.
Yeah,
and yeah, that was. I mean, it's so clearly burned into my brain from like being just a little kid. I mean, it just blew my mind. I'd never seen anything like it. It was just this living personification of pollution.
I was also shocked at how deadly he was.
Yeah.
Like you see a lot of people like falling on the ground dying, you know.
Frost clouds and toxic waste behind him and all that stuff, and he just swells up the more he walks through civilization. He just absorbs more pollution. It's fucking crazy.
I like Smog Monster though because of all the partying, you know.
Yeah.
All the fun music and stuff.
Wacky Japanese beatniks.
None of it I can show here, unfortunately.
Oh, I know. I'm fully aware.
All right, for real time, you got to get some sleep. Adam Gray, don't stay up. God bless y'all. Godspeed. No, stay up. Glad you're here.
Well, CLS and I have a weird relationship. I'm a figment of his imagination, apparently. So.
Oh. Well, we've never seen you. We don't know any, actual evidence that you're not.
I legitimately don't have a camera. I'm on a desktop, not a laptop.
Yeah. I think I'm going to start doing some solo streams on my work computer, which was fun because I can do like work while I'm streaming and it'll just be me bullshitting like I used to. I need to get better at that. It's like, it's easy when I'm not doing this big fucking slideshow.
Yeah.
Like, I used to just go live and just like bullshit and it's fun. But like, if I'm trying to like queue up slides and stuff and vamp, it's good to have like 5 other people in here. So it's like, you guys talk about Godzilla for a second while I queue up the next joke.
Oh yeah, I mean B-sides is exactly that. It's me and the learning curve. Like I didn't realize how much multitasking was involved in having guests and showing stuff. Oh my god.
But yeah, I was thinking about moving it into the main computer because like I said, A, I could do some work and show you guys like some work while I'm talking about nonsense. But B, if I'm inside the house, I'll have to talk like this pretty much the whole time because like I try not to get too loud.
You'll have to get your
So
midnight
I'll have
voice
this
on.
cool like radio voice, like, hey,
Yeah.
you're doing Stupenzo drawing on the computer while I talk about the newest bullshit movie I saw for
You're
25
hanging with
minutes.
Venus Flytrap on the overhead.
Yeah, it's just like a 15-20 minute stream, you know, where I just kind of because like sometimes in the morning I drink coffee and then I wake and bake, and then I have like crazy fucking like tirades going on in my head about just like random thoughts, you know, and I just need to get it out. Because
I
like
don't think there's anything wrong with doing some micro streams. Just fucking blast them out there. You get a good rewatch. I noticed you get a good rewatch count.
yeah, I mean that's the thing is I do try to make not so much with the streams. I mean this might be one of them. I don't know. The first 4 hours is pretty rough, but I do like the evergreen content where it's like just like you guys. It's like we can watch your B-side stuff whenever, you know.
I'm shocked that people do. I really am.
Right. The point is, it's not going to lose its appeal in a month or two, like a Rebel Moon review, you know, a Rebel Moon stream.
Yeah, well, we don't cover.
Yeah, that's the
contemporary-
reason why I
we
don't want to
cover
do stuff
contemporary
like
stuff.
that.
There's
Yeah.
enough people doing that well already that
I mean, we do it here sometimes when we talk about a contemporary movie, but I try to like keep it to like movies. Like we
Yeah.
talk about a director or a theme, like Godzilla or Ninja Turtles, and we try to
Well,
cover
yeah.
everything.
Barbara and I are working up a couple of new show ideas. One is that we're going to do pre-recorded, produced, like actual studio
Yeah.
riffs, like MST. But the other one is that we're going to start doing a little more of a talk show that's pre-recorded, where we just pick a theme or a topic or a director or something like that and dig into it for a little while.
Yeah. Yeah. The
I
idea.
really love that because there's so many niche things within cinema that you want to talk about, and they don't always fit into a mode that
A live show,
yeah. Like, why is Ann Baxter so good, and why did she never quite make the scene?
And why does no one know who Norman Foster is?
Right.
Let's see. We did a we did a 4.5 fucking with Nail and I stream, and I was
Oh
like,
yeah, I watched that.
that was
No.
kind of the joke of it. It's like that's kind of like the high concept. Who was the guy? Norman who?
Norman Foster.
Norman Foster.
Foster. Let
He
me see.
directed all the Mr. Moto episodes, I think, and then a few of some of the better Charlie Chan's. And then he went to work for Disney. Well, he took a hiatus down in Mexico for a while and did his own thing, and then he went to work for Disney, to get paid, basically. And that stuff's not quite as good because it's very much in the Disney TV format.
Early Hollywood phase.
Very
Yeah.
static shots, everything's locked off, and it's on cheap sets. And
Well, that's what's so famous about old Hollywood is how evil and ruthless these producers seemed. You know, they didn't even seem human. Sometimes when you hear stories about like what they did to Judy Garland and the making of Wizard of Oz and shit, and they told actors like who to marry and stuff, and it's like, what?
Yeah,
It's
even if it
crazy.
wasn't real, but yeah, it was all this weird window dressing. I mean, Norman
I
Foster.
honestly think we need to go back to it. I think we need to go back to that phase where the producers just
worked.
own the actors.
It worked, right? Every major studio used to put out a new feature a week all the time.
There's got to be a catch,
now look
to
at
making
what we
millions of dollars. Like you're going to be a sports ball player and you're getting millions of dollars. Well, the catch is you're going to do irreparable damage to your body. And you're also not going to know what the hell to do with your money, and you're going to lose it soon.
Well, you're gonna have an agent regardless in sports, but back then all these actors were under contract with one of the big studios.
Yeah, that's
They
what we were
got
talking about
loaned out,
earlier.
They got rented out, whatever, but you did whatever they told you to do for the most part.
I don't know if you heard me when I was talking about it, but in the Showa era, you see a lot of the same actors like being recycled throughout all the movies.
Mm-hmm.
And like
well, Toho is well known for having
directors too, and
in a good sense of the way, but grooming talent. They had a program called the New Faces program where they actually took in these young new actors and schooled them, taught them how to act, taught them how to, work with the lighting, taught them how to dance or sing or whatever they need to do. And they developed these talents for a couple of years before they ever got on screen. And it worked. It worked.
Well, that was my favorite. God damn it. I look up Gojira and the goddamn band shows up. And they wail, by the way. But that's not what I'm looking for. The actor who played Dr. Shirizawa, it was only until like this recent rewatch, like this guy's in so many of these movies. And he's playing like random guys all the time. He's in Terror Mechagodzilla. He's on the island in Ibira.
Him and the hero from Godzilla, the straight guy or whatever.
I was literally thinking because you have to understand, I watched like 12 of these movies in one sitting because like I was burning through them throughout December, but the last 2 days I was like, all right, I got to do this. So I just watched like all the ones I hadn't watched yet in chronological order. And I kept noticing this guy again and again. And I'm like, is it just that they all look like? And it's like, no, it would be the same guy because it's not, even though it's like 20 years later.
No, it's like they're the Toho studio players. And there's a ton of overlap between the Godzilla movies and Kurosawa films.
Oh, yeah.
I
was talking about how Ishiro Hondo, it's a shame his last movie was Terror Mechagodzilla because it's kind of a box office bomb. But like he went on to do like the cinematography for Ron and some of these other awesome Kurosawa movies, which are like his best looking movies,
Yeah, there was this weird thing that went back and forth where Honda and Kurosawa would literally like year for year went back and forth to from biggest grossing movie. And every couple of years, one of them would put out a movie and top the other one, and a friendly rivalry because they work together.
Where's Blue Collar?
His modem crapped out earlier, didn't it?
That's what he said, but I feel like he's like, well, I guess I'm going to take this opportunity to get a pizza or something. I don't know. He fell asleep.
Knocked over a bottle on his modem, I think.
Yeah,
dude, he got shithouse drunk like 2 hours into the stream and left. I'm not gonna let him live it. He drank 2 flavored Jack Daniel's shots and some s'mores flavored shit. It was 17% alcohol. He drank a whole jar of it. S'more flavored quote unquote moonshine.
Dude, that sugary stuff will kill you.
And I was like, did you buy it in a store? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, then it's not moonshine.
No.
Also, is it corn alcohol? Is it made out of fucking grain?
Did you buy it out of a car trunk? It might be moonshine.
Is it flammable? If it's flammable, it's probably moonshine.
It's the sugar that kills you, and it's the sugar that gives you the hangovers.
Well, it's funny because there's sugar in liquor, in alcohol anyway. So
not a lot in something like vodka or gin, but your body converts it to sugar. When you add sugar on top of it, problem being on Mr. Brown's yesterday did a whole bottle of Bailey's and he was screaming shithouse. Oh, it was so
Who was
funny.
this?
Problem being he's on Mr. Brown's every once in a while. He was out of control. It was hilarious.
Oh, good for you.
Good for you. And then it hit midnight on Christmas Eve and they announced it, in England time zone, and they're like, oh, it's Christmas now. It's midnight, and he just screams at the top of his lungs, "Yay! Fuck you!" Just wasted.
Merry Christmas. Wow. So yeah, I guess.
Sorry to sidetrack there, but
no, it's fine. I should start doing a stream like on my solo streams when I talk like Mr. Brown and just slowly draw out my words. Vocal fry. What is next? I don't know. I think that'll drive me crazy. But yeah, let's
be a little energetic for that style.
Yeah. I try to keep my voice down sometimes, and I realize I'm just yelling like an idiot sometimes. I can't help it. That being said, the 1998 Godzilla, or I know everyone likes. I mean, I like to call the Creaturezilla. I do like the name.
Dinozilla.
I like Gyno. I like Gyno, like because it reminds me of a vagina, but also it stands for Godzilla in name only. But yeah, I've said before.
Honestly, the 1998 Godzilla put me off of ever wanting to watch Godzilla.
Yeah. As someone who loved Godzilla as a little kid, I remember I was like what year did that movie come out? 98.
Yeah.
I was 13, right? 12 or 13. And I was like peak, like this is perfect. Like Godzilla, this is post Jurassic Park, so more computer animated dinosaur shit,
Well, there's your problem right there.
Well, the thing is the technology's there, basically. It was the thing.
Yeah. It's a cookie cutter copy of fucking dinosaur Jurassic Park, whatever.
I remember being in like a state of denial before the movie came out. I was already 13, 12 years old, and I would still read the movie reviews in the newspaper, and Godzilla came out, and there's like a big picture of some greasy looking like rat fuck. He's got this picture, and he's got this long hair and this like smug like face, like, and it's just like, I'll say it in 2 words: Godzilla sucks. And it's like a huge like review about it. El Paso Times, 1.5 stars. And I remember being like, nah, man, this guy's stupid. Hell no.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No way, dude. And I remember seeing it and like, it's a good movie. It just doesn't look like Godzilla. That's not Godzilla. That's not whatever the fuck that creature is. Like, just call this movie Iguanosaurus.
Yeah, as a standalone, as a not Godzilla movie, it probably would have been okay.
Give it
not great.
Give it a different name and a different sound effect. Don't do that fucking Godzilla sound. That's Godzilla sound.
Right.
But everything else in the movie is fine. There's a lot of like Simpsons style humor and quirkiness, which is why there's like 3 actors from The Simpsons are in it.
Right. Yeah. A product of its time.
Yeah. And a lot of quirky pluckiness, like the joke about it's pronounced Tatopolis like 15 times. Nobody can pronounce Matthew Broderick's last name, Tatopolis. I've said it twice already. Tatopolis. It's not that hard. And what's even funnier is these.
I think you're being generous. It's okay. I don't know.
Yeah. The problem with it is it's just a giant monster. It's a giant animal. It's a lizard, and you shoot it with rockets and it dies. And it's
Let's
like,
see if you, I mean, not that you can compare it, but if you do compare it to something like the first Cloverfield knocks it fucking out of the water. Like,
true.
Even for a found footage movie, I thought Cloverfield was really engaging.
Yeah.
Maybe a little motion sick, but there are some great lines at Cloverfield.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Godzilla is, like I said, that tone. Everything's got this like funny kind of fairy tale, like the music. It's very like ding, 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 like little xylophones and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, dude. I can't explain it.
Well, if your movie doesn't take itself seriously, I'm not going to take it seriously.
Right. And the idea is like, they keep thinking like they're still in the mode of where we want kids to come to these movies because that'll make money, right? Which is true.
Merchandise like crazy.
Oh my God. The Taco Bell commercials everywhere.
Everything.
The fucking little chihuahua interacting with the Godzilla. And that was like a big problem. I realized in hindsight, and nowadays I'm not going to fall for that, but it's like, you better show me what that fucking monster looks like before I go pay for it. This idea of like, oh, we're just going to tease it. None of that anymore. I want to see a picture of the monster and I want to see it in action. And then if you show me a cool scene of it moving around and looking cool, I might go see your monster movie.
Well, it gives you the feeling that they were so confident or so impressed with themselves about the monster design that they thought everyone else would be, and it just fell on its face.
I remember like liking the movie as a kid, but just hating as soon as you saw its face. And it's funny because like I guess we were also in denial because we saw the trailers and they show like everything but the face, and you see it's like a very radical, like T-Rex horizontal design.
It's a T-Rex.
The T-Rex is like, it's called the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also the T-Rex is appropriate because his body shaped like a T. It's like its tail and his head are kind of like horizontal with his legs like kind of straight down. Yeah. Godzilla has more of an upright, humanoid figure. He stands like what we used to think a T-Rex stood like, we used to think like in the early 50s and 40s drawings of a T-Rex, they always stood like upright with that little tripod of their tail and their 2 feet. But yeah, I think we should have known that there was something weird with Godzilla. Also, Godzilla running around. I mean, he's not as big as he normally is. Because like I was telling Barbara earlier, like 100-meter Godzilla, when he moves that fast, like I said, he would light on fire. Like he would cause like sonic booms.
The friction
That's-
alone.
That's
Yeah.
something I want to see is like Godzilla like throwing a punch, and it doesn't look like it's moving fast, but it like there's like a sonic boom and like fire, and he punches like this. It looks like super slow motion, and everyone watching is like, "Oh my god!" in real time.
Which is why -1 is so effective, is because that thing is just throwing itself around, like heaving to move
Well,
the land.
that's the other thing is like -1 is also it's not to that. Yeah, they shrunk him back down. So it's like when you get into the 50 meters, it's like it's more believable animal moving that fast. But like in Godzilla 98, aka Tora Goji, aka Zilla, aka whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Pacific Rim sort of strikes a nice balance with that. Those are big kaiju, but you kind of buy it. You kind of buy the speed that they're moving on land.
They move nice and slow. I like it, at least in the first one. And yeah, I mean, with 98 Godzilla, I don't know. There's like this whole idea about like, I remember watching the making of when the movie was like coming out towards HBO and DVD. They were showing the making of featurette, I think before the movie even came out, maybe, or around the time it came out. But I remember seeing fucking Devlin, whatever his name is, Devlin, the producer, the Roland Emmerich producer.
Devlin.
He's fucking, I remember being like a 13-year-old boy and hearing him bullshit these camera guys. He's like, we thought it was more respectable to the old Godzilla to design a new one. And I remember being a little kid being like, you fucking idiot.
You're lying.
Like, how is that more respectable? How is that more respected?
And I'll say also, I think Matthew Broderick does not belong in a kaiju movie. So let's get that out of the way. That was some bad casting.
It's just funny because he's just still playing Ferris Bueller.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be cool if we saw like Matthew Broderick as a soldier, playing something out of character. Because like, remember Glory? He's good in that one, but he's still a little bit of a prissy boy. But like, I want to see Matthew Broderick with like a beard and a machine gun. Like, what's next, sir? Like really out of his wheelhouse.
Even as a reluctant soldier, but not doing Ferris Bueller. Something different, please, God.
Yeah. He could be one of the, even if he's going to be this earthworm studier, like maybe he's a drunk, like, just like a fucking, but again, it's like these kids movies, you got, how many Simpsons characters are in it? There's Hank Azaria, there's Harry Shearer,
sure,
and Lisa Cartwright, who does Lisa. She makes a brief cameo.
Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah, and is there any others?
But
still, just those three. That's like 30 Simpsons characters right there. So
that's too much. It's too much.
And then the Lisa Cartwright's line, like, "Sir, I think your story walked past the window." It's a fucking huge lizard. He doesn't notice it, and I don't know. I just think it had some moments. It's fun.
A misfire. I don't know who produced.
Oh,
but
it's also raining the whole movie. Because special effects.
Yeah, it's dark and it's raining.
They make it sure to say it's like, oh, it's going to be a wet week. We're predicting 100% showers all week long.
Yeah, and also another tip to -1: there ain't no rain in that. It's fucking daylight most of the time. Like,
yeah, that was interesting because I was talking about earlier in the Heisei movies. They talk about like the first, because the Showa movies are mostly in the daytime.
Oh yeah,
and that's especially towards the end when they all
on a soundstage. Yeah,
they all gravitate towards away from civilization. They're in like some weird dirt mound.
Yeah, they're in the dirt section of just outside of Tokyo.
Clear blue skies. Yeah, and that's the other thing I brought up. I briefly mentioned this earlier, but like, let's say these daikaiju are real. Like, you know how we like make fun of Australia for having like dangerous animals? Dude, they wouldn't have shit on Japan. Like, why is Japan cursed? Like, why do these giant animals never attack Russia or United States or China? Rarely. Like, it's so rare. It's always Japan. But I was shocked it's not so many often Tokyo. Tokyo is actually pretty rare.
Yeah, for the most part. And another tip to Pacific Rim, they actually make an effort to explain that there's a fissure at the bottom of the ocean these things are coming out of. So
Right. That makes sense. That's great.
yeah, I can buy that.
Yeah, the other thing is like with Japan, Tokyo, like I remember rewatching King Kong versus Godzilla, the new one. And I remember thinking like, hey, at least that one takes place in Tokyo. No, it takes place in Hong Kong. I'm like, oh, right.
Which is fine, but
no, it's fine.
That movie has bigger problems.
Yeah, we'll get to that later, but like that's the problem with like you can't have Tokyo get destroyed too much because it's like, God damn, what the hell did Tokyo do?
Well,
why specifically Tokyo? Why specifically Japan?
Well, it's Japan's zeitgeist. You go back to the original, and they're dealing with a number of issues that -1 tackles really well, which is not just the 2 atomic bombs being dropped, but the firebombing of Tokyo, which was I think something like, I don't know, days or weeks straight, and they just incinerated it down to the fucking ground, and more people died in that than died in the 2 bomb drops. Not by a lot, but they're holding all this stuff in their collective psyche. So that all comes out of that. And then the testing that we did, we dropped like 50 hydrogen bombs on Bikini Atoll. So yeah, that's what that is.
Well, like we were joking about earlier, but I mean, King Ghidorah, Mothra, Godzilla All Out Giant Monster Attack. This movie kind of specifically mentions it, but like, yeah, it's like karma for what like the Japanese have done, like war crimes and stuff, and also like all their fallen Japanese soldiers and stuff who've been forgotten. That's just heavy shit to talk about. Like, because like let's assume Godzilla, Godzilla isn't real, right? Still, what has Japan had to deal with? They've got bombed with atomic bombs. They got firebombed. They also have like, Fukushima earthquake. They've got this crippling dropping birth rate. All these virgins that are like locking themselves away.
Yeah, the sex rate and the birth rate is plunging in Japan right now.
What else is going on with Tokyo? Like Japan, they've got a lot of issues. Then throw into the mix the fact that they get attacked by giant monsters all the time. Like,
and then a monster shows up.
Every American or anybody who doesn't live in Japan would just be thinking Japan is cursed. There's some kind of curse on Japan.
Well, to be fair, they did kind of poke the bear starting World War II, but
Lord Toxic, we don't know where Blue Collar went. He just dropped out. He said his modem died. He'd be right back. And I don't know. I assume he's getting a pizza. That's what I'm guessing. I did message the group. He didn't.
I'm gonna put my money on drooling on the keyboard. That's where my going.
Yeah, no more apple whiskey for him.
And no judgment there at all.
No. I mean, it's Christmas, man. Do what you got to do. But also, thank you for showing up, Blue Collar, as long as you did. You held in there, buddy.
Come back.
But I mean, so the thing about the 98 Godzilla is we were going to have no Godzilla movie for 10 years because after Destroya, they wanted to just do Destroya, close it out with Godzilla melting down, and then 10 years later, do the 50th anniversary, Final Wars. But then Zilla comes out, and then they're like, now we got to do another movie. So they made Godzilla 2000. What are your thoughts on Godzilla 2000?
I didn't see
it. It feels like an apology is what it feels like. I mean, Toho's not responsible for 98, obviously.
Yeah, but also it's funny because they were trying to like show up, hey, let's show these Americans how it's really done, but it's not much better. In fact, if I had to choose between watching one right now, I'd pick Zilla over Godzilla 2000. Yeah, Godzilla 2000 is not great. There's a lot of these, especially with the Showa movies, these movies are not great, but every movie has some gold like peppered in them,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
like the thing I love about Godzilla 2000 is like we get into this phase with the Millennium movies, these movies specifically right here, where like no continuity between movies. Like every movie is a direct sequel to 1954.
Mm-hmm.
So Godzilla 2000 picks up with like this father and daughter, and they're like storm chasers, and Godzilla is treated as like like a tornado, and they just like watch it and look at it. And like that stuff was cool. The idea, also all the stuff about the G-force and like the Godzilla warning system and the idea that it's like a part of everyday life,
Like earthquakes or typhoons or
It's not like
whatever. And
Godzilla
I've had
attacks
that.
every day, but at
Right.
any moment the Godzilla warning can go off and we got to be like, holy shit.
Well, it's a lot like living in California, honestly.
Yeah. Or Japan.
It's beautiful, 95% of the time, but when we have a problem, we have a fucking problem. Either the whole state is on fire, or we have a massive earthquake, or riots,
It's more beautiful than California.
Freedom.
Hawaii.
The kind of freedom we have here in
Japan?
Texas. No, I'm just joking. I'm kidding.
I remember more about the Godzilla 2000 PS2 game than I do about the movie. I'll be quite honest with you.
Yeah, explain that.
I played the shit out of that. I mean, it was one of the
Is that like a fighting game?
Yeah, you could be pretty much any monster you wanted to be.
It's like one-on-one kind of Mortal Kombat style.
There was like a variety, maybe 8 or 10 different games. One of them was actually like a boulder basketball, where like you and Megalon could like shoot baskets with boulders.
Oh, hell yeah.
Throw them at each other and stuff. And it was a really fun game. And the first Godzilla video game that I remember. I played the hell out of that. Very cute.
Atari? No, that's Godzilla 2000. Okay.
I don't know what the name of the game was. I don't think it was called
Godzilla Save the Earth.
Yes, there you go.
All right. Hell yeah.
That was fun. But I honestly remember more about that than the actual movie. But it came out
there's
right
a story mode too. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Fun.
Back when we had couch co-ops.
Is this taking you back right here?
There you go.
Rockin' music. Ooh. Let's see what we got here.
One of you, my pets. You will head to the surface.
These kind of animated story scenes. You don't ever see them.
Let me just flame something. Hurry up with your story, your cutscenes.
Right.
There you go. There's Keegan.
Nice. Rad. Cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different game modes, and that was a lot of fun.
Save Godzilla Unleashed. Nice. Well, yeah, I don't know. Godzilla 2000 is weird though, because it's like, first of all, this is the first time Godzilla directly fights a UFO, which is weird. Could have sworn it happened earlier. Yeah,
I forgot more than I remembered. I forgot.
Yeah. It's like it was like in the trivia of Godzilla 2000. It's like, despite popular belief, like this is the first time Godzilla literally like physically engages in a UFO. But yeah, of course, the UFO shows up and like, I don't know, does some computer hacking and takes Godzilla's DNA and becomes Orga, which was like a weird. It's funny because Godzilla Gojira.
Is Jeff Goldblum there? Is he going to hack a UFO? Or
I wish. It's funny because Jeff Goldblum is in both Independence Day and Jurassic Park, which is what Godzilla 98 is, like a ripoff of both of those movies,
Mm-hmm.
So it's so funny. But yeah, I don't know. The idea that you've got this. So Gojira means gorilla whale. We didn't talk about that yet, but that's literally what it means. It's a pretty dumb name. And it's funny because Orga, he looks like a gorilla shark, So I was wondering if that's kind of where that came from.
Maybe.
Let me pull up Orga. But I don't know if you saw my intro video, but all that stuff of like, it's so funny because like, one of the things that's funny is Godzilla beats Orga, right? And we're like, yay, he wins. And Orga's dead, and now Godzilla is like the hero. And then Godzilla immediately just like lights Tokyo on fire, and then the fucking the credits start rolling. It's like, holy shit, what a bummer of an ending. It was very funny. I was taken aback by that on this most recent watch through. I was like, I forgot that's how it ended.
Oh, you're making me want to do a full watch through. You really are.
Yeah.
I've got like maybe 10 of the classic Showa ones on DVDs that I've ripped, but I don't have the full library.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier was rewatching them all. I forgot there's several Godzilla movies where Godzilla's not in the title. So I'm like, oh, right. Astro Monster, and because I knew I was missing some, I was like, "What the hell? Where
Invasion
are
of Astro Monster, All Monsters Attack.
yeah,
There's a few.
Destroy All Monsters is like the best
Destroy All
one, or
Monsters.
second best one of the show stuff. I love Destroy All Monsters.
I love Destroy All Monsters.
Yeah, and also all that stuff about like humans have achieved world peace. It's a very optimistic viewpoint of the world. I appreciate that kind of stuff.
Well, you could kind of see Japan sort of fantasizing about that, especially into the 70s before their second economic bubble in the 80s and 90s. You could sort of see them wanting that, living in a lot of pollution and having a lot of factory jobs.
Well, yeah, we were talking about 85 Godzilla, Return of Godzilla, and it's like, yeah, like Japan is literally in between the fucking two superpowers at Cold War with each other. So it's like, can you guys, maybe like talk it out? Like, kind of like right in the middle here of this, like literally, and figuratively,
disarmed and sort of helpless in the middle.
Yes, Ziggs, we're still going. We're barely getting into the millennium phase.
Oh, hi, Hostman.
So we still got about 5 or 6 movies plus the legendary shit. So yeah, and I assume we're gonna talk about Shin and -1 for a while. So.
Yeah, I love Final Wars. I have only seen Shin Godzilla. I haven't seen the other Shin movies, but
oh no, yeah, same. I didn't see Shin Ultraman or any of these others.
No, I am an Ultraman fan though.
Tyler said that Shin Ultraman was good, and yeah, I got my mind blown and realized that Shin, because it's like Ultraman had a show and Godzilla was on the show.
Ultraman had its own run, and then there were several spin-offs. There was Ultra Q, which was more like an episodic sort of thing, which has one of my favorite weird niche kaiju of all times, Garamon. He is super weird. It was a little more psychedelic, just more out there. I don't want to use the word experimental, but like some of the creatures that they came up with, these like hour episodes, were just nuts. They were just off the chain.
Rad.
Ultraman. It's very good.
Let's see. Maybe later we can figure out a way to play some trivia or something. Godzilla style. But yeah,
online quizzes we could tap.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about with 2000 was Godzilla's like actually green and he's got his purple spines, which is weird. Godzilla's never been green.
No, he's not green.
And also he's got his really wide like frog mouth in those first two ones, right? Let me see if I can pull up some pictures, but
yeah, he's not supposed to be green. I mean, I know the majority of the toys are green, but he's not green. Yeah, no.
So Mirigoji, which comes from the word the Japanese word for millennium is millennium. Millennium.
Yeah. Fun fact: the Japanese word for orange is orangey. Yeah.
Yeah. So this mouth very wide, the spines very colorful, and in fact, in the next one, the next movie, Megaguirus, is bad, right? I don't like Megaguirus. There's the one with the giant wasp creature that's like running around.
Oh, I do not like that at all.
Megaguirus, there you go.
It's not the mouth that bothers me; it's everything.
Nobody liked this one.
No, the last one was fine.
Yeah. I mean,
this is too much. This is like
2000
extreme Godzilla, like with an X, not an EX. Extreme. It's like an energy Godzilla. This is bad.
Oh yeah, Words of Paradise coming on later. Hell yeah, bro. No worries, man.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll be on. It's midnight right now, so hell yeah. Let's do it. We'll be just talking about the Reiwa era probably by the time you get here, or ramping up Millennium area by the time you get here. So hell yeah. And props to Blue Collar and Wes for sticking through my brief summarizations of all 15 Showa movies. They did their
I would have
best.
been here. We had
Oh,
family
no worries.
issues. We had to eat dinner. It
Blue
was
collar was just pounding booze the whole time I was talking, I guess.
that's weird.
He might wake up out from a nap and see we're still going. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. So
Has that happened before?
no, but I wouldn't be surprised if it
This
did.
is a marathon. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Megaguirus is a widely considered as a pretty dud of a film. But what's funny is like I remember Godzilla 2000 coming out at Hollywood Video, and it had like a whole bunch of like in the new release section, new Japanese Godzilla movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching it and being kind of underwhelmed.
Yeah.
And,
this looks very underwhelming. Looks like
I remember passing this one up, and it wasn't until like I think what's the next? Is the next one All Out Giant Monsters Attack? It is. It was like I saw that one on a Sci-Fi Channel premiere, and it was just the atomic breath scene, and I was like, "Holy crap! I need to get back on here," because this was like where 60 meter right here, Giant All Monster Attack was kind of where I think that was like the peak of these man in suit costume special effects. And obviously Tokyo SOS and the one before that are pretty good too, but
I don't really know how to describe it, but there is not just in Godzilla movies. There's this weird period around 2000 where it's like everything looks a little crap just in general. Like they're switching from I don't know, tried and true things to more digital things, and I don't know how to describe it, but like these
it has this
Godzilla
like
movies,
elevated Power Rangers look to it, you know?
yeah, like a little too flashy, a little too chrome, a little too clean, a little too bright.
Oh
and
yeah,
like costumes and just everything, the sets and stuff look extra cheap because they're just not using the tried and true stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but trying to think of an example.
It's common for like these movies, especially the later ones.
It looks like something that you would have seen in the 80s, and yet it's 2000s. It's garish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That might be something worth teasing out.
Like flat TV lighting. Oh shit.
Yeah, and like harsh close-up lighting. I don't know. Like the cockpit scenes in particular look really bad in this era. I don't know how to describe it.
This shit's cool though. I like this. This was like what I saw on the Sci-Fi Channel. I was like, okay, I gotta check this out. But it's like, I mean, even though it's still guys in suits.
Hey man, guys in suits are good. I prefer it over a lot of this
love
stuff.
it.
It gives you some kind of here's the thing. Like even though in not the goofier show of stuff, late show of stuff, but I would watch Godzilla movies when I got like my second win with them, and I would wonder why I felt more empathy towards these rubber suits with, sweaty men inside of them than I did the human characters. Something about it, just the physicality about it, like really rings true. And then when it goes digital, it's all missing.
Yeah, sometimes the human stories are more entertaining than others. Like a lot of times the human stories are kind of incidental. Like Ibira. In Ibira, the human story is really fun because it's like a crime caper and they're lost at sea. And you kind of just they have their own problems they're dealing with besides like giant crab monsters. And then like some of these other human plots and some of these earlier ones, they're fun. Like all the stuff with like the Mechagodzilla G-Force team, like when these later movies, it's like, I got what it takes to be on the G-Force. It's like Top Gun,
right?
Fucking fighting Godzilla. Like that stuff's cool.
Have you ever seen Matango?
No.
Matango, the one with the a boatload of people get stranded on an island, and there's this weird fungus infestation that starts taking over all their bodies. It's like a kaiju movie without the kaiju. It's very.
I remember that.
Yeah, I showed it to you at least once.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it's the kaiju formula, but there's no giant monster. It's just a sort of an intangible horror going on. It starts off with like just girls in bikinis on a boat and everything is great. There's the 7 different personalities, just like Gilligan's Island or whatever. It's worth a watch. It's real interesting.
Tango? Wait.
Ma Tango. M-A-T-M-A Tango. Yeah.
All right.
Ma
Tango.
Give it a watch.
All right. Let's watch this real quick while I look that up. Yeah, I mean, this stuff's cool. I remember this the first time you see this, like him like inhaling. You see like all the trees, leaves coming up, and and like yeah, it's just like such force.
Yeah, it has force and weight to it.
So, like I said, this was like the peak of like mixing the suits with like digitally enhancing them, but like it still looks fake, but we allow it. There's like a suspension of disbelief because we're having fun. But I think everything after the Millennium phase, like, nah, dude, they have to evolve. That's why we got like Shin Godzilla and -1 and the legendary movies. Like, yeah, they have to step it up visually. The guys in suit things, it's like, it's got to be, I don't know.
You can only do it for so long, but I love it. I just love it.
Yeah, I'm just saying those days are probably behind us, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but I don't feel like it's a nostalgia thing for me. I genuinely enjoy the physicality of the guys in suits, and I love miniatures. Barbara's a big miniature fan too.
Yeah.
I have built some of them, and there's something magical about it. It's not unlike going to Disneyland or something, and being on a ride where you see it, dioramas and things like that. I really appreciate it.
Thoughts on the GMK Godzilla? I mean,
don't like that face.
Yeah.
The eyebrows are wrong.
I think I kind of like the white eyes, but yeah, the face is a little too wolf-like.
It's
wolfy. I like it cat face. I like the feline face.
You're talking about like the boxy face, like -1 when you say cat face, right?
Yeah, and all the Heisei faces. It's very.
Agreed.
I mean, it just.
I don't like the
nose is wrong. It's flat.
Yeah.
I like the boxy face.
But yeah, this one he's like literally possessed by all the souls of the lost Japanese soldiers or something.
I am all the Japanese soldiers.
And what's weird is like King Ghidorah's in this one. He's the good guy. It's like him and Mothra are one of Earth's protectors against Godzilla. I was like, that's
we all know that ain't right.
Yeah, that was like one of my big problems with this one. Even though it's so highly regarded, I think it's mostly just in terms of like its special effects, elevating this man in suit stuff pretty well. But then what's it after this is against Mechagodzilla, which is like the fourth Mechagodzilla movie. But this one's fun because this one is they use how do they build this Godzilla again? Is this the one that's built from the old bones of the first Godzilla skeleton? That's correct.
Okay.
And they call it Kiryu. Yeah, and I don't know.
Kiryu.
Yeah, I don't know. I like these two movies. These two, like I said, all these Millennium movies, they don't have any relation with each other except these next two. So there's like a little duology at the end of the Millennium series.
I'm way out of my wheelhouse now with this era, so you're gonna have to school me.
Yeah, well, it's pretty weird. This one is this is one of the ones that's allowed on YouTube. Same thing with Tokyo SOS. These were like two of the first ones I watched actually because they were in English dub too. But yeah, good stuff with Godzilla and Mechagodzilla. What's crazy though is like this is the one where Godzilla's roar like triggers like Mechagodzilla into like going on autopilot for a moment because he's like he's got old Godzilla's ghost in him,
Uh-huh.
Well, what's interesting about Mechagodzilla, he never has the same origin ever in any of these movies. In one,
Yeah,
he's built
it
by
wanders
aliens.
around a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes he's built by aliens as like a evil super weapon. Sometimes he's built by humans to fight Godzilla, literally as a good guy. I don't know. But yeah, basically this one and Tokyo SOS. Tokyo SOS kind of is basically just the climax to this Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. So like together they work as a single movie, but like separately, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I want to say I think I like Tokyo SOS better just because it's like, I don't know, more stakes. It's hard to tell though. It's hard to tell. I think I'll go see Godzilla -1 on Wednesday. Mechagodzilla's lame. Takes away from the force of nature vibe with the monsters. Yeah, also the idea that you're able to build these giant monsters so easily. It's like, I don't know.
Well,
Seems like
it's a little bit inevitable because by the time Mechagodzilla shows up in the series, Japan is neck deep in fucking fighting robots.
yeah. Like they tried to do Jet Jaguar, it didn't work, so then they did Mechagodzilla, which is like,
Yeah, but in anime in particular, like there are dozens and dozens of robot piloted heroes, like piloted robot heroes. I mean,
yeah, and when they say a mecha, like a mecha is a battle piloted droid, right?
it's a
Robot.
fighting suit, yeah.
Right. So like Cyberzilla would be like a Godzilla that is like a cyborg, cybernetically enhanced. And then a Robozilla would be an autonomous robotic Godzilla.
It's a logical step in the genre in the series or whatever, but it doesn't quite play. It doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I mean that's
Godzilla is cool. No shade there, but it doesn't quite fit.
See, I was talking about it with Chris, where it's like I know everyone considers King Ghidorah like the big arch nemesis of Godzilla, but I've always thought of Mechagodzilla more as an arch nemesis, like he's like kind of more like the Lex Luthor, the Joker, whereas like King Ghidorah is like your Doomsday, your Darkside.
He's the Bizarro Superman.
Right, there you go.
He's sort of built to fight Godzilla on even terms.
Yeah, old Mechagodzilla.
I don't dislike him at all. It's fun to watch, but if you start pulling a thread on it, it doesn't work very well.
No,
I don't hate Mechagodzilla.
No, not at all.
He's fun.
I like I honestly didn't like the look so much, but I did like the story of the King Kong versus Godzilla Mechagodzilla. That's what I like. I talked about it earlier. It's like the idea that it's like some kind of double cross. This poster's badass though.
That's cool.
That is cool.
This is against Mechagodzilla right here. But yeah, in like King Kong versus Godzilla, Godzilla versus Kong. Jesus Christ, it's so confusing. They're all blurring together. But yeah, the idea it's like, oh, we've got King Ghidorah's head, and we're gonna use it to make Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, man.
And then it just goes evil. It's like, whoops. So now we have to like pray that Godzilla, the thing that we designed this fucking weapon to destroy, actually wins. Like we have.
There's a long thread of martyrdom with Godzilla. A long thread.
Yeah.
Where it's Godzilla transforms over the films into a savior figure or whatever, and the misunderstood bit is kind of overplayed and overwrought, but we're well into the silly era here.
Yeah, I'm like I said, like Hostman said earlier, or Ziggs, formerly Hostman.
I'm not going to call Twitter X, and I'm not going to call Hostman Ziggs.
Oh my god. I'll call him Ziggs because it's already like a made up name he was making us call him originally.
Ziggs is easier to type a reply to, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. But that being said, I was talking about how Jesus Christ. What was I saying?
We were talking about King Ghidorah's head brain being reused in this Mechagodzilla.
Me and Hostman were bringing up. Hostman was saying he does not like it when Godzilla is like all heroic and shit, and like a fucking, like automatic like hero complex. I don't like that. And I think the Millennium Phase, the problem with the Millennium Phase is it treats Godzilla kind of more like a rock star than anything. All these movies are just like Godzilla, the cultural icon, because like the Showa movies are like Godzilla, the atomic bomb allegory /
Force of nature.
Yeah, but then he slowly becomes like a representation of Japan instead of the nuclear bomb. He starts to become more symbolic of Japan itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the Heisei series that they kind of really like solidify that like nationalistic symbolism that he invokes. Also, the idea of like him protecting Japan.
It's Godzilla.
Yeah, despite
Godzilla.
despite its follies, and also the fact that he's not really a hero as much as he is, like you said, like a sympathetic anti-hero that is like just doing what he must. But yeah, these new ones, these Millennium ones, and also the legendary ones, it's just like Godzilla, the movie star, Godzilla, the badass. He's here to kick ass and save the day, and it's like I don't really dig that so much. I do like in the 60s.
That's one of the reasons why I liked -1 so much is you had Godzilla as a properly huge, scary ass monster.
Yeah.
Hell bent on destruction. I loved that about it.
I also liked how in Shin and -1, it's like they're not sequels to the first one because everyone is like acknowledging Godzilla in the 50s. Even the legendary Godzilla movie, it's like, hey, the 50s, like Godzilla was running around, And but like both of the Shin and -1, it's like we have no idea what the fuck this thing is. It just came on shore and it's brand new, and I love that attitude.
And we get back to that a little more in Final Wars, which is where I sort of pick up the series again chronologically.
Yeah. So like when I saw GMK on Sci-Fi Channel, I went out and rented it. And found a copy and rented it and watched it, and I liked it. It was a little convoluted human story, cool monster action, and that's all I really needed. And then it was like Tokyo SOS and Against Godzilla. I also rented like as they came out, which was interesting because I was like in high school, I guess finishing up high school around that time, and just going to Hollywood Video or Blockbuster and just renting these random Japanese Godzilla movies. On VHS, I think too, which is weird.
At the time, probably, yeah.
Phasing it out, it was definitely like towards the DVD time. It might have been DVD, I don't remember. But yeah, Final Wars was the one that's like, I remember that one. I was waiting for that to come out at my video store. I didn't get to see it in theaters, obviously, because I lived in El Paso. But like when that one came out at Blockbuster finally to rent, I was there. Like I was there to pick up a copy, like for sure.
Good on you.
I remember just loving that stupid movie because we were in that post-Matrix fucking phase of the early 2000s.
Yeah. But it still has enough of the cheesy charm, but you're back to more of the roots.
Also, way more like human kung fu fighting and human gunfight scenes and car chases, all the stuff that is popular in the Matrix movies, being used, and a whopping 14 monsters in Godzilla Final Wars. Having to they had to one-up Destroy All Monsters, which had 11. So who's in Final Wars? There's Rodan, there's Manda, the snake. There's so many of these monsters show up and immediately
Ebirah, the shrimp.
Yeah. There's Zilla was the best cameo. The CGI computer animated Zilla for no reason. Getting killed immediately by regular Godzilla,
which is quite a statement.
Sydney, Australia. Yeah. And there's like so many others. There's King Ghidorah. Obviously, they all come back. Mothra's there. They even have that great scene of what they think is going on in New York with like some kind of pimp pointing a gun at a police officer for a parking ticket.
A
like,
real
bitch.
Weird cutaway.
Yeah. And then Rodan shows up and blows everyone away. That stuff's so fun. And then, it takes place in the year like 2040 something.
I
So a
love
lot of
it. I love it. That's what they think of New York when they made that
Yeah,
movie. Like that's
totally.
still happening. It's not 79, man. It's like,
Yo, man, you ain't giving me no fucking pocket ticket, bitch. It's like literally that in a Godzilla movie. It's so weird.
at least there's no rap song in it.
I mean, there is like generic rap music playing in the background. I think, if I'm not correct, if not mistaken.
Yeah, but there's not a rap number. Like,
yeah, Puff Daddy,
we
come
don't
with me. I remember being in high
Godzilla
school, being
time.
like, this is Led Zeppelin.
Hmm.
Puff Daddy or Sean Puffy Combs. What does he want to be called now?
I don't
Who
give
cares?
a fuck.
I mean, I care because I want to make fun of him because I'm sure it's a stupid name. Is it Diddy?
He's never gonna get a membership to your channel. Let it go.
Puff Daddy. If I look up Puff Daddy,
P.
now he's
Diddley?
just Diddy. Now he's
Oh,
just
God.
Diddy. He's just
Diddley.
Diddy now. Diddler. The Diddler. There you go. Batman's newest villain. Oh boy.
I don't care. I wouldn't wipe my ass with him. Whatever he wants to be called today.
Yep. Gorilla Whale. That's right, Ziggs. We did talk about that earlier. Yeah. And destructive force. Godzilla is meant to be a destructive force of nature like the atomic bomb. Now I am become death, destroyer of Japan. Merry Christmas to you, Ziggs, as well. You guys can call me Hostman. Oh, thank God. You've known me long enough. Well, I'm afraid to start calling you Hostman because that might get more confusing, especially when you drop the formally. I'll just be calling people Hostman and no one's going to know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can keep the parentheticals. I think that works fine.
Ziggs is his middle name. Hostman
Danger is his
Zig-
middle name.
Hostman, Danger, Ziggs, Socrates. So yeah, I love Godzilla Final Wars also because of the weird that fucking wrestler guy, UFC guy who's like playing the general dude. What's his name?
Oh,
He's
God.
like some big Zangief looking guy in a like a Russian overcoat, like speaking
Yeah.
English to all these Japanese people. All
Is
these
he I mean, there's so many of these military figures. He's the one that's like drinking on the job, right? He's the one that's like yelling and mad all the time.
He's like, yeah, the American guy with the huge mustache who's like huge, and he's like, God damn, you don't tell me what to do. And they're like, oh yeah, well I'll tell you what I think. And it's just like everyone's just talking to each other in like English and Japanese. It's
There's
awesome.
a lot of weird, like cheap riffs on a Dr. Strangelove sort of war room scenes, and they don't quite come off. Yeah, it's
also it's like another plot with the Zillions is why Final Wars, like they bring back so many story points. Except I was shocked that Mechagodzilla is not in Final Wars. So yeah, weird. But yeah, Donald Fryer is an American former mixed martial artist / professional wrestler and actor.
Sure.
Here's his big old meaty face. What a mighty mustache that man has.
My God. Ron Swanson ain't got shit on this guy.
He's in Big Stan with Rob Schneider. I've never heard of it.
Wow.
He's in Public Enemies and Godzilla Final Wars. That's about it. Good for you, sir.
Get that money.
Yeah. Final Wars is we talk about fan service films. This was like the first, this was like the fan service film, like to end all fan service films, even though it came out in 2005.
Well, it felt like they took a step back and took a deep breath and were like, what do the fans really want? After the Millennium stuff, like it wasn't working quite right.
Well, what's crazy was they were working on Final Wars all the way up till after Destroya. They were planning on doing this big 50th anniversary movie back then.
Oh, right.
They kind of had to they kind of responded. That's probably why these Millennium movies seem so kind of rushed, except for Final Wars. Final Wars, like I said, it also has this great like human plot about 2 weeks before you can change your name again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing now.
You can't just change your name willy-nilly. I'm gonna name the channel Hostman's Lounge. Well, too late. Sorry. You already changed it to Ziggs. Sorry, buddy.
Set your alarm.
We'll have a Hostman Lounge party in 2 weeks, I guess. But But yeah, like, how did you see Final Wars? You saw it in fucking theaters or something?
I wish I had.
Yeah.
I had just moved back to California at that point, and it would have been on Netflix by mail.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, and that
Dude,
was
yeah,
before I was ripping DVDs, so I don't have.
Nah, we were ripping. We were doing that, ripping fucking DVDs so hard. We would like get 5 movies in the
all my
mail.
Godzilla movies are Sharpie labeled, all of them.
Yeah. I definitely have huge towers of spindles of DVDs sitting right behind me. But like, I wouldn't dare try to play any of them. I mean, I'm sure they're all scratched up and fucked up and old. DVDs have a shelf life, unfortunately.
They do. Modern computers and recent drives will actually forgive a lot of scratches and glitches.
Cool.
I'm shocked. It's not like back in the day.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Kind of
Rip
scared
them now while you can. Get a 4 terabyte drive and just load them up.
Might be easier to just re-download them again, honestly.
I don't endorse piracy, but
no. What's also funny is yeah, like, I don't know, Final Wars. I remember being like so high in my room. I had a big bong named Godzilla, by the way. It was like a huge, like 1.5-foot green bong that me and 2 friends like pitched in and paid for in equal pieces. But like, I had like a house that you could smoke weed at, so like it lived in my house. So we just ripped this bong all the time in my room and watched stupid movies. And I remember us watching Final Wars, getting our minds blown, because it was so fun and just fan service and just great meta.
It brought back the fun. Final Wars is definitely what pulled me back into paying attention to the series, for sure.
Just the right level of like Kung Fu and Power Rangers type Battle Zord stuff, and
it's super entertaining, and that's all I want. That's what I want out of a Godzilla movie or anything else. Is it entertained the shit out of me, and I watched it over and over.
Also, can we commend the villain of Final Wars and his crazy ass eyebrows? He was like
a facial hair theme going on.
Oh, where is this guy? There's no clips of him. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. I just skipped to his face. Oh God, he's so amazing.
This is a weird
strange asshole guy. Oh yeah.
Here
we go.
Yeah, that guy.
The big bad. He's like, you'll never. It's just like Dragon Ball Z, where they're like constantly like taunting each other the whole time they're kung fu fighting. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing and there's a lot of hairspray. Yeah, I love it.
You will never defeat me, as he's getting his ass kicked. You know, you will never beat me. I am stronger than you are. You are no match for me. And it's like,
you're
but you're
unaware of my brother's reputation in the temple. Yeah, it's.
You will be no match to my spinning flying dragon kick.
Yeah,
I miss that kind of stuff.
Can we pull up Gigan from this one? Gigan looks badass in this one. Is this the one where he has the double chainsaws? I might have.
Yeah, he's got like a wrench shape fucking chainsaw. Yeah, I remember.
He goes out like Boba Fett. It's terrible, but he looks so cool. And
that's the thing is, all the monsters kind of go out like Boba Fett. They all kind of show up and get destroyed.
There's not a lot of time. Yeah, there's not a lot of time. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the Gigan.
It's like Mortal Kombat Annihilation. They just have to like, oh, hey, there's Melina, and now she's dead. Hey, here's Gigan, he's dead. What do they say
he comes in originally with the hook hands, but then they rebuild him.
They find like a mummified version of him. Yeah, at the beginning, he's like dead or something.
Yeah, look at that shit. That's cool. Badass.
Yeah, not cool. Not cool, man. All right. Well, as far as the Millennium Era, like the Millennium Era, we got 6 movies in the course of 5 years. So
not bad.
Not bad at all. No, six. I guess 6 years.
All of those photos look so cool.
Yeah.
What's that one that on the bottom right of the grid that says Legends of the?
Ooh.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Fun stuff.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. That's what you want. That looks like fan art, but still. Oh,
Gigan.
I
boner.
want to say that Final Wars was, I want to say I rented it from like Hollywood Video because that was the only video store for the town that I was living in at the time, and I rented it specifically in hopes of getting my son into it, and he wouldn't sit through it at all. It was like not even like 5 minutes into it, and he was like, "I'm out. I want to go outside and play."
Bummer.
So I don't even think I ever even got to finish it. He was just absolutely not having it.
I'm sorry. Well, rewatch that shit. It gets crazy. It's so silly. But I guess there's a big long hiatus, and then fucking legendary Godzilla comes out now. 2014. The Gareth Edwards version. Now, we talked about this earlier, but damn, I was really let down by that movie.
Yeah, I was too. I was like super let down by it.
I've talked about it before, but when I compare Shin Godzilla, like Shin Godzilla and Legendary Godzilla had like the exact flip-flop reactions where it's like Legendary Godzilla, like all the promo art and the trailers. God, the trailers for the first Legendary Godzilla movie were stoked. I was so excited for that movie. And then you realize like a lot of the stuff in the trailer was changed. A lot of Mutos, these big, it's a Godzilla fighting another monster movie, which I wasn't really too keen on. I prefer when Godzilla just fights the military. And you've got Bryan Cranston doing the big fake out. He's not actually the star. Instead, fucking wooden-faced Aaron Taylor Johnson. He's the star. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Whatever.
But then on top of that, it's like, even though we get like more minutes of Godzilla time than like, I think the second most we ever get Godzilla screen time. It's like 14 minutes, but the movie is like 2+ hours.
Right.
So it doesn't really vibe.
Yeah. I think the purpose of me wanting to see the 2014 Godzilla was because of Bryan Cranston. You know, he was hot on
it was definitely a
Breaking
selling
Bad, and it did. I liked the trailer. I thought okay, finally I'm getting a good Godzilla. And nope.
You're not even
also
Godzilla.
I remember being excited from the cast. Like, you know, there was that big poster where it's just like a big fucking flaming San Francisco, and it's like, you know, Bryan Cranston, Ken Watanabe, and you're like, whoa, awesome.
Right.
Not so much.
Also, the 2001 music in the trailer was badass. The 2001 music in the actual movie, not so badass. That was strange. I remember being taken out of the movie a little bit when the 2001 Monolith music is playing, like in the actual movie.
If I remember right, in the first hour of that, you only see Godzilla from like half a mile away, and that's the only Godzilla you see. Like, an absolute disappointment.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, it's like I was going through this like kind of like this shift where like when I was very excited for the promotional stuff of Godzilla, Legendary Godzilla, and then the movie came out, and I kind of slowly realized like, yeah, it wasn't that great. Could have been better. Hope the sequel's better kind of attitude. But then Shin Godzilla came out, and I remember hating the fucking design. Like when that first poster came out, I was like, what the fuck is this?
Can you pull it up?
Yeah, let's see.
I don't remember it exactly.
I think it's the same one that we all see. The same one we've all seen with the big red background. They were like first poster for the movie revealed. And I remember seeing this image and being like, oh yeah, this is the image. This is the first image of Godzilla released. And I was
Oh
like,
God,
I don't
yeah,
like
I do
that at
remember
all.
that.
That's so weird.
Well, it's not
But
well
like
done. Yeah.
the more I watch the movie, though, the more I watch the movie, the more I love this design. Like it's so, especially when
Shin
you see it
Godzilla.
in motion.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that when you see this in motion, and when you see the fetus version before this,
Yeah.
with the giant rolly eyes, and it looks like it's turned inside out. It has no skin. It's so good. It's a
I love it's
flopping
like
its way up the canal.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
bleeding gills,
Yeah, just
like,
a fresh take, like a really fresh take, and like it takes some guts, you know what I mean, to throw that up there, knowing that a lot of people won't like it, but I love
I
it.
thought it was great. I really liked Shin Godzilla. And the when I first because I don't even think I had heard of it until like maybe 2 years after it had come out.
I didn't see it until years after it came out. You and I
Yeah. Well, yeah.
the first time.
And the plot was where it was just like, oh well, it's a lot of bureaucracy, it's a lot of people in office buildings talking, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to see that. And then we ended up watching it, and God, I was just blown away by it. It was so good.
Yeah, and extremely riveting too, despite being a bunch of boardroom people. Like,
right?
There's like double subtitles in that movie because like
there's so much yelling. Yeah,
there's not just the subtitles. There's subtitles on the top and the bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
because there's like they're telling you at the top, like there'll be like little little text saying like, oh, this is the Shinjawa department, and this is Senator so and so talking.
Shin Godzilla gets right the bureaucracy that the Star Wars prequels gets wrong.
Yes.
Like if you compare the trade negotiations in the prequels to Shin Godzilla, it's like it's night and day. Like it not just keeps your interest, but it does successfully make a statement about the stupidity of human bureaucracy and all that. There's this radioactive nightmare going on outside, everybody.
Yeah.
And that's so it's like pretty, just like how the original Godzilla was very ballsy to talk about nuclear bombs like less than 10 years after Hiroshima. This movie talking about the Fukushima shit, like just like 2 years after that happened, or when did Fukushima happen?
2011.
Oh, okay. So about 7 or 8 years still.
But it's
less
not
than
only
10 years.
It's not only a little touchy to talk about that, but it's still to this day touchy to criticize the government. Japan has one of the lowest voting turnouts of any country in the world because people just sort of accept it and they keep their heads down and just sort of let it happen. So that's still.
And during the Fukushima disaster, like they were saying in the Fukushima disaster, like during these press meetings, like no one was allowed to use the word meltdown. No one was allowed to use like certain words or whatever, talking about the situation.
The whole thing was just a mess.
But so I mean, brief summary in case you haven't seen it, people. But basically, we have a brand new Godzilla. The old Godzilla doesn't exist. This is the first movie. What number are we at here? This is number 29 in Toho, and I think number 31. This is the 31st Godzilla movie.
Wow.
And this is the first time where we're not doing a sequel. This is literally a remake. So this is the first time out of 29 Japanese movies anyway.
Well, I got a really fresh look about it.
And I got to say, I'm a big fan of Thunder Thighs in real life, but on this Godzilla,
I want to say his torso, he's a little too phallic shaped. He's a little too cock and balls, twig and berries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's definitely a little twig and berries.
It's one of these things where like I didn't like it. Like I said, the closer you get, like you see all this weird shit, you're like, I don't like it. But then when you see like this kind of frame, it's
from
like
the profile, it looks great.
Yeah,
that head-on shot, not so much.
Yeah.
It's just too radically different, too scary, too twisted, too.
I
But
don't
I
mind-
love it.
I don't
like
mind
it.
radically different. It's just the proportions to me make it look a little, just a little silly. Just a
Yeah.
little
Also, just how gigantic the tail is, and
Which
the
I
tail
do
also
love.
it has like a mind of its own too.
And
it's just
and same in -1. The tail is its own character.
The tail's like flailing around constantly in Shin Godzilla, though, like wildly, like a cobra, like it just like
That's a
trailing it.
misspell. That's a good
Also,
choice.
there's a great deleted scene of like a deleted animation of like Godzilla being attacked in this movie, and he uses the tail to like slither away. Have you seen this shit?
No,
Yeah,
haven't seen
I
that.
do remember that.
His legs like get up in the air, and the bottom of the tail's like supporting all of his weight, and it just like slides away, and he juts out of there real quick. I was like, dude,
I'm all
like,
for that.
that's so wild, but like believable. But also, I mean, the real star of Shin Godzilla is the goddamn atomic breath. There's nothing like it in any other movie. It's
Not
so
till -1.
I mean, -1 was kind of like the GMK atomic breath, but just big mushroom cloud. It's literally like a bomb instead of like a
it
ray.
is.
It felt weighty. Yeah, it just felt like you talked about the first time he inhales in the earlier movie. But yeah, they're both great. They're both really good.
Yeah, no, I mean Shin Godzilla, the amount of damage he does is so catastrophic. It was like a turning point in the movie, because the movie's pretty fun and cool. And then when he does his atomic breath, his purple laser of death. Speaking of, since we're talking about Shin Godzilla, let me go ahead and change this to purple. Purple atomic breath coming out of my Godzilla guy. There we go. Shin style. Yeah, when he does that atomic laser, man, first of all, he kills like all of the fucking president and all of his cabinet in a helicopter by happenstance. He's like slicing buildings in half. Like all of Tokyo is like lit on fire in seconds. And you realize, like, oh my God, like this is bad. Like, yeah, we have to drop a nuke on this thing immediately.
Well, it's a callback. It's a callback to the original where he destroys the Parliament building.
Yeah,
and they made a huge effort to portray that very specifically. And it was at a time where, about 10 years after the war, just after the occupation ended, people were fed up with the politicians, absolutely fed up. So that slides into this story and the script, the themes here very well.
Yeah. And I don't know, as far as like that whole, like you said, just this whole teamwork, bureaucratic get together and try to figure out what to do. And, we got this whole science team of people who are trying to do the impossible, figure out how to kill this thing. And Godzilla's totally impervious to damage in this one. Like watching tank shells just bounce right off of his eyeballs was just crazy. And I don't know. They're doing all this like studying and figuring out what the hell Godzilla is. He's actually a result of nuclear waste in this one, which is fine.
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
he has this like they find out also at the end of the movie that he actually has a half-life of only 20 days. So it's like, oh, like all the radiation that he's going to leave is actually not that bad. But like they figure out like the way to get rid of him is like coagulate him, like freeze him, which is kind of a callback to one of these Mechagodzilla movies. I want to say Tokyo SOS.
They do it in Gamera.
Some kind of like cobalt missiles.
Which makes sense.
I showed a little bit of it in the intro scene, but
it's logical enough.
First of all, I don't like in these new ones. This is right. The back starts glowing. I don't know what's going on with the legendary ones or a -1 where it starts at the tail. I mean, I guess it's like his second brain in the tip of his tail starts it and it lights up the tail and it goes up this way.
Yeah, he's just winding up the pitch.
Yeah, I just think it's better when it just starts like, right here in the central, but it doesn't matter. It just blows out so much. I'm gonna just turn this down. No, not do that.
Not that,
life, guys. Yeah,
I like
don't
them
know.
both. It's
cool.
a lot.
It's a lot of Yeah, no. -1 is definitely a better movie. And I gotta give -1 props because they're definitely doing what Shin Godzilla didn't do. Even though Shin Godzilla won awards and all the Godzilla fans love it, it didn't really. It's not as popular with normies as it could have been because it is pretty dour and
It was a
a
really
lot of
nice
crazy shit
it was
happening.
a really nice, fresh take, and I was super excited to finally see it. I was just like, "Oh my god, this feels good."
This back stuff is a little silly, but I like it. I don't know. But
It's a
yeah,
bit
too
much.
much. It's a bit much. It's crazy. That shit's nuts, dude. I remember seeing that specific shit, and I was like, "Holy fuck!"
Oh, that
Like,
extended jaw is cool.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Love it or hate it. I don't know. It's different. And like his little tiny freaky eyeball, he's got no cheeks. He's got no lips. He's got like limited brow. He's a fucking hideous mutant in this one.
Yeah,
Um,
I love the mutant aspect of it very
the
specifically. He's just
keloid
this mutated
scars.
fucking weirdo.
Yeah, keloid scars, radiation burns, and also like all the exposed stuff, like all the red, the bright red shit. Also, this is probably one of my favorite shots in the whole movie. I don't know. It's so cool. His freaky little glowing eyes, and it's like this is kind of, I don't know, pretty Godzilla like. But yeah, like I said, like his freaky just his redness, it's not good. It looks like it hurts, it's painful. Life is pain for him. Sad, really. Um, like all this shit, like it doesn't look healthy. It looks bad.
That's why I love the skinless sort of embryo one that slaps
Yeah.
its way up.
Yeah.
Like it looks like it's just an agony. It does not want to
Help!
be there.
Help! Yeah, coughing up blood everywhere, and like
Yeah.
also the blood is
Yeah.
all hot, and it's like flattening all the car tires and shit, and
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
see all the steam coming off of it. It's badass.
Yeah.
But yep, I mean this movie came out, won a bunch of Japanese Best Picture awards, and made a shit zillion dollars in Japan money anyway, shit zillion yen. So
Which is now worthless.
yeah,
But
shit.
yeah, it's interesting that I don't think it's just like a matter of nationalism or pride or whatever, but it's interesting that the Japanese aren't afraid to give awards to sci-fi or monster movies, whereas in America,
Especially when they
that's not
criticize, it's like, yeah, you were brave. It's not really sci-fi. It's like, hey, you were brave enough to criticize our government, so regardless of the genre, like, kudos to you, sir.
yeah, and anime and everything else, they're much more in tune with their own sort of cultural output. I don't know if that makes any sense, but in America where animation, cartoons were just considered garbage for the last 50, 60, 70 years.
Yeah.
They take great pride in it.
Also, though, I mean, I could see someone getting the tonal whiplash with like, oh yeah, let's go see the new Godzilla movie, and like going to see Shin Godzilla and being like, oh my god,
what?
This is not dancing Godzilla. This is not Godzuki blowing smoke rings.
Right.
This is fucked up. And yeah, the same thing with -1. And then I guess what is it? We've got 2 legendary movies now before we get to -1. No, 1 more. Yeah, 2 more. Shit,
more.
King of the Monsters. What did you think of legendary King of the Monsters?
I don't
I
even
haven't
know
even
if
seen
I've
it.
seen it. I'll be honest.
With Millie Bobby Brown and Ice Cube's
Oh,
son?
The
oh,
American.
that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I didn't care. I don't
like
don't
any of
care
the
for-
American Godzilla movies.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't like any of them.
Yeah, I'm kind of like
They're
I said, I'm
just-
not a fan of superhero Godzilla. I also don't really, like I said, the American design. I really loved it at first when the trailers and stuff were popping out, but as the more I look at it, the more I don't really like his big bear face and his weird, very fat body. He's a very chunky boy.
I was
his
so
tiny feet.
distracted by how bad the characters were and how badly they were written
Yeah.
that I don't even remember it. That's why I thought I hadn't seen it. But
Well,
yeah,
I guess we'll talk about I guess we'll talk about King of the Monsters and King Godzilla versus Kong congruently, but yeah, they've
They
got
both
this
made
like
me angry. I don't
Yeah,
either one of
I
them.
did not. I forgot that I'd even seen it because Adam was right. The human character storylines are just abysmal.
Flushable.
You
yeah. One of
don't
the things I hate is
care.
like we got Homegirl, right? What's her name from the Conjuring movies? She's like Millie Bobby's Brown's
Yeah.
mom, and their son, her brother, was
What's
killed
her
in the
name?
San
Vera
Francisco.
something or other.
Yeah, her brother was killed in the San Francisco Godzilla attack.
Yeah.
And
Whatever.
like Vera something. Yeah, you're right. And she's going to, she's doing research on Mothra, trying to figure out the secret to blah, blah, blah. And terrorists played by Charles Dance and company come and kidnap her. And they're trying to trigger all these monsters to wake up. And then she does a whole total 180 and becomes the bad guy.
Every character basically just flushes their own backstory on
They're
this.
like eco-terrorists, right? And it's like
whatever.
the stupidest plan ever. We're
terrible.
going to and this idea, same thing with the original legendary Godzilla 2014. It's like, these animals will restore balance. They will restore giant 300-foot tall animals. We're just going to release them into the wild. It'll restore balance.
Mm-hmm.
Godzilla, like the whole back to 2014, like the whole let them fight thing.
It's completely
stupid.
Unbelievable.
It's
All
so
of it
stupid.
is just absolutely unbelievable.
Let them fight. Also, I hate the part when Ken Watanabe's first giving Aaron Taylor Johnson the lowdown. First of all, Aaron Taylor Johnson is just like the son of some guy who died, right? So now they're putting him into a fucking control room and giving him all the classified information for some reason.
Here's the codes.
He's like a private in the military or something. So, and it's so bad because Ken Watanabe is giving the dialogue and he says, we call it Gojira.
Yeah.
And it's like, please have the English person say it because Godzilla, it is a better word. It doesn't mean gorilla whale. It implies like godlike, hey, there's a giant creature living in the ocean. We've known about it for 50 years.
It's like dweeb service. It's like
it's called Gojira. It's like, okay.
You know what? Both words are correct. Both words are accurate, and it's dweeb service for.
I just like
for guys that walk around saying no. Actually, it's Gojira.
I know. I hate that shit. I prefer Godzilla. And that's another reason why I like Shin Godzilla was it was the first Japanese movie to really embrace the word Godzilla.
Yeah, sure.
Because that's the thing is like he's not in. Dude, the stuff with Shin Godzilla, what they plan to do. Do you know about any of that crazy shit?
Please enlighten me.
Okay, so Godzilla goes through four phases, four shifts, right? In that movie, you've got the tadpole tail at the beginning. Then you've got the salamander walking around on all fours. Then the salamander who stands upright. That's the third form. And then fourth form is the Shin Godzilla we know. And then fifth form is like the little tail humanoid people that are coming out of the tail. Like they froze him just in time because apparently he was like going to mutate into a bunch of little like xenomorph type fucking Godzilla creatures.
I'm listening.
Let me pull this shit up. This is where we get very like
remember that
Neon Evangeline.
I would like to see that very much.
Yeah, let's pull this up. Shin Godzilla tail. First, we'll pull up the very end frame of the movie. The movie hard ends on a close up of frozen Godzilla, and you do this close up of its tail, and you're seeing like all this weird shit, and they get close, and you realize like it's like creatures.
Oh wow, like Dante's Inferno.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and then it just hard ends on that, and you're like, what the hell? And then it's also awesome because when the movie ends, you've got Godzilla like frozen. He's not dead, really. He's just kind of frozen in the landscape. He's like a huge eyesore now. But if you look carefully, like you'll see like his little freaky guys.
That's so cool.
I want to see if I can find the prop where you can see like inside the tail. It's like all these like giant teeth and shit, like human teeth.
It's like thing. It's like this massive thing, mutant that has absorbed weird DNA and.
Let me just share the whole tab and see if I can find it. All this crap, like they're all like, painfully coming out.
God, yes.
And so this is the fifth form. Is like, oh, this is what I'm looking for. This is what looking down into it.
That's the thing.
It just looks. It just looks like a giant fucking double jaw. All these creatures pouring out of it.
There's a early 80s movie called The Deadly Spawn, like a very low budget horror mutant movie. It looks exactly like that. That's really cool.
Nice. Other cool shit they were trying to do with Godzilla that they weren't able to do in the like a concept phase was when it was going to evolve. Originally what they were going to do, I mean, can I see like a chart of like all the forms? All the Godzilla forms. Yeah, this is probably good. This YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, that'll work. So they were talking about how like originally in the third form, he was going to look more like the traditional Godzilla, like full size, but normal. And then like the hideous, like disgusting Godzilla, like emerges out of him. Like he becomes like a kind of like how a cell like splits in two. So that was scrapped. Another idea that was in the deleted scenes was like Godzilla's blood. It like his blood like falls on the ground somewhere, and then later like troops show up, and there's like fucking teeth and eyeballs growing out of the blood, and they're like winking and looking around and shit. It's so gross.
Oh, very much the thing.
So
I
the
do hate that fifth form though. That looks like the worst Aliens movie ever, right there.
There's some great. This is a bad drawing of it, but let's see here. Fifth form. The fifth form was like these little like they were like almost like angels, like human angels, and they've got this great this is what they were gonna look like. They were gonna have this cool like bisect like through the middle of them, and I don't know. Like the idea is like he becomes like an army of little hive-minded humanoids that are like 8 feet tall each or something like that, 10 feet tall.
It's a little too human for me, but
it's very Neon Evangeline, which is what they're going for, and of course
Evangelion.
Like, Evangelion, thank you.
Yeah,
I don't know. But they were talking about like these guys all come out right, and then they emerge into a sixth form, which is where they join forces again and kind of create like a super Godzilla, which basically becomes like this.
I like that.
They were talking about it eventually becoming like almost like inert. Like Godzilla just becomes like a living like mountain of like flesh and radiation.
Just a pile of Akira sludge. Like
and then like they were gonna. This is not an accurate illustration of what I heard, but like then I heard like the final form, like the eighth form, was like him becoming like the seventh form is him like hosting life inside of his body. Like inside his body is like a little mini microcosm, like a universe inside of his body. And the idea is he keeps expanding outwards towards the stars until he basically slowly envelops the universe, basically. Is kind of so basically the idea is his eighth and final form is him literally becoming a god, which is like so crazy. So crazy it might have worked if they had done it, but I don't know.
Very Evangelion. Very.
If they did a Shin Godzilla sequel that talked about like the next 5 forms, I would be all about it.
There's a lot of great ideas in there. Some of it is a little much, but I love the imagination, and I love the fact that they're not afraid to reimagine everything.
Yeah, and as far as like King of the Monsters, Legendary Godzilla, it's like, hey, let's just bring back the same exact lineup from what is it? King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster, where you got King Ghidorah, Rodan, Mothra, Godzilla, and I don't know, this idea, like I said, there's little elements of gold in every Godzilla movie. The stuff they did, like King Ghidorah looks fantastic, and Rodan also looked fantastic in the Legendary movie. I was talking about with Barbara how like the Legendary King Ghidorah, how like when he flaps his wings, like that's like a hurricane right there, just immediately.
Rodan,
he can't fucking like something that big would cause such like an atmospheric disturbance by like flying
shockwaves.
Yeah. So that stuff's cool, and all the big footage of like the Capitol like totally underwater, surrounded by typhoons and shit, and lightning monsters was all cool, but yeah, it's just kind of silly. Especially
the American movies are just they have never.
They do a lot of the globe hopping, like, oh, now I'm in China. Oh, now we're in Japan. Oh, now we're in Bangladesh. It's like, how did we get here?
I'm hacking the door lock. Wow.
Yeah. A lot of that. A lot of Charles Dance. That's the thing. I was cringing in the trailer where it was like you have to have him say like "Long live the king" because he was in Game of Thrones. Get it? But I guess it was like, I guess they're doing the same thing with Bryan Cranston coming right off the heels of Breaking Bad. Put him in a supporting character role. Same thing with Charles Dance. He's so hot right now. Let's put him in the movie. He can just basically play
And
Tywin Lannister.
that had to cost a ton of money to get Bryan Cranston for that 15 minutes or whatever. Like that had to cost a fortune.
Could have been why they reduced his role. I mean, maybe he was intended to be
Maybe.
the lead.
Yeah.
Which is, in that case, fuck you, Bryan Cranston. Come on.
He could have been anyone in that first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I remember in the trailer, the teaser trailer for the first Godzilla, Legendary Godzilla, where it's just like his monologue, like, "You're hiding something. You're lying. I have a right to know what happened to my wife." Like all that
Could have
stuff
been
was
the
like,
third act, but it,
yeah,
you know,
I was
from the
so
first
excited
act.
about that shit. I was like, hell yes.
Yeah, and then they yanked it all away from you, and you got stuck with.
And you still don't have Godzilla.
Yeah,
One
you
thing-
still don't get Godzilla. You still are waiting.
One thing I really like though about the Legendary Godzilla is they did the thing where it's like the backstory is Godzilla's existed since the 50s, and of course the humans know about it. Of course the fucking government knows about a giant animal that huge. We just don't tell you about it.
It's
Like,
Roswell. Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's hard. It's obviously it's hard to keep that secret because it's like, hey, look, he's just hanging out in the ocean. So we have a plan in case he comes on land. But the idea that like top secret folder, like, oh yeah, by the way, giant fucking 300-foot tall lizard living in the Pacific Ocean. I would never get on a boat in that ocean again. You know, and then they'd be like, oh, it's highly radioactive and we call it Godzilla. Yeah, I do not like this at all. And also, we've known about it since the atomic bomb test. That's a little silly, like the atomic bomb tests. The hydrogen bomb tests in the 50s were actually us trying to kill this lizard. That's a bit silly. It's kind of like
it plays in a sort of sad sense. Yeah, they would keep that a secret because no one would get out of a fucking boat again. Yeah,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's not plausible.
But it
doesn't
gets
quite
silly.
work.
The legendary movies I have a problem with is like the Titans, you know, giant, huge creatures that live in the hollow earth and feed off the earth core's radiation.
I hate the
and-
Hollow Earth so much.
And they all live amongst us and restore balance, you know, that kind of stuff, that kind of jargon you keep hearing in all
roll
these
the
legendary
camera
movies.
180 degrees and suddenly you're inside the Earth's core. Fuck you. Get
Like
done.
the Earth's core stuff is fine for
No,
like
not.
when
It's
we
so
talk about
tiresome.
when we talk about like, because when I watched Godzilla versus Kong, I like how they don't call him King Kong either, because they already spent the whole last movie, you know, making Godzilla the king of the monsters, obviously.
Whoopsie.
And it ends on that cringe note with all the fucking monsters showing up and like bowing. God damn it.
Yeah.
If it didn't have
I
that one
hated that.
scene, it would have been a million times more intelligent.
Also,
That
Kong,
movie made me angry.
Well, things I liked about it was like thermonuclear Godzilla melting all those buildings. I don't like how he like becomes thermonuclear and blows up, and then he's like back to normal Godzilla. I didn't like that. I was like, how did that?
I hate Kong's axe. I hate it.
Yeah,
King
I did
Kong,
too. I
hate
hated
it.
the entire time that I watched this movie because did we watch this like on a Christmas or something like that? I can't remember.
It was about a year ago, but I
Yeah,
don't
it was
Yeah.
around the pandemic was when it came out, and it came out on
Yeah.
HBO Max controversially.
Yeah, because we all watched it at home.
People were like going to
Yeah.
see it in the theaters despite it being on Max, but the fact that it was on Max was like definitely hurt its box office returns.
Well, they
So-
didn't know what they were doing at the pandemic, but
It was
go ahead.
COVID. Yeah, we were coming off the heels off the
Yeah.
the COVID, and people were like barely getting. I think a lot of people, it was like a lot of people's like first movie back in the theaters, you know, King Kong versus Godzilla.
Wah, wah.
Yeah.
Um,
So we watched it at home, and the entire time that I was watching it, I just felt like this is like the world's longest pitch meeting for the latest ride at Universal Studios.
Yeah.
It was
And-
so the people were annoying, the characters were poorly written.
There was
I-
a real hot babe in the movie though, who's like that evil bitch. Who was that actress?
Whatever.
She was foxy.
Can't remember.
I only remember because I rewatched the movie yesterday. I rewatched this movie for the second time last night, and yeah, my big takeaways was hot evil villain bitch is obviously a bad guy. Like from the very beginning, the first time you meet her, she's like super hot and super bitchy, and you're like, well, she's obviously evil.
Yeah.
My father, he's like
That's
works
not
for
a
the
good
company that's
sign.
building Mechagodzilla.
Yeah.
But there's a part specifically in the middle of the movie where they like land in Hollow Earth and they're weird spaceships that her dad designed, and they have like force fields around it. And I was like, yeah, this is very like Astro Monster. This is very Astro Monster, Destroy All Monsters, like sci-fi campy Shawa stuff that I'm seeing right here.
But
this was the pitch meeting for the ride.
Yeah,
you can only get away with that shit if you have an entertaining movie that's engaging people. I can't remember fuck all about that movie, and I love Godzilla.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's like what I remember from watching it yesterday, and we're talking about King Kong, the King Kong one. I don't remember shit about Skull Island because I didn't rewatch that one. But I mean, Skull Island, Vietnam, fucking monkey, bunch of monsters running around. I remember those big spider creatures, but with the big long legs. But other than that, don't remember shit. But yeah, King Kong is living in like some kind of containment field on Skull Island. He's living in like a virtual dome, and he's like throwing spears at the sky, realizing he's in a dome. Yeah. And then meanwhile, Godzilla's been missing since for the past 5 years or something, since Legend, or sorry, King of Monsters.
Yeah.
Fucking fried my brain on Godzilla. I'm like losing my mind.
Hang in there, buddy.
Oh, it's okay. We're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. We're going to talk about these 4 movies at once, and then we'll get into -1, and then just talk about whatever the hell we want from there. But yeah, I was about right. 6 to 8 hours. I nailed it. So anyway, we got King Kong. He's trapped in a dome, and for some reason,
little deaf girl that comes and brings him like little treats. Give me a fucking break.
You don't know anything about this girl except she was from Skull Island. Her parents were killed in a typhoon, and King Kong has taken her in under his wing. Even though King Kong in this movie, he's 300 feet tall. It's the biggest King Kong there's ever been. You have to understand, like normal King Kong, a human being is like this big. Yeah. Maybe this big.
Hand
that's
size.
A person.
Yeah.
If I was Godzilla, you would be the size of this tooth right here. You'd be the size of my fingernail. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you're this big. Yeah. And the idea that a King Kong like a little ant is going to be my pet. That's what King Kong's doing, and having sign language with it and shit. Mm-hmm. But what's funny is like she wasn't in any of these previous movies. So we have no idea what the hell any of this shit is.
Yeah.
And none of it is plausible.
But it's like you said, it's like Adam said, like once you start putting the kids in these movies, like the literal children actors playing children parts,
you're done.
Where it starts going downhill in your franchise.
Yeah. Doesn't work.
Unless it's aliens. I can't think unless the little child is literally a fucking monster bait.
Exception, I think. But it's not like Jake Lloyd, that's a different thing, and it's well played.
Children must be used only as like a fucking bait for the monsters, like Jurassic Park. Like you have 2 kids in the movie, you immediately just put them in danger. You just have a fucking dinosaur like trying to kill them, and the main actors, the characters, they have to save these little children.
And that's the same. That's the same thing with Nude, right?
Right.
Yeah, I would give Jurassic Park the exception also because
that's right. I'm saying that's why it works.
It's essential to the plot. Ripley's maternal instincts and human instincts, not just female instinct, but
it's not the same as having the cute little kid character who's like, quipping.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Doing the short round thing. You have a little short round in your movie.
Short round would be the good exception also in a world of adults. Yeah.
Short round's cool, but like the idea is, like the George Lucas, like you said, Phantom Menace, like, hey, we want kids to watch this movie, so let's put kids in the movie.
Hey, George, newsflash, kids went to the original trilogy in droves.
Yeah. Kids don't like to watch movies about other little kids.
Adults don't. That's for fucking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like the Blob, the 80s Blob, where that little kid gets killed by the Blob. That was fun.
I like them both. I thought the Blob remake was exceptional.
There's so many movies where people get killed by monsters. There's so few movies where a child is killed on screen by a monster. It's like, whoa.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Since you just reviewed all of these movies, to the best of my knowledge, Godzilla has only eaten a person in the American versions. I don't think Godzilla has ever eaten a person in the Japanese movie.
I did mention that. And if I think it was one of these newer ones,
he does pick up.
He throws people
he
as
throws
-1. Like
he throws people in -1. He doesn't eat them. You're right. But I think he does swallow somebody, like in a ship. But that is,
he eats the ship.
I want to say, I think I remember this.
I just remember this stuck out to me, and I'd actually kind of like to know the answer. I had a conversation with someone in another stream.
No. I remember looking it up, and on Google it says, like, as far as we know, no, he hasn't eaten anybody, or like willfully eaten somebody. Now, if someone has like thrown themselves in his mouth, I don't think that counts.
Well, he ate a plane in -1. That's for
yeah.
So what a great!
But he didn't swallow. Spit. No.
So in the original, they filmed a scene, the scene where you first see the head puppet come up over the hill in the beginning of the movie. They filmed it with Godzilla having a cow hanging out of his mouth, like halfway eaten, and then they reshot it because they thought it was just too gratuitous and it didn't make sense. So cutting that scene sort of establishes the fact that Godzilla exists off of energy.
Yeah.
Which is something that they plow through in all the rest of it. If they had shown that, it might have taken a different direction.
Yeah, it's also better because like when you start, because King Kong doesn't make sense this big,
right?
Because it's like he'd have to eat. They show a scene of him eating fish.
That's a lot of versions.
It's like, dude, you know how many fucking fish this guy would have to eat? I mean, obviously they could do some stupid backstory where it's like, oh well, he only has to eat once a year. His metabolism is so strong. Whatever.
A throwaway line, yeah,
some bullshit. But like for real, it's like Godzilla. He's so huge. It's like there's no way he could eat this much.
No, he's a nuclear furnace.
Yeah, he just lives off of radiation. That makes sense.
Yeah,
and then
that's why he attacks the oil refineries and stuff like that. And
right when you get these like Hedorah works too because he feeds off pollution.
Right.
But like when you get into like Ibira, it's just like a huge crab. It's like, okay, how many fucking whales can this thing eat before? It's so big. Like how many? Like it'll starve to death. Like a gorilla that size, 300 feet, would starve to death. Like it's just like megalodon. Like why megalodon would extinct? They can't. The oceans can't supply their huge dietary needs.
They can't roam fast enough to eat everything in sight.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
So yeah, it's so much better that Godzilla does feed off of radiation, let alone just like ambient radiation. But this also makes sense why Godzilla is always attacking power stations. Why Godzilla is always attacking.
You see Gamera like literally sucking up fire and fuel and energy and stuff out of the power stations. And that works. That works for me.
What's so fun? Like that's the idea. Is like there's still so many fresh spins to put on this character. This creature. Like I would love kind of to do the -1 approach, but like -1 meets Godzilla 2000, where it's like that kind of realistic, scary approach. But the idea that Godzilla is something that we know about and we live with day to day, and it's the idea that like your power could just go out randomly out of nowhere, and you're halfway thinking like, is this a Godzilla thing or is this a regular power out? Like you have no idea. Sometimes the alarm goes off. Sometimes it doesn't. The idea that like, hey, the wedding's canceled. It's fucking Godzilla alert. Damn it.
It's cloudy with a chance of Godzilla tomorrow.
Dude, out of all the weekends, he had to pick this weekend. He hasn't attacked in 2 years or whatever. It's like, oh no.
I
It's
like
yeah,
that because he, being over 50 and whatever, I've seen enough cycles of things, and I've seen enough, natural disasters and tragedies, uh, and especially COVID, where in general the population just wants to get back to normal more than anything else. So I can see a force like Godzilla just sort of popping up and running around and whatever, and people acting like everything's fine. There's a little Godzilla warning today, but
yeah,
I, I would
yeah.
like to see that explored even
And
more.
that's the thing is like Godzilla advisories going off all the time.
Mhm.
Godzilla
It's like the
advisory. Hey,
tornado
Godzilla was
warnings
spotted.
in
It's
the
like, hey, Godzilla
Midwest.
was spotted 700 miles southeast of here in the
Yeah.
ocean where he's usually at. It's like, yeah, I mean, we're in Japan. I mean, Godzilla's close by.
Yeah,
But
Godzilla sirens.
you would have there's a whole branch of government like the G-Force. There's a branch of the G-Force, and their whole job is just to monitor Godzilla at all times. At all times, where the fuck is he and where is he going?
That seems totally plausible to me. That seems
He's so
absolutely
big.
plausible.
That's the thing about Godzilla, legendary Godzilla, why I gave them props for like Godzilla. They know about Godzilla and they keep it secret. Because the idea that like a creature that big living in the ocean for that long and us not knowing it is that seems unlikely to me. I don't know. I know the ocean is super vast or whatever, and the idea of megalodons living down there. No, I don't think a creature as big as Godzilla, especially as radioactive as him, could get by. We have sensors that can detect this stuff, from like orbit and stuff. Like they're like, dude, there's something coming out of the ocean over here in sector G14 over here.
Yeah, I buy that. We definitely have more stuff to figure out about the oceans and things that we haven't seen yet. But something as big as Godzilla, you're right. Like, wow, there's a thing moving over here.
There's
That
something.
is, that's fast and it's radioactive and.
How horrifying, with those first people who discovered Godzilla, because the idea is in the Toho movies, we discover Godzilla because he comes to us, we don't, Godzilla just starts wrecking shit. But imagine if you're in a submarine in the 50s, like in the US, and you find a giant sleeping lizard in the bottom of the ocean,
and you piss it off.
Kind of back out of there and don't wake it up. No, don't even piss it off. Just like see something and you realize it's alive. You realize it's sleeping. You kind of just leave it alone. Come back home to base and be like, hey, you guys I want to know about this. This is pretty crazy.
I kind of want to see Steve Irwin,
right. Yeah.
run into Godzilla and go, oh, he's sprightly,
But that's the other thing that's fun is like
he's a beauty.
you never see anyone. This is a common thing with all the alien movies, xenomorphs. Someone trying to weaponize the xenomorph.
Right.
You never see anyone trying to weaponize Godzilla ever.
Well, they touch on it in the early films. In the original, I forget the character's name, but the older scientist, his whole crusade in the film is he wants to not attack Godzilla. He wants to save Godzilla and not destroy him because of the scientific advances that could be, learned from it. Not even on a weaponized scale, but just in for the sake of knowledge. He wants to protect Godzilla, and he's shut down pretty fucking fast by people getting stomped on.
Right,
But,
and then there's also they do touch on like Godzilla being like mind controlled a little bit, like sent like he's like attacking, like that's what happens in King Kong versus Godzilla. Sorry, Godzilla versus Kong, the one we're talking about right now. Godzilla starts attacking Florida for some reason, and
well, I would too.
Yeah. Godzilla is Godzilla has been our peaceful warrior for so long, and now he's attacking this random power station in Florida.
It's spring break.
But it turns out that the power station is secretly working on the Mecha Godzilla. There's always like a secret why he's being a dick.
Well, because
I don't like that.
Godzilla knows what's up.
I like the idea because you remember how stupid it was in the Jurassic World movies, how it's like, we're going to weaponize raptors. And you're like, that's the stupidest idea ever.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. You would expect
rifles.
some dumb military guy to be like, let's try to capture Godzilla and weaponize him. Oh my God, Leon! Words of paradise.
What is up? What is up?
Hey.
I feel like such an asshole. So I've been waiting for you to send me the link, totally forgetting you had already sent it to me days ago. And I'm like,
sorry, buddy.
I guess you guys want me on the stream or anything. I haven't heard about it. And someone else sent me a stream
sorry,
invite.
man.
No, you're okay. I felt like an asshole because I was like, all right, well, if Stupenza doesn't want me, I'll go stream with Abomination AJ. And then I would go scrolling through Twitter, and I was like, oh, he sent me the link days ago, and I'm streaming with someone else. I feel like such a douche.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Leon.
You can chat
Leon.
you can chat for as long as you want. You can go back to your other stream too. But how have you been? How's your Christmas?
No, the Christmas was awesome, man. Got to spend time with the family, run around to multiple different families because I'm a divorced child. So it's been great.
Nice. Yeah, we all went to the aunt's house and ate way too many cakes. I had to bring a dessert. We had
Ambrosia.
we made a pineapple fluff salad, except we used lime jello instead of strawberry, which you get in the ambrosia stuff. That's why it's that lovely pink. It's like it's so crazy. It's delicious, but it sounds disgusting. It's
in Ohio, ambrosia comes in every color.
Cool.
So,
That's right.
So ambrosia salad. All right.
No, ambrosia around here because I live in the Midwest. And ambrosia here is like pink or orange usually.
Yeah, we get it. We make it green with lime jello, but it's
I have seen green ambrosia. I've never tried it, but I've seen it.
So you guys know how to make it?
I do. No, you can buy. I have no idea how to make it. So I don't actually. Cooking is my favorite hobby, but I've never had much of a sweet tooth. So I don't make a whole lot of sweets. I don't know how to make a whole lot of sweets just because I've never been a sweets guy. I'm always more of a salty oriented type of individual.
I do like
ambrosia
olives.
isn't really food, so you're good.
This is like whipped cream and fruit. So
not even whipped cream. It's Cool Whip,
Jello,
Cool Whip,
and canned fruit.
No, so we use the way we do it is it's Jello, and then instead of cold water, you put cold 7-Up in it, and a bunch of cream cheese. Okay, and you mix it up.
Not sweet enough.
You mix up the cream cheese, right? And you get that to where you don't get lumps, right? And then once that is all solidified, you add in you put that in the fridge and let it kind of chill for an hour, and then you bring it back out and you add in like a bunch of Cool Whip, and you mix that in. And then you get that all emulsified and you add in like nuts and fruit. And then you put that in the fridge and then it becomes like, a block of like fucking like foam. It's weird. It's tasty though.
Nothing. So I've been doing the carnivore diet for 6 months. So even though I usually do cheat day on Monday, I was like, all right, it's Christmas cheat day, but I'm afraid of going overboard. So like my grandmother had 3 different kinds of pies, and I was like, I will take a sliver of each just to try them. And when I say sliver, I mean like the size of my pinky of these 3 different pies. And I was like, just so I get the taste. And okay, that's good enough for me. I need to. I need
your 3 slices to equal 1 small slice.
Right, exactly. I was like, all right, the lemon meringue was good. The chocolate was good. I wasn't a fan of the Boston cream pie. Like,
Yeah.
I'm listening, but I'm gonna throw on my Godzilla shirt. I spaced, put on a Street Fighter shirt. We're talking about Godzilla. I need to throw a Godzilla shirt on. So.
No worries, man. And I'm also sorry. I should have sent you like a message, I guess. I was like, well, his kid probably goes to bed real late. I don't know. I mean, he told me he'd come on when his kid came to bed.
I'm thinking Leon doesn't go to bed ever from the enthusiasm.
Well, he, he's a professional, man. He's got to come on. You got to come on with your A game.
Hardest working man in showbiz.
He's up there. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm going to start. I got to start pivoting to doing like I was saying, like little 15-minute thoughts of the day bullshit streams. Talk about just like
it couldn't hurt.
Hurt. Also do some more. I don't want to do really shorts, but definitely more shorter videos. Anyway, Leon,
shorts. Yeah.
So
I'm back.
You're back. We've been talking for 6.5 hours of movies. We basically talked about all sorts of Godzilla stuff. We were recapping. We're finally in the Reiwa era / legendary era. So
damn. So I missed the 3rd era with my favorite Godzilla film. That's all right.
No. Let's talk about it.
Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. Not Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, but Godzilla against Mechagodzilla is my favorite Godzilla movie.
Why is it your favorite?
So for a couple reasons. One, it was probably, I think it might be the very first Godzilla movie I ever saw. I could be wrong, but like, because it was when I was younger, because I'm not sure how old you guys are, but I'm turning 30, and so when I was about 4 or 5 years old, when like DVD players were first coming out and they were super expensive and whatnot, my dad got a DVD player, and for whatever reason, the Godzilla multi-pack DVDs were stupid cheap. They would have like 3 or 4 Godzilla movies on one DVD, or like dual discs or whatnot. And so we didn't have a whole lot of DVDs because American ones were super expensive, but he was able to pick those up in like $5 bins. And so I watched a bunch of Godzilla movies, but that one, for whatever reason, it stuck with me. Seeing like this giant robot version of Godzilla, not knowing what order any of these movies go in. And you've got the scientist who at the end who's like, yeah, we built it around the bones of the original Godzilla, who was supposed to be the one that died in the very first movie. And obviously, Godzilla's the bad guy in that. I hadn't really been exposed to Godzilla being the hero, so it just left an imprint. Plus, I was like probably 5, 6, 7 years old, so I wasn't thinking it at the time. But main Japanese chick's super cute, so
yeah. A lot of these Japanese cuties, especially like the Mothra twins, they get progressively hotter in the movies.
Yeah,
Peanuts.
That's a real pop duo. They're not actually twins, but they had a number of hit singles.
I haven't had to pee yet. It's one of those things where like when these streams wrap up and I stand up, I have to pee so bad all of a sudden.
Just don't break the seal.
Yeah, I mean, I can do 9 hours easy because I used to drive from El Paso to Austin back and forth without stopping, no problem. But
I could in my 20s and 30s.
Also,
but I haven't
really. This is like half empty. I've had like 2 drinks prepared in case I got really drunk, but it's gonna be hard when we got to do so much talking.
I keep a bucket under my chair, and everyone knows this.
You missed it earlier. Blue Collar Loser was here. He held out for the good 2.5, 3 hours, but he got so sloppy drunk. I think he just left.
That was me last night, Christmas Eve, because I used to be a bit of an alcoholic, so I decided I'm gonna only drink a few times a year, and so Christmas Eve I was like, you know what, it's Christmas, I'm gonna have a party, I'm gonna do some drinking, and just stayed up all night screaming 80 songs and playing acoustic guitar drunkenly. I'm sure the people
like
that
me
live
when you
below
get
me
drunk. I like to do karaoke. I love doing karaoke and singing and joking and laughing, and then I get sleepy. When I get too drunk, I get real sleepy. I just fall asleep.
I almost never sleep in general. Like I said, I've had 9 hours in the last 72 hours. Like I slept from about 7 a.m. to I slept from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Got up and like, all right, time to start the day. Let's do it. Let's go. All these family members' Christmases.
It's hard to sleep when you love what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've always hated sleeping though, because I feel like when I'm sleeping, I'm missing out on something I could be doing that's productive or whatnot. So like I get off work at midnight usually, and after midnight, I'm like, all right, time to make a video. Now it's time to edit the video. All right, now I need to catch up on all the political talk shows I listen to since I love politics. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to play some Smash Bros, get my global Smash power up. And then, I fucking hate sleeping.
Nice. I love sleeping, but the thing is, I do get a good, 8 hours sleep. Sometimes I just go to bed real late, wake up late, but I get a good 7 or 8 hours. But sometimes, like once a week, I do like to sleep like good 13, 14 hours, just sleep in. I don't know.
Eventually it'll hit me. Like I'll do this multiple days in a row where I sleep 2, 3, 4 hours and then do a whole day. And then on like the 5th or 6th day, it'll be midnight. I'll get off work and I'll just crash. And next thing I know, it's noon the next day. I was like, all right, my body caught up. Like,
yeah. Well, that's cool. What do you got planned? And Babs, of course you could share links to your channel. In fact, B-roll stage, right?
At B-roll stage.
Okay.
Yeah. What Babs is pointing out is we have 2 full-length commentaries for the original Godzilla, and we also have 2 really interesting behind-the-scenes features about building the suit and writing the story for the first movie, and you won't find them many other places. So if you are a diehard Godzilla fan, please check it out.
So let's see. So you like the Kiryu Goji, right? That's your Goji. Kiryu Goji, right? I love Mechagodzilla against Mechagodzilla because we have like for the first time like a name for Mechagodzilla other than Mechagodzilla. And he also is kind of played just as a straight good guy.
Absolutely. I mean, he's not even played like a character, really. He's played like a robot, like a machine.
A machine, a tool.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the idea of, they've got, all right, Godzilla is this living, breathing force of nature. Let's use our human ingenuity to combat that rather than, because again, I love the monster fights. I'm a massive Godzilla fan, so I like it when there's 2 sentient monsters, but I also love just humans versus Godzilla. And there's only so many ways you can do that with tanks and fighter jets and stuff. So the idea of the humans coming together to create their own Godzilla that they can use effectively a Megazord to fight Godzilla is awesome.
Yeah, that's the common thread with all the movies, honestly, is the, like I said earlier, the nationalism, the bounding together to conquer a overwhelming force or a foe. It's a lot of this teamwork makes the dream work is the central core element to, especially the later Godzilla movies, but even the first one, Yes, Jay, we are still going.
So true of Japanese culture in general, since they're very more collective oriented, and that reflects in the movies.
So what are some of your other favorite Godzilla movies or memories or moments or monsters? That's a lot of alliteration.
I mean, I obviously the original 1954 Godzilla is both versions, the Japanese version and the 56 with Raymond Burr. I enjoy both. Giant Monsters All Out Attack is an obvious classic. There's the one with an obscenely long title that came out in I believe the mid 90s that has literally almost every single monster Godzilla ever fought. I think it was like Godzilla All Stars or something ridiculously long title that I don't remember.
Okay, so the longest title is GMK, the one you just mentioned. It's Ghidorah, Mothra, Ghidorah, Mothra, Godzilla, Giant All Out Monsters Attack.
Giant Monsters All Out Attack, which is insane.
But the one you're thinking about with all the monsters is Final Wars, which is
Final Wars. Thank you. Yeah, Godzilla Final Wars.
We talked about all those, but yes, I want to talk about it more because we talk about everything briefly. So it's like anything you want to expand upon, please divulge. Adam was talking about how his favorite stuff is the Showa movies, the earlier stuff.
That's what I grew up on, but yeah, Final Wars brought me back into the fold for sure.
I was talking about how my favorite is the Heisei stuff, the 80s stuff, Destroya, Biollante, Space Godzilla.
I think as an era, Heisei is probably my favorite as well, but the very first era, which I feel I've clearly been up for hours, so I'm blanking on the names, but the original 50s and 60s run, where like because the first two Godzilla films were played very serious, relatively straight.
Then you got the revival era, the revival phase.
Yeah, and they just get so damn goofy, and I love it. Like
that's the champion phase you're talking about, where it gets real goofy,
right? And where so much of it takes place on like the Isle of the Monsters, and you've got Godzilla's chubby ass son, and I love that sort of thing. It's because not because the movies are good, but there's a lot of heart in them. What with the practical effects, and like clearly somehow the suit quality gets worse as the movies go on. But there's
because they get wear and tear from all the damage from shooting fireworks at each other,
right?
And wrestling each other too. That's the other thing. And they're not choreographed fights. You could tell that they're like standing in a room.
All right, like you do pool noodles in the pool.
Wave your arms, and I'll throw Roman candles at you, and it's fine.
Jay, if you want to come in here, I could send you a link, buddy. If you're awake and you want us to talk about Godzilla, more.
Yeah, what up, Jay? Dude, yeah, Jay, come on. I love you, Brent. I love you, man.
Jump in, Jay.
Yeah, dude.
And then, what were we gonna say? Oh, and then my favorite Godzilla / that's not a Godzilla movie, because aside from about 3 to 4 Godzilla movies, I like Rodan better than almost any other Godzilla movie. Like just his standalone film. Rodan is
like Rodan too.
Classic to me.
Big volcano bird, man.
Yeah. And say again?
No, you go.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say Rodan's a pretty clever name because it's so obvious because you take a pterodon and in the middle is radon and you just switch the A and the O, Rodan, and it's like fucking great. Yeah, great title, great name. Rodan, it's badass. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was gonna say that I have an appreciation for the legendary films. I know a lot of folks have very mixed opinions on them. I consider them like genuine Godzilla films. I know a lot of people say that if it's not Japanese, it's not Godzilla. And I would, if all that existed was 98, I would agree. But I don't think the legendary movies are better than probably half the Japanese ones, but they are absolute fun spectacle movies to watch. I think that there's an actual appreciation for Godzilla that we can see in those. Obviously Godzilla versus Kong, the third Godzilla movie is or King Kong versus Godzilla is that's a classic. I remember being one of the many idiots who for years believed the rumor that there was 2 different endings when lo and behold that's not actually true.
I did too. But like I said with King Kong versus Godzilla, the 60s one, it's like I guess they wanted Godzilla to be the big bad, and the kids just like him so much. So I remember just
it was also Godzilla was considered like a dead franchise. They did that's why they brought in King Kong. He was so much more popular, and that's actually what more or less saved it to allow Godzilla to go on to become. I think holds the Guinness World Record for the longest running film franchise.
It is the longest
and
franchise.
yeah, and you've got King Kong versus Godzilla to thank for that, because Japan, to my knowledge, wasn't interested in making any more Godzilla until that happened.
Yeah. So as far as like the goofier other monsters, like, and then less goofier monsters, like, what are some of your favorites?
The smog monster.
Hedorah.
What's his name? Say that again.
Hedorah.
Yeah, Hedorah. Thank you. I love Hedorah. I love Space Godzilla. He's not goofy. I just want to throw out that I love Space Godzilla.
Yeah.
I was actually really bummed with the most recent Godzilla Cross Kong Legendary trailer, because I thought that's what they were building up to, and then we get the reveal that it's some sort of original monster that they cooked up, some sort of like predecessor to Kong. Yeah. And I was like, oh, because you've got such a history, a rich history of these awesome, Toho kaiju that haven't really done much. All we've really seen is Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan. Like, you don't get me wrong, those like three of the big classics. But I was really looking forward to either Destroya or Space Godzilla, and then we get
one of those. Every one of those Toho monsters has a price tag.
That's probably true. Yeah,
they gotta create. It's easier to just create a giant mastodon. Whatever, whatever. That's better.
I did like that design though. The giant mastodon in the Legendary movies. I was like, okay, I'd like to see more of him. And apparently, the comics do delve into those other kaiju. I've never read the Legendary the comics that intertwine, but
the expanded lore or whatever you have to read.
Although comics wise, Power Rangers versus Godzilla is pretty damn fun.
Dude, and the Power Rangers, all the Power Rangers comic books, I don't know who their fucking illustrators are, but they're A+. There's the Ninja Turtles versus Power Rangers. That book is so expertly illustrated.
I never read those, but I did read the this is gonna get off topic from Godzilla for a moment, but the X-Files comics did a bunch of crossovers in like 2016 or so. The X-Files crossed over with Ninja Turtles, Transformers, G.I. Joe, and
just like all the Fox properties they could think of.
and Ghostbusters. And seeing the X-Files crew interacting with the Ninja Turtles and the Ghostbusters was so fucking cool.
Yeah, it's something.
I hear that Superman versus Godzilla is an ongoing story right now.
Oh, yeah, Chris has got the third issue. I wish he wasn't passed out drunk already.
You know what else we haven't touched on yet is the animated American like 80s Godzilla cartoon.
I did briefly talk about it. We did.
Did you?
We loved that show as a kid. I hate it now.
It's terrible.
I only had the first episode. I had the first episode on VHS, the Firebird one, Rodan, and that was it. And I remember that was my only exposure to it. And I tried to watch a couple episodes of it during this binge, and I was like, "Yep, no."
Well, I was just. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Adam.
I was just gonna say it's like whoever wrote it was just on Quaaludes and fucking red wine. Like there's no coherency.
Scrappy Doo again. What up?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Godzuki is literally the Scrappy Doo of that. What's up? Like, I was just on a what up, Jay? Nice to see you,
talking about Godzuki from 1978.
Dude, I was just on Abomination AJ's stream and we were talking about theme songs for cartoons we loved growing up. And as a kid, I loved that theme. Godzilla, and Godzuki. As an adult, that song is infuriatingly stupid.
Oh, man.
That said, the 1998 movie, while it sucked, the animated show I actually did enjoy.
Yeah.
Do enjoy.
That's where they had Cyberzilla instead of Mecha Godzilla, right?
Yeah.
And, it's like Nick Tatatopoulos and his friends and that one hatchling from the end of the first 98 movie. He's a smaller Godzilla too, right? He's like climbing buildings and he's like
he's like the size of the maybe
he's like 30 meters tall or something.
No, I don't even think he's that tall in the cartoon. Is he? I could be misremembering, but
I got a size chart up here. But anyway, how are you, Jay? What are your thoughts on Godzilla? You a fan?
I was just lying down and I was like, fuck it, I'll come on, and it's Christmas. I had to come on and see my buddy.
Did you have a good Christmas, buddy?
I did. How about you guys?
Of course.
You're a savage, man. You're a savage. That video you sent me, I was like legit.
I thought it was so funny. I was like, I might as well just put it together and make a YouTube video.
I was laughing my ass off when I read that.
Guys, all I'm gonna say is happy holidays. All right, just all of you. Thanks for being here. It's wonderful. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Godzilla? What are your favorite movies and characters and stuff, Jay?
I'm old school. I'm the old 50s, 60s Godzilla,
you're like
and then
Adam.
and then the 70s, late 70s, early, like I think it was late 70s into the early 80s animated cartoon.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. We were just talking about Godzuki. In the cartoon, Godzilla, his chain. We talked briefly about it. We said how his size varies so inconsistently in the cartoon. So when they say 300 stories tall at the beginning of the song, that's like 700 feet tall, right? Right.
Well, story is 10
story
feet.
is 10 feet. So if he's 300 stories, that'd be what,
3,000 feet tall? That's huge. But he's also like, it changes from like scene to scene and animation wise, you know, so his size is widely consistent, but it's considered, I think he's considered to be about 200 something, 300 feet tall. But
well, I like the chart you had on earlier in the evening, way back in the beginning of the evening.
Yeah, like what were some of your favorite episodes and moments from the show? Because I never really followed it too much.
Oh God, that's so long ago, dude.
Okay.
Oh God.
Well, it's just like a blur. It's like a dream. So long ago. You're like Rose in Titanic. It was 84 years ago. That's crazy.
The one, which Godzilla movie was the two Japanese twins where they were singing?
So that's several. There's a couple Mothra ones, but
the Mothra solo films all do that.
Yeah,
then
Mothra.
If you could tell me what decade,
Godzilla also
I believe it was 60s.
If it's
that
the
would
60s,
have been.
Then yeah, that could have been either Godzilla versus Mothra. It could have also been the one after that, Invasion of the Astro Monster.
Well, I could be wrong, but I thought it was actually Mothra versus Godzilla. I think they put her name first in that one.
Dude, I've been getting all these names of these movies wrong all day because I keep going back and forth and shit. And I'm like, it's like becoming a drunken blur of everything. It's like, especially like these Showa movies, because there's 15 of them, and remembering what happens in what movie, it's like, it's getting hard to remember. Like Ibira is the one with the shipwrecked bank robbers. But Son of Godzilla is the one with the people at the weather station and the giant mantis people. It's like, okay, I'm getting it. Hedorah is the one. Gigan is this one. It's like, oh, dude. Oh, boy.
Gigan, that's a really early one, I'm pretty sure. I think like Godzilla versus Gigan was like the late 50s, early 60s. Gigan's such 72. A cool monster.
Gigan was 72.
Was it that late?
First motherfucker.
I guess it would have been late 50s because King Kong was 63, I'm pretty sure. King Kong versus Godzilla was 63. But yeah, Gigan is such an underrated monster.
First guy, making Godzilla bleed, just showing up out of space, being second extraterrestrial alien besides Ghidorah, all this stuff. So much fun over the years. Anyway, did you have a good? What else you been doing, Jay? Just lounging about? You stream at all, or you been hanging with family?
Oh, I didn't stream today. I just hanging with family, watching. A couple. I just finished watching Scavenger's Reign. Vex got me hooked onto that.
Yeah.
And then
I was saying how I like Scavenger's Reign a little bit more than Blue Eye Samurai, honestly. I know you guys, you're probably not going to agree with
you know what?
That'll hurt Jay.
If anything, Scavenger's Reign is more woke than Blue Eye Samurai.
For sure.
Like
for sure.
100%.
Oh yeah. I was saying both of those shows are great because they do it well, whatever that is, that putting gay, lesbian, person of color in the movie and making her a badass girl boss. Those two shows did it well. So, I mean, I can't complain. It was weird. I was like, what is this conflicting feeling I'm having? No, I'm just kidding.
The Aliens ending was kind of Aliens ending was kind of like a cut and paste, but I mean it's still enjoyable, very enjoyable.
I loved the like weird Miyazaki world building and stuff, all that stuff that's just trippy.
Heavy metal. That was so heavy metal from the 70s.
Very right.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
I also love the sequel, which is not near as good, but it's got Billy Idol in it, so I love it by default.
Oh, I just saw your message, Jay. Oh, look at you. You're still here. All right. Well, yeah, I guess before you guys popped in, me and Adam were kind of rounding out, talking about the legendary movies and the Shin Godzilla movie. Thoughts on those? I mean, you had already mentioned Legendary. What do you guys think of Shin Godzilla?
I
Love it or hate
arguably
it?
like Shin Godzilla more than -1. Like -1 is a better story, but I think the Godzilla parts of Shin Godzilla are actually better than -1.
I am in the exact same boat, friend. I think me and Adam we're gonna have a little debate about that. But yeah, like I thought definitely -1's a better movie, movie, and especially with tapping into the mainstream, getting normies to see and love a Godzilla movie, getting Godzilla
Shin
back on the
Godzilla was
radar.
only limited release in America, if I remember right. Like it only went to like film festivals and maybe like a few hundred at most theaters.
I know tons of people who haven't seen it still, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And also like even throughout
I
years
haven't.
of us, even years of us recommending go see Shin Godzilla, like it's so cool and crazy. I think it just looks a little too freaky for some people. I think some people are like turned off by it.
It threw me off when I first watched it because Godzilla, he starts off as like a salamander with fish eyes. It's you don't get actual Godzilla until probably like halfway through the movie, and it. But I like that others. It had to grow on me, but I liked that proto Godzilla stuff too. Once it grew on me,
I
agree. He's like just spilling out acid out of his gills and shit. I was like, this is weird.
Yeah, I grew to love the fish eyes. Like when I first saw the fish eyes, I hated it. And we were talking about this earlier, but like, yeah, the fish eyes, they grew on me because what does a fish feel when he's like eating? You know, that's what Godzilla feels when he's like trampling the city, like nothing.
When he's actually finally evolves into Godzilla and he like predator mouths, like that was terrifying. Like
weird.
It's not as scary as the Jaws scene and -1, but when you first see Godzilla go full AVP or go full Predator, you're like, okay, this is not your traditional. It didn't start off as your traditional Godzilla movie, but now it definitely isn't. He's got like those massive laser beams coming off his dorsal films, just destroying planes. I love how America is like, fuck it, time to nuke him. Like,
well, comparing it to -1, I do like how both. Jay, you saw -1, right?
No, I haven't seen -1 yet. It's not even. I can't. There's nowhere to see it here in Winnipeg.
Well, we might get into some spoilers then. I'm sorry, but we'll wait.
Oh, I've heard it all. Yeah, I've heard it all. So
I mean, spoilers. Godzilla destroys the city and then he goes back into the fucking ocean. All right. I mean,
no,
may or may not, may or not be dead. Who knows? He'll probably come back. But as far as like the human stuff, like that's where we'll get into the meat and potatoes later, because that's where all the interesting shit in -1 happens. But with Shin Godzilla versus like -1, like they both did a bold move of like just hard remaking it, not a sequel to the original, which is what every other Godzilla movie had done except for the legendary ones, obviously.
Right.
But like Shin Godzilla was so radically different. And then when I remember seeing that post, I made that post about Catface Godzilla being back. Like I saw that picture of Catface Godzilla from -1. I was like, he's back. Hell yeah. My cat face boy.
Sorry. Go. No. I thought you were finished. Sorry. Go on.
I am.
Okay. Well, another thing that Shin Godzilla does that is very divisive that I love is how political it is. Like the human story is not much of a human story so much as it is a political drama, and I loved that. But it was a lot for some people, and I understand that criticism.
Yeah, I was joking earlier about how like in Shin. Oh, go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I have Shin Godzilla. Like I was gonna watch it tomorrow.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. But like I'm curious, like, because Monarch, is that tied into any of the
into the legendary films, and I haven't watched it, but I've heard it blows.
Yeah, I did hear the same, and I also heard like the Godzilla, the monster action is pretty limited, and also just like that anime show, Singular Point, I skimmed that show, the anime, and it's like fucking 12 episodes, and like Godzilla's in like maybe 5 minutes of the whole thing. And it's like all just like very Godzilla 2000 sequel, like the family running around solving mysteries and then a monster at the end. And I feel like that's kind of what Monarch is. But the reason why I chose not to watch Monarch before the stream was because I knew it wasn't going to be over. I think the season finale is like sometime in January. So I was like, fuck it. I'm not going to bother.
Well, that said, though, I don't know about the anime series, but the anime movies are dope.
They're weird, but I liked them.
Oh, dude, I love them. Like, humans have been gone from Earth for like 30,000 years or something because Godzilla just took it over. And, like, that is the biggest Godzilla we've ever seen. He's like, continental.
Like 300, like 1,000 meters. Go ahead.
I've seen the first 4 episodes of Monarch, and it's the first 2 episodes start off pretty good. Like you get the American side of the politics behind everything, and then it just kind of goes shit after that. It just goes total garbage.
See, all that stuff's cool about like building a task force to like monitor giant animals and like, you know, where does the funding come from? And like, you know, the idea of like, oh, cleaning up a city, like all this cool stuff you could think of doing, you know. It's just that stuff is great, and you could make a whole show about that.
Well, it just goes X-Files on it. And like a lot of cover-ups, and there's like, you know, a love story.
Yeah, but see, you make it sound cool when you say that, because X-Files is one of the greatest shows of all time. So
it's done poorly though. Done very poorly. Like it's a very poor man X-Files.
Yeah, I see like some shills on the internet defending the show, like and I'm only saying they're shills because they say this fucking bullshit. They're like, well, you're expecting Godzilla in a show called Monarch. And it's like, yes, motherfucker.
The corporation of Monarch, the people that are monitoring Godzilla, the namesake of the franchise that Monarch is from. I would expect a little Godzilla. Maybe not Godzilla. Maybe they don't want to blow their load with Godzilla. I would expect some kaiju stuff. And from what I've heard, the kaiju stuff is very limited. As a trade-off for, I'm going to say the dreaded word, for woke political bogus.
Yeah, but I mean, so there's a lesbian woman of color in this show. Is that not as cool as when Blue Eye Samurai and Scavenger's Reign do it? I'm guessing.
Well, Matt Fraction, the first few episodes are like, oh, Matt Fraction's not going to do the woke, you know, shit. And then, of course, he gets right into it. So, and we know who I'm assuming everyone knows who Matt Fraction is. Oh, Matt Fraction's he's a comic book writer, and he's married to Kelly Sue DeConnick.
Oh, she's married that woman.
I know who she is.
Yeah, and we know who she is. So, yeah, I was like, oh, he's doing something different that probably is pissing off
Matt
the wife.
Fraction an insult? Or is that actually like what he goes by? Is that like a stage name?
He goes by Matt Fraction. That's all I know. I don't even care. Like he's.
Well, I thought maybe you were insulting him by being like his ideas are half baked, so he's Matt Fraction. Like, I didn't
but also, again, it's more
his
of this,
name's
like,
actual Matt Fraction. Yeah,
it's more of this like political nepotism, you know, like, hey, this person, how did this person get this job? Well, married to this person. Well, how did that person get the job? Because, you know, politics or whatever, they have the right politics, and they you know, Kelly Sue DeConnick. I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to.
Hey, what up, Tim's Talk? Nice to see you, brother.
Tim's Talk on your left.
You just want to put a grenade up her ass and pull the pin.
I was gonna say I wanted to make passionate hate sex to her and kind of like you know, red pill her with my penis. That's the way. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Jay.
A Grace Randolph sort of hate crime.
I mean, Kelly Sue DeConnick, as annoying and stupid as she is, it's like sometimes I don't know. You don't imagine slapping a woman. You imagine hearing her throes of passion in her voice and then leaving her and then being like ghosting her after that.
I don't think Grace Randolph is a fair comparison, because at least Grace Randolph like can occasionally be attractive.
Yeah.
Like Kelly Sue DeConnick looks like that chick from the fucking Incredibles.
I take one for the team if it meant her mood would improve. You know what I mean?
Wait.
Which
I'm sensing something.
Yeah, the girl that makes the suits, like Edna
Mode.
Yeah. She does. She does look like Edna Mode.
I don't know these people, but that description works for me.
Oh, dude, no, yeah, Google her. You'll know her when you see her. Did you ever see the clip of like, and if you don't like my politics, and then don't buy my book.
My book.
Like, if you've never seen that clip, then that's who we're talking about.
Challenge.
She had a cameo in Miss
and no one bought her
Marvel.
books.
Yeah, she had a Captain.
Yeah, and then nobody bought her book, and she went on to complain about the industry dying. Like, well, you kind of said something, and the internet collectively said challenge accepted. Who, like, I didn't know she was. I thought she was a dyke.
Well, also they were,
would think
actively on
that.
these whisper networks and cancel culture
yeah.
out in the early days because the comic book industry was the easiest to infiltrate, one of the easiest to infiltrate. And then when you get into comic books, you can work your way up to movies and. I guess video
the comic
games.
book industry was so easy to infiltrate because a bunch of sweaty nerds were like, "What, girls?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess this is okay. We've never had you talk to us before, but this is a good thing, right?"
Okay, when I first got into comic books, there were no women. When I first started going to conventions, there were no women.
No, dude, I've been going to cons since I was 6 years old because my dad was a nerd. You didn't see women there unless their husbands dragged them.
You could infiltrate comic book and animation if you were willing to work for starvation wages, and you still can,
Yeah.
But
well, that's the thing is I really believe some of these political opponents are literally paid elsewhere. Like Renfamous, she gets paid from somewhere else. She gets paid to do that shit on Twitter. It's crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Is somebody who hated Vic Mignogna was bankrolling her because she is like single-handedly responsible for his initial fall, and it's absolute bullshit.
Well, Heather Antos is another one. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how she
Milkshake
failing
won.
Upward.
Milkshake won, yeah, and she keeps getting new jobs at new places and just.
The company keeps falling apart.
like say what you want about Frosk, but at least she had the good goddamn decency to say, you know what? I've been bullied by the internet enough. I'm leaving for good.
Yeah.
Like I was like, we bullied this bitch out of the zone. Everyone, that's a collective gatekeeping win.
Does anyone believe that Frosk will actually stay off the internet? I don't. Did Lindsay?
It's been a year and a half, dude. It's been a year and a half.
She doesn't have a channel somewhere that we just don't know about.
No, I occasionally, just for shits and giggles, go to check her Twitter and it's dead.
Oh, poor thing. She didn't change her name to something different and get a new haircut. Like she's like a very popular YouTuber. And we're like putting the face on the wig.
I don't care. She can change her name and face all she wants. Anyone's gonna see Discount Machine Gun Kelly and be like, "Is that Frosk?" Like
maybe those tattoos weren't real to begin with. She just washes them off and shit.
The tattoos may not have been, but that meth mouth was.
Well, you get some braces. Get some of those.
She was the original Rachel Ziegler.
Who's that non-binary weirdo that keeps telling kids to run away and leave their fucking parents? And he's got those weird like fake meth teeth.
The dude who looks like if Matthew Lillard was like a homo out the womb.
He just looks at the camera and he's just like, "You don't need to go no contact. Going no contact is the way to go." And he's got those weird, like those fake dentures, because he used to do meth and shit. So he's got those perfect like fake teeth, and it's like, So I'm saying Frost could get those kind of teeth. And then
she had to have the financial resources to do so. And without G4 bankrolling her, how could she afford that?
Well, I think that's enough of being mean on Christmas night. I'm just joking.
It's 2 a.m. my time. So Christmas is over. Yeah, Jesus had his birthday. Now it's time for us to.
It's 2 a.m. my time too. But no, this is fun. I'm glad you guys are here now. Let's get this party started. Shit. 7 hours in. We got 5 more to go.
Holy shit.
We get a welfare check on the blue collar.
Yeah, no, I don't know where he is. I mean, I don't think he left his house.
Somebody text his mom or something, man.
Yeah, someone.
He looked like he was going to hurl earlier.
I'll just tell Wes. Blue collar disappeared. Is he? Call him maybe. Here's my number, so call him maybe. Let's see. Also, Tim Talk, thanks for being here. Also, thanks for being here. Who else was in here? Nix was here for a while. Ziggs was here for a while. They all had to go to sleep. Now
for the week. I still got a video to edit after this. Fuck it. I don't know when
it's your long Samson like powers from your long hair, So I'm saying it's like
I've never gotten Samson before. That's great. That's a new one. I usually get AJ Styles or Jesus. So
hair is
AJ Styles. That's awesome.
Hair. Dude, do you know how many times I've been called like AJ Styles, or I get Ian Crossland a lot because I'm on SNH because I've got like the most left leaning takes of anyone on that show. So I've been called the Ian Crossland of Saturday Night Hypnosis. Which if you don't know who Ian Crossland is, that doesn't work. But
Leon, you have to show up Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try a show. Technically, I'll be working
Yeah.
while you're streaming, but I work when SNH is on as well. So as long as it's slow, I'll definitely be there.
I'm down to watch Rebel Moon a second time and talk about it on Wednesday.
Did you like it?
No, I liked it, but like, I mean, I had to watch it in 2 sittings, and it was like nothing new. And I mean, there's obviously a lot of problems with it, and it wasn't
Zack
as bad.
Snyder is nothing new.
Look, it wasn't as bad as like the fucking Doctor Who specials or the Indiana Jones 5 or some of the other atrocities.
No, Indiana Jones 5 is the worst movie of the year.
Yeah, we've gotten some horrific shit this year, and Rebel Moon is not on that list, but I wouldn't say it was good. In fact, I thought Ray Fisher was hilariously bad. And I was joking about how, like, does Ray Fisher character, does he have a dick in this one? It's very important that we know if he has a dick, because I know he made a big deal about it when he played Kryborg. And his performance was very strange. We're going to attack a dreadnought. I don't know. I have to rewatch it again and get that impression down, but it was bad. And yeah, I mean, it was like, if the movie was like a tight 2 hours and you had the whole plot resolved, sure. Because I mean, Chris Gore compared it to that Star Wars knockoff movie called Battle for the Edge of the Stars. What is it called?
Battle Beyond the Stars.
Battle Beyond the Stars.
That was James Cameron doing all the effects for that movie, where he just shoved his foot in the door and said, "I'll do it."
Right. Yeah, it's like Canon Films, right? Or Corman.
Yes, Golan Globus. Yeah.
Was it Roger Corman?
Yeah, it was Roger Corman. I know the movie you're talking about now. Yeah, it was Roger Corman.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, like
I didn't know the film you were talking about at first, and then you said Roger. I was like, oh, I know the movie. I love that movie too. It's not good, but my God, do I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll save it all for Wednesday, but on Jay's channel, Diabolical Souls, we're gonna talk about Rebel Moon. But yeah, I guess overall, like, it's just like the creator with like a lot of flashy looks and a lot of obvious references. But the thing about the creator, Rebel Moon, the references are so strong. It's like borderline plagiarism.
It's obviously
like
a Star Wars script. Yeah, obviously. And it's a Seven Samurai diluted down to fucking.
And this is another fucking huge issue that I could talk about for at least an hour. This new trend, Napoleon starting it, and I'm noticing it now with Rebel Moon. It's like, hey,
don't get me started on it.
The shitty movie is free, but the cool R-rated director's cut better version is going to cost you extra. No,
because
release
Snyder
the better
had
version of your movie.
Snyder had control of that fucking whole thing,
I
and
think you think he's lying.
If he doesn't put out his vision the first time, fuck him.
So you think he's bullshitting when he says
fair,
that?
What I read was different. What I read was that he had full creative control of the movie itself, while Netflix retained control of how it was released. Now, I don't know if that's correct, but that's what I read.
That doesn't change the movie?
Well, no, absolutely would change the movie, because if Netflix wants to artificially recreate the Snyder Cut effect for sales, it does change the movie.
Oh, artificially create the effect. Wow, you're right. So they can intentionally release a shitty version. And like I said, like just like
because it worked so well in the past.
Yeah, it's not. And we're going to push back, especially because this movie didn't leave us clamoring for more, I don't think. So I don't think we're going to be paying extra to see.
I won't even lie. It absolutely did me.
You are pretty the odd man. I've seen your hot take. You did like the movie, and that's cool.
And to be fair, I liked the movie. I didn't even say the movie was great or that I loved it, or no. I gave it a 6.5, 7 out of 10. Like it's a very average movie, but it's an average movie that I think has first. I think it gives the sequels a lot of potential. I think it even gives the director's cut a lot of potential. So like I'm on board with seeing more, because what I got this time, while the movie itself didn't wow me, enough individual factors did to make me want to see
He's like
more.
fuming in his microphone. I can hear him breathing. It's
the dialogue. The dialogue is like some kind of Shakespearean, biblical crap that I don't even. It's so bad. The fight scenes were horrible. Everything about it was terrible. I couldn't get into it.
I don't think you can say everything about it was terrible. When again, we've had movies like Indiana Jones 5, which is again I think is my least favorite.
Oh, that was terrible too. That's
all the things that I really liked about Rebel Moon is like all the Warhammer stuff. All the stuff that was from Warhammer, very Warhammer inspired. That shit's all awesome, and more of that. And the one thing about Rebel Moon is like it definitely made me realize like we're so ready for a goddamn Warhammer movie or a show done faithfully. Like that'd be so cool. like
Yes,
really
yes, it would. I
expand
completely
on the
agree.
lore.
And spoilers, the end of Rebel Moon, like holy shit, like it's exactly like Phantom Menace, like it's or not Phantom Menace, the third one, Anakin Skywalker. Like I'm like, holy, they just did exact same scene, like it's like verbatim pretty much.
Well, I don't want to dismiss Leon's opinion. If you like the movie, you like the movie, and that's totally fine. But
all I'm saying is that I think that there's definitely enough good in the movie that people are being intentionally refusing to talk about, to hold on to this narrative that there's nothing good about it, that there's no redeemable qualities, and I think that's bullshit for clout and clicks. Like,
my point is that I feel like the bar has been so far lowered that now we're like, and again, nothing personal. I feel like we're just making excuses for things that are mediocre at this point.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to call the movie mediocre, I would be in 100% agree. If people were like, yeah, it was okay, or yeah, it was mediocre, I'd be like, you're damn right it was. But
What'd you
people are
say,
saying
Barbara?
it's trash or that it's garbage. I'm like, no. That is you're being completely disingenuous when you say that, or you're not thinking critically about the movie, because it is objectively mediocre.
Yeah,
What's
I was
up,
saying,
No, it's not.
Barbara
It's
saying
terrible.
something?
It's terrible.
I said the bar is so low, it's laying on the ground.
Oh my god! Yeah,
Yeah, we've been starved for quality. We really.
I mean, we'll get into a
That's
little bit more.
That's why
Rebel Moon,
-1 was such a great movie, because we actually got quality.
Yeah, I mean, let's I guess final thoughts on Rebel Moon before we get into -1. Yeah, Rebel Moon, I gotta say, like things I did like okay, random big black bird that we gotta tame like a Mustang. That's cool, but then I was like, okay, well, he's obviously coming along on the adventure. He doesn't, and then the guy who doesn't wear a shirt ever was strange. I mean, he was a good-looking guy.
I thought he was cool. I like him.
But he was cool. But like they're
Prince
in
Eric.
they're like in a space trading station. He's wearing the same thing, and I like the idea that he's like a slave or a prince or whatever. But he's just like, I don't know. Every character has their their costume. It's not like their clothes. They have a costume.
See, but I like that, and the reason I like that, I get this. So I could be wrong, but I think there was an intent here to treat it like a So this is something that I think the movie does well. That's something like The Rise of Skywalker did poorly. So we've called it video game filmmaking. You're going from point A to point B to point C, and we all threw a fit when Rise of Skywalker did that because it was boring. Whereas, at least for me, I felt like I was getting JRPG vibes. Like, oh, you're recruiting more members. Like, let's be real. The first 10 to 12 hours of almost every JRPG fucking sucks. But after that 10 to 12 hours, you've got this dope-ass party, and then the game gets good. So are you willing to put in the work or the first 10 to 12
or 20 microtransactions?
Yeah.
Are you willing
Right.
to crash the machine?
But the problem is that the acting is like, and I've said this, and you want me to elaborate, but I don't. We can get into Wednesday, but
yeah, we'll get into most of it Wednesday.
The characters are very hollow. The acting's very flat. But
again,
a lot of there's a lot of directions.
You've got to get there.
But who wants to continue
start
that?
off as just templates, and then you find out more about them later.
Who knows?
I got no issue with. I don't
might
want
come out and be good.
gratification. Like
Here's
there's going to be 3 of these movies. I don't want the instant gratification of knowing
There's
everything
3
else.
of them?
Yeah, there's going to be 3 of them.
Oh my god, I thought there was 2.
So no, 2 of them. The first 2 were finished, and the script for the 3rd is being written. So I don't want them to blow their load and let us know.
I think they're
going to
cancel that 3rd.
We'll see what happens. Here's the thing. Like, Dune 1 was great, but if Dune 2 sucks, then Dune 1 sucks. Rebel 1 was meh, but if Rebel Moon 2 comes out and is fucking badass, then Rebel Moon 1 is awesome. That's how it works.
Exactly, and that has been my argument. Is that
Wait.
Film,
wait, no.
I take a serious objection to this train of thought.
Me too.
Yeah, when Star Wars first came out, and you kids will call it A New Hope, but it was awesome.
Right.
From beginning to end, it was fucking awesome. And then Empire Strikes Back came out and was even more awesome, but it didn't need Empire Strikes Back to make it good.
I
This is
agree.
crazy
Right, but Star
talk.
Wars isn't the only movie.
But this
No,
is
It's not like everyone
No.
lives and dies on the hill of
But
Star
it's
Wars.
the best
Like,
example.
That's what this movie
Yeah.
is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a Star Wars film.
It's
No,
the
this
best
is more-
example of
this is
breaking.
but this is those are like actual sequels, whereas this is like a big long movie split in two parts to fucking pad
Correct.
out
A
Netflix
great movie
content.
doesn't lean on its
comparing this to
sequel.
Dune,
I
but not
agree.
Star
Crazy.
Wars.
I agree. I'm just saying if Rebel Moon 2 is good as improvement, then we will probably look at part 1 more favorably. You know,
Right, if you read the first
No.
10 chapters of a
No,
book,
Jay.
and then if you
No.
read the first 10 chapters
was
of a
horrible.
book that's got,
Yeah,
if you read the first 10 chapters of a book that has 30 chapters,
I
and you
had to
stopped
take a
at
break.
chapter 10, you wouldn't be like, well, there's no fucking character development. This is a bad book. You'd be like, well, the story's not finished yet. Like judge the story as a whole. A New Hope, was not like it was said. A New Hope wasn't meant to be a trilogy. That movie was effectively going to be a one and done. He didn't know if he would get any more, so he told a singular story. This
I
is
agree with that.
1/3 of a story.
But the
If I-
difference,
if-
Leon, is the pacing of New Hope was a lot better than this movie here.
Right, because A
movie was
New Hope
paced-
is its own story. This movie is
Yeah.
not. This movie is part 1 of a 3-part intentional trilogy. You should
New
be
Hope is
judging
part of the
Yeah.
first part of a
No,
But
it's-
trilogy.
at least
New Hope
here's the thing:
was
A New
not
Hope,
written-
A New Hope has like a first, middle, and third act. Whereas
right,
like,
because
this
it was
movie
its own
doesn't.
thing. A New Hope, there was not a planned trilogy when
Yeah,
they
but
started
it's not
doing
a good
A New
thing
Hope.
when a movie just kind of has like building up characters, like collecting characters, and then they deal with bad guy. There's basically 2 plot points of this, or I guess this is the first plot point is the inciting action where the girl has to leave in the first place. But also the standard, there is like a lot of woke tropes about like, there's the man, the demasculated man who comes along the mission and he just kind of sits there quietly like your little Andor.
No,
or
but
your
see,
little-
anyone who says that's fucking retarded. The main dude, Gunner, is not some sort of demasculated man. He's a farmer that's never experienced this war or experienced a world outside of his own homestead. And you see him grow and change as the movie goes on. When Nemesis is fighting that spider chick, he instinctively rushes in to protect the little girl, even though he's outclassed. Near the end of the movie, he is the reason that Cora.
I
is
agree with
safe.
Leon there.
Like,
I agree with
yeah,
Leon
anyone
there.
who's, people can
but-
criticize the movie all they want, but if anyone calls it woke, they're fucking retarded.
No,
But
I
the
was just
lead
saying,
character at 90 pounds soaking wet, taking
I would
on
prefer,
heavy duty military
Yeah,
men.
that doesn't matter. That matters not. We play Final Fantasy VII. Tifa would also be 90 pounds soaking wet. She's one of the biggest powerhouses in the game. Like, this bitch is a trained space Nazi who's been trained from like 9 years old to be a warrior by the greatest warrior in the known galaxy. Like, I got no issues in a fantasy series. Now, if she was just bullshit magically strong, yeah, okay, we could have a conversation about wokeness. I'd agree 100%. But that's the movie goes out of its way, whether you like the explanation or not, because a lot, the exposition to at least explain. And also, she has to be saved at one point. She is dude. There were so many moments where I'm like, holy fuck, they actually hit her in the face. Like, it was nice seeing a female get punched.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching it a
context.
second time and hopefully not having to stop 90 minutes in like I did the first time I watched it. Yeah, I mean, as far as I remember a big Maine farmer guy who gets killed. Like I liked him a lot, and then he got killed, so that was fun. And Anthony Hopkins, he's in the movie for 5 minutes. I hope he has better screen time next movie as a
I agree.
robot. I hope this is also not his last role as an actor. I hope he makes another movie as well, because
He probably didn't want to do this in the first place.
like, no offense, I mean, even love it or hate it, this movie, like, he could have ended his career on The Father, you know what I mean? Which would have been amazing. But he did make a couple extra movies. Anthony Hopkins. But I know Wednesday's gonna be fun. I'm excited about it now.
Oh yeah, there's quite the lineup for Wednesday. So
I'll
should be
try. I'm gonna try.
back and
I'll
forth
try to play
because-
middle of the road here, okay? Because I know we're gonna have people that are gonna be defending it. I think just.
I'm
or
sure
it's supposed to be
Platoon
fair,
will give you a Platoon's going to give you a run.
I'm middle of the road on this movie, but I'm being looked at as a diehard supporter of it because I'm being middle of the road. Like, it's like it's the same as our modern day political spectrum. Like, hey, if you're in the middle, you're immediately seen as being on the right by right wingers or on the left as left wingers. I'm like, no, I'm in the middle on this movie I'm being looked at as some massive champion for him. Like, all I'm asking you guys to do is acknowledge the positives. And not
I will
pretend
join
there.
Leon's side of this debate. I was saying, like, this movie is bad. It's not the worst thing we've seen all year. And, like, yeah, I agree. The hyperbole of, like, this movie is, but it is fun to rag on Zack Snyder. And I am going to be doing a lot of Zack Snyder impressions on Wednesday. I can't help it. But the idea is
maybe it's because I grew up as a Nickelback fan. I don't understand. Like, I don't.
you enjoy the Zack Snyder
stoking the fire.
No, but you enjoy the Zack Snyder.
I think
Superman
we found
movies,
the
right?
problem here.
I love you, Leon. I love you, Leon.
Nickelback was never a
Nickelback
bad
was
band.
used to
Yeah, no, I agree.
punish drunk drivers in Canada.
No, I think I also
Yeah,
agree
thank
with
you for that. Thank you for that.
It
I know
became
exactly
trendy to
why
make
people-
fun of Nickelback, and now people who make fun
Right.
of Nickelback, they've never even heard a Nickelback song. I agree with Leon there.
Exactly, and so
I
because
have heard a
grew up
Nickelback song, though.
fan,
I've heard a few.
and I was like,
my cup of tea.
I like trashing shit that's actually bad, not just trumped up. Like, for example, people trash Spider-Man 3, for example. Spider-Man 3 is like the definition of an okay film. In fact, by modern day superhero standards, Spider-Man 3 is fucking incredible. But even when it came out, dude, it was one of the highest grossing films of all time. People weren't talking shit on Spider-Man 3 when it came out. Not until Facebook was a thing to people and memes happened.
I hated
People
Spider-Man
would talk
3
on
when I
I
saw
definitely
it.
felt very weird with emo. You can
Yeah, you
use
may
my
have felt,
walk,
but my
Spider-Man.
point is, think back to when Spider-Man 3 came out. People weren't like outright ragging on and whatnot. The internet had them
Oh,
do it when memes started coming.
I hated it.
We had to do it.
But I'm a comic book guy.
Yeah,
I'm a comic book
I'm
guy.
talking about
though.
the mass majority. You might be you're a minority here. The majority of people were not throwing shade at Spider-Man 3 until
I hated
memes
X-Men. I hated X-Men. I just
Like,
I
yeah,
despised
but
it.
again, that would make you a minority. Most
The
people love
movies.
that.
Yeah,
All
I
of them.
hate the movies. No, I like the newer ones with
I
not
like
Dark
2.
Phoenix.
I like X-Men 2 and I like Logan. I hate the costumes though. I like the costumes. Deadpool was annoying because like you got the costumes right and you don't have any of the fucking X-Men, you know?
Yeah.
And like all the X-Men wear black leather and black fucking paintball armor in the X-Men movies. And it's like, dude, where's the color? Where's the style? Where's the individualism? Where's all that flair? You know, every character has a costume. Every costume is a moniker, you know? And
I like
and none of that shit.
The
But
newer
Jay,
X-Men.
you're going out of your way, or you're I don't know if you're doing it intentionally now, but you're proving that you're actually in the minority on a lot of these for the times that came out. Most people loved
Yep.
X-Men. Most people
X-Men
were
3 sucked
perfectly
though. I
fine
think
with
everyone
it.
didn't like. I don't think a lot of people watched like X-Men 3. It was weird because like
no,
the thing is
Spider-Man
Spider-Man 3.
3, the first one, X-Men. Most people like X-Men.
Back to
Most people like
Spider-Man.
3.
Spider-Man 3 and X-Men 3 were both like huge dips in quality compared to the second one. And like love or hate.
No one's arguing that. I'm arguing what the response from the average individual was at the time
Oh
they
yeah,
came out.
people love those movies. I hated them. I just
Right. So
I-
what I'm saying is your barometer for what you. I'm talking here about what the public consciousness collectively agreed upon,
Yeah,
not your
I get you.
subjective minority opinion. And so when it comes to movies,
I
when it comes to, back to Nickelback and Zack Snyder, it became popular to shit on them because the internet told them to, without people thinking critically about it. I mean, I'm not even a massive Snyder defender. Like, Snyder's got movies I like, and he's got movies I don't like. Nickelback's got songs I like, songs I don't like. But there's this weird fixation with actual trash being out there and us focusing on mediocrity and pretending it's as bad as actual trash. When like, there's go on.
I think a big problem is like Zack Snyder. He's just presenting all of his shit as like the most badass epic stuff ever. He's putting his name all over everything. And it's like if Netflix was just like, hey, check out this weird sci-fi movie. Check out this weird sci-fi movie called Rebel Moon. And then you watch it and you're like, that was pretty weird, cool, I guess. And you find out
The next one will be better.
I think we'd be more forgiving. I think the problem is it's very like Zack Snyder acts like he acts like he's like Chris Nolan, which even he's overrated. You know,
he acts like James Cameron with Kubrick if they combine together, and he thinks
nothing
he thinks
against the guy personally, but it's just so funny to me to picture Zack Snyder. It reminds me of like a guy who's like a one-man band. Usually these guys are like really difficult to work with other musicians.
If you could cross Nolan,
Ooh, you're all Tim's right. You're all wrong. Let's go. Yeah. We'll be there Wednesday on Diabolical Soul Show.
If you could cross Nolan's ego with Todd McFarlane, that's Zack Snyder.
Well, I mean, nothing against Zack
Mm.
Snyder. I just love the idea of him talking to, like, you know, some of his actual head department, you know, leads, and just being like, you know, it'd be like, what we're fucking hoping for, dude, is like, we want this shit to be like fucking badass. You know what I mean? Like, it needs to be fucking badass, bro. Like, I mean, I know that's not what he talks like, but like, that's what I'm imagining him saying to all of his departments. He just says the same shit over and over. Like, the computer guy's like, you know what, dude? Just make a fucking real badass fucking thing and just make it fucking awesome. And that'd be shit fire, dude. Hell yeah. Fist bump, bro. Fuck yeah.
Right. And I guess what I take exception with, like, people, for whatever reason, seem to be forgetting movies that came out this year. We had things like Blue Beetle this year. We had things like Ghosted, or you know, Peter Pan and Wendy. And Rebel Moon's the movie you guys are gonna say is the dumpster fire. Like, if you've seen any of those movies and then you watch Rebel Moon, I don't understand how you can be using words like trash and garbage when there's an objective difference in quality between things.
Oh no, I put them all in the same bin.
I think one of the
you're
reasons
too wrong. You're looking at things way too black and white. Like,
I think another reason
you're not critically thinking in the slightest, Jay.
I think another reason why we have to be way harsher on these modern movies, like why we call these movies, like, even if it's like not great but not terrible, we still have to call it a dumpster fire because it costs $250 million or whatever the hell, you know? It's like, oh my god!
And
I mean, there's that, but there's also the aspect of being lukewarm about something on the internet isn't going to get you clicks. You either have to love something or have to hate it, and I hate that mentality. I hate the fact that, you know,
dude,
you can't.
You're on a channel.
That is true. That is very
dude,
true.
You're on a channel with like 300 subscribers, and we get like 10 people watching live if we're lucky. You know, I get like, I'm not doing it I'm doing it for the lulz, man. I'm in here to fucking nerd out with you, my boys, hang out with y'all.
Right.
And yeah, I'm not gonna.
Does that mean we could talk about Godzilla again?
Yes. yeah. Let's get back to Godzilla. In fact, let's get
that.
to -1.
To round out, that does speak to Rebel Moon doing something, whether right or wrong. It completely just derailed.
Oh my god!
Godzilla's
teaser trailer for Wednesday's Rebel Moon stream on
There's no
Diabolical.
end to the wrong. Let's talk about something right.
Oh, Leon, you're the best.
I don't know. -1. I think this is the first and only time I watched a Godzilla movie and was upset when Godzilla was showing up. I was like, damn it. I was watching a movie and this motherfucking lizard came up and is like interrupting the movie about these like war orphans and stuff. So I was, warfins. Thank you. Trademark. Oh God, I'm literally signing up. I'm literally filling out a trademark right now for that right now. Warfins by Mattel. Surely there's a toy there we can figure out.
It's a knockoff of Street Sharks, which was already a knockoff of Ninja Turtle. So you know.
Right.
I've already registered Blackstronauts, so don't touch it.
Oh man, why is it always gotta be black, man?
Because NASA. That's why.
Motherfucker.
So Jay, I'm sorry. I'm
Don't
sorry
ask
that
what
you're.
the N stands for in NASA. Apparently,
I'm also shocked that there isn't a decent, screener or cam version of this movie out for you poor people in Canada and parts of the other parts of the world that haven't been received this movie. This movie is like extended its release here in the United States.
by multiple weeks. It was supposed to be a 1 week limited release, and we're on like week 3 or 4 at this point.
Also, Japan is releasing a black and white version, which I'm kind of getting behind.
I've heard that it's supposed to be coming out next month.
Comes to the West.
I mean, it's so,
I don't know when it's. I don't know when it's going to come to the U.S., but I know that Japan is saying that it's coming next month to Japan.
Let's talk about the fact that $50 million in box office constitutes a 6-week extended showing now.
Yeah, well,
and
it's like
everybody
when you talk
loves
about
this
profit.
movie.
When you talk about profit, like because that's the thing. One final thought on like Rebel Moon. If that movie cost $15 million, I think we'd all be like, I don't know, cool,
a lot
whatever.
more forgiving.
Yeah, do whatever you want, Zack Snyder. Fuck, dude, it's your money, burn it. But when, Zack, there's no way. Like I'm saying, there's no way modern Hollywood isn't involved in massive money laundering on a grand scale. When you see these budgets, there's no way.
Painfully obvious.
It's like, holy shit, you motherfuckers. It's just like all these paintings that are being sold, these modern art paintings that are being sold for exorbitant amounts of money.
That's a good comparison, actually.
Book deals, these book deals. The random politician gets a book deal for several $1 million, even though it only sells like a few hundred copies. and it's written by a ghostwriter in a few weeks.
It's all backroom shit.
It's all money laundering.
The irony of these individuals who are championing communism, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to make a fucking movie is hilarious.
Right. It's hard. That's the other thing. It's so disillusioning. Is like the mass scale involved in making a movie.
Tim's talk. Why do you keep saying Vex? Vex isn't even in the chat. Are you drunk?
Maybe he's talking to
Smilex.
He's on 2 chats. Oh, Smilex. There you go. Smile Vex. There you go.
Send Smilex.
Sorry, I was just weirded out. I was like, I don't. Vex is nowhere in the chat. What are you? He's mentioned her like 3 times.
Get Smilex on.
Is Vex?
Yeah,
I sent the link.
on.
I sent Smilex the links. He said he's digesting 3 metric tons of turkey. So
that's not Vex on the bottom, but that's Jay from that's from Diabolical Souls.
Oh right, yeah.
No,
yeah,
Smilex,
Vex is a woman.
Vex is asleep.
Smilex is full of trout. That's what he does on Christmas and every other day.
He's an otter. He's a cute little otter.
He loves the sweet fish.
Tim, you must be drunk. Jay, real quick. Jay, speak and tell us that you're not Vex.
I'm not Vex, but I did send Vex a message. So
is he talking about Barb?
He says sounds.
I've been
like
talking
her.
to her all night.
Oh, he might think Barbara's Vex. There you go.
I am not Vex. I wish I could be Vex, but I am
we
not
just hear
Vex.
a woman on
I
the
don't
street
have
and
a
we assume
brown
it's
bonus
Vex.
hole.
It's not brown.
She has 2 brown bonus holes. No, I'm just kidding.
That's no lady. That's my wife.
I know. What's it? So I'm sorry, Jay. Like I said, you're a law-abiding citizen, and I appreciate that, and you should be commended for that. Honestly,
He's Canadian. Like,
I've been sailing the seas. I can't find a copy.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying you've resisted the urge to watch a crappy copy, so that's why I commend you.
Yeah,
it's not worth seeing the cam version of this movie. And here's the thing: I'm on the board where I'd rather have a small screen and huge sound than a big screen and subpar sound. The sound to me is like, especially for a movie like this, sells it way more than the big screen.
For -1, they're both necessary.
You know what had bad sound? Rebel Moon had bad sound.
Oh my
Right,
god!
stop talking about Rebel Moon.
Hold on. I'm gonna agree.
Jesus
I'm kidding.
Hey, Smilex is here.
Yeah.
Rebel
Moon was
Smilex, what did you think about Rebel Moon? No, I'm just kidding. Smilex, how are you doing, buddy? How's that turkey?
That was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Was it fried turkey or roasted? And
oh no, this is oven roasted for about 1 million hours, and I didn't even have to do any of the work because it was a friend who made it for me.
Oh, that makes it even better.
Yeah. There's that
Hey,
joke about it.
Since you're British and you guys add letters to shit unnecessarily, do you put a U in Godzilla?
Godzilla. Yes, that's how we pronounce it. I think, and he wears a bowler hat in our version as well.
We had a W in Canada.
Yeah, that's a question.
I was surprised that you guys can't call it Godzilla or something like that.
There you go. Is
I call it my ex-wife.
Like if you watch a Godzilla movie and it's dubbed, do they get dubbed over in English accents or?
Oh no, we love it. We love dubbing in the UK. I think Americans have got more problems with dubbing than we do in Europe.
So you're telling me when you watch an old Godzilla movie, they all speak like this instead? Is that what you're trying to tell me? For real?
No,
okay.
that's not how it works. Although it really should. It really should. Oh,
so
blimey, that's Godzilla! Strike a light.
Yeah, just do the same accent. Like,
Mummy, why is he smashing the towers?
I would watch that.
It's like, why are all these Japanese people talking with Irish accents?
We have showed a lot of safety films from Britain on B-roll. That would fit right.
Catch you later, Tim Stock. Thanks for showing up, brother.
Hey, buddy, appreciate it, Tim. Be sure to check it out.
Tim.
We got a rewatch of Godzilla, King Kong versus Godzilla from 1962. If you're into that sort of thing,
Take care, Tim.
Dude, we find out that on that rewatch of King Kong versus Godzilla, Blue Collar Loser, he was talking about how he has like a weird instep and he walks on his tiptoes. I was like, what? He's like,
I used to walk on my toes.
There's a lot of tiptoe walk. There's a lot
he's
of
like,
walkers.
we're talking about corns on your feet because there's a line where he's like, my corns hurt. And I was like, do corns hurt? Because they're calluses. Do they have feeling? And he's like, my corns don't feel anything. I was like, I got calluses on my toes because I got
They're
a weird
just
instep.
calluses, aren't they? Barbara would
Yeah.
know. Barbara's an actual nurse.
What?
I thought you were gonna say because Barbara had crippling corns.
I gave her
Wait,
corn.
what?
Barbara would know. She's got huge corns, dude. They're crazy.
Barbara,
Scrape them off her feet every week.
corns are just hard calluses, right?
Yeah, and they look like corn kernels. I've seen them look like that, right?
They do look like little hard corn kernels that, like where a lot of calluses, you don't have a lot of nerve endings attached to them because it's just overlay of skin.
They're usually
this
dead.
this has you'll still have like nerve endings that will be sore and hurt.
Fun.
Well, that's why Blue Collar left.
Yeah, his corns were hurting. No, I'm just kidding.
His corn whiskey was aching him.
Yeah, we found out that Blue Collar Loser is 5'6" and he walks like a little upright orangutan walking upright. I was like, what?
I was a Twinkle Toes.
He drinks s'mores flavored alcohol. He drinks what else is weird? He's a weird guy. I'm gonna find out he has webbed fingers and webbed toes.
I did have peanut butter flavored whiskey on Christmas Eve.
Oh, was it that? What's it
There,
called?
Stupenzo. I just
Check
sent
it
it
out.
in the private chat.
Is it called Screwball?
Do you know that might be exactly what it was? Yeah,
it's pretty good. I was a doubter. Oh, I've heard
it has
about this.
Yeah, I think it was Screwball. It tastes a tiny little bit like Bailey's.
Yeah.
Oh no, we've had enough Baileys.
It's one of those things where you have a sip and you're like, yeah.
Oh no, this is wrong. But then you go,
delicious,
oh,
but
three.
I don't want to drink.
I can't do flavored alcohol like that. Like it just sits too heavy. I drink straight or nothing. It's just it's so hard. Like I used to love like cider whiskey, and then after a certain age, it just started making like it would make me sick without me even getting drunk yet. It would just be like,
I've got a question for you. Do you in the States have chain pubs that have their own app, so you can basically get things ordered to your table using your phone?
Yeah, there's everything. Everything here has a QR code or an app or
so basically, if you were to tell people, perhaps on your YouTube channel or just on social media or in a message to your friends, I'm at this pub, they could then order things to the table for you from afar. Even if they weren't with you.
If they have the app and know like your table number and stuff, hypothetically, I know you could do that with like Hooters and some fast food joints.
Yeah, so that was what was happening to me on Christmas Eve. So basically, I was just random things just kept arriving at the table, and I, of course, felt obliged to drink them.
I would have sent you some anchovies had I known.
I'll let you know next time.
What happened? You like made a tweet or something, or what?
Oh yeah, we just sent a few messages out, and yeah, things just magically appeared. It was brilliant.
I'm gonna
like
start streaming.
Wizards were bringing food to us.
Starting next Monday, I'm gonna start streaming from the local tavern nearby. I'm gonna start streaming from the Busy Bee down by the street.
That sounds like a good business plan, actually. Maybe we should do B-sides from the pub.
Well, I mean, alcohol would definitely make the movie choices better.
Well, that's all pre-planned. Trust me, I'm
dude.
fully
Alcohol always makes the movies better.
Some of Adam's film choices, like the waiter might be like, "Sir, we're gonna have to."
Hey, come on.
I mean, you're not the one who made the movies, shit. But yeah, Jay, this book, I'm excited, but everyone's asking the same thing. Is it in English? I guess I should start learning Japanese. A 400-page book about the making of Godzilla -1.
I hope they fucking merchandise everything and get all the fucking money because these people earned it.
Yeah, that is very true.
Yeah.
Everything. I hope
it was I was so surprised to find that it was giving me feelings I did not expect to get from a Godzilla film. I mean, it was it was kind of like a beautiful art house movie to some degree.
Yeah.
You know, there was sensitivity and pathos, and
you could take Godzilla out of the movie, and it's still a great movie.
A man returns home with shame, and you're just thinking,
well, I don't know if you can take
going?
Godzilla out of the movie and it be a great movie because, like, if you take Godzilla out of the movie, he's like flying a jet plane at nothing. So
no, but
okay, we're following a schizophrenic kamikaze pilot. I guess
you could replace it with any other natural disaster. You could replace it with any other immovable object.
Quick, nuke this hurricane,
like Mothra or Lizzo or something like that.
Yeah, another normal Japanese
Brown.
natural disaster.
Yeah.
Rodan, Mr. Brown, fermented cinema. What I was saying, yeah, I mean, one of my big problems though with -1, and this was not like really a problem as much as it was like Blue Balls, but like I really felt the movie was building up to Hiroshima. And I was like, I remember it was
yeah.
like May 1947. I was like, oh, dude, 2 months from now, it's coming. It's coming. So you're
No,
telling me like, so all that
hang on,
shit happens with
hang on.
Godzilla.
Hiroshima was 45.
45, yeah.
45. What's 45?
What?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my God,
Yeah.
you're right. Okay, never mind. I'm
takes
remembering
it
that the
back.
war. I'm remembering that the war ended in 47. So
You're
I
fired.
thought they ended pretty quickly after that. You're right. My bad.
You have to understand that Stupenza does live in a slightly different multiverse to the rest of us, though.
Okay, history lesson learned. All right, you saw me. I got schooled right there. 1945.
I haven't gotten on your pronunciation yet about Japanese stuff, so
No, don't worry. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even trying. Obviously. Oh, I like how you called him out here. You were like, "Get on here, Smiley." I love this. All right. Okay. Well, my problems are alleviated then. Movie was great.
good night, everyone.
Yeah, bye.
What else? I had another minor issue. Oh yeah, again. I
Oh,
talked
the
about this
Raw.
earlier.
I was just a little disappointed that they didn't put the actual proper Godzilla Raw in. I mean, you know, the one that's kind of like famously used at the end of Jaws and Spielberg's Duel when the shark dies and rolls around in the water at the end. You get the Godzilla Raw in sort of a slow-mo. And we didn't. I don't think we ever got that. We got the music though. We got the music from the original, but we didn't get the
And they did
full-on.
it right. So it's like,
Oh, sure.
That's a big problem I have with all these legacy sequels that come out and they just use the theme song just to use it. Whereas they only use it here 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And they always do it to really emphasize Godzilla's
thought
presence.
the
And then it
score
leads
was
into an
really
original
well
score.
handled. I thought it was
Yeah.
really well
And
done.
also, I do like how Godzilla doesn't like. That's something I noticed watching these legendary ones, especially 2014. Godzilla's fucking constantly roaring at nothing all the
Mhm.
time. Why are you shut up?
It's
You know, just like
member
He's got a lot to say. He's got
And it's
lots to
like-
say.
He has
I don't know,
a
as somebody that owns a cat that meows at nothing all the time, either
Yeah,
all
yeah.
animals are retarded or I've got ghosts and I don't know it. So, like,
he's
maybe
kinda
Godzilla's just
cat-like.
seeing the specters.
He does have that very. I love his feline features, man. But yeah, as far as -1, the other problem I had, minor one, was like the lightning. The atomic breath is so great, but just like the legendary Godzilla, why the fuck does it start in the tail? My only guess is that there's a second brain in his tail, and the
Like
atomic
all
fist-
men, there
atomic
is a
breath-
second
yeah,
brain in the tail, where we filter all of our thoughts through.
He's got a Stegosaurus brain that causes the atomic breath to trigger from the tail for some reason. So if I was to see that, it'd be like, we need to disable his tail somehow. The tail is the source of all of his power, apparently.
I just wish we had subtitles for Godzilla as well. I think that would have been brilliant.
Oh my God.
You know,
Yeah, but
Dude,
The tail would go back,
Godzilla
wouldn't it?
not just -1, because we get to see the evolution of like, oh, he's a sassy bitch in this one. Oh, he's a gangster in this one. Like,
would you get upset if I did a fan edit with subtitles for Godzilla?
no, that'd be brilliant. Oh my God, spring break! This is amazing. I love it here.
Like when he's like, the Jaws sequence, he's following the boat. He's like, hey, what are you guys doing? What's that you got there?
Oh my
Hey.
God, giant lizard. Whoa, get him at Coors.
Godzilla had this great little look about him, like when he's like chasing the boat or the plane.
Oh
He's
my
got this-
God, the
he's
boat
got, like-
chase.
Yeah.
The
But
boat
he's got this
chase.
look like he looks like a cat. Like I said, when the cat's gonna kill the little bird or the bug, like
Yeah.
he's just got this look of like, oh, here I go again.
I mean, that's why I said in my review is that his eyes were they were like animal eyes. There was- instead of, because don't get me wrong, the legendary films, I like that they make Godzilla's eyes so expressive. It adds like this level of like, oh, he's an intelligent being. They've been able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years. But this version is like, nah, dude, this is just a creature. Like
It's a good middle ground because I like the Shin Godzilla where it's like totally cold and emotionless, like fish eyes, like shark
Right.
eyes. Like there's, he's like vacant.
Like a doll's eyes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I like that shit. It's creepy to me, but like, yeah, too expressive, too intelligent. Yeah, you feel too empathetic for him. -1, it's like, yeah, he's the bad guy. He needs to go, but also that's the thing that we learn with like the Heisei movies. Like we learn to like get this like newfound appreciation for him over the course of these movies, and it's kind of hard to just consider him just like a straight bad guy. But like you got to make him really fucking dangerous, and then we'll kind of be, kill that
Well,
thing.
he
We're gonna
is.
destroy it.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I don't think of him as a bad guy at all. So much so, like in some movies I do, but in -1, he's more. I don't think of him as a bad guy. I think of him as as a hurricane or as an earthquake.
Yeah,
as
force of
your-
nature. Yeah,
that is
Very
happening.
incompatible with humans.
Right.
Yeah, I like Godzilla not caring about anything, just walking wherever he wants to walk and like not engaging with humans, just like doing his thing and killing whoever in
not
front of him.
benevolent, just in his own sphere.
Right.
Yeah.
And there is a place.
I
for
like
benevolence,
that he
but,
was
a lot of sorry, go
huge
for
and
it.
scary.
Yeah.
That he was properly huge and scary.
Well, what's crazy is we talked about this at the beginning of the stream. He's actually like reduced back to 50 meters. So he's actually, when you compare him to like the legendary Shin Godzilla, he's like
but he
dwarfed by them.
feels
Yeah, of
so
course. Of course.
big.
Heavy. He feels heavy, doesn't he? He's got weight to him.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Here's a good little meme
when
for
we
you.
got the sequence where they're talking about what they're going to do to destroy him, I was definitely getting some Jaws vibes there. I was hoping they were going to like fire some yellow barrels onto him and try and. Not with 5 barrels, they can't.
Well,
So one of my
They tried they tried
basically did,
yeah.
Well, one of my problems with -1 again with like I love Shin Godzilla because of like these like politicians and bureaucratic leaders who are like in charge of committees are like all working together and they make a big statement like, hey, nobody takes any credit here. We're all fucking on the same level field. Nobody, just feel free to speak.
And mostly notable is that it's outside the government and it's outside of official forces and bureaucracy. All of these people are grassroots rising up, tired veterans,
I
disheveled
kind of had a
people.
problem with like the idea of like Godzilla being attacked by a bunch of fishermen, but they had the boats, so it was okay. But like the fact that
I didn't have that. See, I didn't have that issue with it at all. I thought where Shin Godzilla had all of the bureaucracy and the red tape, I loved that this was an actual community that were coming together for a specific goal. They were all tired.
And
exactly.
To add to that, like speaking as an American and whatnot, I grew up, learning about how we had a bunch of farmers with pitchforks that just came together to beat the shit out of Smilex's people. So this didn't really take place to me.
What do you mean, you people?
He's an honor.
These are my people.
I gotta bounce, guys. I gotta get up early, but you guys keep rocking, keep going strong. Enzo, Leon, I'll see you guys Wednesday. Everyone, take care.
Cheers.
Have a great holiday season.
Happy
Take care,
Christmas.
everyone. Yeah,
Thanks
you too.
for coming.
Yep, Merry Christmas, Jay. We'll see you. Oh, he's gone.
he can hear you in the after stream live, whatever it's called. He can hear you in the ether.
Did they do enough to establish that did they do enough to establish that the military was kind of depleted or elsewhere? I think they sort of did, didn't they?
I felt so.
I don't actually think they did. I could be wrong, but I don't think they actually did so much so as you kind of just have to know your Japanese history and that America pretty much forced Japan to not have a military anymore. It's like, hey,
pretty much. That's actually very correct because my stepdad was career Navy. He was much older than my mom, but he was career Navy. He was actually at Pearl Harbor when it happened. And he was part of the occupying force in Japan post-war. So that's actually very accurate. They did not have a military, and the government was so hard strapped for any kind of clear pathway on anything without the U.S. Giving a stamp of approval.
They were crushed. They were crushed and gutted.
And to be fair, this is a Japanese movie first and foremost, so I don't think them expecting their audience to know that is a knock against the movie because, I would imagine Japan has that knowledge of their own. Like in America, people who don't know about that might be like, why isn't the military doing anything? But I don't think that was really for us. I mean, I love that sort of history, so obviously you knew it as well. But So if there is that criticism, I don't know if it's really a fair one from.
Yeah, that's a criticism. I mean, it's a criticism, but it's not a fair one. You're absolutely right. I think if you don't know that, or at least that's on you to do the research. If you want to do the research,
Right.
The fact that it doesn't spoon feed you with all of the background history I think that's totally okay. You are still getting a great movie, even if you don't know that bit of information.
Yeah,
and if you have nitpicks like that, then it's really on you to sort of do the
even if you don't,
extra work.
even if you don't know the context, it carries, and
Yeah.
It's
I agree. I
believable.
think that it carries very strongly that this is a community effort. This is a grassroots effort amongst fishermen who are trying to earn a living in the waters that Godzilla is occupying. And I think that I think with, based upon the scientists that did the work, the retired Navy captain who did the work, these are all people who just want to get back to their lives.
Broken,
They're
distressed
broken.
people, hungry people.
And the movie does go out of its way to criticize the Japanese government, which is pretty fucking sick as a based American. I love it when countries criticize their leaders.
Well,
so.
it's pretty fucking sick to watch it as a Japanese person, because that sort of thing
Probably, yeah, because I don't think it's ever been done.
It's not something that the Japanese.
They don't
okay
do that
with.
the way that Western cultures do.
It
that.
wrecks
Which is
honor.
crazy, because has anyone here read the Japanese Constitution? They actually do have a very, very Americanized constitution. Like everyone, I've heard a bunch of say again.
That is also due to the American influence.
The occupation, Russia. Has
that was
very
absolutely due to the occupation.
Russia has a very democratic sounding constitution. They just don't.
It's just how it's enforced. Well, like, because have you ever heard people like Steven Crowder or whatever claim that America is the only country with free speech, for example?
No, that's not true.
It's a very common right wing. Speaking as somebody who is aligns both sides depending on the issue, it's a common right wing talking point. America is the only country with freedom of speech. Japan has freedom of speech outlined in their constitution. Like the only thing that you're not allowed to do is like speak violence against the emperor. And if that's the one thing that's not allowed, then that's pretty fucking free speech, in my opinion. So the fact that they don't do that, even though they have the rights to, is impressive.
If Steven Crowder thinks that America has a right to free speech, he doesn't spend much time online.
Very true. And it's fine to attack the emperor as long as the emperor is Emperor Goodwin.
Let's pile on Emperor Goodwin.
I attack him at every opportunity.
Is that a thing? I should. That's fun.
Look, he might be my boyfriend, but that doesn't mean he's always right.
Jay. Yeah, I whenever Jay and Wes are on the stream together, I bust out the lawnmower sound effect because they just keep talking, and then I have to like.
I just did a 7-hour stream with fucking Jay. Like, oh my god!
Oh right,
I love him.
I gave up, man. I gave up on my own stream and went to bed.
Well, because you guys were like, I remember you guys watching the first part of that stream, and you were like, "Oh, this might be a short one," because it was what was the movie?
It was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. But you were like, this might be a short one, and then it ended up going like extra long.
Yeah, that was I got to bed at 9 a.m. that day.
Oh my god! Poor little Honor.
Started at 1:30 in the morning, and I got to bed at
I Eat Your Skin. That was 6 hours.
Yes, I Eat Your Skin. Yeah,
6 hours 50.
We got to some very interesting debates in that one.
Yes, I was told I had a lovely time.
A lovely time. Yeah, this is a good meme right here. Just like the idea that he's such a cute little guy is so weird to me. This little shit, because compared to the other Godzillas, he's like a little guy. He's a little fella.
No,
look at we talked about this earlier. It's to scale. You can't have a 300-meter Godzilla in 1945.
So silly.
It's fine. There's no like weird excuses that I have to make in my head.
But yeah, it's pretty clever just taking the original Godzilla movie and making it set during the war instead of post-war, or like right after the war, basically.
But it feels so fresh. It feels
yeah.
so new. It's amazing.
It really does. It's a complete break from the tradition of where these films have been going for the last God knows how long. It does feel completely different. And maybe the timing is right as well, because it's just come out at a time when cinema is not particularly healthy.
Timing is excellent for sure.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that's what the Reiwa era keeps doing. It's just kind of like maybe a couple sequels here and there, but for the most part, like another fresh spin on it. Just another revamp, do it 3 or 4 times. Like
I felt that with the Shin series, and it was really tasty. But this is something else. This is like a lightning in a bottle.
This has
I don't want them to do this multiple times. Don't get me wrong. I love Godzilla -1, but part of Godzilla's identity at this point is kaiju battles and other monsters, and I would like to see the Reiwa how they would attack that idea of Godzilla not being the only kid. Because again, this was an amazing movie. I'm not diminishing it, but as someone that also loves, when you just see 2 giant monsters duking it out. And also at the same time as we have legendary Godzilla movies going on, watching like Godzilla Cross Kong, and then watching a new Reiwa with how they would imagine Ghidorah or something like that would be an awesome contrast, and would love to see how they handle it.
We got the trailer for. Sorry, go for it.
No, go ahead. I
was just going to say, before this film started, we got the trailer for the Hollywood versions of Godzilla just before the film started, and the CGI was awful. And you just know that it cost 10 times the amount of this one, if not 20 times more than this one. And you're just thinking, where does the money go? Because this is.
Did you say the CGI was appalling?
Well, I didn't think it looked awful. I just thought it looked a little cartoony, and I think they're aiming at a younger audience.
CGI, it might not be.
It didn't look awful. It just looked.
Well, I'm not criticizing you necessarily, but there are people I've seen that online and whatnot they're confusing bad CGI with unrealistic CGI.
No, that's true. Exactly. I think you're right. I mean, it looks more like a Saturday morning cartoon version of Godzilla than the realistic version that we kind of get in there.
I'm tired of a Hollywood version of Godzilla because they never get it right. It's just.
I think King Kong, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Godzilla King of the Monsters got it right.
I hated both of them.
He's too himbo. He's too himbo.
What did they not get right?
I think he's just too protagonistic in these legendary movies.
Godzilla was like that in a bunch of Japanese films.
Yeah. I mean, he slowly became that. But the issue is, it's like I don't really like it in those Japanese movies either. Right? I've always liked Scary Godzilla better.
And that's going to be a preference thing. But what I'm getting at is like if you're going to criticize the American one for doing it, they're doing the same thing that like 20 different, Japanese ones did that people may have opinions on, but I don't necessarily think that means it's not done right per se. It just wouldn't be done to your preference.
Yeah.
It's not done right because it bores me.
Yeah.
I think
there you go. I think that's it. That's it right there.
What aspect? Because even in the Japanese Godzilla films, and so many of them, human shits. But even the Japanese didn't get the human shit right in the majority of Godzilla films. Most people are just waiting for the next monster scene.
No, but it doesn't bore me because I have empathy for the kaiju. If I don't have empathy for the humans, what is horrible about the modern Godzilla American movies is that I don't care about any of it. So they're doing something wrong.
See, I don't know how you don't have empathy for the kaiju. Yeah, that's strange to me. Like, I genuinely don't know how you don't have empathy for the kaiju in the American. Like in the first one, in Gareth Edwards, okay, I can completely agree there. But from King of the Monsters and Godzilla, Godzilla vs. Kong, like, no, I was totally invested in kaiju.
It's weightless. It's not just because it's CGI, because obviously -1 is CGI. I don't feel any weight to it. It's just hollow.
I don't like the human characters, and I don't care for.
So what would you change then? What's your barometer for how it should have been
story?
Done?
Well, yeah.
No. That's not my question. Is what would you change?
Not I think we talked about earlier was like the bait and switch of Bryan Cranston is a big problem.
Yeah.
Another issue we have.
That's part of the story. We're talking about being empathetic towards the kaiju. You say you're not empathetic towards kaiju. What would you? How would you make that work?
I felt more for that skinless.
Okay, you guys are not answering the question.
Wait,
How
you're not
would you
letting me
change
answer it.
Yeah,
You're not
let
letting
him
me
answer.
answer it. Give me a second. I felt more in Shin Godzilla for that skinless embryonic thing thrusting itself and just hurtling up the canal than I did in anything of these fucking American Godzilla movies.
Okay, so you just spent 30 seconds not what would you change to make it
Yeah,
work? You're saying it
I
doesn't
think
work.
what I would do.
I would make it more like Shin Godzilla in -1.
I think for the
That's
first,
a
like what we said.
cop-out answer. If you're
well, no,
again,
I'm saying
movies,
what I would say,
down
Leon.
for it.
Hang on,
what
hang
I
on.
would say,
Let's
One
Stupenzo
at a
talk, please.
time.
yeah, what I would say, Leon, is like to make Legendary Godzilla a little better is like, yeah, you've got to get that first movie where it's kind of just Godzilla, kind of getting to know Godzilla, kind of dealing with Godzilla, military versus Godzilla, and then you introduce like other animals. And that was a big problem with the Legendary, was not just the Mutos, but the fact that like the trailer had like fake footage with like only Godzilla, and then you watch the actual movie and the scene is like Godzilla plus Mutos, and it's like, okay, monster fights, you know, they're fun, but the thing is, it's like I think the problem is with a monster fight is like they're really like, I think the Reiwa era, like if you were to make like the monster fight, it just has to have like the stakes, you know, like the human stuff, like kind of like what -1 did, kind of like what Shin did. But like I think the issue with Legendary Godzilla, I think it's like too fast into the hero mode. And it's like right from before we even meet Godzilla, it's Ken Watanabe talking about how like, I believe that there's an ancient being who can bring balance to these asshole lizard insect things running around that are. And that's the other thing is the main plot with 2014 Godzilla. Now, like I said, I think out of the Legendary movies, I want to say I think I liked King Kong versus Godzilla the best because it was so ridiculous and so over the top. And I gotta say, King of the Monsters is a close second because also it's just second. I'm sorry, same thing. Just a bit over the top, a bit crazy, and there's some great elements there with the Ghidorah and Rodan. I thought was done pretty well. But as far as like the 2014 Godzilla, big problem was there's 3 or 4 specific scenes where the main guy, Aaron Taylor Johnston, gets eyeballed by the fucking monster. Like, it's so weird whenever Godzilla makes eye contact with anybody, let alone the same person 4 separate times. It is so weird.
First of all, I agree with that. Like, because in the beginning of this, or like part of the conversation, my caveat was I agree that the 2014 one sucks. But my question was, in King of the Monsters and in Godzilla vs. Kong, you're saying the monsters are not empathetic. What would you do to make them empathetic? Like, if you're going
I'll make my incredibly pointless point here, because I mean, I'm not really a massive Godzilla fan, so I don't have the history like you guys do. So maybe this is just me coming at it from the point of view of somebody who just likes, you know, film. But for me, I think the last couple of big Western movies with Godzilla in have had the same sort of problems that an awful lot of recent Marvel and recent Star Wars have got, in which they feel a little bit soulless. And when it comes to the action sequences, it kind of feels a lot like action figures just being smashed together.
Yes.
There's not a great deal of like depth of choreography or planning in some of the fight sequences. I'm not invested. I don't really find myself sort of getting behind anything and I don't care what the outcome of the battle is, really. That's what I take away from it. I didn't even make it to the last act of the most recent Western Godzilla. I think I just tuned out about 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, and I think all that criticism that you just said is subjective based on how many times have you seen this stuff before. And like, if you haven't seen this stuff a whole lot before, then yeah, dude, the fucking Legendary Godzilla movies are probably fucking coolest shit ever.
I mean, I have seen. I mean, just to put my cards on the table, I've seen most of the Godzilla films over the years, but I'm not in any way an expert. I've watched them, and they've been absorbed into the collective of films I've seen. I'm not going to say that I can quote which one is which.
I'll say right now, the best shit about the Legendary Godzilla movie, or especially King of the Monsters, but all 3 of them, is all the little Easter eggs. If you are a big Godzilla fan, like all the tiny little nods. Like, for instance, it's Outpost, 67.
But it's not a substitute for depth.
No, I know. Yeah.
But again, most of the Japanese Godzilla movies don't have depth. Like so, because I hear this criticism all the time that America can't do it right. But most of the Japanese films also feel like action figures being smashed together. So when people say the Americans don't do it, like, well, they're doing the same thing.
I think that's probably quite fair. I do think that's quite fair, but I would also say that cinema and cinema audiences have also matured and grown up and expect a little more these days than they did perhaps in the 1950s.
I am
and
not,
maybe that's something that's.
I am not saying that all Godzilla movies have this level of empathy that
In fact, hardly any of them do. In fact, that's the kind of why minus one's like an outlier. You know, it's the first time where we're like, "Holy shit!" But now we're spoiled.
Minus the original 54 one. Yeah,
I'm
going back and rewatching the legendary ones, and I'm like, why? Why is it like this? Why can't it be like minus one?
All Godzilla movies as being good or having empathy for the human or the kaiju characters. But what I will say is the American movies lack any fucking depth or any sense of empathy at all. They just don't work hard enough. The scripts aren't good enough. The characters aren't good enough. And minus one is a perfect illustration of everything that's been done wrong in the Western, and if you want to be a snob about it, the Japanese Showa era stuff too.
Right, and that's the crux I'm trying to get to of this part of the conversation is that when you say America can't do it right, not when you say, but like when one says, the collective you, when one says
nothing
America
personal.
can't get Godzilla right, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking like, to be fair, most of us love Godzilla movies because they're dumb fun, which is
not true.
The legendary movie, the first one, Godzilla 2014. Tried to play it super serious, and it failed. That movie sucks.
I disagree with your premise. It's not the reason I love Godzilla movies.
Okay, so why do you love the 60s through 80s, 90s, early 2000s era? Just so we're on the I understand your point from there.
I'm sure it's a combination of nostalgia and also I don't know. There's a part of it where it's like when you watch these funner like Power Ranger style low budget Godzilla movies. It's part of this like imagining like it's like imagining with the movie, like because this came out in a time and also in the 80s and 90s even it was like there was a limitation to the special effects, but now there's like unlimited potential. So it's like the idea is we don't need to play imagination anymore. So it's like you can make the perfect like modern Godzilla movie with like awesome special effects. And it's still not quite there, and I think that's why we're being extra hard on it.
It has to be the execution because America can do monster movies well. Jaws is a classic example of a brilliant monster movie, and it's 40 odd years old. Even without the budget. Things like, and I'm going to say this is going to sound ridiculous, but Sharktopus. I cared more about the characters in Sharktopus than I did about the Godzillas in the more recent Godzilla.
Yeah, rewatching 54, like that whole stuff with the guy who built the oxygen destroyer, sacrificing himself. That stuff is still heavy.
This is the longest running movie franchise in movie history. I love the original Godzilla couple of movies because they are excellent horror movies.
Yes, I would agree.
They have layers of subtext. There's all kinds of fantastic stuff going on in them. And they're really well written. They're really well executed in terms of effects because all of this was being invented in the moment. There were no special effects artists in Japan when these movies were made. This was all done by regular craftsmen. And I appreciate the middle era of Godzilla for different reasons. I appreciate minus one because I feel that same thrill that I felt when I watched the original Godzilla for the first time, and the same thrill that I feel when I rewatch it over and over again, which I do several times a year.
What do you guys also feel about like these not Korean but Asian movies in general, just like dominating the award seasons the past few years? You had Parasite, everything, everywhere, all at once, and then this year is like Godzilla. There's a few others I'm missing. This year is also that
Triple R is technically Asian because it's Indian.
Yeah, but what was that one that came out this year that might win awards about the romance, the Japanese couple? It's a A24 film that was okay, but it's getting a lot of it was pretty good. It's what is that movie called?
I don't know.
Anything that brings Hollywood down, I'm for.
I mean, I agree with that for sure.
It's called, God damn it, it's got a vague Past Lives. Thank you, Past Lives. I saw that. That was fun. It's very sad, but it's one of those movies you just want to watch once, and it kind of gives you big blue balls.
Like Requiem for a Dream.
It's like
my Vietnam flashbacks.
It's like 2 of the top 10 movies I can think of are from Asia, or Asian filmmakers, at least Asian casts, Asian crews. Good for them.
I on every level, -1 speaks to me. As somebody who's worked a little bit in the business, as a film goer, as a film lover, someone who has sat through the last, I don't know, 5 years of excrement that has fallen out of Hollywood, to see a movie that costs less than $15 million make me cry through the entire second half of it in the theater. I am
It's also though a double-edged sword though, because it kind of pisses me off a little, because it's like, these fuckers did this with, it's like that meme where you're seeing Jeff Bridges, Obadiah Stane, he's like, they did this with, fucking $15 million. Explain yourselves.
with a bucket of scrap metal. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to take like whoever's in charge of some of these,
I understand
these
that, but
franchises.
Sorry, go on.
No, I mean, it's like a good type of angry, you're like, oh, but it's like, it's also like, we're not done yet making cool stories. And that's the idea, is like less, less bloat. Don't spend so much money on catering. You don't need 1,000 dudes rendering computers. Like, this whole movie was done with like a skeleton crew of visual effects artists. And that's what happens when you have a director who specializes in
It's
special
like
effects.
5 guys with MacBooks fucking doing the effects.
Yeah, limitation is very important when you're making art, isn't it? I mean, you give somebody a blank canvas and all the colors in the world and say paint something, they will struggle to think about what to do. If you give somebody something the size of a small book and one pencil and say paint me this specific thing,
James Cameron,
they'll do a very good job.
James Cameron being the obvious example, because he has unlimited resources and he produces garbage.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about
I don't think that's fair either. I don't think it's fair to say he produces garbage. There are merits and positive qualities to his recent films.
I like the Avatar movies to a degree.
Yeah, let's say Avatar 2. The narrative is not a good narrative. However, that doesn't mean there's no objectively good qualities to the movie. That I don't think it's enough to. It's very reductive to say.
Yes,
insert
I agree
film
with
here
Leon.
garbage.
I'm a Cameron fan. I'm a Cameron fan. I got to give him credit where credit's due. Bastard.
I am like, well, just like Zack Snyder, and you can say, hey, I really liked Watchmen and 300. I can go back and say, hey, man, I really loved The Terminator and Terminator 2, and I loved Aliens. But there's a line he's crossed that's just become.
Here's why I give Cameron more credit than what you just cited, because Cameron wrote all those movies, whereas like Snyder's best movies are like, based on other people's.
It's not about comparing them.
But I mean,
what Barbara is saying is that when he had limitations, when he was filming Terminator and he was filming The Abyss, he cranked out some really impressive stuff. And when Robert Rodriguez didn't have any money, he made El Mariachi for $800 fucking dollars.
Yeah,
it is a great film. It's engaging. It doesn't have like amazing depth. It's not Citizen Kane.
Well, here's what I would argue.
And you watch it till the end and you're entertained.
I would argue James Cameron, every director, when they get to the point where they can get final say and have unlimited resources and budget, I think all of them start making garbage. Ridley Scott, their career takes a downturn, right?
Yes.
But out of all of them,
lose the focus that they had when they had limited resources.
And age plays a thing too. I mean, I think age plays a part in this too. I mean, you are making your most powerful art when you've got something to say, and that's usually in your youth. I mean,
so it's common for directors in their twilight part of their careers to dwindle down. I could say without pretty objectively that Ridley Scott's movies suck nowadays, and they suck since Gladiator. I'm not a fan of Ridley Scott's post-Gladiator stuff, but like I'd say
The Last Duel, for example. I mean, you could say it's the exception of the rule, but The Last Duel does not suck.
Right.
No one saw that movie because Ridley Scott has this reputation that his modern work sucks. But The Last Duel did not suck.
No, I thought Last Duel was okay. I thought it was.
But out of all these directors that I'm talking about, who they lose their vision and get too much money and too much power, I'd say Cameron has produced the most solid stuff. Less baffling. more mainstream, on the nose, making shitloads of money still. So he's still pretty consistent track record in terms of that regard. And the guy, he does everything, man. He illustrates stuff. He does this, helps with the special effects. I mean, he's a very
Scott.
Yeah, Ridley Scott's movies though have gotten, I don't know, way too they're too they're not dumbed down for the masses, you know, like Cameron's doing. And I'm not saying that's a good thing.
It's not like the audience wasn't smart enough to get Napoleon. It just sucked.
Yeah.
Well, but I also think there's a problem in terms of what was the filmmaker trying to accomplish, what did they want to do versus audience expectation. Because we're using Cameron as the example, his goal was to push the limits of visual audio technology. That was his goal, and that's what he did with Avatar.
He's a fantastic technician. He's
right.
I will give him all the credit in the world.
Throwing a fit about the narrative, and don't get me wrong, I understand why. But if I was to say, like, hey, what I'm trying to do here is create the most beautiful looking visual, computer generated world you've ever seen, and people like the story sucks. He's like, okay, that's fair. But what I was trying to do was create this. Like the story is okay. I get it. The story sucks. What did you think about my goal? What did I accomplish the goal of? Look at what I've made on a computer visually.
It's not even marketed that way.
There was no. That might not. Cameron absolutely markets it that way. Maybe the studios don't or whatever. Cameron has said, like from the get go, he's doing these movies to push the limits of technology.
He had 10 years.
For not doing the research.
He had 10 years, and he recycled the original Avatar story. It was.
Yeah. Again, he didn't say he wasn't going to. What I'm saying is, people aren't doing the due diligence to look look into what the filmmaker is wanting to do.
If the filmmaker is not entertaining me, I don't give a fuck what he thinks he's doing.
Did Avatar 2 actually make money?
No, I completely disagrhe with that notion.
Here.
If someone's cooking something, if someone's making a burger and they're like, my goal is to make the best burger I've ever made. And you bite in that burger, and it'll be like, "Oh, I wanted steak." Be like, "Okay, that's fair to want steak, but at least is this the best burger?" Which is what my goal was.
If I want a tech demo, I'll go take a tour of Google Campus. I don't. I want a good movie.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not interested in what I want. I'm not interested in what the people want. If I see a filmmaker, I'm interested in what did they want, because this is their work. Now, if I
can get it from the behind the scenes footage from Avatar 2. I don't need to watch the movie and be disappointed.
No, and I completely agree with that. What I'm saying is nobody seems to be asking what was the filmmaker's goal. Everyone just immediately jumps to, oh, the story was bad, or insert complaint here, but without asking what was the filmmaker's goal.
You could be the best garage band in the world. You could be the best garage band in the world. And if nobody sees your movie, if nobody wants you on stage, you don't matter.
And that's fine. I'm not saying you do or don't matter. My argument is that no one is asking what the goal is. That's all I'm getting at.
Surely the goal for any movie maker is to make a film which is going to resonate with an audience.
Thank
I mean,
that's
even
exactly right.
I mean, even if you
Cameron at no point talked about, like, at least in depth, cared about whether people loved the narrative of Avatar.
Bullshit.
Always pushing the technology.
Bullshit.
I think the other problem with Cameron is like his resistance to any. It's a big problem when there's any kind of criticism towards the project and they get pushback from the creator.
That's fair.
Here, let's listen to Michael Mann. Here, let's listen to what Michael Mann has to say.
Yes, yeah.
Favorite films?
My 4 favorite films. Probably Battleship Potemkin, Asphalt Jungle, 2001, and Avatar.
What? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? So,
Whose dick is in your ass?
I don't know. He said it.
I wasn't expecting that.
No one was. I was like, holy shit.
That was like Ruin Johnson came in at the end and just subverted my expectations.
I mean, here's the thing. We did a huge 5-hour Avatar 2 stream. I fucking saw it like 5 months after it came out. And it was basically me and Chris, like, arguing with Lord Toxic about how like the movie, like Lord Toxic, the movie fucking sucks. It's garbage. And we were like, it wasn't that bad. I was like, it was pretty good. I liked it. That was like, it was like 5 hours of that.
Did you?
There's a difference between books and movies. Movies are more than just a narrative. They're more than just a story. If you're reading a book, all you have is words on a page. So the story clearly is what matters. But if you're making a movie, there are so many individual artistic parts that come together. If one doesn't work for you, that doesn't mean the whole product is bad. There's the directing itself. There's the effects. There's the music. There's all these different parts.
If they don't come together, it's a bad movie. Because movies are meant to be shown to audiences. If you're a garage band and you're the most amazing fucking band ever and nobody wants to watch it, it doesn't matter.
It made money, so it has to be good. That you're saying if no one came,
I am not.
No, that's not what he said.
then we'd have to say that Barbie was amazing.
If you're in a band and no one goes to see you, that doesn't mean you're not the best band. It just means that people are not showing up. You could technically be, by every metric, the best. You can have you can know your skills the best. You could have a singer with perfect pitch, but no one's showing up. That does not diminish your quality.
It's not like you're a garage band with $100 million worth of fucking advertising. This is different. This is if you don't put out a product that people are entertained by and engaged with, then you're failing as an entertainer.
No, because you're not necessarily. Right, for example, James Cameron is not the only one who was doing this. He didn't spend his own money to market Avatar. He didn't decide on how the commercials were cut, things like that. So
then why is he releasing it in theaters?
Yeah, but
because
honestly,
he wanted to make a movie. He made the movie he wanted to
make.
He
can make a movie without releasing it in theaters.
I mean, yeah, I'm not.
If you're talking about like Francis Ford Coppola, or who does that?
This is. I mean, it's still a business. Like,
no,
it's
no. If you have James Cameron's money, you don't need to release it in the theater.
I'm not arguing that at all.
You can make movies until you fucking die of old age. You don't have to release it in the theater with his money.
Right, but if your passion is making movies and showing them to an audience, I would imagine that you would be like, "Hey, audience, here's my goal. Here's what I wanted to do."
My passion is showing my hairy balls. My passion is showing my hairy balls to people. But
but if your hairy balls made $1 billion every time you released your hairy balls,
they could. Have you seen them?
You know what I mean? That's kind of where your argument kind of falls apart, because people do go see James Cameron's movies like in fucking droves, repeat viewing. So it's like, here's the thing. I want to see both Zack Snyder. I want to see Zack Snyder and James Cameron make a Godzilla movie just for shits and giggles.
How did Avatar do financially? Did it do well? The second movie
did incredible, 2.5 billion.
It did big money. Yeah.
It surpassed everyone's expectations, and everyone was saying for years, like, "Oh, dude, Avatar, nobody's going to care in 10 years."
I was saying that. I thought Avatar 2 was going to flop. I thought Avatar 2 was going to maybe clear 900 mil, maybe.
And I'm not going to lie, dude, the special effects upgrade from 1 to 2 is like, Grand Theft Auto 4 to 5. It's like, whoa, dude, nuts. And
but
it's one of those things where, like, it is a little hollow, but at the same time, I got to say, James Cameron knows how to make a sequel, because as if you hated the first one or loved the first one, I think the second one was better regardless. The second one just had cooler, crazier ideas.
I don't know why we're talking about James Cameron, but let's talk about Titanic. Every other fucking shot in Titanic is stolen from A Night to Remember and all of the other Titanic movies. He's a fucking plagiarist. He ripped off everything before him, and that is a fact.
Was Led Zeppelin. They're considered one of the best bands of all time.
I think Barbara's going to be tapping out soon, so let's do some final thoughts on -1 from Barbara and Godzilla in general before you leave, dear.
What was that?
I can't imagine.
Some final thoughts on -1 or Godzilla in general before you bounce out of here.
I think -1 might be one of the best movies ever made.
It's definitely the best, one of the best of the year, easily. If not,
I think it's probably one of my favorite movies.
The best movies this year.
And as far as Godzilla goes, I don't really care about the Hollywood stuff. I don't want to watch it. I feel like it's just, like I said, when I watched, Godzilla versus Kong, I felt like I just was sitting through a pitch meeting for Universal Studio rides. I hated it. I didn't care about a single person in that film, and I didn't care about Godzilla or Kong. I didn't care. So I'm not going to be watching the Hollywood version. As for -1 and any kind of sequels that dare come up, yeah, I'm sure they will probably introduce another monster because that's the Godzilla franchise. But if you cannot top the story that you had with -1, I may not want to see that either, because the story at -1 was the heart of everything. It was a brilliant humanist story that happened to have a big freaking scary lizard in it. And you take out -1, or you take out Godzilla, and it's still a great movie.
All right. I got an
I
idea,
still love
Barbara.
all the old stuff. I still love all the miniatures. I love guys in suits smashing little things. It's fucking great.
I'm going to run a pitch by you, Barbara, and all you guys, and see how we feel. How about this for the next Godzilla installment? Because we want Godzilla fighting a big monster, but we also want it very humanistic, just like, -1 and Shin Godzilla were. So how about we do a pivot? Instead of fighting another kaiju, we go into the battle mechs first. So we have Godzilla fighting humans, but you also get Godzilla fighting another monster. I think that might be the way to go.
Just make it easier. Just put Lizzo in a mech suit.
Do a show. No,
and then you've kind of got
but seriously,
a massive monster
I'm saying,
and
like,
a human.
I think the answer, that's funny.
Get in the bin.
Sorry.
But I think the answer would be the Reiwa would be like, do a Reiwa interpretation of Mechagodzilla next. That would be probably better than inserting.
I would love
Mothra
to
or whoever.
see.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
A properly grounded Mechagodzilla.
Ultraman.
Because I don't feel like it's been done justice. The character, the design, the concept of Mechagodzilla is amazing, but I don't feel like we've been given a proper backstory to support it.
Yeah, they always try different stuff, and like I said, my idea would be like, it'd be like a funny little backstab, like, hey, let's I got a little weapon for you. It's a theory. It's a here's a diagram. It's a big 300-foot tall robot fights Godzilla, and it's got missile launcher fingers and lightning eyes, and you're like, oh, that's a terrible idea. No, I don't think we're going to be funding that. And they're like, well, we've already built it, and it's right over here in the basement. And you're like, excuse me? And it's like, yeah, but let me just give you a demonstration. And it does its thing. And you're like, okay, well, I guess we have a giant free killer robot to kill Godzilla in case it happens. And then Godzilla shows up sometime later. We turn on Mechagodzilla, and it does well for a while, and it goes crazy. And it turns out that it was built by aliens. That's like the twist, the fucking Zillions. The Zillions, right? The Zaliens, that's what they're called. From Planet X. There those damn Zaliens up to no good again. And now you have this moment where it's like, fuck, now we got to like pray that Godzilla will destroy this fucking thing that we had just like we were hoping that was going to win. I don't know.
Well, it's
like roller coaster emotions.
It's not the freshest approach because that kind of has been done, but I would love to see it done well on a level of
distill it to something perfect.
Also, Barbara, before you go, I just want to say, since you're turning in, I hope you enjoyed all the debate and whatnot. I hope it wasn't coming off as a dick since the first time we streamed together, because this is the sort of like nerd debates that we used to have before everything got all political and shit. So
absolutely.
I respect the hell out of the debate and whatnot.
I love it.
Barbara's used to me criticizing her most weeks, so it's fine.
You cheeky little otter, you.
Not to speak for my wife, but yeah, she gets it, and none of this is personal. It's movie debates, and that's what we're.
You youngins just like them crappy movies. No, I'm just joking. All right. I love crappy movies, but good night, Barbara. Thank you so much for sticking with us through most of this Christmas
fun.
Day and
Thanks
night.
for having me on, man.
Yeah,
Take
of
care.
course. Thank you for being here, of course, and thanks for
Merry
sticking
Christmas,
with
Barbara.
it through me when.
Merry Christmas, Smilex.
Merry Christmas, you guys.
Merry Christmas. Bye.
Thank
She's
you.
like falling asleep on the stream. Hell yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams of Christmas and Kringles. I think I'm going to keep the Christmas train going for another week because I was too busy doing all this Godzilla shit in preparation for Christmas.
It's really hard to come up with New Year's material. I've been searching really hard for B-sides to do New Year's.
You know, people were talking about best New Year's movie. I was like, Four Rooms.
Yeah. And obviously I can't show that.
Yeah. But I mean, what are the other good? There's 200 Cigarettes. What are some other good Strange Days New Year's movies? What are the other
Strange
ones?
Days.
Strange Days, a New Year's movie?
Yeah, I think it is.
New
It's
Year's
set right on the
2000.
Yeah.
99.
Oh, that's right. Y2K. Yeah.
Oh, you could do Futurama, the pilot episode of Futurama.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, good
It's
job.
not a movie, but you know, story wise, it works.
Totally. In fact, there's I think one of the movies is a time travel one, and you could the Futurama movies. You know how there's 4 Futurama movies. One of those is a New Year's thing for sure. That would work. Hell yeah, good call.
Bender's Game? No, not Bender's Game. Bender's Big Score. I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Big Score is so fucking awesome. All 4 of those movies
Oh,
are badass.
Assault on Precinct 13 you could have as well.
Ooh. You cool. Well, let's see. Let's keep talking about Godzilla some more though.
So now that we've had a really, really good Godzilla movie, are we ever going to get a really good Gatchaman movie?
Yeah, I was talking about like Gamera. He's a different studio than Toho.
I love Gamera.
And we're never gonna get. Are we ever gonna get a Gamera Godzilla crossover official? Has that ever happened in any regard?
Gamera is a hard sell in contemporary times because you know, it's a spinning turtle with jet engines coming out of its shell. It's a little you know.
I don't know. To be fair, they keep making movies of Ninja Turtles, and when you say all those words together, teenage, mutant, ninja, turtles, it sounds like a fucking acid trip. But if they can make that work, they can probably make Gamera work.
Well, it works for a certain audience. It works for people that grew up with it, and I'm not denigrating it. I'm not saying it's just because of pure nostalgia value, but if you weren't a fan of
there's a reason it doesn't have the
Ninja
cultural
Turtles,
significance of Godzilla.
I will never watch a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Let's just put it that way.
No, the first one's good, man.
Oh yeah, dude. The first one at the time it came out was the highest grossing indie film of all time. It's also one of the most comic accurate adaptations of any Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, and the meditation fire scene. If you don't get a tear in your eye in that scene
every time,
you're not human.
Not to play Gary for a second, but I was working in the comic shop when they created the first black and white independent comics of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
And I have no nostalgia for it at all. None.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what I like about all of our show. We got so many guests of so many different age brackets and time zones and continents we're on. It's fun.
Or incontinence, yes.
Oh, that's on you, Jay.
I
take that.
Oh, movie. So here's the route they should go: is a crossover with Pacific Rim, since that was actually a good American kaiju film.
Yes,
sure. I think the Pacific Rim creatures were way bigger on purpose, right? Just to like be like, you know, dicks, right? How big were those Pacific Rim monsters?
Good looking camera. Is that just
it is. Is that like deviant art or something?
Yeah, it's got to be
gorgeous.
Pacific Rim's a pretty good example, really, because it's like, I mean, that is how the Godzilla movie should have gone. You know,
I agree.
Pacific Rim
if legendary movies were more like Pacific Rim, like, because I've been defending them a lot tonight, but I also they've obviously got their criticisms. I think the Pacific Rim does a lot right that Legendary didn't do right. So it's you know,
Pacific Rim is the ultimate love letter to kaiju films.
Yeah,
that's
the first one again.
And it's not afraid to be goofy. It knows that it's a bit silly, and it plays up to it. And I think that's a good tone to take with these kind of movies, particularly if you're doing it from the Western perspective. I mean, the Japanese can go all deadly serious like they have done with this one, but I think the Americans doing it, there's always a little bit of an element of spoof to it. So I kind of like that they leaned into that.
It's all towards Del Toro's credit. Yeah,
absolutely.
That is a
I
nice
don't think
show.
we'll ever get Gamera crossover with Godzilla, because wasn't Gamera wasn't the studio that did Gamera like founded by a bunch of people who left Toho? I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I'm not sure. That would be an Atom question, and he has gone all quiet
That's
on
a
us.
biggest pee in the world just now, guys, and you did get a second of dead air. Sorry, but I was like, you know what? 8.5 hours. It's fine.
That's all right.
It's fine to go. And also, I pride myself on not being one of these streamers that uses a piss jug or a bladder or whatever. I'm sure they're out there. I think Mahler, that guy, I think he streams from a toilet.
I think he does.
The only logical explanation, he's streaming from a toilet with a fridge nearby. With
Listen,
a computer.
if I'm gonna pee on a desk, it's gonna be on my own channel. Okay?
You guys, can I tell you a funny story about Blue Collar?
Ooh.
The other day,
only between us, though, right?
Only between us.
You, me, and the internet.
We were on a stream and we did a big long stream and not that long. It was like about a couple hours, and then we talked a little bit afterwards. And he's like, "Hang on one second," and then he just turned his camera off, and then I heard him piss in a cup. And I'm just like, "What the fuck, dude?" And I'm like, "We're not streaming. You can tell me to wait a minute and go use a toilet." He's like, "Nah, dude, it's fine, bro." I'm like, "Oh my god, throw that cup away! Don't put it back down under your computer, please."
In it to win it.
Yeah, whatever. And it was funny because I was like, "We're not even streaming, bro. Like, you can take a break." And even if we are streaming, if I ever had to pee or fucking mother needs me for something, I'll be like, "Hey, wait a second, guys, hang on."
As far as I know, you've never had to pee, and so.
Yep. I mean,
it's a
believe it
little
or
weird.
not, I'm just a man. I did have to pee a lot, and it smelled all coffee too, because like that was
All this talk of pissing makes me need to piss. I'll be back.
Anybody has to take a break, please feel free. I mean, that's the reason. That's the joy of having more people in here. When it was just me and Chris, it was kind of rough. And then Chris was like, obviously, just pounding booze while I was just reciting the summaries of these Godzilla movies.
And now we can all look at his
like,
sword. Look at that sword. He's got a sword.
Oh yeah, I got a sword. You're not a nerd until you have a fucking sword. It's actually like,
just within easy reach.
Ooh,
I'm in Texas, dude. I got actual guns, but the sword is for just like, fucking silly decoration shit.
Well, I'm in the UK, so we have sharp spoons occasionally, a little butter knife
Pretty
here.
soon
Kicking
you won't
around.
even, pretty soon you won't even be able to get knives. But yeah,
True.
I got a pink little samurai sword for a pretty good price.
Well, you should be able to cut butter with that on a hot summer day. That's nice.
It definitely can stab the shit out of something. Cutting, I'd probably have to sharpen it a bit, but yeah, I can stab. Hey, we were talking about our swords, Leon. Show off your sword back there.
The Master Sword, that's right.
Whose sword is that? Is that a famous character sword, or is that
like Zelda to me or something?
Yeah, it's Link's sword.
Yeah, Zelda's sword. Yeah,
nailed it.
Yeah, it's the end is pointed. I could definitely draw blood, but much like yours, yeah, there's not any sharpness to the. I actually run my thumb along. There's a little bit, not probably not enough.
If it's a heavy enough blade, it doesn't need to be that
zombie
sharp.
apocalypse sword.
Yeah, well, perfect zombie apocalypse. Yeah, you want a good, you want a side weapon like a pistol, and you want a long weapon like a rifle or a bow, and then you want your main melee, your main fucking zombie killer, like a big shovel or something.
Exactly. Yeah, I've seen Shaun of the Dead enough times. You need a cricket bat. I'm sure that you've got one of those there. I
Smilex.
blanked on your name like an asshole. Sliax, thank you.
Smilex.
I want
like
dual
this.
chainsaws like Egan. That's what.
No,
there you go.
We just kill people with tutting and silencing them with queuing orders and things like that, and shouting at them with
shame.
Yeah. I'm big, massive Evil Dead fan, but the chainsaw it's not efficient. The movies make it look way more efficient than it actually would be. Sorry, Ash.
Especially like if you have like chainsaw hands, you have two chainsaw hands, and it's like, how do I turn one chainsaw on? Like,
is that less efficient than the lawnmower in Brain Dead?
Oh yeah, dude, Brain Dead lawnmower is so legendary. Back to Peter Jackson, and Peter Jackson, he made a King Kong movie.
I don't know if I like that one.
No,
so that's another thing I was going to talk about. Why I think there's something missing about the legendary movies that I noticed watching, like King of the Monsters. Compared it to the King Kong movie, where it's like, Millie Bobby Brown is like running from Ghidorah and just like dodging huge fucking explosions and lightning bolts and big boulders, and nobody gets hurt. It reminded me of the King Kong dinosaur stampede. It's like, how are none of them getting killed? You know,
to be fair, like one
not just
scene later,
injured.
they fall into a trench and over half of them fucking die. So,
right,
That's
right.
a
But I mean,
that's a
the
perfect
point
example
is,
of
like,
somebody having too much money, isn't it? I mean, he just had all of the money, and he had all the love for the project. He was super indulgent,
God.
though.
You know what
Absolute
I just,
trash.
yeah, you know what I just thought of? I didn't think of this. The motherfucker, the dad, Millie Bobby Brown's dad, who was in Band of Brothers and Manchester by the Sea. He's the main dad dude in legendary Godzilla movies. He is also in King Kong, Peter Jackson.
yes, he is.
Weird. Hell yeah. Good
I
for him.
really like the Peter Jackson Kong. It's not as good as the original. Obviously, the original is the best, but I think Peter Jackson's version is probably my second favorite Kong movie.
I think I like because King Kong, I mean, he's like my Batman to my Superman. Like, yeah, he's there, he's cool, he's a good second place. King Godzilla's my boy. But King Kong, I gotta say, I think I did like the Peter Jackson more than the 1930s Godzilla. Yes, Northern English Bastard, we are still going. If you want to pop in, you have the link, man. Come in here and curse a bit and talk about Godzilla and say hello to Leon.
Yeah, it'd be nice to meet. I think I've seen you pop up in the chats of other individuals I know, but I don't think I've ever streamed with you. So that'd be awesome if you hop in.
Me and Bastard always stream on Tuesdays on Blue Collar Losers channel when we do Losers Lounge and watch alongs.
I think Bastard's low-key approach would match really well with Leon's high-key energy.
Super high energy, douchey
dude.
American
Get them two to do like a duo. Yeah, that's like how Lance was like asking me to be like his co-host on Tuesdays. I'm like, yeah, sure. I think we
Lance is a vibe.
And to jump back, that actor in Manchester by the Sea is also that film also features Matthew Broderick. So you've got another link to Godzilla right there.
Manchester by the Sea.
How about that?
Yeah.
Who was he in that one?
He's like the boyfriend character. God, it's so long since I've seen it. I know his face pops up in that movie.
Casey Affleck. Oh wow! I saw it once, and I was so like heartbroken watching that movie. I was like, "Holy shit! I don't ever watch that again." But I've explained about that movie many times to people. I'm like, "Holy shit! Did you guys ever see Manchester by the Sea?" Yeah, he is in that one.
That's what I say now.
He is the new boyfriend. You're right.
Yeah,
Jeffrey. Yeah. I'll be damned. Oh. God damn it. I'm like welling up just thinking about the end of that movie. Gonna start my own streams. Everyone is more than welcome to guest.
Start my own streams with blackjack and hookers.
But you're coming, but you're also like, that's not related to what, coming on this stream, right? You're saying in addition, right? Yeah, gonna start doing this shit myself, guys. Fuck y'all. Got that. They used to make it where it's like you can't stream until you get like 100 subscribers. And I remember that was like one of the first things I did was like get on Facebook and be like, yo, all you fuckers, subscribe to my channel so I can go live, do a fecal pickle concert. And then the quarantine ended and I didn't need to do my fecal pickle quarantine concert. So I was like, all right, well, never mind.
I didn't start streaming until because my first 3 months I was doing videos only, and then I got an email from Jason Sandberg, if you know who that is, and he hit me up. He's like, "Hey, I'd love to come on your show and promote my new indie comic." I'd be like, "Oh, dude, I would love to have you on. That sounds great." And then privately, I'm like, "That means I need to start a show." Like, I don't even have one. I just did pre-recorded videos. So,
yeah, I mean. That'd be fun to have a guest on a pre-recorded video, I guess. That's the thing is I gotta pivot harder into those shorter pre-recorded videos.
I love.
I just take advantage of YouTube's like the fact that they just let me store petabytes of video for free. Like whatever the fuck I want to do. Sons of bitches. Yeah. One of these days, they're going to move to like data. They're going to move to like data pricing eventually, and they're going to give us all bills. Like, hey, we looked up at all the hours of footage on your channel. You owe us this much money, or your channel's deleted. It's like,
Mola's screwed, isn't he?
Nice being here. I'm moving over to Rumble now. Have a good day.
Upgrade to our deluxe account. It's only $70 a month, and you get unlimited storage. Fuck you! Oh my god! Like my email's doing that to me now. It's like, sorry, you only get 10 gigs of information now. I'm like, I've had this email address for 15 years, man. Like I'm at 9.7 gigs at all time because I'm constantly like deleting my inbox. And
Same.
shit
I'm
from,
stuck on like 8.9 gigs right now. Just always delete. She's like, okay, I'm coming up on that 10 gig mark. I got to do something.
There was a time I remember not long ago when I could just send as many fucking emails as I wanted forever. Like, what? Yeah, I guess
Yeah, but we're
nobody gets
also
paid.
approaching the time when your emails are like faxes. You're gonna have people be like, "The fuck's an email? Just send a text." Like,
oh my god, I hate that shit because I like to work on the computer. So it's like when you text me on the computer, if you're gonna message me, like message me on fucking Facebook or Twitter because I can access that information easily from my computer. I don't want to sync my phone to my laptop to where my texts are coming in.
yeah,
I have to take what you texted me and then I have to
Discord
Facebook
is
to
too
me.
complicated for me. Like, I rarely check. I have Discord and I probably check it daily, but I'm horrible about responding on Discord. I'm like, hit me up on Twitter, or you're probably not gonna get a response in a timely fashion.
I'll send you a link to my theater. Also, I still need to. I'm sure I have sent you guys the link. I know you guys just haven't come in, but Smilex, I haven't sent it to you though. But yeah, our Discord where we watch all the Discord Dorkside we watches. I
Excellent.
That's where we watch all the movies, and I just record them there, and then I edit them in post. And I am trying to like stockpile recordings right now. I've got the next three weeks or so. Set up. But like the more I record, like the funner it gets. It's not really about like recording them to release them. It's really just about watching these stupid movies with a crowd of people. So I got a whole lot of weird shit on the list that I want to watch. So if you guys are ever interested,
did you catch any of the Mystery Science Theater stream over Christmas?
No, I did. No, not for Christmas. I did watch a lot of it for Thanksgiving though. We always watch the Turkey Day stream.
Smilex, I running into you in the Mystery Science Theater stream was a weird moment.
Especially since they were doing a film we'd already covered.
Yeah, that we got fucking blocked for.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, that was hilarious.
And then they did the Christmas one a little bit later as well. They did the one. They did the one from last week, which we got blocked on as well.
Motherfuckers are after you. That's why I was saying, it's sometimes it's better to just sometimes that's what I do with the Wii Watches is just record them and then upload them, and you find out then and there if it's all right or not.
I miss the audience interaction though. If we pre-record it,
I do premiere them, and I do get some audience interaction at the premieres, and I'm sure that'll get bigger.
But you're never there for the premieres.
I wasn't there for the last one. I did oversleep. I overslept the last one. No, I was recording with Uninspired. That's what happened. He had to pick a specific time at like 30 minutes after the premiere, and I didn't even think of it. I totally forgot.
I have been uploading public domain movies for 3 fucking years and doing a live stream, and Barbara and I have been talking about it forever, but Jake Goodwin actually got me off my ass to do the live streams. And it is so satisfying. It is so much fun. And to get shut down for like bullshit copyright claims, like we got shut down for a Santa Claus versus the Devil, and then I generally show the original movie the next day at noon, and it went off without a hitch. But we got our fucking live stream shut down because
it's different for streams. They're stricter on streams,
It's a totally different set of rules, and it's bullshit.
Well, I think what's happens is for instance, did you get no copyright claim for Santa Claus, or did you get a claim but it's no problem?
Well, okay, so the first couple times we got shut down, it was like territory claims. I pre-uploaded the movies. And it said, okay, this can't be shown in the Virgin Islands. Okay, fine, whatever. And we do a live stream and they cut it off. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. You can't do this because of the way the filters work. But for Santa Claus versus the Devil, it was the claim was copyright holder allows this to be used on YouTube with no bullshit, whatever. But 20 minutes into the film, we got fucking shut down.
Weird. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of discrepancy, like the difference between live streams and uploading.
There's definitely a whole different set of rules, and I I have
I
2
think they
days
just. I think
left.
they shut
Or
down.
it's
I
not
think
a
they
whole
just shut
different set of
down the
rules.
stream.
The AI that auto monitors it just doesn't algorithmically know the difference. Like there's something wrong with the AI that monitors it, because also a possibility, I guess.
Oh, no, for sure. That's exactly what's happening, is that if there's even like a minor yellow flag in your live streaming, it will just shut you off. It's fucked. And we have 2 days left to submit our video appeal for monetization.
How's that
I
going?
don't care about ads. I just want donations because I trust our subscribers to support us. Man, I am slurring like a motherfucker. I'm speaking in cursive and it's fucking elegant. But yeah, we have till the 28th. We have to submit like a formal appeal video. And the problem is they haven't made the charges against us clear enough to
they don't do that.
provide any defense.
The reason why they don't do that is because then it's easier if the rules are clear, then it's easy to play the rules, to game the system, which they did all
and
the time.
you can hold them to the rules, but if they
Right,
don't
yeah.
give you the rules, you can't hold them against anything.
Right, that's that too. They want you to play this guessing game, They want you to
It's
be
fucked, and that's what
They
I'm
want you to
against.
work. They want you to work hard for the money.
Well,
so hard for the money.
As an old punk that has always pushed against the fucking rules and the boundaries and the edge of the playpen, I'm swallowing all of this, and I will play by your rules, but I don't know what they are.
Yeah. Well, it's tough. That's how you know it's been a long stream and we've been drinking hard. We start bitching about YouTube. Fucking
Two videos got copyright claimed. I'm throwing a fit as well. So like,
oh yeah, they get you, man. And it's funny because like it really upsets me when some people who are doing like way less offensive stuff than like what I'm doing with the We Watch videos. The We Watch videos, like I didn't realize like I was gonna do my channel was gonna be like commentary, like full commentary tracks that you could sync up yourself, and that was like kind of a stupid idea in this day and age. But like I didn't realize like, oh, you can literally do like highlight reels, and because EFAP movies, that was the thing. I was like, oh, I'll just do what the fuck these people are doing. Like if that's allowed, and it is to a certain degree, depending on what you're watching.
To a point, yeah.
But live streams, it's like who fucking knows, man.
Well,
and
it's
something
fucked.
you can test. That's what's fucked up is you've proven to me, like you've shown us all, like that's the other thing. Like you going through all this shit is like it's like you can upload something and it's fine, and then you stream it and it's not fine, and you're like motherfucker.
You know what our 3 shutdowns have been? It's been doing movies that
Mystery
MST
Science Theater
has done, and Shout Factory, which owns most of their material, thinks that they own the original public domain movies that MST3K did, which they
they
do
probably
not.
pay for like the licensing stuff for them, but that still was
no, there's no licensing on public domain movies.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the whole fucking point.
I dealt with the same shit for Schlocktober, man. It's lame.
Well, you tried to do Terror Train or whatever the Hammer film was, and we did too.
And then also Brides of Dracula, Universal Pictures, 1960s. But what's funny is King Kong versus Godzilla, 1960s, no problem whatsoever, no copyright issue at all. I was like, motherfuckers.
Well, I get that some of this shit has slipped through, the system or whatever. The person in the office at Universal or Hammer or whatever.
Mystery Science Theater never did a King Kong versus Godzilla,
Right. That has been the 3 times that
what was the Godzilla movie they did do?
They've done 2 or 3 Gamma movies for sure.
I know they did a Godzilla too. And that one I bet you can't upload. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that one's got a problem?
No, absolutely.
MST3K.
But the other thing that we're fighting on my channel is that in the past 2 or 3 years, there are allegedly independent YouTube channels that are licensing B films and showing them, they have a license agreement with the copyright holders, and they are paying to show them on YouTube, and they are unbelievably like in heavy rotation, and they have like 300,000 views per movie. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
Just so you guys know, it is nearly 4 a.m. my time, and I've still got to edit my video that goes up in like 5 hours, and I'm exhausted,
man.
so I'm probably about to bow out. But it's been awesome being here. Just so throwing that.
Yes,
Thank
of course.
you very
And
much
I'm excited
inviting
for
me.
Wednesday, Rebel Moon. And also, I'm glad to have you on here for the first time and get to know you a little bit, buddy.
Yeah, it was awesome. I'm going to ask you, obviously, if you've got the availability to come on my show at a later date. I think I'm still booking out into like the mid-January shows. So, but yeah, I'll hit you up once I've got the schedule set. But yeah, thank you, Adam Smilex. It was nice to meet both you guys. This was fucking awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Leon.
Yeah.
I always appreciate a fair discussion. Nothing personal, anyway.
No. It was, dude, it was a blast.
No, you said it right. This is how nerds used to talk to each other without fear. It's absolutely fine.
No, dude, fuck you, bro. Megalon.
You're wrong. Kirk is not the best captain.
How many shouting matches I've gotten into with nerds about Goku versus Superman, and then at the end of it, when you're done telling each other to fuck off, you're all like,
You're
okay,
canceled,
cool, let's go to
asshole.
Lord Julius. Like,
No, it's
think
totally
right now,
cool.
Get him fired.
I absolutely appreciate a fair discussion. So yeah, no personal anything.
And also, Smilex and Adam, if you guys, because obviously this is me finding out that you had your own channel, Adam. I didn't know if you only streamed with Stupenzo or whatnot. So if you guys are on X, shoot me your channel so that I can subscribe and check you guys out and whatnot. Because yeah, this was a load of fun.
We all do.
Like,
I
love watching the people that I get to know through streaming. So.
All right, yeah, I'll drop it in the comments right now, and I'll try and find you on Twitter.
Yeah, I can do that as well.
Words of Paradise. Check out Leon, Words of Paradise, and B-roll sides, and then obviously Stupenzo, my channel, where you're at. You know this channel.
Smilex, if you want to do the same things, I'd love to watch both of you guys.
Oh, I just hook up with Adam. I don't have my own channel, but
okay,
fair enough. I think you would appreciate the channel.
Adam, Barbara, and
it is a lot of
Smilex
fun.
and Jay.
And by hook up, he means weird behind the dumpster sex.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're approaching a 9-hour stream. We're at 8 hours.
Yeah,
and 49
honestly,
minutes.
I thought I was like, you know what? Maybe I could go just 10 more minutes, hit that 9-hour mark. If depending on how, fuck, I'll just do that.
Do it.
I'll do that.
Chug.
It'll only take me 30 minets to edit.
Let's get some final thoughts in with Leon and company while Leon's here. But yeah, I mean, I love your enthusiasm, man. And that's the thing is, like, I appreciate how, like, we old men do get so jaded nowadays with these movies. And it is refreshing having a little beacon of light like yourself coming in here and being like, hey, man, this movie wasn't that bad.
Well, I spent the last several years before I had a channel, like, or at least the channel I have now, being jaded, being worse, apathetic. And then it occurred to me, I was like, that sort of apathy is how you let these big studios or these political individuals who claim they're nerds or whatever, that's how you let them win, is to get apathetic. And at this point, it's like, you know what? You can make all the videos in the world criticizing, but also throw out the positive stuff, because if you can't acknowledge the positive stuff, then I don't think anyone wants to listen to people just scream negativity into the void endlessly. Like I'm sure we all, at one point or another watch, whether it be unless you're funny. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, I obviously started watching people like Geeks and Gamers and whatnot back in 2016. I think anyone that does the sort of stuff we do is at least familiar with that level of content. And, I'm worried that, once you, the Batman, the Dark Knight quote of you either live long enough, you either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. I'm worried that a lot of the people that do what we do, well, we're slowly becoming the villains because we're looking for stuff to bitch about.
I agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
For real.
We've had that discussion on B-sides as well, and how we've talked about specific YouTube channels having that negative vibe, and how important it is to sort of get a bit of a mixture in your media diet and try not to go with just the negative voices, because if you do start to actually feel it yourself. You start to get that way. You start to always assume that every film that's coming out is going to be bad, and I really don't like the idea that that's the case, because I've always been very positive about film. So I just I try to this day to still try and find the positives even in the bad stuff. But
I don't think it comes out of like a cynical point of view where like you just want to jump on the bandwagon of bitching about everything. I think it's just that we don't really get enough quality content to be happy about it. And when something one comes along, when people want to say something positive about
Thank
it.
you,
You're like,
Northern Bastard,
"Oh,
by the
you're a
way. I
fan."
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think on the same page too, because like I was talking about it with Russ Dark Hour, like because like he has videos where it's like, oh, I'm gonna make this video about this movie, it's gonna be great, I'll get some clicks. But then he randomly made his Godzilla video, and it's like praising the movie, and it's like his most popular video.
Yeah, well, and I mean, the Furiosa trailer dropped, and like, look, first of all, I got some issues with the trailer. I think the CGI in that actually, unlike the legendary Godzilla movie, I think the CGI is bad in that trailer. I think that movie's going to have issues. But I saw a bunch of people on the anti-woke side, which I'm sort of wrapped in as well. Like I'm considered, an anti-woke YouTuber and whatnot. I saw people jumping to the conclusion that the movie's going to be woke just because it was starring a woman. Just because Furiosa, like nothing in the trailer that's woke. Jumping, and then so I made videos defending the Fallout trailer and the Furiosa trailer, and my comments were inundated with people who usually watch my videos loving me rag on the woke shit, like, oh, how you moving to the left, Leon? How can you I was like, hey, all I'm saying is the movie isn't out, and just because Star Wars has gone woke doesn't mean Furiosa is going to be woke.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it better. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. It's just like just because it's got a woman protagonist, suddenly it's going to be terrible. I mean, it might be terrible. It might be incredibly woke in bracket, whatever. But it might be all of those things. But let's wait to see what they've got, because why are you going in with that expectation of it failing?
It might be terrible, regardless of the fact that it has a female.
And that's another point I try and make is a movie not being woke is not good. It is not enough for me to say it is a good movie. Like people will be like, oh yes, this movie didn't have anything woke in it. I was like, all right, but XYZ about it still sucked. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that it wasn't woke, but you need more than that.
The bar is so low nowadays. It's so low.
I think the thing is people throw around the term woke all the time when a lot of times they just mean like progressive. Whereas woke means it's progressive for the sake of political agenda. It's literally like a story to tell a fucking political motivation. There's like, that's the point about the wokeness. It's like, there's like a ulterior motive here, with telling the story. It's not just about like, oh, we're gonna, I'm at the point now where I think all this stuff is like systematic destruction of our idols. Like they just take all the heroes that we have like on the Western culture and just kind of turn them into sniveling cowards and idiots and bastards and morons. And I really, at this point, like they can't be fucking it up on accident.
By accident, right?
Like
the video I have pinned to my channel. Like when you go click on my channel, the video that plays is it rather because I criticize just news articles I find, but this one was called "Woke: Where Do You Draw the Line?" Because I've been getting. I was talking about how much I loved the live action One Piece. And most people did like it as well, but I saw a bunch of people in my comments and on X talking about how, One Piece was woke because they had a trans actor playing a character. And so I made this whole video that was like, I was like, well, first of all, the show isn't woke, but even if it would be woke if they took that character and they made the character trans. No, you got a tranny playing a male character. Just like they were written, they didn't change the character in the show. They actually keep the character just like in the manga. And like, if your barometer for woke is trannies aren't allowed to even have jobs in Hollywood, then fuck you. I'm not on your side. Like, I don't want ideology forced into my movies. Absolutely not. But if you were to say someone with a mental illness can't have a job, well, I got ADHD. If you were and synesthesia, if you were to say that you can't have a job because of your ADHD or synesthesia, I'd be like, that's pretty fucked up.
But also, is this One Piece drag queen transvestite playing a tranny or drag queen?
No. The tranny is playing a male character because the character in the manga and anime is a male character. It's just was born a chick, turned into a dude in real life, and then they're playing up. It's like, well, I got no issue with that. The character stayed, say that again.
Which is old news in manga.
I didn't even know the actor was trans until I saw people throwing a fit about it after I'd already finished the show.
If they pass, then
just because the character is a very feminine kind of a beta bitch male character anyway. And I was like, oh well, you know what? They got a woman who's pretending to be a man to play a beta bitch male character. It worked for me. Like.
Yeah, and exactly just like Scavenger's Reign. I brought it up earlier. Like, black lesbian girl boss. She's the star, and yet she's cool. I don't know. You like her?
But is it good? Is it entertaining? That's all I fucking care about.
Scavenger's Reign was that. Yeah, it's not just. It has to be. Yeah, for me, it's like, is it fresh, and is it just speaking to me? like on a level. You know, it doesn't necessarily even need to be good. You know, is it fresh? Something I haven't seen. It could be shit. We watched our next movie coming out on Wednesday is Santa's Sleigh, starring Goldberg.
That sounds amazing already.
never seen it, and holy shit, never seen anything like it. It was awful, but I loved it. Me and the Uninspired Reviewer watched it.
Well, and it's also not to say that all these that you can't criticize the woke shit or anything like that, or criticize the nerd culture, because like my video coming out tomorrow is very much about that. The VP of Marvel is talking about how they're going to continue to put ideology in the X-Men comics, and so it might I'm going to criticize that. Like as someone who grew up reading comics, don't like the fact that the VP is openly saying we're going to continue to do this, even though you, the consumer, have been asking us for years to stop. But just because just because you're criticizing that doesn't mean you can't also appreciate the good shit. You know, when I see the Deadpool leaks, and it shows Hugh Jackman in the OG 90s costume, I'm like, okay, that's a positive. I'm still not excited for the movie because of superhero fatigue, but that does help a little, and I want to talk about that positive aspect. You can have both.
Yeah, well, what's funny is like where you draw the line with wokeness, like you said with your video title, it's like, for instance, like, you know, BIPOC LGBTQT characters, like not necessarily, no, but like it's funny because like anti-white male rhetoric, though, anti-patriarchy, anti all that stuff, that is kind of, yeah, but except Blue Eye Samurai is the one time where it's like, yeah, dude, kill these white guys for being white guys. Yeah, let's go get them. You know, it's like I don't know.
I heard it's really good, but also I got the main character's a chick. That's apparently the big reveal at the end of the first episode, but everyone knows that by this point. My friend Cassie was telling me that she's not even gay. She was so surprised. They just had an actual tomboy for once, like just a regular ass tomboy as the main character. And I was like,
I remember tomboys. Yeah,
we're talking about Diabolical Souls. We were talking about our Diabolical Souls, and I've been welcomed on the last 2 episodes, and it was funny because like I watched the show in 2 sittings. In the first 4 episodes, I was like, hit up Jay, and I was like, man, this show's the best woke show I've ever seen. I'll put it that way. And he's like, oh, you think it's woke? And I was like, well, it's just like, the thing that's woke about it is like, yeah, girl boss, kick ass, badass bitch with a sword, killing everybody. But also she is like the crime. She's committing revenge on the crime for her existing. Like, oh my God, I didn't sign up for this shit. I'm going to kill my father for making me into life. That's a standard trope with these people, just hating, I didn't sign up to be here. And also just killing a white dude for being a white dude. I mean, these are the elements that you get in the first 4 episodes. And then by episode 5, when I picked it back up, it totally does a 180 in episode 5. Because it's all like, episode 5 is like the exposition episode where you learn about all this chick's backstory. And it's like, okay, I'm on board now.
Northern English Bastard in the chat brings up a really good film.
Godfathers
is incredible. Godfathers is a fucking amazing movie.
I was telling him and everybody all the time to see this movie. I always tell people around this time of year to watch Tokyo Godfathers and watch Redbeard.
I've seen you shouting it out, and
you don't know how many times, years that this movie. I tell my friends, and it falls on deaf ears. Even this year, I was like, you guys.
Satoshi Kon never made a bad. In fact, his movie Perfect Blue is in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. Like not just like anime movies. There's my top 5 favorite of all time. Perfect Blue is up there, and Tokyo Godfathers is probably his second best movie after Perfect Blue, in my opinion. Like I watch it every Christmas.
He never made a bad inch of fucking film ever.
I do think his show Paranoia Agent was just sort of okay, but his movies were all amazing.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. But all of his feature films, absolutely,
literally. Like his weakest one is probably Paprika, and even that's like an 8.5 out of 10.
I cried seeing Millennium Actress in the theater.
Oh, Millennium Actress is so good. He's only got like 5 or 6 films because he died really young.
Yeah,
Millennium
he died from.
Was the one that I watched last too, and I liked it.
He died from pancreatic cancer, and if
like
you have a strong stomach, look up his farewell video.
I've watched on YouTube. It is it's hard.
Where he apologizes to his parents for not being a stronger fucking human being and dying of cancer, it is brutal. It is absolutely gut wrenching. He was the real deal, and his legacy is absolutely worth celebrating.
He's probably my second favorite Japanese, or at least anime director after Shinichiro Watanabe. They were both just, again, they don't do bad work, plain and simple. I've never seen a bad work from either of them. Again, Paranoia Agent is just good. Paranoia Agent is okay by the standards of everything else he's done.
Okay. It's sort of a parody of oh god, I'm blanking out. It's a little derivative. Lane, Serial Experiments, a little bit derivative from
which is
that.
one of the greatest anime of all time.
Yeah. Right.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like Eva. Everyone likes Eva, but when you tell people, and when people tell me, "Oh yeah, I'm a big Evangelion fan," I'm like, "Oh, have you seen Serial Experiments Lane?" Because it does all that deep shit that you like way better.
If you haven't sat through, if you haven't sat through Lane, it's absolutely clairvoyant about the future of live streaming, about IRL fucking live streaming. All of that is in there, and it is amazing. But Paranoia Agent, the weakest link in his chain, and I feel like he just produced it, that kind of vibe. His feature films are exceptional. All of them are 9, 10 out of 10.
Here you go,
Yeah,
guys.
every one of them.
So we've got what is it? Let's see here.
All right, I'll stay on just long enough to discuss this because this
is a joke. I'm sure this is a joke, right?
But there were people on X that were genuinely claiming this that proved they didn't give a fuck about Godzilla.
Godzilla -1 versus Wokezilla. A violent force of nature and reminder of man's hubris. Check. Pink hair color. Woke X. Not your friend. It lives for itself and only itself. Check. Friendly as Barney to be marketable to babies. That's so funny. Strong environmental and societal message. Check. Dumb Marvel jokes delivered by politically opinionated Zoomers. Oh my god. Probably ate your mom. Check. Homo indigenous beliefs. Woke Western. Oh my god, that's terrible. All right. I gotta say,
I saw people who genuinely on X were posting shit like they made Godzilla pink, they're going woke. And I'm like, did you guys not fucking see Godzilla 2000? Say you're not a Godzilla fan without saying you're not a Godzilla fan if you think that he's never in pink before.
The pink is not a problem, but I gotta say, it wouldn't have been hard to make him red and make him like extra badass. But
they did it already. They did that in the second one.
Yeah, he becomes like bright yellow and orange, which was cool.
Yeah.
That was dope.
Doesn't bother me. Whatever.
The
rollerblade
thing
thing
bothers me. Slick color. I have dark hair. I look good in pink. When I wear a pink shirt, a pink polo, I look.
No, that's what we need.
Well, that's nice.
Fucking Godzilla with 2 MAC-10s. We got some other memes here. This is the one that really translates to me. Really speaks to me. Men will literally learn everything about Godzilla instead of going to therapy. Thank you. This is us.
Yeah.
This is our
you show me how that's more beneficial. Come on, therapy, ridiculous.
Godzilla's cheaper.
After my wife left me, I did go to therapy for a couple months, and I'm pretty sure my lifelong obsession with Godzilla helped me a whole lot more. Like,
I was joking. Like, therapy is where you pay a leftist to talk to them until you agree with them, right? Is that what happens?
It's only $2 a minute. Yeah.
I'm just joking. But yeah, this is another good little meme. Godzilla, 1954, he was a dinosaur. 1991, he was a dinosaur. 2023, he was a dinosaur. In 1998, he was an iguana. And like I said, Iguanosaurus. If this movie was called Iguanosaurus and he made a different sound effect, this movie would have been A+.
Yeah,
one of the better.
Just keep Godzilla out of that bullshit. And
it was still a Roland Emmerich film. Like, let's.
If rockets just bounced off of this thing's ass like nothing, then also we could call this Godzilla. Maybe, you know,
we'd call it Cloverfield. You know,
Sure. If missiles did dick all to this thing, then maybe we'd probably be more forgiving. But
it made me a lot of money in the video shop when I was running a video shop at the time. So
yeah, it was actually kind of a disappointment in theaters. 98 Godzilla, which is funny.
Which is probably why I did so well on video.
Yeah. It's one of
Twilight's
those
worked
things.
on commission. Yeah.
Also, Roland Emmerich making kind of the same movie over and over again, but whatever. He's a well-oiled
Dumber
machine at this
every
point.
time somehow. Like,
Dude, Moonfall was amazing though, right? Was Moonfall not badass?
I love Moonfall.
I loved it. It was so
I
stupid.
loved it. It's awful. Don't get me wrong.
I had a blast
I'm not
watching
saying like I am with
Moonfall.
Rebel Moon. I actually like and think there's good qualities to it. Moonfall fucking sucks, and I love it.
I saw the first 10 minutes of Moonfall on a plane, and I was almost tempted to walk out.
I was that's so funny. I watched it with mom,
Get
and it's
fucked.
funny because I was just like laughing my ass off at all this awesome, hilarious shit that was like being like over the top and silly. My mom was literally getting her mind blown, like, "Whoa, mega structures and like all this crazy stuff she never heard of."
That movie had to set up for a sequel.
Well, the balls that this movie had of actually hinting at us normal people the truth that the people know at the Pentagon, like that's what they do. Sometimes they wave a little carrot of truth in front of us, about mega structures and shit like that. Like, hey, that way when we actually find out about it, we think, oh, that stupid movie, bullshit. Anyway, I'm kidding.
I mean, to be fair, I have met people that genuinely believe that the movie Men in Black is the government trying to tell us that this sort of shit, or that Hollywood trying to tell us that all this sort of stuff is real, and that they know that we put it in a movie. Most people will look past it, but the truly enlightened ones will be like, "No, Men in Black, that's real, and this was a coded message for those smart enough." Like, I've met people that actually believe that.
Will Smith, baby, he's coming for you.
It's coded. It's coded.
Oh my god, how many windows do I have open? Hang on, let me figure this out.
Too
Got
many
4.
tabs.
Too many windows. See, okay, yeah. Gamera. Here we close Gamera window. Let's pull up Christmas Tree Godzilla. Everyone's seen this thing, right? This is
Yay.
old.
Yay.
Oh, that is.
You know what else is kind of
the spirit of
Christmassy?
Christmas right there.
You guys have seen this cameo Godzilla's had in this anime? He's had a few cameos, right? And there's like
all
this weird,
anime. What do you got?
there's an anime called
Like-
Shinka Lion movie.
Shinka
Shinka Leon. There, that makes sense. Japanese. I don't speak Japanese.
I-
Around here,
I
these parts.
barely
Around
fuck
these
with
parts we're at, we speak Mexican. But yeah, they got a cool like snow Godzilla in this anime.
Whoa.
Hey.
All right.
It's funny
Even
because he's
use the
literally
music.
Godzilla, and all the characters right now are like, "Holy shit, that's Godzilla!" Like the movie star,
Yeah, they
Like,
even gets the theme tune.
Bum, 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 bum.
I think one of the things that we've talked about before, and I'll say it again, is because of the score, the soundtrack guy, Akira Ikufubu, he's the one who also made the sound effect. So, like, if you're going to keep the sound effect, which you have to, you might as well keep the score.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did the roar, he did the foot stomp, all of it.
Oh, the foot stomp too, right? You're right.
Yeah.
It's like a drum, right? It's just a big bass drum.
It was he found a weird amplifier in the recording studio and found out that if he jumped up and down on it, it sounded awesome.
Oh.
Okay, it's 4:11 now. I really do have to go. Thank you, guys.
Oh, sweat, man. You're a trooper, and I'll see you Wednesday when we talk about Rebel Moon, buddy.
Sounds
And have
good.
fun
Later,
editing,
guys.
buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, will do. Appreciate you.
Cheers, Leon.
Check
nice
out,
meeting you guys. It's gonna be awesome. I'll make sure to check out your streams when you go live.
Oh yeah,
here's to a
please.
new year with some new friends, man. It's gonna be good. 2024,
It's gonna be
baby.
awesome.
All
And
right,
also,
buddy.
North English Bastard, have a good rest of your day. Getting stuff taken care of, man. Bye, everyone.
Oh yeah.
Take
It's
care, sir.
10 where he's at. Take care, buddy. Yeah. And then there were 3. Hey man, this has been a fun ass Christmas, man. And you know, we did pretty much talk about everything, except we didn't talk about this. What were you gonna say?
No. Finish the anime. I feel like we didn't really flesh out -1 as well as we could have.
Let's do it some more. Let's keep talking about it.
All right, I can't speak slur anymore.
Let's do some more of this stuff. That couldn't be. It can't be. I don't know the syntax of what he's.
Yay!
What year did this anime come out? At least 3 years ago. So
It's Godzilla, basically.
they call this creature Snow Godzilla.
Of course they do.
And of course, this is an anime about battle mechs or something.
Oh, that's good looking. Yeah, there you go.
But it's funny because he's apparently just like a side character in like one episode, you know? It's just
He's clearly the king of understatement.
Here's
This
another
is
thing
not
I
good.
wanna-
Doing a cameo on Japanese Scooby-Doo or whatever.
So I'm glad you want to keep talking about -1 because my final slide, or
Please.
one of my final slides, is what do we know about this director of -1?
Not much.
Okay,
But he's
so
a
one of his
fucking
previous
MVP.
projects.
I think it was created in a lab.
You know what one of his previous projects was, right? He directed Godzilla the Ride. And I think we're gonna be okay to show this. And if it's not, if this stream gets shut down now. Fucking dude,
Wait. Is this Tokyo Disney or where is this?
Yeah, where is this? Why aren't we there?
I don't know anything about it except this guy made it. It is well, let's look it up.
Well, we need to find out, don't we?
I mean, good idea. Let's see, Godzilla the Ride.
Well, depends
I
on
want to
the
say it's
top
in
comment.
Japan.
I'm saying it's in Detroit.
Giant monsters ultimate battle. Up to 70
It's-
guests are placed in the center of the battle between King Ghidorah. Written and directed by Takashi Yamazaki. The 5-minute 3D animated it's a flying theater motion simulator ride located in the Shibuya amusement park in Tokorozawa, Saitama, Japan. So cool.
Close to
And
Detroit.
this came out. Yeah, very close. Yeah, this ride opened in May 19th, 2021. So I guess the ride's so successful and this 5-minute little video is so cool that they're like, yeah, let's give this guy a whole movie.
Let's get a copyright strike. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if this is it. And also, maybe I'll just keep pausing it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Wow. Well, fuck yeah, I want to see that. I want to.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
Yeah.
Laying around. Here we go. This is the shit that's told me right here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
Ah!
Like the same model, basically.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh.
Right? Why would you parachute right here?
Well,
back
I
away.
would if I had a choice. No.
I'd be like over there somewhere. All right, now this is where shit gets crazy. This is the actual ride.
Oh, look at this. This is great. This is like you're part of the fire rescue team or something.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, no. Jeez, it was 3 days from retirement.
That's fucking great.
You just saw Ghidorah's little Ghidorah. Does it also have 3 heads? Do you think his dick has 3 little heads?
I
on it?
would say so.
3-headed
Why would
dragon
it-
down there.
I'm right.
Down a little bit. Jesus. I don't know if I'm blasting everyone's ears or not. I don't know. But I guess if you're gonna blast someone's ears, you might as well do it on this Godzilla ride, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Whoa.
one thing I did like, I don't know if the legendary King of the Monsters movie originated this, but they named the 3 heads in Japanese 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I don't.
And 3 is like always distracted. There's like a running joke in Legendary's King of the Monsters where the middle one is like the main brain, and he's always like snapping at the one on the left because it's always like looking over here or like
Well,
looking at something else.
That
It's very cute.
that behavior is not new. I don't know about the naming, but yeah, the 3 heads always had certain personalities to them.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them, the middle one's the main one, and like, the 2 side ones do have 2 specialties. But like, there's a little joke throughout King of the Monsters where like the third one is constantly being distracted, and they called the third. The joke was the names were 1, 2, and 3, but the nickname for 3 was Kevin because he was like constantly like, "What? What's happening? Oh, hello, what's this?"
Kevin, be nice to Barbara.
Sounds very American joke, whatever it is. Anyway, back to this shit. Yeah, it's like
that's nice.
When it comes to Godzilla, honestly, I would rather take a 6-minute ride like this versus, your standard 2-hour legendary Godzilla movie. Like, yeah, just give us a ride. You might as well just give us all. And in fact, it's like, it's a shame Leon left right now before this. Hopefully he's still in the chat. But yeah, or I'll just send him the link to this if he hasn't seen it.
This looks great.
Here he comes. In fact, let me go ahead and copy this. Yeah, the music's gonna play, I'm sure.
Fuck you, Rodan. You suck.
You suck. I remember when we saw the Ninja Turtles concert when I was like 5 years old in 1990. Shredder shows up, and I remember I have a vivid memory of me and my friends like all in the audience of the Ninja Turtles concert, 5 years old, telling Shredder, "Go suck on an egg! Go suck on an egg, Shredder! You suck!" It's so stupid. I love how Ghidorah looks like a fucking hand from above, It's like a hand just like, it's creepy.
Yeah.
Ooh, right in his ass again. We keep seeing his gooch. Why do we keep seeing the Ghidorah gooch?
There goes Tokyo Tower.
Here he comes. Let's pause for the copyright sentinels.
Mm-hmm.
I always think of the Matrix, when they're in the tunnels, and they're like hiding, and like the fucking jellyfish is coming around. It's like, all right, it's safe. Motherfucker, he's so big. I love it. And it's funny because, we're used to modern Godzilla twice as big.
The scale doesn't matter as long as it has weight.
Right, of course. Now, this shit, if I were to do Godzilla, like I said earlier in my streams, in the stream, I don't know if you were here or not, but the idea is Godzilla's so fucking big. Like, if you tried to like drive your car on him, your tires would pop. Like if you tried to touch him with your hands, it would literally burn you. He's an atomic nightmare. But
he's like
maybe
500
we'll just
degrees. He's full of radiation, and
even if you're on some kind of pop-proof tires on this vehicle you're driving, you're absorbing lethal doses of radiation right now, just like being this close to him. It's not a good idea. I don't think that's. I mean, I like it when we increase the deadly factor in Godzilla, and I think that's the other thing that all the sequels lack that the original one. I think only the original one and these newer Godzilla movies to a certain degree, but really only the original one really like list like the body counts like as they're happening. Dude, 33 people here, 170 people here. It's bad.
I'll try to articulate this in my current state, but the original movie, the thing that comes across is first of all the depiction of the boat incident and the Bikini Atoll
Totally.
test. But even if you survive your first encounter with Godzilla, much like radiation, you're still cursed and you will die. Every character that has an interaction with Godzilla, for the most part, eventually ends up succumbing in some way.
Except Raymond Burr.
I'm
just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Right. To the force of nature. They rescue a kid. They hide out in their little house on the island and whatever. But eventually, it catches up with you, just like real radiation, and that's like a pretty powerful thematic.
Yeah, it's like dating Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen.
Yeah. Blue dong.
Yeah, massive dong. If that doesn't get you, the radiation gets you.
Yeah, good call.
In the words, maybe I'll just save this last page for the closing out. That's actually a good idea. The closeout speech. I got it right here from the immense Raymond Burr. But yeah, yeah, I think it's Godzilla's better when it's like, yeah, I mean, it's got to be scary. It's got to be a representation of something bigger and a big threat. You know,
much like Mr. Brown's Alliance. Once you're exposed, you're doomed.
Very true.
And also the just like I want to see more of this stuff in a Godzilla movie, like people's hair falling out, their teeth falling out.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not good. He's fucking shit up. Also, yeah, just like Godzilla's not your friend. I don't like this shit. I mean, I like the idea that like sometimes we might need, like sometimes it's so crazy, like Godzilla is like our only hope. We need him. You know, we can't destroy him because we need him. But he's not our friend. Like he's not like he's insane.
No, again, across the course of like a 70-year fucking franchise, I'm okay with the tone and the all of it changing. But ultimately, Godzilla is not your friend.
But what's cool is like he's flexible enough to where we can easily make a movie. If Toho was announcing 4 new Godzilla movies and all of them were 4 radically different takes on Godzilla, I would be stoked. Like I said, like Cameron's doing one, Zack Snyder's doing another, 2 other Japanese directors are doing it. They're all going to be so radically different takes of Godzilla. Like one set in the future, one set in the present day, one set in the fucking.
Well, that's what
Godzilla
we were
world.
hoping that's what we were hoping with the Star Wars franchise and the expansion.
Totally.
Very true.
We would
true.
get a Western, we would get a romance, we would get a comedy, we would get different genres in the Star Wars universe, and we never got it. They couldn't fucking balance the tone. They couldn't decide what they were trying to deliver.
I want a Wes Anderson Godzilla movie.
Yeah,
there you go.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Or
That'd be
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Got Bill Murray playing Godzilla.
Sure. Why not?
Bill Murray is Godzilla's interior
It's
inner
monologue.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on over here? Ow.
Hey.
All right, gents. I'm fucked. I'm drunk. And
I've got to go too pretty soon. So
Let's finish
maybe
this ride.
Maybe
We're gonna finish this ride, and then I'll play us out with our outro video.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Be sure
This
to
has been
check
good
out
fun, though.
B-roll sides, and also B-roll. Let me know if you guys are, need an empty spot on one of these Fridays.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like coming in and watching shitty movies with y'all. Oh my god!
Hey, man, those are good movies.
All right, you know what I mean. Fun stuff. I'd pay for this ride.
Oh, absolutely. This looks great.
You're in like some kind of cool paratrooping car, It's like some kind of vehicle.
Some Thunderbird shit. Yeah, whatever. Ah, there's King Gear.
Ah.
No.
Go for the wrestling move. Yeah, he's not taking any crap.
Are we gonna see some atomic breath? There we go. There it is. Thank you.
Nice.
That's what we came here for, folks. Good night. Well, on that note, as we round up to the 9.5 hour mark, I want to say thank you to all of you for coming on this wonderful Merry Christmas. It's been a blast chatting about, for the most part, Godzilla.
Yeah, sorry I was late, but family got in the way.
Dude, you were perfectly on time. Don't worry. I'm sorry, Blue Collar drank a jar of moonshine, Smarf flavored moonshine, and disappeared. I hope he's okay. But he'll watch this tomorrow and realize it's probably for the best that he he got some sleep.
Well,
let's play my little.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Blue Collar and I are racing each other to the grave. All bets are strictly off the books.
Nice. All right. Well, let's close this out with some fun little. Let's do my outro, my intro music, my intro show, but this time we could talk over it. Now, I don't want you guys to think that I spent too much time on this. I took an existing montage, spruced it up with some music, some additional clips.
Well, that music,
frame rate.
Let's be honest.
BioWars. Oh wait, sorry. Volume. Yeah, BioWars, man. This soundtrack from Biolante is so jamming.
Montage. Anguirus. Mothra.
Okay. I have to go watch some of these now, I think.
Oh yeah, dude, making this montage and watching this montage gets me so fucking hyped up. It's like, hell yeah, I want to watch all 33 again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's watch all 35 movies again.
Yeah, I feel inadequate. I only have like half of these on disc.
Oh, give it to me, baby. Where are the horns? Oh man, I mean, I just love this prog rock jazz, fusion jazz that's so popular in Japan. You got so many guys who can shred guitar so hard. All right, the strings are good, but I'm telling you, man, I want some horns. Give me those horns. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Nice.
It's still going. Don't worry.
Whoa.
Godzilla exists inside each one of us.
That's what I'm taking away from this stream.
This is my favorite part of the ending of Godzilla 2000. He kills Orga and then does this shit, and then the credits start rolling. And we're like, oh my god!
Burn it all.
Yeah, war victims. Woo! No, I'm kidding. Yeah, man. It's been such a wonderful evening, such a wonderful Christmas with our,
Great stream,
one
man.
of our favorite idols, our favorite fictitious characters, the symbol of Japan itself.
You're saying he's not real.
Yeah, I mean, even if he is as real, dude, he's real. Like, first of all, he's gonna have more lasting impacts than most of us. And second of all, even if he, like, thank God he's not real. You know what I mean? Like, we're so fucking lucky he's not real. Jesus, that's like a nightmare and a half if he was real. That'd be the worst shit ever.
I'd like to see him on talk shows.
Yeah.
You are the father.
It's better, baby.
Sitting next to Oliver Reed on a talk show would be amazing.
It's coming, dude. It's coming, dude. Back to the top. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. We did it. 9.5 hours. Godzilla. We talked about all the movies. We didn't talk about the animated 1998 Matthew Broderick show too much, but we mentioned it. We brought up the Charles Barkley stream commercial. I don't know. Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you so much. Here from Tales from the Dorkside. Happy to be here. See you next Monday.